Button Press presents The Balancer, Book 4 in the Blessing Giver series. Written and narrated by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright 2023. Button Press. Prologue. Ariadne crouched with her golden head bowed, her glittering robes puddled around her bare feet. She pressed against her bonds, weak with exhaustion. "I won't hear your complaints, sister." Sidoni hovered over her, blending with the shadows of the exalted realm. Ariadne yearned to connect with the radiant tapestry of life humming around her, to dip her toes in the pristine lakes shimmering under golden skies, argue with the sprites, and brush her fingers against the soft evergreen branches and crystalline leaves that sang with the breeze. This magical realm, her realm, burst with life and possibility, and now she was cut off from it. "I never planned to leave you bound forever." Sidoni laughed. "Only until every creation received passage. Have you not seen how those who have passed through have fared?" Sidoni had never been able to see the true nature of the fount, how darkness and light worked in partnership to make a whole. It was messy, and that was what her sister despised. Sidoni sought order, predictability. Growth required neither of those things, though she'd never been interested in that either. Ariadne pressed against her bonds. "They are learning. They are not meant for this realm," Sidoni hissed. "They have become part of a magic they do not understand." "How can they understand if you won't teach them?" Sidoni's smile was snake-like. "You and I hold this power. Together. Is that not enough?" Ariadne shivered. She wanted it to be. Oh, how she wished they could wind back the clock. But whenever she played that game, she always ended up at the same place. Here. Divided. Ariadne's eyes pooled with tears. "No. You know that's never been good enough for either of us." When she had bound Sidoni, it had been the only option. Her sister would never bend. She was too blinded by her own desperate need to control, to organize, to keep each creation in its box. "It's never been enough for you." Sidoni glided across the dew-topped grass. "No matter. I will make this right." "Leave my stones alone!" Ariadne meant it to sound threatening, but intimidation had never been her forte. She loved too fully, saw too completely. Sidoni was afraid, and Ariadne couldn't hate her sister for that. But fear coupled with power was dangerous, and now she could do nothing to impede her sister's plans. "You know I can't do that." Sidoni continued on her path down the hill, not even bothering to look back. Sidoni had followed her lead and learned to tether her magic, first by accident, but now on purpose. Two creations, Garish and Alicia, held her magic, which made her more powerful in the passage realm. She hadn't yet discovered how that would limit her here in the magical one. Ariadne pushed forward and succeeded in sending a trickle of light through the bonds. The convergence. That was her only chance to reach the stones, to reach those she had called. Until then, she would watch. Until then, she would wait. Writings of Ryman Legolas, Steward. You're familiar with the convergence of three, the much-celebrated planetary alignment of a trio of celestial bodies: Loros, the radiant sun; Delmara, the luminous moon; and Ebonstar, a dark and distant planet. This symmetry of light and darkness is breathtaking to behold, but it is more than just a visual feast. The order teaches that the fount of all magic is closer to us during the convergence, and that belief has largely fallen into myth. I consider it a grave mistake to discard this teaching. I believe it is one of the truths we've buried. Chapter 1. The moonlight shimmered across the surface of the Terrine pool, casting a silvery glow on the surrounding stones. Rael stood at the water's edge, Her dark hair cascaded down her back in gentle waves, framing her face as she leaned down to touch the water. How was the moon shining through the roof of the cave? Hadn't this been enclosed the first time? Rael. Paladin's voice called out from behind her. She turned to see him standing there, stripped down to bare skin. His muscular frame took her breath away. What are you doing? I was going to take a swim, she whispered, then reached for his hand. Do you think it will hurt like it did before, when the magic was still with us? I doubt it. He lifted a hand and cupped her face. The first time you dove in, I couldn't stand it. Waiting here on the shore, wondering if you were hurting. The pain only lasted a minute. Rael reached around his waist and pulled him closer. A minute too long. He lowered his head and kissed her, then tugged on her lower lip with his teeth. I remember other things we did next to this pool. Rael laughed breathily, heat blooming in her midsection. We have to place the stones, Paladin. Don't distract me. Paladin slid a hand over her hip and grasped her backside. Would you say this is distracting? Rael nuzzled into him and kissed the soft skin of his neck. And that's allowed? His voice rumbled in his chest. Paladin pulled her body flush with his, and just as his warmth began to chase off the chill of the night, a crack echoed through the air, and the pebbled beach beneath them trembled. Rael's eyes flew open in shock as another ear-splitting sound fractured the earth beneath their feet. She stumbled and fell, losing her grip on Paladin. The beach fell away into nothingness as Rael scrambled for purchase. Rael! Paladin called, stretching out a hand as the darkness claimed him. Paladin! She screamed his name, but her voice was swallowed by the void. And then she jumped into the darkness after him. Rael awoke with a start, her heart pounding in a staccato rhythm against her ribs. She clasped at her sheets, then reached for Paladin next to her. Nothing. It had been a dream. The Terrine pool was still beneath the cover of rock, and they were more than a 12-days journey from Calwain. Rael wiped the sweat from her brow and searched the room now draped in shadows. Paladin wasn't here. He'd gone with Mel, Roderick, and Brion to speak with the leaders of the enclaves under Alora's orders. Though the prophet was dead, her mother was still the ambassador. With violence and looting breaking out in and around Aerith and Trill, she'd nearly begged for emissaries. They had to quell the chaos by any means possible, even if that meant separating for a time. Even if that meant working with the last people in the realm she thought she'd throw her hand in with. Rael rose from her bed, shaking off the remnants of the dream. Did it mean anything? She'd dreamed before and after she was consecrated, but assumed that was a function of the magic. Was it possible to be guided by dreams without it? Rael moved through the dim room and began to ready herself for the day ahead. She opened the shutters to a ribbon of light glowing on the horizon. She hadn't meant to wake this early, but it would be better to get a jump on the day. She hated that she'd agreed to let Paladin go with the others, or that she hadn't gone with him. But they were running out of time to help Terrine, and running out of friends to run a rescue mission. The sooner they dealt with this, the sooner they could move on to find the remaining stones and restore the magic. The bleak feeling from her dream lingered as she walked to the wash basin and splashed water on her face, then expertly braided her long dark hair and secured it with a simple leather cord. She rushed to finish dressing, then stepped out into the common area and found Alora, Jude, Garish, and Bella huddled around the table, deep in conversation. It was still strange to see them all together. Weeks ago, they'd all wanted each other dead. Watching her mother with Jude still put a bitter taste in her mouth. Yes, her father was dead, and she was barely beginning to understand how miserable her parents' marriage had been. But she didn't know this man. Everything about their relationship felt foreign to her. Garish had tried to kill them both, and Bella had tried to help him break the Dark Sisters' bonds. Yet, here they were, sitting around the kitchen table. She should have gone with Paladin. Rael sighed and pulled up a chair. As much as she daydreamed about making a different choice, she couldn't have gone back to Aerith. Not yet. Taryn was still in prison, and they had work to do with the minister who now held the political power of the realm without influence from either enclave. Bella trusted Garish, and Rael trusted Bella. She of all people understood clinging to the fount even when it didn't make sense. Bella had taken them all to the clearing. She had turned Garish in, even when she cared for him. Every one of her actions had been consistent with their own goals until those final moments. Rael had wanted to blame her. They all had. But she had learned enough to listen first. After hearing what happened inside her head and heart in the clearing, she couldn't deny that Ariadne's hand was in this. Bella's power had led them all to that inn in Talmuth. Mel and Roderick had been drawn in from Aerith, Leeds and Bridget forced from Fachown after violence broke out between family clans. Somehow, Ariadne and her magic had funneled all of them to a singular point on the map, and Rael felt the workings of the magic in her own heart on their journey to Trill. Sidoni had appeared to them, spoken to them. The prophecy had been fulfilled. But Ariadne was still guiding her work, and they couldn't give up on it now. Bella was convinced this was part of the prophecy, not thwarting it. Their mission remained in force. Elora's face was etched with concern as she glanced up. Were the circles under her eyes darker today than yesterday? Taryn, her younger brother, had been in prison for nearly 2 weeks at this point, and if that knowledge grated on her, she couldn't imagine what it was doing to her mother. Rael shivered at the thought of the bruises on Paladin's body when she'd found him in the temple. The guards weren't kind when they hauled offenders to and from their prison cells. Taryn had become a symbol to their small group of the minister's greed and power. Once the minister had announced her brother's execution, he became a symbol to the realm of the new order of power. Everyone in Trill and Aerith knew of Taryn's bloodline. They were all watching, as the minister refused to provide a fair trial or listen to reason. He believed the enclaves distracted, divided amongst themselves, and without their link to the magic, he had no reason to include them in his plans to govern and rule. Sentencing Taryn to death was his way of proving it. "Are we ready?" Rael asked, her voice steady despite the churning in her stomach. "Almost," replied Elora, her long gray hair falling over her shoulders as she looked up from the parchment they were all huddled around. "We're finalizing the route we'll take within the prison." "It's simple enough," added Jude, his tattooed arms folded across his chest. "It always seems simple enough," Bella murmured. Garish put a hand on her back, and Bella's shoulders visibly relaxed. Oh, how she missed Paladin. At every moment a piece of her felt missing, not only because he was physically gone, but because their bond had been severed the moment the magic was taken. Once she'd hated that tug, that constant awareness. Now, she'd give anything to feel it again. "Let's finish this and get back to Aerith." Rael stalked toward the window and peered out. "Is the coach ready?" They'd left most of their things in the luggage compartment, along with Ryman's trunks, which they hadn't been able to part with. Not only for sentimental reasons, but in the hopes that something among his belongings would help them find the last stones. Leeds walked into the room with Bridget gliding beside him, fingering the stone that lay next to her throat. When she entered, the room stilled. Something about her commanded attention. Even without her magic, it felt as though she was tapped into a part of the realm they couldn't access themselves. It was the same feeling Rael got around Mel. All 6 of the bloodlines led to one place. Goddess, she hoped they were following the right sister. Rael nodded to the door, and everyone lifted their personal items, then followed her into the morning dawn. The sun was half visible above the horizon, casting vermilion streaks across the sky as Rael and the others rode in silence. They didn't have to travel far, and a coach trundling along the side roads in Trill shouldn't attract attention. The prison was a few blocks from the temple, below a manor house that used to belong to the prophet himself. "Remember," Elora whispered as they approached the street, "Rael and I have an appointment with the prophet's council. We'll give you as much time as possible, but we know what they're after. When they discover we don't plan to pledge our allegiance to the minister, will likely be escorted out. I'm still willing to go in as bait, Garrosh offered, but Bella tightened her grip on his hand and shook her head. The enclaves are like a kicked bee's nest right now. Elora exhaled and leaned against the wall of the coach. Until this upheaval is quelled, I don't trust them to act reasonably. Something flickered over Garrosh's face, and Bella nodded at Elora with gratitude. Interesting. Mere days ago, her mother had fully intended to hand Garrosh over to the enclave in exchange for Terran. After Garrosh had kidnapped her and Jude and threatened their lives, threatened to destroy Jude's stone, Raelle assumed it would have only deepened her mother's hatred for the man. Instead, this? The realm as she knew it was truly flipping on its head. Though, what should she expect after having their magic stripped? The coach pulled to a stop and they exited onto the street. Raelle pulled her cloak around her to cut the bitter wind. She didn't say a word as Garrosh and Bella split up, each of them taking a side street. Leeds and Bridget would wait here with the coach to make sure the Carpin mules didn't get spooked. Jude stepped up next to her mother. His dark shirt and fur-lined overcoat made him look even more intimidating than usual. Tattoos curled up the sides of his neck, and his ropes of hair were pulled into a bun on top of his head. He would come as the ambassador's bodyguard, and nobody would question the title. They strode up the still sleepy street toward the gates of the manor house. Guards patrolled the perimeter, their knives and swords gleaming in the morning sunlight. Raelle worked to slow her heart rate. Get in, take their time negotiating, and get out. They had to trust the others to do the rest. Garrosh crouched behind a stack of crates. He couldn't see Bella on the other side of the house, which meant she was doing exactly what she was supposed to, staying hidden until he could find a way over the gates and dispatch any guards that might prevent them from breaking into the lower level. After the dark clouds of Sidoni, Garrosh had been free. He was no longer linked to the dark goddess. He'd fulfilled the work she'd given him. Surprisingly, he'd felt a little lost. He'd driven toward that goal for most of his adult life and didn't know where he fit once it was complete. It hadn't taken him long to recognize where his new path would take him. Wherever Bella went, he would go. She'd told him of her experience in the clearing, and while he still didn't understand why Ariadne would want her to join with him in fulfilling prophecy, he believed her. Bella believed the magic was still there. She believed they were supposed to restore it. Garrosh didn't know what he believed anymore, but he knew he believed in her. His body coursed with adrenaline as he approached the towering oak on the north side of the manor house. He assessed its branches, searching for the perfect route up, and found it. With a powerful leap, Garrosh grasped the lowest limb and swung his legs up to plant his boots against the trunk. Like a nimble predator, he maneuvered up the tree branch by branch until he could see over the top of the iron gates. The wind picked up, making the branches creak. He calculated the distance between the branch and the edge of the roof. The tree would bear his weight for a few steps, but not much more than that, and the gap was at least 5 feet. He thought of Bella climbing the tree outside of Ryman's cottage. How she jumped to the roof and saved Brion from burning to death in the loft. The image of her burned and blistered skin fueled him as he launched himself from the tree and whirled his arms in the air, willing himself to move faster. Time seemed to stand still as he arced over the gate and landed with cat-like grace on the roof. Garrosh's boot slipped on the tiles, and he crouched to lower his center of gravity. Once he'd regained his balance, he traversed the rooftop, moving around the central peak to avoid notice by the guards still patrolling along the perimeter of the property. He found the trellis he'd spotted the night before, though it looked less sturdy in the light of day. His fingers complained as he lowered himself over the edge of the roof and felt for a toehold. The trellis creaked under his weight, but it held as he lowered himself down the wall and finally hit the ground. There was a rustle of leaves behind him. Garrosh whirled and struck out with his left fist, only to have his attack blocked and his arm twisted to the side. He grunted and took in the face in front of him. Bella. She dropped his arm and he rubbed his wrist. "You were supposed to wait," he hissed. Bella worked to hold back a smirk. "How did you get in?" "It doesn't matter." Garrosh's eyes narrowed. "It does matter. We're wasting time." Bella pulled on his sore arm and led him to the back window. She motioned for him to hand her the pack on his back. He slipped it off his shoulders and handed it to her. "Cover me." Bella didn't wait for confirmation before she crouched and darted from the trees. Garrosh watched the corners of the house, ready for a guard to appear at any moment. This window didn't lead to the prison directly, but it did give them access to the hall they'd need. They had to do this right. Thanks to Rael acting as their advocate, Elora and Jude hadn't killed them. Yet. He didn't expect their luck to last if they didn't fulfill this part of their mission. Garrosh had been in this prison once before, and he hoped it hadn't changed significantly. Last time he'd had help from Sidoni's power. Now, all they could depend on was their own strength. Bella pulled the metal bar from the pack and wedged the straight edge between the window frame and the stone wall, applying pressure. The wood creaked in protest as she leveraged the crowbar, widening the gap between the frame and the wall. He couldn't hear anything over the rushing wind, which explained her lack of precaution. "Don't break the glass," Garrosh whispered under his breath. Even if they were lucky enough for the guards not to hear the window shatter, they'd notice the broken pane the second they did their rounds on this side of the house. Bella set down the bar and pulled out a chisel and mallet. She inserted the sharp edge of the chisel into the weakened seam, tapping it with the mallet, chipping away at the ancient mortar. Movement. Garrosh locked on to the guard moving up the far side of the house. He sprang into action, bolting through the trees as soundlessly as possible until he had a better position to strike. He couldn't let the man turn the corner or Bella would be visible. The guard wiped his nose on his sleeve, and Garrosh barreled forward out of the brush. He slammed the man's head against the stone, then caught him by his broad shoulders as he crumpled. "Hurry, Bella." Garrosh dragged the man by his boots into the trees, then used the guard's own sword to cut branches from the pine closest to them and drape them over his body. He wouldn't kill him, especially because he knew Bella would ask him later. Garrosh rushed back through the trees to find Bella again working with the long bar. Wood splintered and the window broke free. Garrosh took one more look around the yard, then bolted for her. "Good work," he whispered, as he placed the tools back in the sack and tossed them inside, then stabilized Bella as she slid through the hole backward. Garrosh propped the heavy window against the wall and followed. Wood scraped against the floor as Bella moved a chest under the hole, giving Garrosh leverage to hoist the window. There was barely enough of a crossbar to grip and force the frame back into place. He found himself mentally apologizing to whatever servant would have to mop up the water in this room the next time it rained. "You said Taryn would be in the western wing?" Bella murmured, and Garrosh nodded, hopping to the floor. The room smelled of mold and dust, and they could barely navigate a route from the window to the door into the hall through the piles of old furniture. Bella pulled out the pin lock on the door and opened it, then peeked out into the dark hall. Right, all the way to the end. Bella nodded, but as she stepped out, he grabbed her wrist. "Cover me." Garrosh pulled her back and went first. There would be a guard, if not more than one, at the entrance of the prison cells. Though not as robust as the prison in Aerith, these underground tunnels held over 50 cells. He reached the end of the hall and flattened himself against the wall, then peered around the corner. Voices drifted up the stairs. Multiple guards, then. His pack shifted on his back, and a moment later, Bella pressed something cold and hard into his palm. He pulled it in front of him. The chisel she'd used on the window. Garrosh tossed it down the stairs, counted to 3, then flew forward after it. Chapter 2. Brion held his breath. Who was this woman, and why had Paladin brought them here? Why had he deemed this critical enough to delay their visit to the enclaves? He would have asked these questions if he felt like more than a tag-along. Elora had given their assignments, and even though they no longer had access to the fount, she was still his ambassador. He doubted Mel, Roderick, and Paladin were thrilled to have a veritable stranger following in their boot tracks. He followed Paladin and the others into the modest home as Aedra stood in the doorway. Her olive skin looked nearly bronze in the dim light, and her almond eyes were wide, wary. She had black hair that framed her face, falling just below her jawline. She was beautiful. But there was something else that drew his attention, something beneath her dark eyes that he couldn't place. He hadn't realized how much he relied on visible cues to understand his place in the world. Now, with the magic stripped from the realm, everyone looked like Masani. It was unsettling. Not because he had hard feelings toward any group, balancers or otherwise, but because there was no natural order. Light poured through the east-facing windows, and their group settled into the mismatched furniture surrounding a low central table. Mel and Roderick didn't know Aedra either, but at least they knew Paladin. Brion perched on an upholstered chair in the corner of the room, feeling very much like a lone wolf. Aedra played hostess with a practiced grace, pouring herb-infused water for everyone and setting a plate of biscuits and cured meat on the table. Paladin ate hungrily, and it seemed to please her. There was an old comfort between the two of them, and Brion's curiosity was piqued. When Aedra finally took her seat, Paladin cleared his throat. "Aedra, I assume you felt the changes to the magic?" he began, his green eyes filled with concern. "Changes?" Aedra scoffed. "The magic is gone entirely." Paladin nodded. "The enclaves must be in chaos." "Is that why you're here?" "Yes." Roderick and Mel exchanged a glance. Brion sat and observed. He'd always been good at that. Too good, sometimes. If Paladin didn't want to disclose their full reasons for coming here, he must have his own reasons. Brion had been tasked with going to the Blessing Givers in Alora's absence, but Paladin, Mel, and Roderick would be staying on this side of the river. He didn't envy their assignment to go to the Balancers, and was beginning to understand why Paladin had stopped here. This woman had a history with the magic. Brion was working solely to soothe the rifts between enclaves, but Paladin's mission was twofold. Discover what the Balancers were doing with the minister and find the remaining bloodstone. If this woman knew Paladin, he could guess which enclave she used to belong to. But why would she be important for his visit? Aedra folded her arms across her chest. "They can tear themselves apart for all I care." Paladin pursed his lips and reached for another slice of meat. "Since when do you have any concern for the Blessing Givers?" she continued. "Since he fell in love with one," Mel muttered, and Aedra gaped at him. "You? Fell in love?" Aedra's eyebrow lifted, and Paladin shrugged. "Well, you really have changed." "Disappointed?" The corner of Paladin's mouth curled. Aedra barked a laugh and sank into her chair. They knew each other well, and now Brion wondered if it had been more than a friendship. "You didn't miss me when I went back," Paladin teased. "You're going to make me say it? Fine. I missed you. Are you happy?" "Extremely." Aedra's eyes hardened. "When I heard what happened at the enclave." "What happened at the enclave?" Brion looked among the four of them. Aedra's eyes widened. "He doesn't know?" "We barely met, and not under the best circumstances," Brion admitted. When he'd set out from his home in the enclave, he never in his wildest dreams imagined this was where he'd end up. Though he hadn't ever admitted his true reason for leaving. Yes, he'd wanted to find his father. He had a primal need to understand where he came from. But that alone wouldn't have been enough to send him to the northern mountains. It had been what he'd observed outside the temple. The day Shamir, the old temple steward, had been found dead. Aedra clicked her tongue and looked between the four of them. "I have so many questions." "We'll get to them." Paladin turned to face Brion. "My long story short, I left the Balancer Enclave at 16. Aedra was already gone and had found a place here in the farms. We hadn't known each other in the Enclave, but a mutual acquaintance led me here. Aedra helped me acclimate to living among Masani." "It wasn't easy," Aedra snorted. Paladin smirked. "I spent years here before I felt a draw to return, to make something more of my life." Aedra grew still and looked down at her hands. Paladin cleared his throat. "I returned to be consecrated. You saw my eyes before all of this." Brion nodded. "I can see how that would have been inconvenient." Paladin's nostrils flared. The Balancers took me to your enclave. He's a blessing giver? Aedra pointed an accusatory finger at him. Her gaze hardened, and though Brion was tall, strong, and could hold his own in any fight, that look made him want to wither. Paladin exhaled. He is, but I didn't meet him there. I was mostly acquainted with prison guards during my tenure. Aedra's almond eyes narrowed, and her jaw seemed to quiver with disdain as she glared at Brion. Why did you bring him here? She asked Paladin, her tone tense. Brion's father made it possible for us to get this far, Paladin replied, his voice soft yet firm. Then perhaps you should have brought his father. My father is dead, Brion stated. Aedra's eyes flickered, but she didn't apologize. How much easier would this have been if Ryman had still been alive? If he'd been sitting by the fire in his cottage when Brion arrived? It had been too late for that. And after witnessing the fulfillment of prophecy with his own 2 eyes, his questions about the magic superseded his own musings about his heritage. He'd seen one of Caius's guards skulk from the inner sanctum of the temple. Caius, himself, had offered Brion the position of steward after he'd heard the rumors of Shamir's mouth turning black. The Blessing Giver Enclave was supposed to uphold the laws of Ariadne, to stand for truth and light within the order. When he'd found his father's records and seen that he had been exiled after calling for reform, Brion knew he wouldn't be able to serve until he discovered that truth, found answers about the order he'd dedicated his life to. Brion turned to Paladin. I remember, when an aberration arrived at our enclave. They sentenced you to death. Roderick shifted in his seat. The order still stands. They were chasing him on the docks in Aerith as my ship was about to leave port. I had a bit of a break, after the ambassador's daughter freed me and we spent some time in Vivier. Paladin flashed a knowing look at Mel. Aedra crossed her arms. This daughter, she's the one you fell for? Paladin's expression darkened. Yes, and we bonded in the magic, but now that the magic is cut off, that piece is missing. Aedra swallowed hard. I've never heard of that happening. A bond forming between 2 people. Me either. If I hadn't experienced it firsthand, I wouldn't have believed it myself. I didn't think about that, being taken with the magic, Mel murmured, and tightened her grip on Roderick's hand. I'm sorry. Paladin's head bob was barely noticeable. Brion was conflicted. He'd been taught that mixed blood was the reason they were in this mess, but his own enclave was corrupt. And now, he'd seen far too much to defend the simple beliefs he'd accepted without question prior. The other bloodlines were real, and his father had given his life to bring them out of obscurity. Caius had killed to silence a steward that was beginning to speak like Ryman had years before. But had his father and Shamir been right? Now the magic was stripped from the realm, and what were they left with? There was no more passage realm because there was no more passage. They were contained, destined to rebirth, which meant nothing mattered anymore. How would they rebuild their world in the wake of this? You're seeking peace, but you won't find it, Aedra whispered. Even here, I'm beginning to worry about our safety. Mel set her jaw. We have to try. Aedra fixed her gaze on Paladin. Why start with the enclaves? What have they ever done for us? The farms of Aerith have not been spared from this upheaval. There will be a revolution against the Order and their tyranny. The room fell silent for a moment, none of them ready with a reasonable response to that. Paladin's lips drew into a line. He took a sip from his glass, then exhaled as his eyes softened. How is she? Aedra dropped her eyes. Alive. Well. Paladin looked relieved. Brion reached for his glass, then changed his mind and stood, suddenly feeling like he was intruding on a private moment. Out of all of them, he was the only one who hadn't washed his hands of the enclave. He'd taken leave to find his father, but not because he was absconding. Even knowing his leaders were fallible hadn't pushed him to the point of total disillusionment. Now, sensing Aedra's disdain for both enclaves and Paladin's justifiable resentment, he needed a moment. As practiced as he was at not attracting attention, He was sure they'd be grateful for his absence so they could speak openly. Brion walked through the kitchen and out the back door onto a beautiful brick patio surrounded by lush plants and flowers. Aedra was a gardener, it seemed. He walked up to a butterfly bush and tipped one of the delicate blooms upward to take in its symmetrical violet beauty. It was the color his eyes used to be. His throat thickened. Who was he without his magic? What was the purpose of his life if he couldn't serve? Couldn't bring people closer to Ariadne? The wind outside Aedra's house picked up, rustling the branches of trees as if they were whispering secrets among themselves. "Who are you?" Brion's breath caught in his throat as he turned and found a young woman staring at him, her fists clenched at her side. Brion's heart skipped a beat. She looked to be about 12 or 13, but her face, it was like he was staring at a ghost. He cleared his throat, trying to reel in his racing thoughts. It had to be a coincidence. "I'm Brion." He put out a hand, but the girl didn't shake it. "Are you courting my mother?" she asked, unimpressed. She had long, thick black hair that cascaded in waves down her back, framing a face that seemed both angelic and fierce. Brion coughed a laugh. "I barely met your mother a few minutes ago." "That hasn't stopped the others." She climbed the patio step and sat on the edge of a brick planter box. "Expecting my father to give a damn about what I say, you're mistaken." Aedra's voice floated out the open window. The girl's eyes darted toward the house. "There are others?" Brion nodded. "Why aren't you in there with them?" "Because I don't know any of them very well." She raised an eyebrow. And at least one of them hates what I am." He didn't know why he was being honest with a child, but her stare was cutting. Something in her eyes, the way her brows curved, almost looked familiar. "What are you?" "A blessing giver." She laughed out loud. "I'm surprised my mother let you in the house." "She didn't know who I was when she let me in." Brion pointed at his eyes. The more he spoke with her, the more his chest constricted. Her nose twitched exactly like his brother's. Her mouth moved like his when she formed her vowels. The girl nodded. "Does that mean you don't have your magic anymore?" "Mother doesn't." Brion's heart skipped a beat. "Your mother is a member of the order?" "No, definitely not. But she used to be a balancer, consecrated and everything." Brion did the math. Could Matthias have met Aedra? Could he have had a child with a balancer and kept it a secret? "She left?" The girl's expression darkened. Fina?" The door to the house swung open, and Aedra's eyes darted between Brion and her daughter. "Why are you talking to her?" Brion stiffened. "I came out for fresh air, and she was here on the patio." The girl was named Fina. He'd never heard that name before and was positive Paladin hadn't mentioned it. Fina's eyes flashed. "Brion's a blessing giver." She massaged the last words, waiting for her mother to react. Aedra's jaw clenched. "I'm aware." Fina turned back to Brion. "If you're not trying to take her to bed, Fina, then why are you here?" Aedra stormed out toward her daughter, letting the door slam behind her. "Fina, that's a fair question," Brion finished. "I won't deny, your mother is beautiful. I can see why you're skeptical of my intentions. But I came here with a friend of hers looking for help." Fina watched him like a hawk, and Brion wasn't sure whether his response had been the right one. "Help with what?" "The enclaves. Settling the order so we don't fall into revolution." "What if revolution is exactly what we need?" Fina jutted out her chin. "Whose side would you fight for?" "Whichever side sought to serve." Brion's heart raced in his chest. He had to ask Aedra, but how? He barely knew the woman, and she already hated him for his blood. Was that why she hated him? Matthias was a cruel older brother, but he hadn't known him as an adult. Matthias hadn't lived long as an adult. Fina considered his answer, then finally nodded and strode toward her mother. Aedra shot him a look as she put an arm around her daughter. "I'm offering you a place to stay for the night. I expect you to keep your opinions to yourself." Paladin pushed through the door, and Fina's eyes lit up. She ran to him, throwing her arms around his neck. Apparently, Brion should have led with the fact that Paladin had brought him here. Why? He still wasn't sure. Aedra didn't seem at all interested in helping with the enclaves. Perhaps Paladin had only needed a place to plan and regroup. "Did you see him?" Fina asked as Paladin dropped her back to the ground. Paladin looked up at Aedra, an unspoken message passing between them. He dropped his gaze to Fina and nodded. "Yes, I spent some time with your grandfather while I was at the enclave." Somehow, Fina's smile grew even larger. "Mother won't take me, but maybe I could go with you." "No," Aedra snapped. "Your grandfather is busy." "But he—" "No." Aedra pointed toward the house, and Fina glared at her mother before stomping inside. "I'm sorry." Paladin put a hand on Aedra's shoulder as her face crumpled. Aedra ran her hands over her face. "I tried. I sent him a message before her birthday, and he said—" "I know exactly what he would have said. Your father was at my consecration." Brion listened and tried to make sense of their words. Aedra was a balancer, and her father was at the enclave. Paladin had seen him. Her father, whoever he was, had witnessed Paladin's eyes change color, and the balancer enclave had forced him to the blessing givers where he'd been sentenced to death. But why would he refuse to see his own granddaughter? Unless the pieces clicked into place. Brion sucked in a breath, and Aedra's eyes shot up. "You left the enclave because—" "I was forced to leave my home as soon as my parents found out I was with child." "Because Fina's father was a blessing giver." Brion's heart thudded in his chest. "Did he abandon you? Fina's father?" He wasn't ready to ask the question slamming against the walls of his skull. Aedra laughed mirthlessly, and Paladin pulled her protectively to his side. "She didn't make the choice," he hissed. "She didn't even know the man's name." Brion's stomach twisted, and he shifted on his feet. Didn't make the choice? Was he understanding Paladin's words correctly? "I know his name," Aedra whispered, and Paladin flinched. "I knew who he was. He frequented the pubs in Aerith where I came to pick up supplies." "You never told me." Aedra clenched her fists. "Maybe the woman you fell in love with knows him." "If she does, I'll personally slit his throat." "Matthias Guinness." Brion spoke the name, and all color drained from Aedra's face. "How do you know this?" Brion swallowed the lump forming in his throat. His brother had forced himself on a woman? This woman? The idea was unthinkable. He stumbled to the low stone wall and sat as the world spun around him. "I asked you a question," Aedra hissed. "Because your daughter looks exactly like him. Fina is the spitting image of my older brother." Chapter 3. Aedra's heart felt as if it had been plunged into ice. Matthias. The name and face that had haunted her for nearly 13 years swarmed in her vision. Blood rushed in her ears, and her hands began to tingle. "He's your brother?" she stammered, her voice barely audible even to herself. Brion didn't look like him. Matthias had the same tanned skin, but lighter features, lighter eyes. She inspected every part of the blessing giver sitting in her garden, both hoping for and dreading the moment she landed on something she recognized. Aedra dropped back into the sensations of her body stretched out on the herbalist's cot, after Garish had dragged her from that goddess-forsaken alley. She'd felt powerful that day, before her consecration. Invincible, even. Until she hadn't. Brion's dark eyes bore into hers, confusion and pain swirling in his expression. "I don't." He couldn't finish his sentence, and the horror and anguish on his face convinced Aedra then that this man didn't know what his brother was. It didn't change anything. "I didn't know you had a brother, Brion," Paladin cut in, his voice low and deadly calm. Brion's throat worked. He died 7 years ago, this solstice. Aedra's shoulders curved inward, and she thought she might fall forward onto the bricks. Matthias was dead? Matthias was dead. Paladin gripped her forearm, and she clenched her fists, forcing herself to remain upright. Brion was still talking, but his words seemed to echo from far away, drowned out by the pounding in her ears and a rising tide of panic threatening to engulf her. She couldn't stay here. She couldn't stand here and look at him. Every muscle in her body screamed for her to run, and finally, she did. Aedra ripped her arm from Paladin's grip and raced through the door to find Fina. Thank the goddess she'd sent her inside so she didn't hear all this. Her heart wouldn't be able to handle it. She couldn't protect Fina her whole life, but as long as she was under her roof, she'd do exactly as the herbalist had instructed for her daughter. No intense physical activity and as little stress as possible. Her heart could barely handle a walk up the stairs, let alone learning she had mixed blood. Aedra should have never opened the door to Paladin and his friends. She loved her friend, but that didn't mean she'd risk Fina's health for him. Though Fina knew parts of her story, it wasn't something they discussed often, and their presence hit too close to home. Why had Brion been talking with her? All Aedra ever wanted was to forget, to hide herself away from any reminder of the man who had brought her so much pain, and the people who punished her for it. Matthias was dead. This fact brought both relief and simmering rage. Any time she had to go into Aerith proper, she worried she'd come face to face with him around a corner or in a shop. When she saw violet eyes, her ribs crushed her lungs. Even now, 13 years later, her body still locked up walking those streets, especially when she found herself alone. Now, she knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was gone, which meant she didn't have to fear seeing him again. She thought she'd feel relief, but she didn't. The fear was still there. The shame and disgust she'd carried all these years still ever present. He died without knowing the weight of his actions. She'd dreamed of one day having the courage to show up on his doorstep with Fina and show him how she'd survived and succeeded despite his brutality and hate. Aedra wouldn't have done it, but now she couldn't even pretend it was an option. Now, that dream was dead too. But her fear would never die, not entirely, because Matthias wasn't the only threat in the realm. Men like him, arrogant, hateful men, existed everywhere, within the enclaves and without. Men who saw her eyes and hated her because she was a member of the Order, or those who hated her because they thought her a lesser part of it. Now, with the magic gone, she was at least free of that. But who knew what would come next? There had already been lootings at the market, attacks on members of the Order that lived closer to town. It was no secret in these parts who she was, what blood ran through her veins, and it wasn't only her life she had to worry about. Though Fina was headstrong, her body was weak. Her daughter couldn't survive what Aedra had. She burst through the door to the bedroom she shared with Fina, slammed the door, and slumped against it. "Mother?" Fina watched her from her perch on the bed against the wall. Aedra drew a deep breath and forced herself upright. "I'm fine. Just tired and—" "Is it true?" Fina asked. Aedra's heart stuttered, and her eyes flicked to the window. Open. Fina had been eavesdropping. "All this time you knew who my father was and didn't tell me?" "Fina, it's true, isn't it?" Tears welled in Aedra's eyes. "Why would I have told you his name? He was a dark man, Fina, and I'm his daughter." Fina's eyes flashed, and Aedra focused in on her chest, rising and falling in quick bursts. "Fina, I think you should sit—" "I came from that, and I'm like him, aren't I?" Aedra looked back at the closed door. "Like who? His brother?" Fina groaned in frustration. "No, like your friend, Paladin, the one with the mixed blood, the one who ran from the enclaves." She glared at Aedra, challenging her to refute the accusation. "If Brion is a blessing giver, then my father was too. And you're a balancer, so? Aedra's voice caught on the lump in her throat as her daughter's lungs began to wheeze. Fina, sit down. She took a step toward her, but Fina held up a hand. That's why, isn't it? Why you won't take me to the enclave. Why you won't let me see your family. Realization dawned, and her face went white. Am I the reason you had to leave? Aedra stumbled forward, reaching for her daughter, but Fina pulled back. Fina, it was my choice to leave. No. Fina shook her head. Don't touch me. She looked down at her hands and arms, her face twisting in disgust. Aedra knew that look on her face more intimately than she'd like to admit. Unlovable. Wrong. Fina scrambled off the bed and inched her way along the wall to the door, her throat pulling with each breath. Fina, feel your pulse, your lungs. You need to lie down and let me help you calm down, Aedra begged, tears now streaming down her cheeks. She crossed the room to block the door, but Fina was faster. She slipped out and ran down the hall, then bolted out the front door before Aedra could catch up. Aedra stormed down the hall and flung open the front door, but the yard was empty. Where would she go? Aedra's knees buckled beneath her, and she leaned against the cold stone wall for support. She drew in ragged breaths, each one feeling like it carried a shard of glass to pierce her lungs. Aedra? Paladin called down the hall, but she didn't turn. With a shaky exhale, Aedra steadied herself and pushed away from the wall. She had to go after her, but where would her daughter run? To the market? The docks? With the whole realm in commotion, there were thousands of travelers moving through these parts. Fina wouldn't be safe. Had she even grabbed a coat? Every muscle in Aedra's body tensed as she yanked her own jacket from the low bench next to the door and started to run. Brion clenched his fists, the weight of his brother's betrayal ratcheting around his ribs. He didn't often feel anger. It wasn't in his nature to judge people at their worst, but this? Every fiber of his being screamed in protest at the revelation. But deep down, he knew Aedra spoke the truth. He'd never asked Matthias whether he saw auras the same way. He'd never asked his brother much of anything, since he spent most of his time trying to avoid him. Matthias was 3 years older than he was, and he loved nothing more than reminding Brion of his superior strength and life experience. Brion used to feel guilty about never mentioning Matthias, not even feigning sadness when his mother had told him he was gone. But he'd seen his brother's aura, filmy, eroding at the edges. It had always made his insides squirm. Brion drew a deep breath, then walked back into the house. Paladin was standing in the hall, and Mel and Roderick still sat in the living room. Is she? Brion started, his voice hoarse as he struggled to keep his emotions in check. Upset? Angry? Of course Aedra was all of those things. And here he was, a reminder of her suffering, staying as a guest in her house. Paladin's face was etched with concern. She left. Fina ran out the door, and Aedra followed. Brion ran a hand over his face. I should go. Paladin tried to protest, but he held up a hand. I can go to the enclave first. You do what you need to here, and follow. It was obvious Paladin didn't like the idea of splitting up, but he couldn't stay here in Aedra's house and make this situation worse. Brion hadn't even unpacked his meager belongings, so there was no barrier to walking out the door. He picked up his pack and turned to find Mel and Roderick standing in the hall next to Paladin. What happened? Mel asked. Brion swallowed hard. My brother, Matthias. He's the one who attacked Aedra. The words tasted bitter on his tongue, but he forced them out. Aedra was attacked? Mel rose from her seat. Paladin motioned for her to sit and settled in a chair across from them. It was a long time ago, when she was still at the enclave, before I met her. Goddess, Mel hissed. You didn't know? Brion shook his head and leaned back against the door. My brother died 7 years ago. We didn't have anything to do with each other for years before that. A muscle flexed in Paladin's jaw. Aedra hasn't told me the whole story. I think it happened shortly after she was consecrated. A blessing giver and his friends saw her walking alone in Aerith and took advantage of the situation. Mel cursed under her breath. Your brother? Roderick's face twisted in disgust, and he wouldn't meet Brion's eyes. Brion didn't blame him. Instances of abuse between the enclaves weren't unheard of, but witnessing the reality of it made bile rise in his own throat. They tried to take her child, Paladin added. She was honest with her family about what happened, and when they discovered she was pregnant, Mel's eyes grew glassy. They tried to end it? Paladin nodded. Aedra left without their blessing. Roderick stiffened and held Mel closer. What was their story? Mel looked like she was about to break down and sob. That or lunge across the table and beat Brion to a pulp since his brother wasn't here for him to punish. He would have welcomed that punishment. The idea that someone of his own blood could do this? How could her family act in such a way? Roderick spat, his blue eyes cold with fury. How could they turn their backs on their own flesh and blood? His hands clenched into fists, the veins in his forearms standing out like cords beneath the rolled cuffs of his shirt. Own flesh and blood. Fina was his own flesh and blood. Aedra's daughter was a part of his family, tied to his blood. This realization knocked the air from his lungs. Sometimes fear blinds people, Paladin replied, his dark wavy hair falling over his brooding features as he shook his head. But that doesn't excuse their actions. Paladin looked between Roderick and Mel. You understand more than most how dedicated some people can be to the laws. Brion stared at the floor, his fingers digging into the fabric of his trousers. Someone should have been there for her. Paladin's lips drew into a thin line. She had a friend. He found her and took her to an herbalist. Good. At least there was that. Brion straightened, this story pressing down on him like a 1,000-pound weight. Right. Thank you for dragging me along. I'll see you at the enclave then. Are you sure it's safe? Roderick asked. From what Aedra was saying, the townships are volatile. Brion tensed. Probably worse for someone like her. He gave a brisk nod, then opened the door and stepped out onto the porch. He had a long walk back to the docks, but the cool air felt good on his skin. He could find a place to stay the night and seek passage in the morning back to Aerith proper. Inn prices couldn't be too high this far north, and he still had the derrick he'd taken from Ryman's cottage, on top of what Elora had sent them with. The dirt roads winding through the farms of Aerith had a rustic charm to them, not paved and manicured like those of the enclave. The afternoon sun bathed the fields in warm golden hues, and the gentle hum of insects in the grasses made the walk pleasant. It didn't take long before he approached the last town they'd passed through on their way to Aedra's. Wooden stalls and stone buildings loomed ahead, but the street was noticeably empty. Brion frowned. It had been busier than this when they'd passed through this morning. His gut tingled with unease as he strode through the market square that should have been buzzing this time of day. Instead, the stalls were deserted, fruits and vegetables left unattended, and the doors to the pubs were firmly shut. He quickened his pace, the sound of shouts in the distance reaching his ears. Something was wrong. Brion rounded the bend in the road and took in the scene in front of him. A mob had gathered, farm tools in hand, in front of a house at the end of the street. He didn't want to get dragged into whatever conflict this was, but this was the only road that led out of town. Brion edged closer to the periphery of the conflict, keeping to the darker corners of the adjoining streets. A man hurled a rock at the window, the loud crash drawing fervor from the crowd. Others dragged garden pots onto the street and smashed them. Shouts rose beyond the clamor. Go back to your enclave! No more oppression from the Order! Brion tensed. This was what Aedra had been talking about. Division. Upheaval. The Order was never built to oppress, but after what he'd seen, he couldn't pretend it hadn't happened. Clutching the straps of his bag, he kept his head down and moved further away from the chaos when a voice rang out, distinct from the cacophony of the mob. This isn't right! Leave this family alone! Brion slowed and looked over his shoulder, then froze when he saw her. Fina, climbing the steps. Chapter 4. Fina stood alone facing the mob, her fists clenched at her sides. This family has done nothing. It's the Order's leaders you're angry at. Don't harm those who have no part in it." A burly man laughed in her face. "She's one of 'em. I know her mother, and she came from the enclaves." Fina stood her ground. "They're our neighbors, our friends." A rock flew from the crowd and hit Fina's shoulder. She yelped, and Brion broke into a run. The crowd surged toward the steps, and Fina stumbled back. Brion dropped his pack in the street and sprinted. Another rock. Or was it a piece of wood? This one glanced off Fina's forehead. Brion growled and pushed around the edge of the crowd, then jumped over the side railings of the porch. "Get back!" he roared, and to his surprise, the crowd listened. He wouldn't waste his breath trying to make them see reason when they were already frothing at the mouth. With how long they'd been causing a scene, he hoped whoever lived here had already vacated. Brion scooped Fina into his arms and lifted her off the other end of the porch, then dropped down next to her and bent down. "On my back." "But now, Fina." Fina did as he asked, and he ran away from the crowd, back up the road he'd just traveled down. When they rounded the bend, Brion finally slowed and lowered Fina to the ground. Sweat soaked his shirt, and he put his hands on his hips to catch his breath. Fina's face was white, and blood smeared her left temple. Brion moved her hair from her face to get a better look. "Is it bad?" He shook his head. "Nothing we can't bandage at home." "I'm not going home." She folded her arms in front of her. "Ah, you're going to run the streets and be a vigilante? Sleep in the bushes, catch wild game and all that?" Fina frowned and Brion dropped to a crouch. "Your mother loves you. She may have kept things from you, and I'm not saying it was the right decision. But I think we both know where her heart was." Fina's eyes flashed. "She always does what she thinks is best, but she's not always right." Brion exhaled. "Pathetic, isn't it? Parents are so old they should be perfect already." Fina's lip twitched, and Brion marveled again at how much she looked like Matthias. He replayed her standing on that porch taking on an angry mob. That was like his brother, too, in all the best ways. He'd always looked up to his brother, admired his magnetic energy and surety, which he now understood was arrogance. Had his father been there to guide him, could he have been different? Used his qualities to lead and inspire instead of belittle and use? His mother had been fragile since Ryman left, and she'd certainly never required anything of him. Of either of them. Brion swallowed hard and mussed Fina's hair. She was family. "Come on. I'm going to see if I can find my pack while you stay put behind that shed. Then we're going to walk home. Your mother has to be worried sick." With a steadying breath, Brion pulled his leaden body from the chair and stood. His body already ached, but he couldn't sit here and do nothing. Aedra hadn't arrived, and Paladin was out looking for her. He needed a distraction. Brion escaped to the rustic kitchen adjoining the living room. It was a modest space, warmed by the glow of lantern light and the aroma of herbs hanging from wooden beams. He searched through the cupboards, noting a sack of flour, jars of preserved vegetables, dried mushrooms, and a block of aged cheese. Brion's fingers brushed against a cluster of fresh rosemary, releasing its earthy scent into the air, and inspiration struck. Stuffed mushrooms. He set to work. Brion's hands moved with practiced ease as he set the mushrooms in a bowl of clean water, chopped the vegetables, grated the cheese, and created a filling with the fragrant rosemary. One of the benefits of having a mother who wasn't present most of the time. He'd learned to cook out of necessity, but he'd learned to do it well out of love. Love for the process and the end result. The rhythmic chop of the knife against the wooden cutting board echoed through the kitchen, easing the ache in his heart by degrees. As Brion filled the now plump mushroom caps with the mixture, his thoughts drifted to Aedra, her amber eyes filled with pain, her slender frame shaking with remembered fear. He nearly dropped the earthenware dish as he pulled it from a shelf next to the wood stove. Brion set it on the countertop and oiled it, then arranged the mushrooms side by side. He washed his hands and turned to find wood. That should have been his first step, he realized. Now it would take time to build a bed of coals. He found a few chopped logs and slid them behind the grate, then reached for kindling and made a pile of shavings between them. The flint and steel lay next to the stove, and he had no trouble channeling his anger into it, quickly producing sparks. "You could light 10 fires with that energy," Roderick commented. Brion turned to see him inspecting the dish. Roderick leaned over and took a whiff of the oil and fresh herbs. "Impressive." Brion blew on the flames and set the flint and steel back down, then closed the door to the stove to prevent smoke from flooding into the kitchen. "I'm going to go chop more wood while this burns down." "I can do that, if you like," Roderick offered. Brion didn't meet his eyes, only rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and stalked toward the back door. It was all the answer he could muster. Aedra splashed water on her face before walking through her back gate. She'd searched by the pond first, then the copse of trees in the neighboring pasture, then stopped by any friends she could think of, walking for hours along the country roads. No sign of Fina. After crying for the last 20 minutes on her way back home, Aedra felt gutted. She looked up to see the faint glow of lamplight coming from the kitchen window and shivered. The deepening twilight set every one of her nerves on edge, and she wanted to bolt through the door and latch it behind her. But if Fina hadn't come home? If she walked in and found the table and chairs empty? Impossibly. More tears sprang to her eyes as her pulse pounded inside her skull. If Fina wasn't there, she'd keep searching. That was all there was to it. Aedra swallowed hard and strode through the door. She blinked and took in the scene in front of her. Fina, sitting at the table across from Paladin. A sob burst from Aedra as she darted forward and pulled Fina up from the chair, crushing her daughter's head to her chest. Aedra couldn't speak. Anger and relief flooded through her in equal parts, choking out her thoughts and words. "I'm sorry," Fina whispered. Aedra stroked her hair as her daughter's shoulders shook. "There was a mob in the market." "What?" Aedra pulled back, only now noticing the bandage on her daughter's head. "What happened? Did they hurt you?" Aedra frantically felt for any wounds. "Not badly. I was trying to stop them, and—" "You were what?" Aedra erupted. Fina had tried to stop an angry mob in the market? "What were you thinking, Fina? You can't— They were destroying the Gables' home, Mother, telling them to leave and go back to the enclaves." Aedra's mouth snapped shut. They were destroying their home? She'd heard rumors of vandalism, insults, some mild violence, but a mob showing up on their doorstep? She shuddered. "Fina, they could have recognized you. They did." Aedra gripped her shoulders. "What do you mean, they did?" "A man knew who I was, and they started throwing things, but then Brion ran. He jumped over the porch, and I was so scared." Fina's voice broke, and Aedra pulled her against her chest. "Why would they do this?" Tears filled Aedra's eyes. How could she explain this? The people that found themselves here were outcasts, mostly because of actions the Order had taken. Years of less opportunity, of poverty for many. "I'll answer your questions, but I think right now we both need sleep," Aedra whispered. She pulled back and ran a tentative finger over Fina's bandage. "You're sure you're all right?" Fina nodded. "Brion said it was only a scratch, and Mel patched me up." She turned and showed Aedra her shoulder. "This one bruised but didn't break the skin." Aedra clenched her jaw and nodded, not able to speak. Fina gave her one last hug, then retreated to their bedroom. "They came over an hour ago, but I couldn't find you," Paladin murmured. "We were worried about you." "About me?" Aedra scoffed and pulled back, wiping her face with her hands. Paladin held out a handkerchief and she gladly took it. She blew her nose and squeezed her eyes closed until the pounding in her head retreated, then dropped her arms and collapsed into the chair next to Paladin. "What's all this?" She glanced at the plate Paladin pushed toward her. "Don't tell me you learned to cook." Paladin shook his head. "No, I wouldn't torture you with my culinary creations. This is Brion's work." It smelled heavenly, still warm. Fina tiptoed back into the kitchen and swiped a biscuit from the plate. "Sorry, just wanted one more." Aedra looked between Fina and Paladin. "He made those too?" Fina nodded. When Mel finished with my bandage, Brion was cleaning the stove. He made a new fire because I was cold and said it would be a shame for good coals to go to waste. I told him fresh biscuits were my favorite. Aedra inspected the corner of the room. The stove had been oiled, and there was a fresh stack of firewood next to it. She looked to Paladin, and he lifted his hands to tell her he had nothing to do with it. Where is he now? Paladin exhaled. He tried to leave, Aedra. Then he found Fina. I told him he at least needed to stay the night. Aedra pursed her lips and lifted the fork sitting on the plate Paladin had passed her. He thinks I hate him. Would he be wrong? Paladin raised an eyebrow. Aedra didn't answer. She used the edge of her fork to cut the mushroom in half, then speared one piece of it and dropped it in her mouth. The presentation, the colorful mixture stuffed inside the mushroom caps, plated with sprigs of rosemary, was lovely, but the taste was better. Aedra stifled a sigh as she chewed. The corner of Fina's mouth lifted. You can say you love it. I promise I won't tattle. Aedra shot her a look and scooped up another bite. Fina bit her bottom lip and stared at the tabletop. Aedra knew her daughter well enough to intuit she was dying to say something. She didn't have to wait long. A few seconds later, Fina's shoulders tensed as she blurted, I'm going to the enclave. Aedra stopped chewing. I'm going to the enclave? Not, I want to go to the enclave, or could I please go to the enclave? No, you're not. Fina jutted out her chin. Mother, I need to see the rest of your family. I need to know where I came from, and Paladin— Aedra shot daggers at her friend, and he raised his hands higher than he had the first time. Paladin knew of Fina's condition. He knew how weak her heart was. Aedra turned to her daughter. After what happened this afternoon, the danger you put yourself in, you're already starting in on this again? Mother, will you please listen? Paladin and his friends are going there to help. I saw what's happening out there, and they know who we are. If we don't do something, my father knows who we are. Aedra dropped her fork. You think that just because the magic has been stripped, the consular and his advisors are going to forget why I left? Paladin leaned forward. Aedra. Is this why you came? To try and convince me to help you with my father? He was willing to do the unimaginable to keep our bloodline pure. Aedra leveled her gaze at him. You nearly suffered the same fate. They aren't suddenly going to view the realm through different eyes. They'll have to. Paladin kept his voice calm, but Aedra read the frustration simmering behind his placid expression. I didn't come to force you to go back there, but I thought, after all this time, maybe he'd be more amenable to seeing your face than mine. I won't risk it. Aedra hoped he read between the lines. I won't take my daughter there, back to the people who didn't want her to be born. I won't risk her. Fina's lip wobbled. If we don't do something, they're going to come for us too. Aedra bit her cheek to force her words back down her throat. She was exhausted. Fina was upset. This discussion would have to wait until morning if she didn't want to say something she'd regret. Aedra reached out and picked up the second mushroom from the plate, then stalked out of the kitchen. Writings of Ryman Legolas, Steward. The convergence of three occurs when the passage realm is closest to its sun, Loros. As the three celestial bodies align, Loros shines brighter. Delmara transforms into radiant silver, and Ebonstar, typically an unnoticeable speck, becomes clearly visible as a black disk against the sky. This is significant, as is the way we celebrate. Our festival over 3 days celebrates the balance of light and darkness, the essence of creation, and the eternal dance between opposing forces. Why is this? Why would we celebrate balance at solstice, at equinox, and then ultimately at convergence when we as blessing givers disregard our own balancers? We both draw from Ariadne's power, light and dark from the fount. Their curses balance our blessings, and yet we preach that they are dust beneath our feet. Chapter 5. Bella's heart pounded as she gripped the dagger tightly in her hand, its blade glinting in the dim torchlight. She raced after Garrosh down the stairs, his muscular frame wound tight, ready to spring. Taryn's execution was set 3 days from now, and they wouldn't get a better opportunity to pull him out. Their shadows danced along the dank stone walls. They couldn't see the guards at the base of the stairwell, but their voices gave their position away. Garrosh barreled into them without a weapon. Garrosh! Bella pulled the crowbar from her bag as her vision adjusted, then whirled it end over end toward the guard closest to Garrosh. It connected, and Garrosh grabbed it before it landed on the stone floor. Bella's gaze flickered among the other 3 guards, assessing their movements, searching for any vulnerabilities. They were well trained, but even the most skilled fighters had weaknesses. Rael trusted her, but it had been a stretch for Elora to use them for this part of the mission. Likely the only reason she'd given in was because she didn't have any better options. Left! Garrosh shouted suddenly, launching himself forward as a guard lunged for her, slashing the air with his sword. No more time to analyze. Bella darted forward to engage the other 2. Her dagger sliced through the air, parrying the first guard's sword with a sharp clang. The impact reverberated up her arm, but she held her ground. More footsteps sounded down the hall. More guards? Who else did they have imprisoned here? Bella felt naked without her magic to guide her, but she knew what she'd felt before the magic was stripped. Ariadne was aware of the steps they took to be here, and she had to trust herself, even without nudges from the fount. This was the right thing to do. Garrosh swung the crowbar like an extension of his own body, its hooked end connecting with the side of a guard's helmet. There was a sickening crunch, and the man crumpled to the floor. Bella ducked under the second guard's wild swing, her heart racing as the cold steel narrowly missed her throat. With a swift, practiced movement, Bella plunged her dagger into the exposed joint between the guard's breastplate and shoulder guard. He gasped, his grip on his sword faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Bella wrenched her dagger free and aimed a swift kick at the back of his knee. The guard cried out and crumpled to the floor in agony. Garrosh grunted behind her, and Bella's head whipped around to see the third guard pinning him to the wall by his throat. Panic flared within her, followed by a steely calm. Bella's mind went dark as she dropped into her training. The crowbar was on the ground. She snatched it up and slammed it down on the guard's wrist with a sickening crunch. He dropped Garrosh, but before he could step away, Bella slammed the heel of her hand against the man's helmet, shooting his head backward and exposing his neck. With one clean slice, she slit the man's throat. Blood gurgled as the man dropped to the ground. Bella didn't have time to clean the blade as more men appeared down the corridor. "We don't have time to engage," she whispered. Garrosh nodded, then grabbed her arm and ran. Bella glanced over at him as they turned a corner and bolted past a row of empty cells. She'd almost lost him. That realization hit her at the oddest moments. Empty. Empty. They turned another corner, and Bella jolted as a hand jutted out between the bars. "Take me with you," a man wheezed, and Garrosh's grip on her arm tightened. "Taryn?" he called. No response. Bella's heart skittered at the sound of boots against stone, but Garrosh pulled her into the shadows before she could react. Was this a cell without a door? A dead-end hallway? He held a finger to her lips. Bella's heartbeat echoed in her ears, and she fought to catch her breath in silence. The footfalls grew closer, then past their hiding spot. Garrosh held her flush against his body, his hand still cupping her cheek. She breathed him in, allowing the rain-washed scent of him to calm her blood. Bella kissed his palm as the guards drew further away down the hall. Garrosh lowered his head, his lips brushing the shell of her ear. "You terrify me." She held back a sigh as he brushed his lips along the tender skin of her neck. "Let's keep moving." They sprinted in the opposite direction of the guards. If the minister didn't know there had been a break-in, he would soon. She sent a silent prayer to the goddess that Rael, Jude, and Elora would be able to plead innocence. Rael stood in the elegantly furnished room, her dark eyes darting between the minister and the 2 men flanking Liena. She'd recognized the woman the second they'd entered the room, and now She wanted to smack the smug smile off the blessing giver's face. Garish's companions had bolted from Fachown, and she and Paladin hadn't followed in all the chaos. Liana seemed to be playing for whoever benefited her most at any given moment. Why she'd sided with the minister was anyone's guess. Did she know the men standing beside her? Rael hated that she couldn't tell who they were or what status they held. Minister, with the realm stripped of magic, you've surely recognized that the plot against the prophet ran deeper than a 16-year-old boy, Elora implored, her long gray hair puddling against the hood of her cloak. Her mother had already tried appealing to his rational side, but the minister was smart and power-hungry enough to recognize this opportunity. He'd always been the recognized leader of the Passage Realm, but never treated as such. With the people's dependence on and trust in the prophet and the order, he'd always been more of a figurehead. Now he was positioned to change that. Since they weren't here to convince him, only to buy time, that worked in their favor. The minister sat in a gilded chair, upholstered in deep-sea blue, and steepled his fingers. Be that as it may, your son was the one who wielded the dagger. Jude stiffened next to Elora, and Rael's pulse sped. They'd anticipated this response, but it still wasn't easy to hear. How this man could lay the blame for a political plot on one adolescent's shoulders was beyond her. While Taryn languished in a degraded prison cell, the minister sat here in lavish comfort. The manor house was a testament to opulence, with gilded mirrors reflecting the flickering candlelight. Thick velvet drapes hung from tall windows, and intricate tapestries adorned the walls. It made Rael sick to her stomach. Have you put a stop to the rebellion with the Blessing Giver Enclave? The minister asked. Elora's face was a mask of calm. The attack was not initiated by members of— We're aware of your claims that the heralds were responsible for the recent disturbance at the Enclave. Our claims? Rael snapped, and Elora put a hand on her arm. I apologize for my daughter's outburst. Please continue. Rael's cheeks flamed. Bide time. But how was her mother keeping her calm when the minister was insinuating they lied about the attack? The recent attack on your enclave was not what I was referring to. I heard you apprehended the aberration, the man with mixed blood. Yet this is the state of the realm. He motioned around him. The goddess has removed her magic and left us to fend for ourselves. Rael's stomach tightened into a knot. There it was. The minister's next move. Under Blessing Giver rule, the magic had been stripped. The minister planned to claim it was the Enclave's fault. Rael glanced at the two men next to Liana. They were balancers. Though they didn't have charcoal eyes anymore, Rael would have bet her life on it. They were seizing the opportunity to place blame on the Blessing Givers and replace the prophet with their consular. They already knew they weren't going to let Taryn out of his cell. If the balancers were whispering in the minister's ear about the cause of this collapse, Paladin was still in trouble. All of them were. Elora straightened. We will work as we have always done to uphold the laws of Ariathne. You think that matters? Liana took a step forward. The goddess has forsaken us. Why should we follow her laws? Something flickered on Elora's face. I'd be interested to know how your opinion was shifted so quickly. Liana's smile deepened as she stepped back into position and turned her focus on the minister. She tilted her head to the side, and he drew a deep breath. She speaks the truth, Ambassador. What purpose do the Enclave serve if there is no magic? No passage to seek? Elora's hand trembled, and she clenched it into a fist. Surely you're not insinuating— I am. Our leadership structure in the Passage Realm will need to be rebuilt from the ground up. And how will that be determined? Elora's lips drew into a line. The minister picked a speck of lint from the edge of his deep crimson robe. Starting with those who have shown loyalty to— Something rumbled deep in Jude's throat, and the minister's eyes snapped up. His lip curled as he took in Jude's unshaven face and the curls of ink swirling above the collar of his shirt. Call off your dog, Ambassador. Aye, shall do no such thing." Elora put out a hand, and Jude grasped it. The minister barked a laugh. "Well, I never would have thought you capable of surprising me, Ambassador. But so soon after Caius's death?" He stood and took a step forward. "Or were you indulging without your husband's notice?" Elora's free hand snapped up so fast to slap him, Rael barely registered it. A loud crack echoed against the tile, and the minister lurched back, his hand flying to the left side of his face. "If you ever insult me or my loyalty like that again, I will do more than leave a mark on your cheek," Elora hissed. The minister straightened and held up a hand to keep the two men from stepping forward in his defense. "I apologize, Elora." His voice dripped with sarcasm as he lowered his hand to reveal the red imprint of Elora's hand on his face. "In our haste to catch up, I neglected to discuss a matter of great importance." "Which is?" Elora asked, her voice laced with impudence. "Lyanna has brought us some rather interesting information." He didn't turn to the blessing giver behind him, but Lyanna now smiled with knives. A chill crawled up Rael's spine. "It has convinced me that your son should be allowed to go free, as you've requested." The minister flicked his wrist, and one of the men next to Lyanna marched forward, opening the door they'd walked through after entering the manor house. A guard entered, holding Taryn! Rael rushed to her brother, catching him in her arms as the guard pushed him forward. "Taryn, are you all right?" Her brother threw his arms around her. He was skinny, dehydrated, and malnourished, but lucid, alive. A wave of relief washed over Rael, her heart fluttering like a caged bird finally set free. The feeling didn't last. Moments before, she'd been convinced the minister would ignore their petition. Yet Taryn had already been prepared. "I'd like to personally thank you for bringing the people responsible for the prophet's death here in exchange for your son's life. Though I'm puzzled as to why you didn't lead with that." "What are you talking about?" Rael spit. Lyanna crossed her arms over her chest. "You forget. I've worked with Garish for years at the prophet's insistence. I know how he works, how careful he is, how he scouts a location before breaking in." The room spun around Rael as adrenaline flooded her system. Garish and Bella. They knew they were coming. "We have them in custody now," the minister sighed. "Your own testimony at the temple in Trill and the evidence Lyanna has provided about the herald and the woman he's working with is irrefutable. The prophet's guards say she was responsible for more than 2 deaths outside the city wall, the night of the attack on the temple. You can rest assured we'll take the matter from here, and justice will be served." Jude spun toward the door and took a step toward the guards. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," the minister warned. "I tripled the security here for our meeting, and while I'm sure, based on your size and build, you'd be able to give my men a good fight, you can't fight off 20 of them." The minister rubbed his cheek and leveled his gaze at Elora. "I've given you a gift this day. I encourage you to gather your family and your lapdog and retreat to your enclave." Tears stung the corners of Rael's eyes. She'd never met the minister before today, and she'd always believed he and the prophet held their best interest at heart. But this was her mother's world. This was what she dealt with when she tried to influence policy. Rael felt like she needed to scour her insides. Elora nodded once and turned, motioning for Rael to lift Taryn and follow them. This didn't make any sense. Why would the minister allow them to walk out when he knew they'd planned to take Taryn from his cell? Jude's face was dark as he leaned down to help. "We can't leave them," he whispered. Elora's eyes flashed as she mouthed, "We won't." "The realm is shifting, Elora," the minister called after them as they hurried toward the door. "Sometimes the truth can be more dangerous than the lies we tell ourselves." Chapter 6. The mouth-watering scent of pork fat and eggs enveloped Aedra as she awoke. Golden light filtered through the curtains, and she stretched her arms over her head. It didn't take long for the night before to slam into her mind. Fina. She sat up and searched the other side of the room, but her daughter wasn't there. Aedra's pulse spiked as she leaped out of bed and pulled on a clean blouse and loose slacks. She didn't even run a comb through her hair before rushing out into the hall and running to the kitchen. She slid to a halt in the doorway. Careful now, so the grease doesn't splatter. Brion guided Fina's elbow as she lowered the cracked shell of a duck egg over the cast-iron pan on the stovetop. Fina twisted her wrist, and the egg dropped and started to sizzle. Fina dropped the shell in the bowl and wiped her hand on the towel Brion had ready for her. The morning light slanted through the window as Aedra watched. Brion had saved her last night. Fina said he'd picked her up and carried her to safety. Brion's dark hair was mussed from sleep, and he wore loose slacks and a linen shirt, untucked in the front. He was handsome. You're a natural. Brion smiled, and Aedra noticed the creases around his eyes, the sharp line of his jaw. Fina beamed up at him, then caught a glimpse of Aedra and turned. Fina's expression clouded. Brion and I made you breakfast. Aedra swallowed the strange fizzing in her chest at seeing this man in her kitchen cooking with her daughter. His muscles flexed under his shirt as he lifted the heavy pan and shook it to keep the egg from sticking. Aedra's mouth went dry as his hand lifted and rubbed the back of his neck. His dark hair stood up in one spot on the back of his head, and his slacks hung low on his hips. He set the pan back on the stove. He was nothing like Matthias. Aedra shouldn't be noticing that. Mother? Aedra shook her head and drew a stilted breath. She wanted to thank Brion for preparing breakfast, but how could she? After being forced from the enclave, new friendships that had once been effortless became next to impossible, and not for lack of trying. Doing or saying anything that would breed connection with another human felt like attempting to scale a sheer cliff face without a rope. It took too much time to know someone, to discover if they were worthy of her trust. If it hadn't been for Paladin and his unwillingness to let her push him away, she would have spent every night alone with Fina as a young child. Somehow, he'd pulled her into the group he built here in the farms, and sitting on the periphery of friendship eventually built her something that felt like a home. Would you like some? Brion asked, extending a plate laden with fat-seared eggs toward her. Sure, Aedra replied, unable to keep the bitterness from seeping into her tone. She wasn't angry at them for making breakfast, though Fina surely thought that was the cause of her sour mood. Aedra took a bite, and her shoulders instantly relaxed. This was delicious. Her eyes flicked first to Fina, then to Brion. His lip twitched, and she quickly dropped her eyes back to her plate and pushed her chair back from the table a bit. Brion was too close, with his hair still mussed from sleep and eyes that looked like brewed coffee beans. Aedra ate without a word as memories of the previous night crept past the surprise of finding her daughter in the kitchen with a strange man, and threatened to swamp her. Fina was safe. She was here, sitting next to her. Aedra picked up her plate and walked to the wash basin. Is something wrong? Brion inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. Nothing's wrong. Fina pushed back from the table, her eyes boring into Aedra like twin daggers. Always show gratitude. Isn't that what you taught me? Aedra's face flushed as anger flared beneath her ribs. Fina was right, but that didn't mean Aedra was capable of admitting it, or do anything other than use the soap pat to scrub her plate with furor and set it on the rack to dry. A wooden spoon was already sitting there, and a freshly oiled pan on the counter next to it. Brion had made breakfast and cleaned up after himself. Aedra's pulse quickened. She needed them to leave. That or... Fina, you told me there was a book you read recently that you loved. Is it in the living room? Brion asked. His voice was calm and smooth, matching the mesmerizing depth of his eyes. Something sparked within her at the sound of her daughter's name in his baritone voice. Since Paladin had left, Fina hadn't had a male figure in her life. Aedra was surprised to discover she missed it. Fina pushed her chair back from the table and stood as Aedra soaked a wash rag and began to wipe down the countertops, keeping her back turned. Aedra waited for their footsteps to retreat, then turned to clear the table. She started and nearly dropped the rag when she saw Brion still standing in the doorway. He tapped his finger on the plastered wall, and his brows drew a little closer together. "I'm not planning to stay long. I tried to—" "Paladin told me." Brion nodded and dropped his hand. "Thank you for allowing me to stay." He turned to the hall, and Aedra stopped him. "You saved her. Yesterday with the mob. Why?" Brion stilled, then slowly turned back to face her. "Call me crazy, but I don't enjoy seeing a child harmed." Aedra swallowed hard. "I know, but you owe her nothing." Brion had put himself in harm's way to protect Fina when he'd only met them yesterday. He knew who her father was. Aedra couldn't help but wonder if that had something to do with it. "I lived most of my life without a father, Aedra. I'm not trying to pretend I'm any more than a stranger to you and Fina, but—" His voice caught, and he glanced down at his hands. "I think everyone deserves to feel protected sometimes." This time when he turned, Aedra couldn't speak. It took her a minute to remember how to breathe even after he disappeared into the other room. Once she did, she pulled Fina's mug from the table and scrubbed the wood raw, then washed the cup and rinsed the rag. She glanced out the window when she caught motion in the garden. The sun was rising higher, inviting the flowers to open in the backyard where Paladin was hard at work. Of course, he was fixing the edging between the grass in her garden boxes. Paladin and his friends Meryl and Tripp used to always find things to do around the house. She wondered if Paladin ever spoke to them. Most likely not. Rumors of Paladin's consecration had filtered up from Aerith fast enough, and though none of them would have turned him in, she doubted he would have come anywhere close to the enclaves after escaping from prison. The rhythmic sound of his mallet striking wood seemed to echo within her, a reminder that she wasn't the only one with a past that never loosened its grip. Brion walked back into the kitchen, and Aedra tensed. "Sorry, just needed to talk with Paladin a moment." Aedra swallowed the sudden lump in her throat. "Where's Fina?" "She went to her room to change and clean her teeth." Brion put his hand on the door handle. Aedra nodded. "Thank you for giving me space." "And Mel? And Roderick?" "At the market." Brion slipped a thumb into the pocket of his slacks, and the bottom of Aedra's stomach dropped. "They're gathering supplies." Aedra nodded. "You're planning to go without them?" Brion nodded. "I'll go to the Blessing Givers today. They'll follow in the morning." "But you planned to go together." Paladin had said as much, and she knew the only reason Brion was leaving early was because of her reaction to him, because he knew her history. Brion shifted on his feet and exhaled. "Variables have changed, and it's not a You don't need to leave on my account. I think you should stick to your original plan." "Aedra." She shook her head. "Thank you for what you did for Fina. I can't tell you how much it means to me." Aedra's voice was unsteady, and her cheeks burned. Why was she so on edge with him in the room? He didn't make her afraid, despite his bloodline. He made her nervous, though, the way he quietly observed. She had a million questions about his family, as if knowing more would help her dissect the past. The thought simultaneously made hope fizz in her chest and bile rise in her throat. Then she thought of Fina, and any thoughts of herself slid back behind the steel door that had been her constant companion for the past 12 years. Fina wanted to go to the enclaves, but she didn't know what she was asking. Fina thought she'd find family there, but she didn't understand that their blood, her blood, would be despised, no matter who they were related to. "I'm sure you'll be glad to be rid of us. I'm sorry we've interrupted your life for a couple of days, and that Brion caught himself, and Aedra glanced up. Pain flickered over his face, and Aedra clamped her hands over the back of the chair in front of her. "It's not your fault." Aedra surprised even herself with how earnest her words sounded, how sincere they were. It wasn't his fault. By his reaction, it was clear he hadn't known who his brother was, or had been, and she'd made him feel responsible for her pain, for Fina. Brion blinked in surprise, his dark eyes studying her closely. Aedra allowed herself a moment to look at him, to imagine him beyond his family heritage and the misplaced anger she'd been directing his way. He was undeniably handsome, with a chiseled jawline and strong, broad shoulders. But more than that, she recognized something else in him, something deep in his eyes, a question, a loneliness that mirrored her own. For most of my life, I didn't have a father. Fina marched past Brion and stopped, crossing her arms over her chest. Aedra's eyes widened. She'd put on a button-up blouse and a skirt. Aedra didn't even know Fina owned a skirt that fit her these days. I'd like to discuss last night. Fina's cerulean eyes seared into Aedra's. No amount of effort from Brion was going to distract her daughter this time. Aedra felt a pang of anxiety twist within her gut. If you're talking about traveling to the enclave, there's nothing to discuss. Even as she said it, she felt herself wavering. She'd convinced herself that staying here was safe. But after the stories she'd been hearing, after what happened yesterday, Fina refused to drop her eyes. If I have magic in my blood, have you talked with Paladin? The enclave is not the place for people like me. The magic is gone, Mother. So what harm could we possibly pose? Fina gestured to Paladin, who was still swinging the mallet against the next section of edging. People here believe we are a threat. They hate us. And you've always said, enough, Fina. Aedra pressed her fingers to her temples. Brion's jaw tightened. My father is not one to easily forget the past. I wouldn't know. I've never met him. Fina watched as her words cut. Aedra's nostrils flared. Consider yourself blessed. Afternoon sunlight danced on the leaves of the garden, casting dappled patterns on the ground as Mel and Roderick began sorting through their newly acquired supplies. The scent of earth and turning leaves filled the air. Mel inhaled deeply. It felt selfish to enjoy the beginning of dark season twice, once in the foothills of the northern mountains, and once here in the river valley. She cocked her head to the side. Was it the beginning of dark season here? The plants seemed almost too vibrant. Perhaps it stayed warmer here all year round. Mel traced a finger over the delicate embroidery on one of the bags they'd purchased. She hadn't been looking for something pretty, but this was what the merchant had on hand. Beautiful and functional, she murmured. That's exactly how I describe you. Roderick didn't look up as he sorted the dried meat from the fruit. Mel smacked his shoulder and he grinned. She glanced toward the other side of the garden but didn't see Paladin or his tools, and heat swelled in her midsection. She dropped her bag and sidled up next to Roderick, slipping her hand under his shirt and over his skin. His breath caught. You can keep working, she whispered, and kissed the underside of his jaw. I'll wait. Roderick's lips parted, and his eyes glazed. Are we alone? She nodded. They hadn't been alone for 2 days, and before that, they'd been in a desperate rush to reach the others. Who knew when they'd be able to steal a moment like this once they left for the enclave? Certainly not while they all slept in the same room here at Aedra's. A devilish grin spread across Roderick's face as he dropped his bag and hauled her around to the grass behind the garden wall. Mel laughed, then clapped a hand over her mouth as Roderick nearly tripped over her feet, in his haste to get them both horizontal. She clung to him as soon as he dropped to the ground next to her. I want this off. Roderick tugged at her blouse, his voice hoarse. Too risky, Mel panted, rolling him on top of her. Goddess, she needed him. She didn't care if anyone walked out into the garden and saw them hiding behind the bushes. It would likely only be Paladin searching for them, and she'd have no problem telling him to leave off. Roderick thrust a hand under her blouse as he kissed her roughly, and Mel arched toward him. Compromise? Roderick groaned low in his throat, and Mel dug her nails into the skin of his tight lower back. His kiss was frantic, all tongue and teeth, and his apparent desire made each piece of her own need concentrate into an explosive solution. She traced the edge of his slacks until she found the zipper. Roderick laughed against her lips. And that's not too risky. Mel shook her head. If anyone comes out, you'll still be covered in the back. He ground his hips against her hand, and Mel's breath escaped in a sigh. "They'll know exactly what we're doing," Roderick rasped. "I just decided I don't care as much as I did a few seconds ago." Roderick chuckled darkly as he lowered himself against her, and all thoughts left Mel's head. Her worries about the magic, their journey to the enclaves, and Rael and the others in Trill blurred until the entirety of her consciousness focused only on the weight of his body, on his hot mouth melding with hers, on what Roderick was now doing with his hands. Mel pulled up her slacks as Roderick rolled to her side. She put a hand on his chest and smiled dreamily as she felt his racing heart. "Best idea you've ever had," he whispered, kissing the top of her head as she nestled into the hollow beneath his shoulder. "I have another one." She traced a lazy line over his collarbone and up the side of his neck. "If it involves lying here and not going back into the house, consider it the second best idea you've ever had." Mel laughed breathily. The sun's rays filtered through the branches, casting dappled light upon the lush grass. Too lush. Mel pushed the thought away. She wouldn't worry right now, not in this perfect moment. Roderick's ribs expanded and fell next to hers as his fingers threaded in her hair. The soft breeze caressed their skin, and the earth beneath them seemed to hum with life, its vibrant energy seeping into Mel's bones. As they lay there, entwined in each other's arms, Mel marveled at the depth of her love for Roderick. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the strength and support he had provided her, even in the darkest of times. She felt a fierce protectiveness towards him, a desire to shield him from any harm that might come their way. Mel closed her eyes, and her breathing slowed. Her edges seemed to blur, lulled by the gentle embrace of Roderick next to her and the earth beneath. She should have remembered this feeling. She would have, had her thoughts not been so far from the magic and the pull of the stone she held in her satchel inside the house. It hadn't called to her since Talmuth. She hadn't felt a thing since that terrifying moment in the courtyard when they'd all seen the face of the Dark Sister, before the magic was stripped. As the world around her shifted, morphing into a swirling kaleidoscope of colors and shapes, she felt nothing but confusion. Was this a memory? Her own mind recreating the feeling of dropping into Aeon the way she'd done in their camp? No. This wasn't her own mind because this wasn't the Aeon she'd come to know. As Mel dropped softly onto verdant grass, she gaped at the kaleidoscope of colors surrounding her. Was this Aeon? She spun in a circle and saw Roderick there on the grass next to her, his form gauzy, but... Her breath caught as she reached out for him. Her hand! She could see her hand! Her whole hand! Mel patted the rest of her form, her mind reeling. She was here, entirely, as real here as she'd been moments before lying on the grass. Panic gripped her heart. If her body was here, then it wasn't there. If Roderick woke up and found her gone, how would she get back? What if she couldn't get back? Her thoughts began to spiral, and she dropped to her hands and knees. She was in Aeon. This was a flare of emotion, typical here, difficult to control, but consistent with other experiences in the dream world. Mel pulled herself from the ground and gaped at the dancing illumination layered where darkness and endless void used to reign. How was this possible? How had this place been transformed? And how was she able to find it without access to her magic? But she'd never needed elixirs or tinctures to find her way here. She'd dropped in through living things, trees, the grass, which she'd been lying on next to Roderick seconds ago. Mel forced herself to take deep breaths to keep her panic at bay. If she was here, that meant that this realm still existed regardless of the magic. She glanced back at Roderick. Aeon was layered over the passage realm, but with a physical form. Could she move as freely? Mel clenched her fists at her sides and focused. If she could travel across this realm as she had before, she could find the others. She could send messages and gather information without wasting travel time or risking anyone in their group. Her heart raced as she closed her eyes and envisioned Terran's face. He'd had dreams like hers. Garish had taken advantage of that and found him in Aeon. Had Terran discovered this? Had he already found his way into the dream realm? The air shimmered behind her eyelids. Colors burst around her, not visible, but tangible. She was moving. Mel's shoulders tensed as wind whipped around her, heating her skin and whistling in her ears. And then, everything went silent. Chapter 7. Aedra planted herself in the garden, her eyes tracing the late afternoon sunlight as it filtered through the lush green leaves. Weren't Mel and Roderick out here earlier? She hadn't seen them in hours. The air was heavy with the scent of dew and the earthy aroma of the soil beneath her feet. It grounded her now as it always did. As a child, she hadn't had the opportunity to enjoy nature, at least not within the enclave. The Balancers weren't like the Blessing Givers, allowing any members of the Order or even Masani to walk within their walls. The Balancer enclave was sealed up tight, one entrance and one exit, surrounded by stone walls with only a few trees planted along the paved streets. The only time Balancers interacted with the general population was when they deigned to leave their walls. Aedra had taken every opportunity she'd gotten, especially after she and Garish became friends. Once, she'd asked why they didn't knock the walls down. Why wouldn't they open up their enclave like their counterparts across the river? Her father had chuckled and given her a look that said, "Someday you'll understand." She didn't. Even now, the arguments she'd heard repeatedly from the mouths of her elders fell flat. Seeing the world's beauty is far too painful when you must bear the burden of darkness. The less beauty you witness, the less it will hurt when you see how easily one human could crush it. The burdens of our stewardship are too great to give up our privacy. Aedra wondered if it wasn't all flipped on its head. Since leaving the enclave, she'd found solace in friendship, hope in nature, and comfort in beautiful things. Though she wasn't meant for all that. When she left the enclave, she forsook her blessings and curse. Until last night, she hadn't thought of them in years. You will be blessed to be seen and loved. You will never want for food or shelter. Those had proved true, and she was grateful for them. The second blessing had especially brought comfort when she had to strike out on her own with Fina still in her belly. Darkness will abide in you, and you will be the final anchor. Her curse had made her insides twist when she was a child, even when her parents told her what it meant. Darkness. Of course. She was a Balancer and would fulfill her duty well. An anchor was something that held a ship steady. She would anchor their enclave, provide mooring as they fought for their place within the Order. It had been laughable years ago, and even more so now that the magic had been stripped. There was nothing to anchor, nothing to steady. The rest of the realm didn't understand how Balancers saw the world then, and try as she might, she still couldn't shake her outlook on life. She still kept to herself. Masani mistook this isolation and introversion to mean judgment, snobbery, even outright hatred, when they'd been able to see her charcoal eyes. In reality, their walls were there for survival. Her sight had been a burden. They'd been right about that. Seeing the darkness in every soul you came across took a toll, no matter how much you convinced yourself it was only one side of the coin. That burden would have been bearable had she been able to use it, but she'd never been given a stewardship. Using their magic for good, to bind to the goddess, was a transcendent experience, or so she'd heard. Instead, she carried her sight and found ways to use it to her own advantage, watching carefully, never leaving Fina with teachers who swirled with dark auras and avoiding the market stalls or vendors with the same. It was selfish, but it was survival. Now her sight was taken from her, and she didn't have to carry it any longer. Her blessings and curses had nothing to bind her to. Somehow, she didn't feel any lighter. Movement in the bushes sent Aedra's heart racing, and she jumped. Before she could call out, Mel came charging around the edge of the landscaping with Roderick in tow. Mel's eyes were wide, and Roderick looked like he'd barely woken up from a nap. "Where are the others?" Mel asked. "Inside." Aedra's pulse sped at the look on Mel's face. Something was wrong, but with such little context, Aedra hadn't the slightest clue what it could be. Had they been sleeping behind the hedges? Mel motioned for Aedra to follow them inside and quickly gathered the others. Everyone, including Fina, squeezed into the living area and found seats on the furniture and floor. Without meaning to, Aedra watched Brion from the corner of her eye, his strong features softened by the golden evening light filtering through the window. His lashes were so long they left shadows on his cheeks. Mel crossed her arms over her chest, and Roderick slipped a hand around her waist. She was trembling. "I entered Aeon," Mel stated, and the intake of breath around the room was audible. Paladin spoke first.
"How is that possible? Did you discover an elixir?"
Mel shook her head. "I think the dream world still exists, that it isn't tied to the magic in our realm. Since receiving my sight, I've gone there without the use of magic." Paladin nodded, his mind racing behind his eyes. "I was physically there," Mel continued. "Not just my mind, but my body." Brion spoke up.
"Were you completely there, or only partially?"
Mel blinked, and Brion exhaled.
"I know it sounds like a stupid question, but when I first saw Garish and Bella, they were—"
He pursed his lips, searching for his next words.
"Almost dreamlike. Then they solidified. I thought I was seeing things."
Mel shared a look with Paladin. He shook his head.
"Rael's body never left when she went there in the past, but so much has changed."
"The Dark Sister's magic was released. That's never happened before, so I doubt anyone would know what's possible now." It was Fina who spoke, and Aedra's mouth dropped open. She hadn't ever talked about Aeon, or the magic in general, with her daughter. "How do you know that?" Aedra asked. Every head turned toward her. Fina shrugged. "I talk with my friends, in class." Aedra nodded once, swallowing the lump in her throat. She wanted to tell her daughter that her classes weren't about the magic. She'd sent her to a Masani school in the hopes of her learning practical skills, not to study the order or anything they preached.
"She's right,"
Mel murmured. "I've never seen anything like it, and I didn't encounter anyone else in Aeon. I'm sure there are others like me, but who knows how long it will take for them to find their way between the realms." Paladin sat up straight.
"Terran."
Mel nodded. "Exactly. I hoped I'd find him there."
"You didn't?"
Paladin's jaw tensed. "Not in Aeon. I found him in Trill, and he was free of his cell." Relief danced over Paladin's face, but Mel held up a hand. "But others have taken his place." Paladin's jaw tensed.
"Is Rael?"
"Safe. They're working on it." All of this was giving Aedra whiplash. Mel had traveled through Aeon, and they had other friends working in Trill. Paladin and his friends had been working together on something before the magic disappeared. "One of your friends is in prison?" she asked. "One friend, and the leader of the Heralds." Mel slumped back in her seat. "The Heralds?" Fina's eyes grew wider than her breakfast plate that morning. "Why would your friend be working with the Heralds?" Brion ran a hand over his face. "Bella belongs to a lost bloodline. She killed my father and joined the Heralds, hoping to bring them down and protect the magic. Instead, she aided them in breaking Sidonai's bonds by forcing another man with mixed blood like Paladin's to draw deeply from the fount." Paladin, Mel, and Roderick stared for a moment. Then all nodded in agreement. Fina scoffed. "She did that, and you're calling her a friend?" Mel laughed out loud. "Exactly." Paladin gave a wan smile.
"Unfortunately, it's a bit more complicated than it seems."
Aedra gaped at the three of them, questions slamming one after another into her mind. They knew who broke Sidonai's bonds? This woman killed Brion's father? Brion's father had left him and the enclave? There were lost bloodlines? Ultimately, the only words out of her mouth were, "So, we're glad they're in prison?" Brion opened his mouth, then shut it again. Paladin's face twisted. Mel cocked her head to the side, and Roderick's lips drew into a line. "No," they all said in unison, and Fina burst out laughing. Are you joking? The leader of the heralds and the woman who killed your father to work with them are in prison, and you aren't happy about it? Brion exhaled. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as I thought. Paladin shot him a sideways glance, and the corner of his mouth curled. The thing is, I'm from a lost line too. Mel leaned against Roderick's side. What we've been taught isn't exactly true. Aedra's heart flared. Of course it's not. How could it be true if it led to this? She motioned around the room, intending to reference the realm as a whole, but realizing from the look on Paladin's face, the meaning had been lost. I'm only talking about myself, she clarified. Paladin nodded. I know. You're right. He steepled his fingers and leaned over his knees. All of us here went searching, either because we were forced to or because we chose it. I don't believe that's a coincidence. I don't believe that our paths crossing is a coincidence either. He met Aedra's gaze, and whatever had opened in her chest moments before compressed. Paladin focused on Mel. We can't do anything about it from here. They're both calculating and trained. We have to trust them. Trust Rael, Elora, and Jude to help. Elora? Fina's eyes narrowed. Elora Aberdoe? As in the ambassador? Paladin's eyes flicked to Aedra, asking her permission to answer the question. He wouldn't proceed if the answer was no. You're working with the ambassador? Aedra's voice raised in pitch, and her hand flew to her chest. I prefer to say she's working with us, Mel muttered. We hope, Roderick added under his breath. Aedra dragged her fingers through her hair. This is... She paced across the room and stared at the wall. Aedra. She dropped her hands to her sides. It was too much. First, bringing friends into her home who were working with both the enclaves and the heralds. Then, not telling her how deep this plot ran, and now, finding out that they were responsible for the magic being stripped from the realm? That the ambassador was involved? I think you should leave, Paladin. Mother! Fina cried out, her face flushed with anger. How can you say that? You barely talk about the enclaves, but when you do, it's to whine about how much change is needed there. I don't whine. Fina threw her arms in the air, ignoring her. And now, when our friends are risking everything to make that change happen, you're just going to kick them out? Stay behind? Our friends? Since when did Fina consider these four her friends? You don't understand what you're saying. Right, because I'm only 12. I never understand what I'm saying, do I? Fina's eyes grew glassy, and she turned away from her mother to stomp into the kitchen and out the back door. I'm not running away. I'm just getting some air. Brion stood and took a step forward, but Aedra shifted to stand in the doorway. Why are you doing this? Do you have some sick fascination with her because she technically has your family's blood? Aedra snapped, then instantly regretted her words. Hurt flashed in Brion's eyes. More like I understand her. And it seems like right now she's more willing to listen to someone who's not you. Aedra sank against the doorframe. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just... She sucked in a breath and ran her hands through her hair in frustration. Fina doesn't understand, and I thought we were safe here, but now I don't know where we'll be safe. Brion nodded. I don't think any of us are safe right now. Pressure built behind her eyes. I hate that she won't talk to me, and I know it's because I keep overreacting, but when she fights me on this, Aedra's voice broke, and she clamped her mouth shut, willing herself not to cry. Brion put a hand on her arm, then quickly pulled back, his brow furrowing. I can get Paladin. Maybe he'd be better. No, it's fine. I think she kind of worships you after what you did in town. Brion breathed a laugh, then padded past her into the hall. When she heard the kitchen door close, she slipped out of the room and braced herself against the counter as she worked to even out her breathing. Fina was sitting on the garden wall. If she thought the light had been golden in the living room, it was nothing compared to the golden rays of the now setting sun. Brion rolled up his sleeves as he walked back to sit next to her, and Aedra could see every line of muscle in his forearm, the outline of his chest under the loose fabric of his shirt. He scratched the beginnings of a beard on his jaw, and Aedra found it difficult to return her gaze to her daughter coming through the gate. What was this strange fascination with him? He was Matthias's brother, and no amount of delicious food or acts of kindness given out of guilt was going to change that. Aedra felt that steel wall drop closed around her heart. Even if he wasn't connected to the man who had ripped her life out from under her, Aedra wasn't capable of more than this. Attraction. Interest. She had to protect her daughter, and relying on anyone other than herself wasn't an option. Brion dropped onto the wall, and Fina crossed her arms over her chest. "What do you want?" she snapped. Brion shrugged. "I needed some air, too." Fina watched him out of the corner of her eye. It didn't take long for her to break the silence. "Because your friend is in prison?" "I don't really have many friends. I fell into this group, but I don't know anyone well." Fina's shoulders relaxed an inch. "Then why are you with them?" "Because I want to help." She turned, her face lighting up. "Exactly! That's what I'm trying to explain to my mother, but she won't listen." Brion chuckled. "I understand, but we both know your mother has her reasons for not going back to the enclaves. You wanted to help the other day, and that didn't turn out as you planned, did it?" Fina dropped her eyes and set her jaw. "Did she send you out here, then? To talk some sense into me?" Brion laughed. "Would it have worked?" Fina's lips twitched. "I thought not. And for the record, I think what you did was brave." She leaned back and dangled her feet against the stone. "It's hypocritical to say you want change and then do nothing about it." Brion nodded. "Do you think it's hypocritical to want change but not want to pay the price to get it?" Fina didn't look at him. When she didn't respond either, Brion continued. "Because it's a high price, Fina. My father already paid with his life." "You said that woman killed him." "She did, but she did it because my father wanted her to." Fina looked up, her brows furrowed. "He wanted her to kill him?" Brion nodded, his throat growing thick. He'd believed Bella when she told the story, but he still didn't want to accept it. How could his father have made that choice without considering his own flesh and blood? Or maybe that was exactly who he was considering. "My father wanted change. He lived in the enclave and even served as a steward in Aerith, but the more he fought, the more enemies he made." "So he had to leave?" Brion nodded. Fina turned toward him. "How old were you?" 9, a few years younger than you." "And you didn't understand?" Fina's face softened, looking so angelic in the golden light, Brion wanted to weep. He was younger than Fina when Ryman had left. How could he have understood? "I don't want any of you to die." Fina dropped her eyes back to the ground. "I think your mother feels the same, especially about you." Fina scoffed. "She thinks I'm weak." "Why would she?" "Because of this." Fina pounded a fist to her heart. "I have a condition in my heart and lungs." Brion's throat constricted. "What kind of condition?" Fina scoffed. "Probably a curse, because of my mixed blood." "Do you believe that?" Brion kept his voice even. He'd spoken with plenty of members of the Order who didn't believe they'd ever be worthy of passage. It was always hard to watch. Even harder to see self-hatred flicker over a face this young. "No." Fina's voice wobbled. "Good." They sat in silence a moment, and then Brion added, "It seems reasonable that your mother would be worried, since she loves you." Fina's eyes glistened as she bobbed her head. "But why worry about staying alive if this is the state of the realm? What if the cost of not fighting for change is higher?" Brion did his best to keep his expression even, but didn't fully succeed. This girl was whip-smart. Family. He couldn't help but feel a swell of pride quickly replaced by oily guilt. He glanced up and spotted Aedra watching them from the kitchen window. Their eyes locked, and Aedra held his gaze. He pressed his fingers tighter against the stone and turned back to Fina. Your mother is strong, and just because someone isn't marching to the front lines of a battle doesn't mean they aren't fighting. Fina nodded and wiped a tear from her cheek. What does it mean? Which it are you talking about? Fina cracked a smile. The magic being gone. Not that it affects me much. I wouldn't have received passage anyway. What are you talking about? Brion wanted to tip her chin up, but wondered if he'd scare her. Not to mention Aedra watching through the window. He'd only known her a day, though it felt like longer than that. Fina motioned toward the house without looking up. I'm like him. Mixed blood. The people the enclave say are a danger to the magic. What magic? Brion nudged her and she laughed. He sighed and leaned back on the wall. I left the enclave to search. Not because anyone forced me to, but because I needed to find answers to why my father left. Who he was. You missed him? There wasn't really anything to miss, but I missed the idea of him. I missed who I thought I'd be if I knew who he was. If he loved me. Brion couldn't believe the words coming out of his mouth. He hadn't shared this with anyone. And now, here he was, bearing his soul to a 12-year-old girl who he'd just found out was his niece. A veil of darkness layered over his heart as his brother's face appeared in his mind's eye. Of course he loved you. Fina looked up, her jaw set. Parents can't help but love their children. Brion raised an eyebrow, and the corner of Fina's lips curved before she caught it. Well, I never heard it from him, but I like that idea. And to answer your question, after everything I read of my father's work, I discovered one thing that made me feel a little bit better. What was it? Brion smiled. That he didn't understand the magic either. Fina rolled her eyes, and Brion laughed. No, it's a good thing. He was convinced we didn't have to understand it for it to work for our good. So maybe we don't have to understand this either. Maybe we just have to do our best. Fina stared up at the glowing horizon and pondered this. What if my best is different than my mother's? Brion sighed. Now, that's a question I think you and your mother will have to answer together. She won't listen. If I don't agree with her, she won't consider my point of view. Brion nodded. That might be true. Sometimes it's hard to imagine that someone so fresh to this world could have more knowledge than we who've been here for ages. Fina's face lit up. What if I've lived longer? Hundreds of lives, and you and my mother are only on your first. Something about her words struck Brion squarely in the chest. That was it. What he sensed from her. A wisdom beyond her years. Even though he couldn't see her aura, he could tell there was more to Fina than met the eye. Brion forced a smile to his face and nodded toward the house. I'm sure she's worried about you, especially since you've been talking to me. He made a face, and Fina only laughed harder. She dropped from the wall and swung her braid over her shoulder. Fina took a few steps, then turned back. If she won't let me go, will you come back? Visit us? Yes, Brion answered instantly. A smile split Fina's face, and she turned and raced inside. Brion exhaled and turned back to the last seconds of sunset as the kitchen door slammed closed. Should he have committed to that? Probably not. But he did feel a strange connection with the child. Here he'd lived in the enclave surrounded by people who were supposed to be like family. And yet, in a few weeks he already felt more connected to these strangers. He'd never known his father, had tried desperately to be loved by a mother who had nothing to give, and treated like an annoyance by his only sibling. It had been so normal. He'd never thought about how lonely he was. But watching this group, watching Aedra and Fina, made it glaringly obvious what he'd been missing. The door creaked, and his head snapped back toward the house. Aedra walked toward him. Chapter 8. Garish gasped, his lungs desperate for air as he awoke with a start. The smell of stale sweat, mingled with the acrid odor of mold and old urine, singed his nostrils. His fingers felt along the stone floor beneath him, but everything else was shrouded in blackness. Panic surged through him like a tidal wave, and he rolled, barely holding back the contents of his stomach. Where was Bella?
Why couldn't he see? And where was Bella?
Garrosh! Bella's voice quavered nearby, but not close enough that he could pretend they were in the same space. There was a barrier between them, and that made Garrosh's insides ignite.
Bella, are you hurt?
He scrambled to push himself upright. No, I'm fine.
Are you alone?
He stood and put his arms out in front of him, taking small steps until his hand finally made contact with the wall. I think so. My eyes don't seem to be working well.
Thank the goddess,
Garrosh muttered. He moved toward her voice and jolted when his hands felt a gap in the wall. He pushed forward only to hit cold metal. Bars. He was in a cell, which meant Bella was most likely in the one next to him.
We're locked in cells, Bella.
He blinked, willing his eyes to work. It might only have been his imagination, but he could have sworn light was beginning to appear in the middle of his field of vision. They drugged us, Bella spit. That's why we can't see. I can still smell it. Something sweet. Garrosh racked his brain, trying to remember how they'd ended up here. They'd entered the basement through the lower window. They'd taken out the guards and run down the hall. His memories seemed to slip from that point onward. He moved with small steps to the side, forming a mental picture of the cell. It only took 6 steps for him to reach the next corner, then 15 to reach the back wall. This cell was no larger than a horse stall. The stone walls were slick with moisture, and a slow drip from the ceiling created a rhythmic echo that would get old fast. Garrosh dropped to his knees and felt along the floor. A thin layer of straw and dirt wasn't enough to soften the harsh surface of the stone beneath it. Garrosh's breath caught, and he pulled his hand back as he felt a sharp sting. He pressed against the finger and felt warm blood oozing from his skin. Something had cut him. It hadn't only been his imagination. His vision was beginning to clear, and though it felt like his head was about to explode, he forced his eyes open to take in the pinprick of his surroundings. There's a torch, Bella whispered. I think I'm starting to see light. Garrosh tugged at the restraints that bit into his wrists, sweat beading along his brow as he fought to suppress the rising panic that threatened to consume him. He and Bella hadn't been separated since he'd gone into the woods back in Talmuth, and he hated it.
Can you reach anything with your feet?
He asked, his voice strained.
Is there anything in your cell we could use?
Bella hesitated, and then something scraped along the stone floor. There's a wooden handle on the floor, but I can't tell if it's useful. The pinprick of vision widened, and Garrosh searched the floor of his own cell. There. A piece of broken glass. No, a piece of broken mirror. The glass was painted black on one side. He pressed his cut finger against his slacks and lifted the glass. Not exactly helpful, but at least he could move it off the floor so he wouldn't hit it again. It's an old axe handle. I can see it now. Heavy footsteps echoed through the dark corridor, and Garrosh instinctively lowered into a crouch. Garrosh?
I hear it. How well can you see?
Not enough to fight well. Garrosh cursed under his breath. He wouldn't be able to fight well either, but he'd gladly take a chance with himself over Bella. The clank of metal and gruff voices grew louder until shadows danced on the wall outside their cells. There was a cold laugh, and then a man's voice snarled.
Look, she thinks she's going to head us off. I'll wager on that.
Another man laughed low in his throat. Where were they? Garrosh rushed forward and peered through the bars.
Ah, look who's come out to play.
Something dark whistled through the air, and Garrosh jumped back right before it connected with the bars in front of his face. The guards laughed, and Garrosh caught a bulbous nose and 2 beady dark eyes in front of him.
Don't worry. We won't leave you out. We'll make this fun for both of you.
The man sneered. Garrosh's bones felt like they'd been dipped in ice as the man moved back toward Bella's cell.
You're a coward, if you don't start with me first,
he growled. The guard laughed deep in his throat.
No, we're smart.
Bella hissed something as the metal bars creaked. Garrosh threw himself against the door to his cell.
Aw, if this is upsetting him and we've barely walked through the door.
The second guard purred, then cried out as he hit the floor.
Bitch,
the first guard spat. Garrosh's blood began to boil. He clenched his fists, his nails biting into his palms as he fought to keep a lid on his anger. Bella was strong, more capable than he was in a fight, But not if she couldn't see. Not if the guards had more weapons or tinctures up their sleeves. As the darkness faded to the edges of his vision, inky blackness frothed and bubbled up through his middle. "Touch her, and I will slaughter you," Garrosh rasped from his cell, the raw fury in his voice reverberating through the dank air. But what if I touch her here?" The guard spoke loud enough for his benefit, and then all he could hear were grunts and the scuffle of boots on stone. Bella gasped, and that was the final straw. The beast within Garrosh was unleashed, and he could no longer think beyond breaking through the door of his cell and getting to her. He hurled himself at the bars over and over again, the metal biting into his shoulder. He couldn't stop when his shoulder flared and pain reverberated through his side. He didn't stop when his arm went numb. Garrosh flew back again and again as the guard's cruel laughter and Bella's gasps echoed on the stone. Then, as he readied himself for another blow, he felt it. That hatred, roiling within him, solidified, spinning into something solid at the bottom of his gut. He knew that feeling. He'd carried it within him for years, and after Talmuth, after he'd forced Jude to hold the stone in his palm, it had disappeared. Garrosh dropped to the ground and searched for the shard of mirror he'd found earlier. When he saw it in the corner, he snatched it up and ripped open his shirt, then positioned the glass so he could see the skin of his chest. Impossible. The two concentric circles were there, faded and barely visible, but they were there. Garrosh dropped the glass and reached up. For that darkness that had once claimed him. He trembled as fear ripped through him. Before, it hadn't been possible for him to reach the fount without latching on to a channel created by a member of the Order. Now nobody in the realm had access to the magic. It didn't exist. It shouldn't exist for him either. And yet, that single point against his spine was just as tangible as the stone under his feet. As the blood flows. Was it possible? The tether had never left him? Or had his desperation accessed it? Had Sidoni seen his need and given it back? Bella cried out. The sound, pushing through despite her obvious attempts to stifle any sound of distress for his benefit, shredded through him like a meat slicer. Garrosh clawed for that darkness within him and drew it up through his pulse, his beating heart, then tore it from his throat and cast it in a torrent toward the cell next to him. Chapter 9. Aedra's heart felt like a hummingbird's wings. She forced herself to step down onto the garden path, her face flushed with embarrassment at being caught staring at Fina and Brion through the window. Brion didn't move, only watched her as she approached the wall where he sat. She stepped past him and sat where Fina had been moments before. She should thank him. Fina had walked into the kitchen and given her a hug, then retreated to their bedroom without another argument or complaint. She doubted this would be the end of their disagreement, but she couldn't pretend she wasn't relieved to avoid more conflict tonight. Brion shifted on the wall, and the scent of cedar and pine enveloped her, making her momentarily lose her train of thought. "You're an excellent mother," Brion said, and Aedra snorted. "You've been here for a day, and my daughter has yelled at me and run away twice. No wonder you're impressed." Brion raised an eyebrow and turned to look at her. A sign she thinks for herself. Aedra drew a breath and lifted her head to stare at the now darkened sky. "Goddess, I wish she could stop thinking for herself." Brion chuckled. "I can only imagine." Aedra lowered her head and turned to look at him. The light from the house made him into a silhouette. "Do you have children?" Brion's smile faded. "No, He drew a breath and turned to witness the last amber glow disappear over the horizon. "I've never had the opportunity." "But you want them? After seeing this?" His dark lashes looked even longer when illuminated by the lamps. "I've always wanted a family, but the truth is, it terrifies me." "As it should." Brion smiled and looked down at his hands. "Not for the reasons you think." Something swooped in Aedra's chest, like a feather, running along the inside of her ribs. She breathed past the thickening in her throat as words formed on the tip of her tongue. "Ask him." The question was close to escaping. What are your reasons? Why are you terrified? But before she could speak them, that wall lowered, sealing her in. Fina trusts you. That's hard for a person to come by.
A person?
Brion turned his head and fixed his gaze on her.
Or you?
Aedra shivered. It was suddenly both stiflingly hot and freezing cold. She jumped up from the wall. The others have decided to go to the ferry in the morning. They're readying their supplies to leave at first light. She was grateful for the deepening twilight as she turned, protecting her from whatever disappointment she knew was flashing in Brion's eyes, the same disappointment that rolled over her as she rushed back toward the kitchen door. The following day, Aedra pretended not to watch as Mel, Roderick, Paladin, and Brion prepared to leave for the docks. When she ran out of believable tasks in the kitchen, Brion had once again woken up, made breakfast, and cleaned up after himself. She walked out into the living area. "Is there anything else you need?" she asked. Paladin stood and pulled his pack over his shoulders.
"No, I think we're good. It's only a short trip, and then, hopefully, we'll find help at the enclave."
His lips pulled into a small smile, knowing exactly what she was thinking. She refrained from saying it again. "You're all going together, then?" Brion stood and lifted his pack.
"I'll be going across the river."
"Home." Aedra wished she had something to do with her hands.
"Something like that."
Brion lifted his pack onto his back just as Mel and Roderick entered the room.
"Ready?"
Roderick asked.
"Any luck?"
Paladin looked at Mel, but she shook her head. Aedra assumed they were talking about Aeon. She'd never experienced the dream world firsthand. Most of the time, she felt like she was an imposter with her charcoal eyes since she knew very little about what it meant to be a balancer. She didn't fit with members of the Order, but she didn't fit anywhere else either. She was starting to believe she was destined to be a stranger. Fina came in from the garden and stopped next to her mother. Aedra waited for her to grab a pack of her own and insist on going with them. She didn't. Fina stood there, not saying a word, and that made Aedra more nervous than if her daughter had stomped her feet and started yelling. Roderick lifted a hand and rubbed the base of Mel's neck. Aedra averted her eyes.
"Let's go then."
Paladin walked toward the front door, and the others followed. Aedra and Fina trailed until they were all standing in front of the house.
"I've missed you, Aedra."
Paladin pulled her into an embrace so tight, her shoulders almost gave in and relaxed. He dropped her and turned.
"And you, Fina, though you need to stop growing, or I won't be able to do this anymore."
Paladin bear-hugged her, lifting her off the ground as Fina giggled and kicked her feet. Aedra could barely handle the squeeze in her chest. Fina had never known what it felt like to have strong, masculine arms made only for her, but at least then she didn't have to feel hollowed out when those fatherly arms dropped forever. Fina's eyes were alive when Paladin set her on the ground, and Aedra clenched her jaw to keep tears from welling in her eyes. Mel nodded her head, and Roderick put out a hand. Aedra shook it. He winked.
"Thank you for taking us in. We're glad Paladin wasn't lying when he said he had friends."
Mel laughed under her breath, and Paladin shot him a sideways glance. They were close, these three. Aedra knew from experience how quickly people could grow close when necessity brought them together. Brion stepped forward, and Aedra's hand started to tingle. That same feather traced over her ribs, and she coughed to hide her discomfort. Brion opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Fina launched herself forward and knocked the air from his lungs. "Fina!" Aedra reached out to pull her back, but Brion waved her off.
"It's fine. I don't need to breathe,"
he wheezed. Aedra couldn't help but laugh, and Brion's dark eyes sparkled at the sound. She backed up a step and clenched her hands into fists. Fina finally unclasped her hands and gazed up at Brion. "Thank you for coming to our house. Remember your promise." Brion's eyes widened slightly as he glanced up at Aedra. "You promised her something?" she asked, iciness creeping into her tone. Brion's face dropped as he drew his first full breath.
"Fina asked me to come back and visit. I said I would. Only if that's all right with you, of course."
Aedra's mouth went dry. No, you should never come back and visit, and yes, Please, yes. Please come back. Please don't leave. Aedra bobbed her head once. Fina had asked him to come back? Paladin looked affronted. You don't want me to visit? Fina laughed. The invitation didn't surprise Aedra. Fina was a social butterfly and wanted everyone and their grandmother to stop by the house. What surprised her was that this invitation seemed rather specific. They waved their goodbyes, and Fina followed her mother down the hall and into the kitchen a few minutes later. Aedra had opened the stove and, with handfuls of old flyers, had begun scrubbing the inside walls with ashes. You're cleaning the stove? Again? Fina asked. It felt like a judgment, and Aedra didn't answer. Can I help? Aedra's heart pounded faster. Not only was her daughter not fighting with her, she was offering to help with a chore she despised. Aedra sat up, bringing a puff of ash with her that drifted to the kitchen floor. What is going on, Fina? Fina shrugged innocently. I'm offering to help. You hate cleaning the stove. You hate it too. And yesterday you told me you were going to go with them to the enclave whether I liked it or not. Aedra used the back of her hand to wipe the sweat beading up on her forehead. I changed my mind. Aedra stared at her. You changed your mind. Fina pulled out a chair and perched next to the table. Is there another chore I could help with? Why did you invite Brion to come back? Fina dropped her hands on her lap. Because he's nice. All of them are nice. Did you invite Mel? And Roderick? Fina's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Fina, if you think... A knock sounded at the door. Aedra dropped the paper and stood, holding out her hands until she could wipe them on a towel. She raced down the hall and peeked out. Connell, from the farm up the street. He was wearing a wide-brimmed hat as if he'd just been out in the gardens. She opened the door. Is everything okay? Connell sighed heavily. Maddie's been injured. A fight down at the mill. I wondered if you might have some oil we could borrow for the bruising. I plan to head to town tomorrow, but... Of course. Come in. Aedra flung the door wide. She strode back to the kitchen and pulled out the ointments. What's wrong? Fina asked. Aedra held up a hand. Maddie's been injured. A fight down at the mill. Connell was a blessing giver, and the whole township knew it. He had a stall at the market in town. She found the bottle she needed and rushed it to the door. Thank you, Aedra. I'll bring it right back. Aedra shook her head. Keep it as long as you need. Connell nodded in gratitude and stepped back onto the porch. He hesitated. Is Fina still attending her classes? Aedra nodded. We had friends in town. She'll go back tomorrow. Connell scratched his chin. It might be time to consider her staying home for a time, until things cool down. A lump formed in Aedra's throat. Maddie's been injured. Thank you, Connell. The man nodded and descended the steps. Aedra closed the door and leaned against it. She felt like a mouse bolting through the grass as hawks swooped down from the air above her. They weren't safe here. But could she risk going to the enclaves? The walls seemed to close in around her as the image of her father's face flashed through her throbbing head. If you choose to keep this bastard child, you'll be damning the entire realm. His face was mottled and purple as he screamed. It's a baby. It had no choice in who its father was, and I won't take its life because you believe it an aberration. I don't believe, I know. Aedra threw up her hands. How could it cause any problems if it's never consecrated? If we never teach it about the magic? You are deluded if you believe this child won't want to follow in your footsteps. That child will see your eyes and understand their birthright. I never want to follow you. Aedra shook like a leaf as her father glared at her. Get out. Her mother grabbed onto his arm. Niall, I said get out. You're not welcome in our home any longer if you refuse to live by the laws required by the Order of Ariadne. Mother? Fina's voice pulled her back to the present. Aedra looked down at her ash-streaked hands, then up into her daughter's face. The girl staring back at her was fierce and sure of herself. Aedra had been like that once, ready to take on the world. That girl had been literally beaten out of her, and the husk that remained was worn out and brittle. I don't think I'm strong enough, she whispered. It felt like a pathetic thing to admit to her own daughter, but there it was. She'd barely been able to weather the isolation and hurt on her own, but having to watch her daughter go through it? To see her family reject Fina instead of her? No, it would break her. But worrying every day that someone would find Fina on the street, or come after them, destroy their home, like that mob had done in town. This would never stop, unless they found a way to bring peace to the enclaves and the leaders working in Aerith. Members of the Order would continue to be persecuted. Aedra had run from the enclaves to prevent Fina from being judged by the Order. Now, she would be judged by Masani just as harshly. Fina ran forward and wrapped her arms around Aedra's waist. "You're the strongest person I know." Aedra swiped at the tears dropping onto her cheeks. "It might hurt, Fina. My family, they might not be who you want them to be." They wouldn't be. Of that Aedra was certain. "They made you. That's all I've ever needed from them." Aedra squeezed her eyes shut and prayed to the goddess that was true. Chapter 10. The world seemed to blur around Brion as he stood next to the others in line for the ferry, the scent of briny seawater and decaying fish assaulting his nostrils. Was the smell this bad down south? The docks here were teeming with people, each hoping to reach the inner city of Aerith, desperate enough to stand here for half the day as they had. He doubted it would be the sanctuary they hoped for. With both the prophet and the magic gone, what motivation would the minister have to consult the enclaves? Their world would be remade, and Brion had to help Paladin make sure the Balancers maintained a place in the new order. Regardless of whether they had sight, every consecrated member of the order had committed themselves to serve the people of the Passage Realm. Wouldn't those be the leaders the people would want? The leaders they would need? The sun dipped low over the horizon, casting a fiery glow on the churning waters of the sea. A man jostled Brion as he pushed his way forward. Mothers clutched their children close, their eyes wide with fear. An old man leaned on his gnarled cane, muttering prayers to the goddess under his breath. He hated that he had to leave Fina. After only a couple of days, he'd grown attached to the girl. She'd asked him to come back, and he would. He would make sure she was taken care of and knew at least a part of the family she hailed from. Give her something to be proud of. Brion tightened his grip on the pack he carried. They'd been waiting in line for what felt like an eternity, barely inching closer to the boat with every passing minute. What was taking so long? Any of these people could be members of either enclave, Brion realized, though he doubted it. They looked too hardened, almost feral. Blessing givers had more decorum, and that realization gave him pause. His father had written about the disparity between Masani and members of the order in one of the notebooks back at the cottage. Was there some basis to it? Did blessing givers hold themselves in higher esteem despite their commitments to serve the realm? Something feels off. Paladin's voice was low. The men, gatekeeping the docks. They wear the cloaks of the Balancers. Why would Balancers be here north of Trill? Mel asked. Exactly. Paladin drew a deep breath. Balancers go where they're told. Their posts and stewardship. They do not wander freely like the blessing givers. Which means someone gave them an assignment, Brion concluded. Paladin nodded, his face grim. Who would have the authority to assign Balancers here, and why would they do so? When the prophet died, the ambassador and the consular surely would have expected chaos. Perhaps this was a preventative measure. Paladin's jaw worked. Perhaps. Cries rose up from the front of the crowd, and the men in Balancer cloaks formed a line across the gateway to the docks. All ferries have been moored. Only official travelers with orders from the minister will be allowed to pass. A cacophony of angry voices erupted around them, and the crowd tightened, some people moving away from the men and others pressing closer. I'm transporting goods, a woman shouted. My family and I are separated, a man called over the din. The men held firm, removing their cloaks to reveal knives and daggers on their hips as another line of guards fell into formation behind them. Goddess, Mel hissed. They were prepared for this. Roderick leaned to the side, inspecting the watercraft past the docks.
There are plenty of boats, and the ride into Aerith proper can't be more than an hour or so. There's no reason for them to refuse passage.
Unless they don't want people in Aerith, Mel mused.
I can think of 100 reasons why they wouldn't want people from the north in Aerith, but it doesn't give them the right to hold them off.
Roderick craned his neck to see over the farmers waiting in front of them. Mel lowered her voice. Roderick, we can't barge through that line. The group in front of them turned and pushed back toward the street, and Roderick charged forward with Mel in tow.
I'm a captain,
he called out, as the balancer in front of them moved to wave him off. He pushed closer to the blockade.
If you have boats, I offer my services to take passengers. The ferries are docked, except for official business. Move along, the man answered gruffly.
Brion rushed forward.
Then I meet your criteria. I'm traveling to Aerith on official business. These are my companions.
The guards exchanged skeptical glances, but Brion pressed on.
Alicia, the blessing giver who worked with the prophet. I have a meeting with her. She's waiting for me at the enclave.
This wasn't true, but it was an educated guess. Alicia worked directly with the minister on the prophet's behalf, and Brion had met with her before. She'd met with the consular, he was sure, which made it likely that at least one of these men had heard that name before. After the attack, she would have either gone to the minister or the enclaves, and his money was on the latter. The minister was most interested in maintaining his influence in Trill, knowing Aerith would always lean toward the enclaves when determining policy, and he wouldn't want to go to the ambassador and consular himself.
Alicia?
A balancer with a bar through the middle of his nose stepped forward.
What business do you have with her? We have been tasked with quelling the unrest within the enclaves and keeping the peace, he answered. Tasked by whom? The first man asked. By the minister himself.
Brion swallowed hard, holding the balancer's eyes. That was an outright lie. But how could the man verify it? He could feel the weight of their gazes as they assessed him.
Letting me leave would be in your best interest, Brion persisted. I need to speak with her to prevent any further conflict.
Roderick stepped up next to Brion.
As I said, I'd be happy to— No ferries are leaving this dock until I receive orders.
The balancer with the pierced nose folded his arms over his chest. Before Roderick could protest, the man's brow furrowed and his eyes locked onto something over their shoulders. Brion turned. A face in the crowd. Paladin.
The man was staring at Paladin. Oi!
The man called and beckoned for Paladin to come closer. A stone landed in Brion's stomach. Something feels off about this, he whispered to Mel, parroting Paladin's words from a few moments before. Is there a good reason for him to want to speak with him? Not a good one, Mel murmured. If he knew him at the enclave. The guard flicked his hand in the air, and two men without cloaks jumped into action at the back of the crowd. Brion opened his mouth, but Paladin turned away from them. Brion rushed forward on instinct. Paladin didn't see the men. He was moving away from the guards, but heading straight toward the other two.
Paladin!
Brion called out, as he pushed past the people still standing in confusion on the dock. He was getting closer. Paladin needed to stop moving, and— Paladin's head dropped as the first man rammed into him.
Stop!
Brion called out involuntarily as he ran forward and lunged at the spot where he'd last seen Paladin's head. He caught nothing but the edge of his shirt as Paladin was snatched up by one of the men. Aberration, the first guard hissed. The man was portly with streaks of gray in his dark hair. You're the one responsible for this mess.
Watch your tongue,
Brion panted as he pulled to a stop in front of them.
He's no traitor. You're a fool if you think he did anything but try to protect the magic.
Why wasn't Paladin fighting back? Yes, there were two of them, but— Bile rose in Brion's throat when he saw it. Blood, staining the side of Paladin's shirt. The second guard with a half-shaved head and eyes that were dull like riverstones barked a laugh and grabbed a fistful of Paladin's hair.
Protect. He ran from the laws of Ariadne, cowered and hid.
Paladin was bleeding. Had they stabbed him? He couldn't see the weapon.
Paladin's face pulled into a grimace as the first guard punched a knee into his back. "There's still a bounty for your return." Brion's pulse thudded in his ears. Though he didn't have much experience with hand-to-hand combat, he could start a fight with these men. Paladin was injured, but he had Roderick and Mel, and they were already rushing toward him. Adrenaline surged in his veins, and he clenched his fists. Just as he was about to launch himself at the second guard, a burst of movement caught his eye. "Brion!" A small girl's voice called, and Brion's heart dropped to his knees. He searched the crowd for Fina but couldn't find her. "Brion!" The shrill voice called again. Shouts and the clashing of steel echoed through the air behind him, but Brion couldn't turn. Fina. She was here. Did Aedra know she was here? There. Her dark hair popped up between a man and a woman shuffling their own children back toward the street. "Fina! Go back! You can't—" "Brion, move!" Mel shrieked, as she and Roderick barreled into him. Brion barely had time to turn his head to the side to find 6 men with weapons bearing down on them. "We have to—" "No time!" Roderick commanded. "We'll go after him. Just get off the dock." "Fina!" Brion raised his voice over the angry shouts and sounds of boots and bodies on the wooden boards beneath their feet. "She's here?" Mel looked aghast. Brion spotted the girl and bolted toward her, reaching down and scooping her out of the way of a falling crate of someone's belongings. "Fina, what are you doing here?" "What's going on?" Fina's eyes darted around them as Brion pulled her through the crowd. "Where's Paladin?" "Move!" Roderick barked, and the 3 of them dodged past the market stall on the corner. Brion pulled Fina along past the first shop and into the narrow alley that led into the brush next to the river. Fina fought against his grip. "Mother, I have to—" "Your mother's here?" Brion gripped her shoulders and pulled her to a stop. Fina nodded, her eyes welling with tears. Shouts echoed behind them, and then a woman's cry. "My cart! Please! They've taken it!" Brion pulled Fina behind a pile of mucked hay as Mel and Roderick flattened themselves against the dirt behind the tall grass. Brion's heart thumped like a hammer against an iron nail as footsteps padded against the dirt road. "Fina!" a voice hissed, and Fina launched herself out of Brion's arms. The shadows in Garish's cell coiled around him like serpents as one of the prison guards who had been in Bella's cell moments before appeared in front of his. "Open it." Garish's voice was low and dark. Spit had collected on the sides of the man's mouth, and he shook like a leaf. "I'll force you to do it if you won't." "I can't lift my—" The guard whimpered like a child, and Garish released his hold on him just enough to allow him movement of his arms. Garish didn't care that he was terrified, or that the pressure he held on the man's lungs barely allowed him to breathe. They'd threatened Bella, and they would pay. There was no sound in the hall besides the man's labored breathing and the clink of the key against his locked cell door. As soon as it clicked, Garish slammed the door open and clenched his fist until his nails drew blood. The first guard dropped to the ground behind him, and the dull thud from Bella's cell confirmed that the other 2 guards were down as well. He'd warned them, and they hadn't stopped. Bella flew from her cell, her shirt ripped and her face streaked with dirt and tears. She didn't say a word about the 2 dead men on the floor as she buried her face against his chest. Neither of them spoke. Garish stroked her hair as she worked to catch her breath. Finally, Bella's fingers traced against his skin, under his half-open shirt. "It's there, isn't it?" she whispered. Garish nodded once and kissed the top of her head. Bella's heart pounded as she stood against Garish in the hall. Fear gnawed at her, clawing its way through her thoughts. Garish was still tethered to the Dark Sister. He'd used her power to kill those men, and she was grateful. Only grateful. She shivered, the touch of the guard's hand still lingering on her skin. With a shaky breath, Bella looked up. The window. She rehearsed the path they'd taken when they first infiltrated the manor house. "I can't find it." Garish traced his thumb over her jaw. "And did they hurt you?" Bella nodded and pointed to her neck. She doubted there were bruises showing on her skin yet, but they'd be there tomorrow. "They're already dead," she whispered as Garish's eyes darkened. "I'd kill them a second time, if I could." Bella lifted up on her tiptoes and brushed her lips against his. "I know.
Thank you.
Their hearts pounded in unison as Garish's fingers trailed down her arm. He closed his hand over hers and pulled her further into the tunnel. They crept through the dimly lit corridors, and every moment over the past few hours blended together. Bella's mind swarmed like a hive of bees. She and Garish were safe now, but where were the others? Had they been taken captive? Sent somewhere else? Was Taryn still locked down here in a cell? In Talmuth, she had thought she knew what they needed to do next. But now, with the whole realm tipped on its head, the way forward was as murky as where the Idris River met the sea. There were guards at their stations as they approached the stairs, but Garish didn't hesitate. The men were frozen as they passed, and Bella understood what that meant. Garish held them with the Dark Sister's power. The power that had reawakened within him. The power that had never truly left, even though the mark had initially faded from his chest. He wasn't free. Garish was tethered to the Dark Sister, and even breaking her bonds wasn't enough to break his. Garish pushed through the door of the old storage room, and Bella ran to the window. She didn't have her crowbar, but she doubted it would take much to pop the window free since it had already been torn from its housing earlier this morning. She dug her fingertips around the worn wood, and the window gave way. Bella fell forward, but before she hit the wall, a figure fell through the gap and knocked her to the ground. Her tailbone slammed against the floor, but she didn't wait for the pain to subside before rolling and jumping into a defensive stance, sending the contents of a shelf skittering across the floor. Garish seized him with his power. A man with dark hair and a thin face writhed in front of her. It wasn't until she saw the scar puckering the skin of his cheek that Bella hissed, "Stop!" Garish let go of him, and the man gasped for breath. Remy? Remy pushed against the floor to lift himself to sitting and managed a weak smile. He was holding a knife, and Garish kicked it from his hand. Remy grunted and clutched his wrist. "I'm not here to hurt you. I came to help." Garish's voice was cold. "Forgive me if I need convincing, considering that you and Leanna ran in Talmuth." Remy had traveled with them into the northern mountains, but so had Leanna. They didn't know who they could trust in the current pot of political mixed stew. "You would have run, would you not, if you didn't have—" Remy glanced at Bella, and she raised an eyebrow. He swallowed hard. "I'm here because Leanna told me you were captured. I couldn't let that stand." "Why not?" Garish asked. Remy leaned against the shelf behind him and ran a hand over his grizzled face. "Because our work is going to the dogs." Garish's face softened slightly. They'd planned to travel to Aliern to talk with the heralds, but they hadn't made it yet. Had that been a mistake? Should they have gone there first and helped Taryn second? "The minister sent someone from Trill," Remy continued. "He offered our leadership a place with him. Malik is here in the city." "Malik?" Garish snapped. Bella frowned. Wouldn't he have gone back to Aliern, taken the leadership position he'd always yearned for? Remy nodded. "The minister hired him to kill the ambassador." What? Bella had heard him, but she couldn't believe the words. If the minister wanted Elora dead, had he already taken matters into his own hands? She'd walked into the manor house that morning with only Jude to protect her. He was strong, but without his magic he had no hope of holding off the number of guards in this place. "Did he already do it?" she asked. "Is the ambassador dead?" Remy shook his head. "No. They walked free this morning. Leanna said the minister wanted Malik to prove his worth." "Get a herald to kill the ambassador," Garish muttered. "The minister has always been good about farming out his dirty work." "He's weeding them out. All the other leaders who might have influence." Bella stretched out her neck and stared at the gaping hole where the window had been. It wasn't dark enough outside to hide them if they ran. "We need to leave." "Let me come with you." Remy scrambled to his feet. "No," Garish answered coldly, and motioned for Bella to move to the window. Remy gaped at him. "You're serious. I risked my life to come and help you." "I don't know that. If Leanna is working with the minister, perhaps you're here to help Malik." Garish ignored Remy's spluttering and dropped to one knee to give Bella a boost. "Even if that were true, I felt your power just now. The whole realm is without magic, but you still have it."
Bella looked down into Garish's face and lifted her boot onto his thigh. You can always kill him later. The corner of Garish's mouth twitched, and he squeezed her calf as she pushed up and launched herself into the courtyard. Chapter 11. Rael stood outside the city walls next to their coach, still packed with the belongings of the friends they'd traveled with, one of whom was currently being held in the prison they'd just pulled Taryn out of. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the barren woods as a bitter wind chilled her to the bone. Elora cradled Taryn's feverish body against her chest as Jude held her against his side. Taryn's shallow breaths rasped like the dry leaves beneath their boots. He'll be fine. He's just malnourished and dehydrated, Elora repeated for the third time that afternoon. Leeds and Bridget walked around from the back of the coach, carrying a blanket and another packet of the rations they'd purchased yesterday in Trill. Leeds handed Jude the food as Bridget knelt down on the ground in front of them and spread the blanket around Taryn. We need to move. Rael sat on a stump and pulled her cloak around her. Paladin was probably already in Aerith by now, with Mel and Roderick, and every part of her fought against the idea of them going to the Balancers. Bella and Garish were in the minister's prison, and based on the riots in the streets of Trill that afternoon, it wasn't only their lives that looked on the verge of collapse. What about Bella and Garish? Leeds asked. Rael pursed her lips. They'll need to take care of themselves. They know the goal, and I trust them. Jude frowned. Bella is one of the bloodlines. If they can't get out, they'll get out. Rael had seen Bella in action, and Garish was just as formidable. They would have to do this on their own. The Dark Sister knew their plan, and the longer they waited to reunite the stones, the more chance she had of working against them. Rael? Elora's voice shook, and Rael jumped up, rushing back to the coach. Leeds and Bridget followed. Rael's mouth dropped open as she saw her mother's arms empty. Where did Taryn go? He'd been close to sleep seconds before, and now he'd gotten up and left? Jude was already on his feet. He disappeared. Elora's hands shook. One moment he was there, and then his weight, it lifted, and... She couldn't finish her sentence. Rael stilled, her mind flashing back over the past few weeks. Taryn's dreams on the ship. Garish manipulating his mind. Bella moving through Aeon and taking them to where Garish had gone with her mother and Jude. How did she do it? Elora whispered, and Rael's eyes snapped to hers. Bella used her sight, somehow, Rael answered, knowing exactly the moment her mother was referring to. Elora and Jude had been trapped by Garish's dark power, and Rael, Bella, and her guards had appeared in front of her out of thin air. Could Aeon exist without the magic? Could Taryn be taken, without choosing to go? Elora's hand flew to her chest. I don't know. Her shoulders hunched, and Jude lifted the blanket, wrapping it around her. Rael had never seen her mother look weak. She'd never heard her admit that she didn't have an answer or that there was something unexplainable about their realm. I don't know anything anymore. Elora's brow pulled together, and Jude wrapped a burly arm around her, pulling her close. None of us know anything, Mother, but I'm supposed to know. I'm the ambassador, and I was supposed to protect us from this. Rael bit the inside of her cheek. She knew this feeling. The realization that every safe wall you'd built around yourself was crumbling down. You're right. You were. That was the job you were given by the Order, by the Prophet. Something cleared within Rael as she looked at her mother. You did what was asked of you. It wasn't enough. Rael reached out and took her hand. No, it wasn't. Rael? Jude hummed a warning low in his throat. Because it wasn't supposed to be, Rael finished. Elora looked up and met her gaze. Rael straightened. Taryn has to be an Aeon. It's the only explanation we have. She turned to Bridget. Do you know anything about it? Bridget shook her head. I see in this realm, not in dreams. Rael's heart sped. If Taryn was an Aeon, what could he see there? He was physically there, not only his mind, but his body. Would it be as sickly in that realm? A sudden gust of wind whipped through their makeshift camp, scattering dirt and debris and whipping against their cheeks. "Rael!" A voice lifted through the trees. Rael looked up to see Garish and Bella dashing through the underbrush. They were grimy and sweat-soaked, but safe. Alive. Rael laughed with relief. She wanted to ask details of how they'd escaped, but there wasn't time. Bella gripped Garish's arm and searched their small camp. "Where is your brother? Did he not escape?" Elora stepped forward. "He was here. We believe he went into Aeon." Bella sucked in a breath, and Rael's eyes narrowed. Bella had been the one to travel there first. Did she know more than she was sharing? "He's there. Fully?" Bella asked. Rael gestured to the empty trees around them. Where else could he have disappeared to? The crackle of branches sounded behind them, and the man who'd been traveling with Garish exploded into the camp, his face cherry red and glistening with sweat. "Remy?" Jude stepped in front of Elora, but Garish held up a hand. "You." Remy pointed between Bella and Garish. "You left me to scramble through the brush. I could barely make out which direction you went." "You ran from the inn. You were in the cottage with them," Rael accused. Remy ran his hands through his hair, tipping his head back to catch his breath. Why had Garish brought him here? Her chest tightened as her mind tried to make sense of all of this. Bella and Garish were safe, but were more people chasing after them? Would they be under attack by the minister's guards? Taryn was missing, and they needed to move. Rael growled in frustration. "We can't stand here, and there's nothing you can do," Bella cut in. "If Taryn's in Aeon, we can only wait until he comes back." Elora wrung her hands. "Someone should go in there after him. He won't be safe." Bella shook her head. "Taryn is connected to Aeon in a way we don't understand. The darkness doesn't touch him or Mel the same way it touches us." Elora gritted her teeth, and Rael exhaled in frustration. Why would Taryn go into Aeon now? How did he have the strength? "Here, there's something I need to show you." Bella left Garish to deal with Remy and whirled toward the back of the coach. She rummaged in the luggage compartment, and when she returned, she held out Ryman's copy of the Book of Ariadne. Rael forced herself to breathe as Bella flipped the pages, then stopped and began to read. The words of Emile, starting in verse 4. "And lo, behold the marvels of the ancient enchantment, where a mystical force, like tendrils of celestial light, would entwine with an earthly vessel. For when the ethereal essence did descend, it sought refuge within an object, seeking a cradle for its wondrous might. And as the magic tethered, its weight fell upon the bearer, pressing upon its earthly frame. Like forged metal, their material souls melded with her magic, forever marked by its presence. A fusion of magic and mortal, sealed in an eternal dance, and anchored to the indomitable physical life force. As the blood flows, it is bound." Bella looked up from the pages. "This section came to me in my cell. Proof that we are on the correct path. The magic isn't gone. Not completely." Rael nodded. "I believe you, but I wouldn't say it's proof." "But this is." Garish put out a hand, and Rael gasped as the air thickened around her skin. "I thought your magic was stripped like everyone else's." Garish nodded and released his power. "I thought so too." Garish pulled the golden stone from his pocket and handed it to Jude. Remy, barely breathing normally, gaped at Garish. "You're like them? And you have magical stones?" "I've always had magical stones." Garish smiled smugly, and Remy scoffed. Jude examined the stone in his palm. "You still have your power?" "As the blood flows," Bella murmured. "These stones hold our blood. It still flows within them." "Proof," Rael murmured. "All right, everyone stop." Remy moved to stand in the middle of their haphazard circle. "You mean to tell me, this whole time, you were both searching for these stones?" He stared at Garish, then turned to Rael and Elora. Rael's eyes narrowed. "Why are you here?" Remy looked at Garish, who gave a slight nod. "Because there's a plot to kill—" Before he could finish his sentence, the air around them fell flat. Rael's eyes snapped up, and she froze as the air glimmered behind Elora. "Taryn," Rael whispered under her breath. The others turned in time to see him reappear, slumped next to the coach as he had been when he disappeared. Elora whimpered and rushed to him, lifting his head. Taryn opened his eyes, looking more lucid than he'd been for hours. His voice trembled when he spoke. "Aeon, it's transformed." "How?" Bella crouched on the ground next to him, and Rael moved to stand next to them. She hadn't spent nearly the time in Aeon that Bella and Taryn had, but she was just as desperate to hear the answers Taryn held. "The darkness is gone. It's light and beautiful. I was there in my body, in full form." Elora laughed with relief. "You disappeared out of my arms." Taryn's eyes were wide. "I didn't mean to, but all of Aeon sits closer to our realm. I could see each of you, but I could still move freely." "What did you see?" Rael asked. "The minister's men. They're searching for us." Rael groaned. Of course they were. After they'd left with Taryn and then Garish and Bella escaped, he would be furious. "We can't stay here." Rael moved into the trees to untie the mule and hitch him to the coach. Bella stood and brushed off her knees. "We still don't know where the other stones are. Unless you know something I don't." Rael shivered. "No, we don't know anything." Jude slipped the amber stone into a pocket and buttoned it closed. "We're missing 2 stones. Rael nodded. "The Blessing Giver stone and the Balancer stone. Paladin is searching for the latter, and we must find the former. Without them, the indentations at the Taryn pool won't be filled." Elora's brows furrowed, deep in thought. "Of anyone in the enclave, I should know where the bloodstone lies, but I'd never even heard of its existence until your friends showed up." Rael's hand flew to her décolletage. "The necklace you gave me, for my consecration." Stavro had it with him when he and Elora ambushed them in the clearing on their way to Trill. She hadn't worn it, but it was buried safely in her trunk. Elora shook her head. "It's sentimental, but it holds no power that I know of." "It's too small and not the right shape," Rael murmured. Her mind returned to the Temple of Glass. There were artifacts in display boxes, hanging on the walls and tucked in drawers. Shamir would have known. She knew about the Taryn pool, and she'd sent Rael a letter so she'd be able to find it. Rael rushed to the luggage compartment and shifted her mother's belongings until she could open her own trunk. Shamir's letter was tucked in the pocket along the side, and she pulled it out. It was too dark to read, but Jude was there next to her, already pulling out a candle and lighting it. When the wick caught a spark, Jude held it up over the pages. Rael's heart twinged as she reread the words she'd nearly committed to memory. "I do not share to convince. You must ponder this and come to your own determination of the truth. But I gave your blessing, Rael. Your aura is like nothing I've seen before or since the day I held my hands around your cherubic cheeks. I believe you have a great work ahead of you, and need to be privy to all the information we hold, even the secrets." Even the secrets. Rael flipped it and looked at the map. What was she missing? She thought of finding Shamir on the steps of the dais, her tongue black, her eyes wild. "Abis. Yes, Shamir, I'll take care of your cat." Rael's stomach dropped to her knees. Abis. That had been Shamir's last word. "I saw him," Taryn called. "In Aeon." Rael blinked. "Saw who?" "Abis, Shamir's cat. You said his name just now." She'd spoken out loud. "You saw him in the dream world?" Taryn nodded, and tingles spread from the crown of Rael's head down her spine. Was he wearing his collar? Chapter 12. Aedra paced along the edge of the trees. Her almond eyes narrowed in frustration as she kicked a loose pebble into the strong current of the Idris River. They'd snuck down the bank, far enough that the guards on the dock wouldn't notice them. After she'd sent them in the opposite direction to follow a stolen coach, she knew they'd still be searching. The setting sun glinted off the water's surface, making everything sparkle. The golden hue over the bare bark of the trees nearly made her forget she'd left her home with her 12-year-old daughter to go to the enclave she'd promised never to return to. So stubborn, Aedra muttered, her black hair whipping around her face. Why would they take Paladin? He doesn't have any way to harm them, Fina spit. Mel cursed under her breath, then apologized when Fina's eyes went wide. We have to get to the enclave. Aedra barked a laugh. The Balancers would rather watch everything fall apart than admit they were wrong. Or, worse, cooperate with the Blessing Givers to find a solution. Fina picked up a rock and tossed it into the river. Well, you did tell me the Blessing Givers were— I know what I said. Aedra cut in, her eyes flicking to Brion. The life of an innocent man and the safety of the realm as we know it are two very different matters. She shot Fina a look, and thankfully her daughter understood. She'd rehearsed plenty of unsavory things about Blessing Givers over the years, but now with Brion standing next to them, she didn't want any of them repeated. Why did it matter that he was there? The Blessing Givers were what she thought they were. Proud, entitled. They cared only of themselves and took what they wanted, no matter who it hurt. But Brion wasn't like that, was he? Or was he also caring for himself, trying to absolve himself of the guilt he felt over his brother's actions, securing his own passage? Brion stepped forward, his dark eyes locked onto hers. They might not be willing to open discussions, but we will. We need to speak with the Blessing Givers. Alicia worked with the prophet, and she will hold sway with the minister. Aedra nodded. It was smart to talk to people within the enclave who would be listened to. Her throat grew thick, and she took in Fina, still attempting to skip rocks across the river. Why did you come, Aedra? Brion asked. Aedra's mouth went dry. Why had she come? Because nowhere is safe. I've begged for change within the enclave. Now there's an opportunity to fight for it. Something flickered in Brion's eyes, and Aedra dropped her gaze to the ground. What change do you seek? He asked. Humility, apology, acceptance. Words flooded her mind, but she didn't say any of them. Silence stretched between them until finally Fina appeared next to her and gripped Aedra's hand. It won't be good enough to talk to the Blessing Givers. The Balancers aren't going to wait to deal with Paladin if they're dead set on making him their scapegoat. Mel planted herself next to them, then turned and furrowed her brow. Where's Roderick? Aedra scanned the brush. When had she seen him last? Brion crossed his arms over his chest. He said he went to scout. Did you both not hear him? Mel's eyes flashed, and Brion took a step back. I'm sure you're right, but without Paladin, we have nobody else to bridge the gap between our enclaves. Going to the Blessing Givers is our best shot. Aedra's hands began to tingle. Paladin was on a boat heading toward the enclave. He'd already been gone for a half hour, and those guards weren't gentle. She couldn't stand here and pretend that her pain was more important than his. I'll do it. Aedra's words were barely audible over the rush of the river against the bank. I'll talk to my father at the enclave. He works with the consular, and I doubt he'll listen to me, but I'll do it. Brion drew a deep breath, his mind spinning. Aedra had good reason to keep Fina from the enclave, and now his confidence wavered. It was one thing to move forward with only his life to consider. Another thing entirely when he had Fina to worry about. Fina wrapped her arms around her mother. You won't have to do it alone. We'll all be there, me and Brion. Roderick and I will come with you, Fina. But Brion has to go to the Blessing Givers. Mel cut in. If she hadn't said something, Brion would have. As much as he hated that Paladin was in custody, he had a duty to fulfill. The ambassador had sent him in her place. Fina looked up in confusion, but it was Aedra's gaze that cut him to the core. The volume communicated in her dark eyes was one Brion had read before. She didn't have to ask if she was enough. Enough for her father, enough for her enclave, enough for anyone in this realm, because she'd already determined the answer. Her whole life had taught her that she wasn't. Brion had learned the same truth, even now that he'd been offered stewardship at the Temple of Glass. Though his enclave had never cast him out, there was still a piece of his soul missing, the piece that whispered he wasn't enough for even his own father to stay. Aedra was walking into the Balancer enclave knowing that this time wouldn't be any different. Her father wouldn't listen to her pleading, or worse, he'd blame her daughter the way the consular was set on blaming Paladin. Both of them were knowingly walking into serpents' dens. And why? For Paladin? They'd shown up on the docks before they knew he'd been arrested. No. They'd come out of hope. For change, like Aedra had just admitted. Her eyes were wide, but to her credit, Aedra didn't pull from Fina and run. The shadows under her eyes and Fina's pleading gaze crumbled the last of Brion's resolve. The whole realm might continue to prove Aedra right, but in this moment, he wouldn't. "I'll be there," he promised. "I'll go with you to the Balancer enclave, and then I must travel on to the Blessing Givers." Mel stalked past them and craned her neck to see past the thatched roof of the shop closest to them and into the street. Roderick should have returned by now. And where are our packs? She stalked to the tree where they'd set their things earlier and kicked at the grass. Nothing. What is... Brion trailed off, peering at the docks. The guards were agitated, their commotion audible even from this distance. Gulls scattered and lifted into the air, cawing overhead. Something's wrong. Mel set her jaw. It's Roderick. Move! Now! The guards have spotted me! Roderick's voice cut through the trees, and all four of them turned toward the river. Mel was the first to bolt when she saw Roderick floating toward them on a boat. She charged toward the Idris, not slowing down when her boots sloshed in the mud and marsh grass on the bank. Their packs were indeed gone. Had Roderick grabbed them? Brion didn't have time to think. He simply reached down and grabbed Fina's hand. "Can you hold tight?" Fina nodded, her eyes alight as Brion crouched down as he'd done the first time. "I'll help you through the grass, but you can't let go." Brion looked up at Aedra. She nodded once, and the two of them bolted toward the water. Fina didn't complain about the mud splashing up her pant legs or the grass and branches whipping against her bare arms. Mel was already ahead of them, waist deep in the Idris as Roderick's boat pulled closer. The boat was handcrafted, the panels sealed with pitch. Shaped like a canoe, but large enough for a small hold and cabin, a fishing vessel. Roderick paddled against the current with all his might, and it slowed him just enough that they might have a chance of jumping aboard. "Hurry up!" Mel shouted. The river didn't notice their predicament. It rushed on its path as Brion, Fina, and Aedra stepped into the relentless current. Brion had played on the banks of this river as a child, but he gave it up after Matthias threw him in once. He'd been swept downstream, choking and struggling to keep his head above water. A boat, much like this one, had helped him to shore. The force of the water fought against them, tugging at their legs with each step. Brion's muscles strained as he gripped Fina's arms and slogged through the surging river. The boat was still upstream, and Mel reached it first, grabbing onto the rope dangling over the side. She fought to pull herself up, and Roderick dropped the paddle, grabbing the rope and hoisting her to the ledge until she could throw an arm over, then a leg. Brion's heart pounded in his chest. "Hold on to me." He pulled Fina's arms around his waist, then motioned for Aedra to grip him from the other side. "I'll grab the rope, and the river will pull us along. Fina, once we're moving with the boat, you have to climb over me. Use my shoulders to climb the rope." "I don't think you have to, Fina," Aedra shouted over the roar of the river. Fina's eyes reddened, but she nodded, her teeth already chattering in the cold. It was about to get a lot colder. The boat approached, and Mel had picked up the paddle, leaving Roderick at the top of the rope. "Grab on!" he shouted, and with Fina and Aedra clinging to his waist, Brion lunged forward and stretched his arm out to grasp the rope. Their bodies knocked against the wooden panels and swayed in the tumultuous current. The rope bit against Brion's wet palms, but he held tight. "Go, Fina!" he gasped, and the girl didn't hesitate. She gripped his shoulders and dug her boots into his hips. Brion grunted and worked to slow his breathing. Aedra watched her daughter, shouting encouragement until Roderick had her hand, pulling her over the edge. "She's safe, she's safe," Aedra repeated, as water rushed over her chin. "Your turn." Brion lifted his right hand over his left, shifting the strain from one shoulder to the other. "I can't. I'll hurt you." Aedra's dark hair was plastered to the sides of her face. "Hurry up! We need to row!" Roderick called over the side. Brion looked up. The docks were still visible, and one of the ferries was pulling away from its mooring. "Go, Aedra. I promise you won't hurt me." "Brion, now, Aedra. Trust me." She clamped her mouth shut and began to climb. Brion pulled his knees to his chest, giving her a place for her boots to land. When she was on his shoulders, he relaxed his legs and focused on his grip. Aedra was heavier, but she was also taller. It shouldn't take long for Roderick to reach her hand. The pressure on his shoulders lessened, and Brion relaxed only to feel Aedra's boot connect with the side of his head. Lights burst across his vision, and then he was under the water. Darkness swirled around him and his lungs burned, sharpening his focus until he pushed upward to the surface. He didn't have a hold on the rope, but the boat was there next to him. "Brion!" Aedra screamed. Her legs still hung over the edge of the boat, but she was safe. Fina and Aedra were safe, and all he had to do was get on deck. The cold water numbed the throbbing in his head, and Brion's mind snapped back to that moment in the river as a kid. He couldn't panic. That was what the fisherman had yelled to him. Small movements, breathe, look for the steps at the back of the boat, and grab on. There was no guarantee this boat would be the same, but it was a chance he'd have to take. The boat was moving faster than he was, and he didn't have enough energy to swim and catch up to the rope. "Why is there a ladder on the back of the boat?" he'd asked the fisherman after he climbed aboard. "So I can get back on when I lose my rod and have to take a swim." Brion could almost hear the old man's guttural laugh. He kicked off his waterlogged boots and let them drop to the depths, then scissored his legs as hard as he could until his hands pressed against the hull. As the back of the boat approached, Brion surged forward and reached for anything he could grasp. A bar. He wrapped his hand around it. Roderick was already running along the deck, and Brion slammed his free hand against the wood panels. "Open it!" he shouted, his ears and nose burning with cold. "Open what?" Roderick called, but Brion barely heard him. "Open!" The panel dropped inward, and strong hands grasped Brion's wrist and hauled him forward. Roderick had to adjust his grip, but he caught Brion under his arms and pulled, falling backward as Brion's upper half landed roughly on the floor of the fish hold. Brion coughed at the stench and scrambled to pull his legs onto the boat. As soon as he lay sopping on the stained floor, Roderick stepped over him and closed the hatch, then yanked him to his feet. "A few steps up the deck. I don't think I'm strong enough to haul you up. I'm sorry. Then you need to get dry." Brion nodded and did his best to support his own weight. He couldn't feel his hands, arms, or feet, and his hair felt like it was solidifying into ice. "You said we need to row." "Yes, Mel is already working on that." Brion stumbled over the last step and stood on the deck. "You took our packs?" Roderick slapped him on the back. "It's a good thing I did, because you smell like rotting carcass. Change quickly, then grab a paddle. That will get your blood pumping." He pointed to the small cabin. Brion nodded and walked forward, his bare feet slapping on the deck. There wasn't a door to open, and when he stepped into the darkened space, he found Aedra pulling on a dry shirt. Any muddiness in his thoughts snapped into focus at the sight of her skin, the curve of her back as she stretched her arms, then dropped them and pulled the fabric over her hips. The fact that he was noticing her this way was almost more shocking than the frigid water of the Idris. Aedra was a balancer. Not that he didn't find her attractive, now that he considered it. He just hadn't thought about it. Aedra turned and froze, her eyes flashing. She looked him up and down, then stormed past without a word. Was she angry at him? He hadn't walked in on her on purpose, and with him sopping like a drowned cat, she had to recognize that. A balancer, he reminded himself. There were plenty of reasons besides the law that he would never get involved with one. They were dark souls, full of angst. He had enough of that in his life already. Brion dropped and searched for his pack. He found it next to hers, then ripped off his soaked clothes and dropped them in a pile on the floor. He pulled on a dry shirt and slacks, lamenting the fact that he didn't pack extra boots, and charged onto the deck. "Pull!" Roderick called repeatedly in an even rhythm. He and Mel sat on opposite sides of the boat, the ends of their paddles swinging in circles as they pushed the boat faster than the current. Brion strode to Mel and motioned for her to leave her seat. She didn't argue. Once Brion was in place, he nodded at Roderick. His already raw hands tightly gripped the wooden handle as Roderick resumed his calls, and they propelled the boat downstream with desperate strokes. Each pull of the oars sent a jolt of strain through Brion's arms, the muscles burning with the effort. But there was no time for rest or respite. They had to pull far enough ahead that the ferry behind them couldn't catch them. Ferries weren't made for speed, and this fishing boat was a smaller, more agile vessel. It shouldn't take long for them to gain an edge.
As they settled into a rhythm, Brion felt his body melding with the boat, becoming an extension of the wood and pitch. The regular splashes of the oars and the scrape of the handle against the rivet became a steady heartbeat, a metronome, driving them forward. Brion's body hummed with exertion, and it was then that his thoughts returned to the look Aedra had given him. He'd gotten them aboard safely, by clinging to a rope while they climbed to the deck. He'd helped Fina reach the boat in the first place, yet her stare had been withering. "Pull!" Fatigue gnawed at Brion's limbs, but he forced himself to push the handle forward and drag the oar through the rushing water. Push and pull. Push and pull. "I can't see them, Roderick," Mel called. "We've pulled ahead far enough. Take a break." Brion dropped the handle and slumped over his knees, wiping moisture from his forehead with the back of his hand. Water? Sweat? He had no idea which. The last glow of sunset hovered on the horizon, and without Roderick's calls, the only sound was that of water lapping at the hull. "I never thought I'd see the day," Mel exclaimed behind him. Brion lifted his head. "My husband, the captain of a—" "You're mocking me? I borrowed a boat and got us passage to Aerith, and you're laughing at me?" Roderick scoffed. "Stole," Mel corrected, raising an eyebrow. "And you said you'd never be caught dead captaining a ferry, Mel. Goddess." Mel chortled and ran across the deck. It looked as if she was about to jump up and wrap her legs around Roderick's waist, but at the last second, noticed his exhaustion and thought better of it. "I love you, Rod. Oh, captain of my seas, thank you for saving us." Fina watched the whole display from the bow of the ship where she sat next to her mother. Aedra curled her knees up to her chest as she held a cloak around them and stared at the river ahead. "That's better," Roderick murmured, and tugged Mel close. He snuck in one kiss before she recoiled. "Ugh, you smell like rotting fish!" Brion lifted his hand and sniffed. "Disgusting." Roderick caught his eye and motioned for Brion to follow him to the cabin. Someone had lit 2 oil lamps and hung them on either side of the door. "I've got soap. We can fill a bucket and wash up." Roderick reached into his pack and found the bar. "I'll prepare something for us to eat," Mel offered, and Roderick slapped her hip as he passed. Brion, even in his exhausted state, was envious. He wanted that. Exactly what they had, though his chances of finding it seemed to be lowering by the day. After taking leave, he no longer felt like an exemplary member of the enclave, though nobody back home knew that yet. He couldn't go back and pretend none of this had ever happened, and if he could, the enclave as he knew it was dead. If he couldn't build a relationship while the realm was stable, how could he possibly do so now? "We'll have to row again when we come into port at the enclave," Roderick explained as he stalked toward the bow of the ship. "Shouldn't be too hard. The river widens there and the current slows, though I doubt the balancers will be happy to see us." Roderick stopped and tossed a wooden bucket over the edge, holding on to the thin rope attached to the handle. He pulled it up full of water, dipped the bar of soap into it, then stripped off his shirt and began scrubbing his arms. "You did good out there. How did you know there would be an opening at the back of the ship?" "Memory from childhood. I once climbed aboard a boat like this," Brion answered as he unbuttoned his shirt. Aedra still sat in the same position on the deck, and his body moved around her like a planet orbiting the sun. Even when he wasn't facing her, he could sense where she was, her energy, or lack thereof, radiating toward him. His skin prickled from the cold as he pulled his arms from his sleeves. Roderick finished and rinsed, then handed Brion the pad of soap. "I'll go help Mel. Hey, Fina," he called. "Want to help us fix supper?" Fina hopped up from next to Aedra and nodded. Her face split into a smile at the sight of Brion, and she mouthed something to him. Brion frowned and she pointed to Aedra, giving him a look, then ran after Roderick. If she was trying to tell him Aedra was upset, he'd figured that out already. Brion lathered up his arms and chest. From what he could tell, that was the source of the worst smell, though he was hardly a good judge at this point. His clothes had mysteriously disappeared from the floor in the cabin. He assumed Mel had something to do with that. He had half a mind to wash them and lay them out to dry, but since he'd be home tomorrow, there wasn't any point. He'd have plenty of clean clothes and a place to put his laundry. A warm meal. The thought almost fought off the chill. Brion rinsed off and forced himself to stand and let the cold breeze dry his skin before putting on his shirt. He set the soap on the deck and dumped the water over the side. There was barely enough light to make out Aedra's face, but at the sound of the bucket scraping on the rail, she turned and looked at him. Brion pretended not to notice as he set the bucket down. When he straightened, she was again staring off over the river. He should say something. Ask her if she was warm enough. Something had happened when she was climbing up the side of the boat. She'd slipped, or... Realization crashed into him as he bent to pick up his shirt. Of course. That was why she was angry. She'd slipped climbing up the side, and he'd let go. He hadn't kept her safe like he promised. Even if she wasn't a balancer, that was something to be upset about. "Aedra, are you hurt?" he asked. "No, I'm fine," she answered too quickly. Brion pressed his fingers together to try and force more blood to circulate so he could push the buttons through the holes in his shirt. He tried twice on the lowest button and failed. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you literally hanging." He folded his arms and tucked his hands under them for warmth. "Something surprised me and—" "Surprised you?" Aedra stood up, clutching her cloak. "My boot swung into the side of your face." She inspected his left cheekbone, the opposite side of his still tender skin healing from his burns. Now his face was a symmetrical mess. "You slipped, and I should have been ready for it. I'm sorry." Brion pulled out his hands and tried to secure the button a third time, but it kept slipping out from between his numb fingertips. Aedra moved closer and slapped his hands out of the way, then grabbed the edges of his shirt. Her hair was still damp, and heat from her body spread over his skin. His awareness of her was unexpected, unwelcome. She was a member of the Order and the mother of a girl who happened to be a member of his family. That was all. "You're apologizing because you didn't keep hold of the rope? After I kicked you in the head?" she snapped, moving to the next button. Brion frowned. That was exactly what he was apologizing for, but he didn't know why she was angry about it. "I told you I'd keep you and Fina safe, and—" "You said I wouldn't hurt you." Aedra grasped his shirt in her fists and glared up at him. "I told you I couldn't climb up on your shoulders because I'd hurt you, and you told me I wouldn't. You told me to trust you, and then you fell and you disappeared under the water." She sucked in a ragged breath, her eyes wide and glassy. Her knuckles grazed his stomach, and liquid heat flared through his midsection. She was upset because she'd hurt him. The intensity of her emotions and the crash from his own adrenaline rush left him reeling. She was so close. He could kiss her. He could grip her waist and pull her flesh against his body. Goddess, what was happening? His breath caught at the intensity of his thoughts and barely succeeded at holding his arms still at his sides. Had it been that long since he'd been with a woman that even standing this close to one would set him off like this? Embarrassing. Still, she wasn't angry because he'd slipped. She was angry at herself for sending him under the water. She'd been scared, which meant she at least saw him as someone worth pulling from the Idris. "I'm sorry, and I'm serious about helping with Fina." Aedra pulled on his shirt and wrapped her arms around him, pressing her cheek against his chest. She was hugging him. It only took him a second to absorb this and react, wrapping his arms around her. Was this allowable? He'd never heard of blessing givers and balancers embracing. Well, not counting the last few weeks where his entire world had turned upside down. It seemed Rael and Paladin embraced often. His cheeks flushed at the thought, and his mind again screamed. Aedra was hugging him. Her breath came in quick bursts, whispering against his skin. He needed to do something now before this went too far. Had he somehow given her the wrong impression? He hadn't meant to. "Aedra, I appreciate your concern, but—" Aedra pushed back. He let go as she wiped her nose with the back of her hand and deftly finished the buttons on his shirt. Brion tried again. "Aedra, if I somehow gave you the idea that I wanted more than—" Aedra's eyes snapped to his with such intensity he swallowed his words, then continued in a rush. "You're a balancer. I'm a blessing giver. I want to help with Fina, but—" She scurried back and wrapped her arms around herself. "I didn't get the wrong idea. I was trying to help." Brion blinked. "I didn't mean—" Her eyes flashed. "You've made yourself perfectly clear." She spun on her heel.
and stalked away, then dropped back to the lower deck. Chapter 13. The moon shimmered on the river's surface, its silvery light casting a serene glow over the small port next to the enclave. Aedra and Mel crouched at the railing as the two men rowed them closer to shore.
"I've never docked here before, so keep your heads up," Roderick announced.
The swift waters had calmed as Roderick predicted, and Fina fell asleep in the cabin after they'd eaten a supper of cured meat and biscuits. Thank the goddess for Mel and Roderick's supply run yesterday, and that Roderick had thought to keep their packs dry. Aedra leaned against the wooden planks and couldn't stop her eyes from drifting toward Brion. He rowed methodically, breathing deeply as his whole body moved in synchrony with the paddle in his hands. Her skin buzzed at the memory of her cheek against his bare chest. His skin chilled and his strong arms tight around her shoulders. How humiliating. What had come over her? When had she started having feelings, and how had she been so unaware of them? Yes, he was kind, and Fina already adored him. That was dangerous in and of itself. Brion felt responsibility now. But what about when he was back at his enclave, when he resumed his position there? She highly doubted he'd be back to talk with a 12-year-old girl he barely knew, even if she was of his own blood. She hadn't forgotten who he was. Matthias's younger brother. Aedra shivered and closed her eyes to keep from staring and focused instead on the rhythmic sound of lapping water against the skiff. "I can't believe we made it," Mel murmured, peeking over the rail. They didn't know what they'd encounter when they reached port, but based on the reception at the docks earlier, they doubted it would be friendly. Aedra nodded at Roderick. "Thanks to your husband. And and to Brion." Mel's cheeks colored, and she again turned to glance toward the enclave. Had they seen her embrace Brion earlier? The light was low, and they'd been inside the cabin. Had Fina seen them? Why had she done that? "Tell me about the enclave." Mel slumped down to sit on the deck, and Aedra followed suit. They had at least 10 minutes before drawing close enough to assess whether they were in danger or not. "I can't speak to it now. I was so young when I saw it last." Aedra picked at a sliver sticking up at the end of one of the deck boards. "Then tell me about growing up there. I grew up outside of Trill, Masani. I knew nothing about life inside these walls." "Truthfully, I doubt you'd want to. The highlight of my week was going outside the enclave to the markets in Aerith." Mel smiled. "I loved market day too, though I was usually helping with a booth." "Selling?" Mel nodded and glanced at Roderick. "Did you know his father makes shoes?" "Still?" "Mm-hmm. Roderick planned to take over the family business. Before." Mel sighed. Aedra watched her face cloud over and wondered if she should push. She knew that look. Memories of dark times that etched themselves in your features without permission. "I had a stillborn child after we were married." Mel kept her voice low, and Aedra worked to keep her expression even. Mel had been pregnant? She delivered a stillborn child? I bet you can imagine how that went over within our community. Aedra knew exactly what would have happened. They'd be forced to split their union. Mel would be ostracized and condemned to a life of solitude. Roderick would have moved on. But here they were, still together. "I can guess, but it doesn't seem to have happened that way." Mel barked a laugh. "Oh, it did. And then the goddess brought us back together." Aedra's brow furrowed. Mel believed the goddess blessed their union? How is that possible? Mel smiled and shrugged her shoulders. "Don't ask me. Everything over the past month has convinced me that the realm I thought I knew doesn't exist." She pulled a small leather satchel out from under her shirt, still damp from the river. Mel opened it and pulled a stone that glittered green in the moonlight. "I wasn't Masani after all. I have magic in my blood, but never knew it." "One of the bloodlines," Aedra murmured. "I felt her." Mel's voice was hushed, and Aedra knew exactly who she spoke of. "I felt her light and warmth, and I know now that what my family did, what they taught me, wasn't complete, Aedra. The way we understand the goddess's book isn't whole." Aedra's throat grew thick. If only the Order believed that. Mel glanced up at Brion. Some do. More will, I'm sure of it. With time, perhaps.
Ho!
Roderick called, and Mel lifted back into her crouch. Aedra did the same and peered toward the shore. Brion and Roderick's paddle strokes carried them toward the Balancer enclave, the surface of the Idris dark beneath the sky painted in bruised hues. As the imposing walls loomed ahead of them, a shiver of apprehension snaked down Aedra's spine. Mel placed a hand on Aedra's shoulder. Fina's right, you know. You won't be alone in there. Aedra nodded, unable to form words. Her heart constricted as they pulled closer, and she searched the dock for any sign of movement. One guard. The man stood, looking startled as he noticed their approach. He looked up and down the path along the shore, then stalked forward onto the dock. Halt! He called out. Roderick stood. We apologize for the late arrival. We bring Aedra Dalran and Fina Dalran, daughter and granddaughter of Elder Dalran, advisor to the consular. Aedra had told him what to say, but hearing it from his mouth made her heart race. She hadn't used her last name since she left the enclave. She doubted Fina even remembered it. Aedra glanced back toward the cabin, hoping her daughter was still fast asleep. The guard hesitated. I must seek guidance before allowing you to port. I understand. We will pull up to the dock and stay aboard our vessel until our arrival is cleared. The man nodded, then ran back toward the wall. This was the risk they were taking, announcing themselves and giving the enclave plenty of time to retaliate if they wished. Their only saving grace was that there was no way for the people here to know they'd been traveling with Paladin. She hated that she'd allowed Roderick to announce Fina's presence, but that was their second bird in the bush. Her father had never seen her daughter. He and her mother would be curious and would hopefully let them all live long enough to at least see their granddaughter's face. Her father was dedicated to the law, but not a cruel man. It was a gamble, and she hated it. But it was either this or Paladin would die along with any hope of change within the enclave. Fina would never forgive her if she turned her back on either. Brion continued to paddle as Roderick called out instructions, preparing to hoist himself over the rail. Aedra ran to the rail and grabbed onto the rope. Throw it to me once I'm off, Roderick instructed. Aedra didn't comment on the fact that just moments before he'd promised to stay on their boat until cleared. Hopefully, the guard would see this as necessary to keep from destroying their dock, and not an outright lie. In one graceful motion, Roderick propelled himself into the air, his body soaring over the rail of the fishing boat. Time seemed to slow as he extended his legs and landed on the dock with a solid thud. Mel muttered something behind her as Aedra prepared to throw the rope. Now, Roderick called, stretching out his arms. With a flick of her wrist, Aedra sent the rope sailing through the air toward him. He snatched it out of the air and coiled it around his hand, pulling the boat closer to the dock before securing the rope tightly around a post protruding from the dock. Roderick had barely tied it off when male voices and the clomp of boots echoed across the harbor. His head snapped around, his eyes widening as he caught sight of the Balancer guard returning with several others. Where's Fina? Aedra searched the deck and found Brion already at the door to the cabin. Still sleeping, he hissed. Aedra's heart pounded in her chest as she clutched the cloak around herself and turned back to the dock. As the guards closed in, Roderick turned to face him. This will be his captain's voice. Mel folded her arms over her chest and watched as Roderick puffed out his chest. You will stop where you are and come no closer to my vessel. Aedra gaped as the guards did as he asked. Roderick continued. I have made our intentions known. Do you intend to allow us an audience with Elder Dalran? The guard that met them on the dock initially regarded Roderick warily. After a tense pause, he nodded slowly. You'll come with us. Relief washed over Aedra, though it shouldn't have. Going within the walls wasn't a guarantee they'd be safe, and if they weren't, it would be much harder to escape from inside. He's unbearable when he's like this, Mel murmured, staring at Roderick like he was a meal to be devoured. Aedra nearly laughed, until she saw Brion carrying Fina in his arms. Is she all right? Aedra rushed forward. Brion nodded. I tried to wake her, but she said she was too tired to walk. He carried both of their packs on his back. Aedra's heart twinged. She took off her cloak and wrapped it around Fina, then walked with them to the rail. There was no gate or plank to lower to the dock, but Roderick helped all of them to the dock as Mel jogged back to the cabin to retrieve her and Roderick's supplies. They followed the guards through the wall in silence. The city within was dark, but Aedra recognized the narrow, winding streets that snaked between the buildings. This was her childhood. She'd run along these cobbled stones playing hide-and-seek with her friends or rushing to class when she ate breakfast late. "It's a little claustrophobic," Brion murmured, his dark eyes filled with a mix of fascination and trepidation. Aedra laughed under her breath. It was ridiculous. Her walking with people she barely knew into the enclave she'd swore never to return to, standing next to a blessing giver who was carrying her daughter to see her estranged father. If someone told her this was in her future, she would have written them off as insane. "What's so funny?" Brion whispered, his lips curved into a half-smile. Aedra leaned in and kept her voice low. "I think I'm insane for coming back here." "Oh, you are. Definitely." He nudged her with his elbow and sent warm tingles down her side. Brion was a friend, no matter where he came from. At least she was convinced of that. She didn't have to do this alone. Grief washed over her as they navigated the labyrinthine streets. She both hated and loved that she knew where they were. They'd make a right, then a curve to the left, then finally a slight turn to the street that led to the consulate. This was her home, and it wasn't. She belonged, and she didn't, or hadn't been allowed to, and now this place wasn't hers like it should have been. Did she want it to be? Aedra couldn't decide. Before she knew it, the consulate loomed before them, its blackened spires cutting into the sky like jagged obsidian teeth. Fina lifted her head and motioned for Brion to set her down. "I can walk now." Brion nodded and set her feet on the stone, and she immediately reached out and took Aedra's hand. "Is this where your father lives?" Fina asked. "No, but it's where he serves. Our home is further up the street." Aedra pointed toward the next corner. Stone columns. A copper door turned green from moisture rising from the Idris. As they ascended the steps, the guard from the dock turned. "I will take you into the atrium, and you will wait there until I return. These men will keep you company." Roderick nodded, and Aedra lowered her head to Fina's ear. "Your grandfather was probably sleeping. I doubt he'll be happy about being awoken in the middle of the night." Fina nodded, looking too young in the moonlight. Aedra's ribs seemed to shrink, and her hand flew to her chest. Brion's hand brushed her arm. "She's old enough to see what's in front of her. She won't be fooled." "What if I want her to be?" Aedra exhaled and followed Fina toward the curved iron doors. She's dreamt of this her whole life. She's going to be disappointed. Brion didn't respond as they entered the dimly lit atrium. Aedra took in the grandeur of the place she'd seen so often as a child, but not in 13 years. The vaulted ceilings, the intricate carvings on the walls. The torches on the wall added an air of mystery, but even without their glow, the room was just as impressive as she remembered. They stood close together, surrounded by the guards, and waited. Aedra didn't dare say anything here, not when every guard was sure to hear her. They'd barely waited a few minutes when the whisper of voices hissed against the stone. The guards turned, then relaxed as two figures emerged from the hall. A woman floated across the floor in what had to be a dressing gown, the silver fabric cut low between her breasts and thin enough to leave little to the imagination. She spoke in hushed tones with a man dressed in leathers and a balancer cloak. When she saw their group, she looked up. Brion stiffened next to her just as the woman's mouth dropped open. "Alicia?" Brion murmured. The woman clapped her hands together and wove between the guards until she stood in front of them. Without warning, she threw out her arms and embraced Brion with a laugh. "Brion, what in the light are you doing here?" She stepped back, but her hands lingered on Brion's forearms and he didn't shake her off. "I could ask the same thing of you. I was on my way to meet with you at the enclave. I was there with our people until yesterday. The minister asked me to come here to discuss a matter of some urgency before returning to Trill." Her eyes trailed over his chest, then wound back up to his face. She finally dropped her arms, and Aedra found herself wanting to stand between them. That or take the cloak off Fina and throw it over Alicia's barely clad body.
I have urgent matters to discuss with you as well, directly from the ambassador herself.
Alicia's lip twitched, but she covered it with an easy smile. Perhaps this is a conversation best had later? In private? Alicia gestured to the guards and flicked a glance at Aedra and Fina. Mom, that hurts. Fina pried at Aedra's fingers on her shoulder, and Aedra released her grip. I'm sorry, she whispered. Alicia flashed a smile, then turned and swayed back in the direction she came. I'll find you tomorrow, Brion. We'll have plenty of time to discuss then. Aedra felt as if she'd swallowed a mule fly as Mel stepped up next to her. Brion, who was that? Mel's voice was unsteady. Alicia, he answered, keeping his voice low. The blessing giver who worked closely with the prophet. The one, I know her. Mel swallowed hard. Brion frowned as he watched Alicia disappear down the shadowed hall. Mel turned to Roderick. Remember my dreams on the ship? Roderick nodded and took a step closer. Mel's hand trembled as she spoke. That woman was at a seedy pub. She was beautiful, with her face half veiled. You didn't see her face? Brion asked. I saw half of it, the bottom half. And that woman's smile, her teeth? It's her. I'm positive. Chapter 14. Malik stalked through the trees, patting the throwing knives in his pocket. He hadn't used them in recent months, but he always practiced. It was his favorite way to pass the time between assignments, though none of the heralds had much downtime these days, especially not now that the minister had recognized their value. The heralds were his best source of information in the realm, and he'd been smart enough to figure that out. They'd hidden in the shadows for years, awaiting the day when Sidoni would return. And now, their patience was being rewarded. Remy wasn't as wise as the minister. Malik had seen the look in the man's eyes when they'd met together that afternoon with Lyanna. They'd all been shocked to learn of Garish's defection. Malik had been surprised, but not angry. With Garish in prison, his path toward leadership in this new order was made clear. The completion of this assignment would solidify his value to the minister, and Malik wouldn't botch it up. It had been a brilliant move to follow Remy, if he did say so himself. Troubling to see Garish and Bella emerging from the basement window of the manor house, though he should have expected nothing less. Even without his dark power, Garish was formidable. And if the stories about Bella were to be believed, she was every bit as much so. Still, to take out so many guards was impressive. Thankfully, they'd been so flustered by Remy's appearance they didn't notice him slinking in the shadows. Remy's tracks now were easier to follow than a wild boar. He'd slammed through the underbrush like a runaway coach, and Malik could see the flicker of a torch up ahead. He reached into his pocket and palmed the first knife. One shot at the ambassador was all Malik needed. Aedra exhaled. That woman? She was working with the heralds? Mel nodded. She promised to open the door of the temple in Trill, the one Terran used before. Mel stopped short of saying what happened next, but Aedra knew what she was referring to based on their conversation in her living room. Mel was asserting that Alicia aided the murder of the prophet, the man she'd vowed to protect and serve. But you're not sure? Brion clarified. Mel's lips drew into a tight line. I believe it's her. Aedra glanced up, but none of the guards seemed to be listening in on their conversation. She watched as Brion processed this accusation. Just moments before, he'd announced his plan to meet with Alicia, on official business from the ambassador herself. But Mel didn't seem like the type of person to throw around accusations. She seemed loyal and no nonsense. Based on Aedra's experiences, it wouldn't surprise her one bit to learn that leadership within the Blessing Giver enclave was corrupt. Selfishly, she'd be thrilled to learn the woman who'd thrown herself at Brion was one of them. Aedra's cheeks colored at the thought. How old was she? 12? Fina squeezed her hand, and Brion opened his mouth to speak, then froze when the guard emerged from the hall and pointed at their group. Follow me, please. Aedra's pulse raced as the guards parted to let them through, and then her mind settled on Fina and Paladin. Keep her safe. Get him out. Those were her goals. If they survived the night, she could focus on fishing for answers about the enclave and the people currently in it. None of them spoke as the guard led them down the hall and around a corner toward a set of carved wooden doors. The study. This was where her father had spent most of his time when she was a child. But did he still? She hadn't even considered the idea that he would no longer be working with the consular, but it was a distinct possibility. Were her parents still alive? Her thoughts spiraled as the twin doors creaked open, revealing the opulent room filled with rich tapestries, towering bookcases, and a large oak table set in the center. A man with dark skin and black hair streaked silver at his temples stood before them. Still alive.
"Come in,"
her father commanded, his tone clipped and formal. Aedra hesitated for a moment before entering the room, taking comfort that Brion stood behind her. Not that he could do anything to help at the moment. Elder Dalron inspected them closely, the only indication that he recognized his daughter being that he took special care not to look at her. His eyes lingered a second too long on Fina, who stood at her side.
"You've roused me from my bed for some purpose, I assume?"
"We came to meet with the consular," Roderick answered.
"He isn't available,"
Elder Dalron answered.
"You'll meet with me."
Aedra stepped forward, holding Fina close. "Father."
"You will refer to me by my title,"
he snapped, and Aedra's shoulders stiffened. She swallowed hard and started again. "Elder Dalron, you have a prisoner here, brought from the docks at Trill this afternoon, who we believe to be wrongly accused." Her voice was steady, and she silently applauded herself. Elder Dalron's eyes narrowed as he listened.
"You claim to know this man? A fugitive, who spat upon the laws of our order, and who caused the exorcism of our magic?"
"There are more variables at work," Aedra explained, keeping her voice calm. Her father hated arguments that relied on emotion and not evidence. "We ask that you spare his life until morning, when we can discuss—"
"Enough!"
her father snapped, silencing her with an icy glare.
"The consular does not take public opinion into account in the sentencing of prisoners."
Aedra turned and moved across the room, leaving Fina purposefully alone in the center of it. Fina took the hint. "Hello, grandfather." This took Elder Dalron aback. He was silent a moment, and Aedra let the words settle in. She inspected the spines of books on his shelf, then moved on to a display case that held a dagger, polished to perfection.
"Is there anything else?"
her father asked, his tone dripping with disdain. Aedra bit her lip, knowing that pushing him further would be futile. Her eyes dropped below the dagger and landed upon a medallion, displayed on a satin pillow between the bookcases. The stone, inky black, was set in gold carved with intricate swirls, and Aedra momentarily forgot her father's question. "I came to see you," Fina answered, and Aedra spun to face her daughter. "No, there is nothing else," Aedra answered. Fina turned to her, then rushed forward into her mother's arms. "Thank you for your time." Elder Dalron motioned for the guard to open the doors, and Aedra released the breath she'd been holding. He wasn't going to harm them. He hadn't acknowledged them as family in any way, but they were safe for now. Aedra held Fina tight against her chest. They needed to go. She needed to push Fina forward and follow the guard back into the hall. But something itched the back of her mind. Aedra turned back to the amulet and reached out, brushing her finger against the cold stone. A pure bolt of energy shot through her, and she gasped, yanking her hand away. She felt as if she'd run up against a brick wall and stumbled back. Fina stood like a statue, her arms still curved as if holding her mother's waist. The air was suddenly thick and dead, as if the room had been smothered by a thick blanket. Aedra scanned the room and found her father frozen, his face pulled into a scowl. Brion and Roderick both stood eerily still, and even the flames of the torches were suspended, their dances halted and unnerving. This was wrong, unnatural. She reached out and touched Fina, finding her daughter's skin was still warm. "Mel," Aedra whispered, realizing hers was the only body not in the room. "Mel!" she called again, with no answer. Aedra's heart thundered in her chest as her fingertips still tingled. What was that? She stared at the medallion still sitting innocently on the pillow. It felt like 100 lightning bolts had struck her at once, their electric tendrils twining with her skin and bones. Had she done this? Had she touched the stone and caused something in their realm to break? The dead silence was suffocating, and Aedra's mind raced, frantic thoughts colliding with one another. She stared at her father, then rushed to Brion and put a hand on his cool cheek, her chest tightening with each breath. What had she done? Her heart had been filled with anger and hatred when she entered the enclave, and that feeling had only magnified at the sight of her father, at the sound of his voice, at the recognition that he had no intention of anything akin to reconciliation. She'd touched the medallion, and seemingly the whole realm had slowed to nothing. What had she done? The world shimmered around Mel, and she found herself standing in a lush meadow, dotted with vibrant wildflowers. Her breath hitched as she looked around, taking in the rolling hills and the distant mountains framing the horizon. Aeon. These colors, this landscape, it wasn't a part of the Passage realm. Moments before, she'd been standing in a study next to Aedra listening to her arrogant father snipe at them. Now, she was in Aeon? But how? She hadn't been touching the earth, and she certainly hadn't fallen asleep. She moved forward, her feet pressing into the soft ground. Before she could parse out why, her legs began to move faster until she was running, flying over the hills. Mel! A familiar voice streaked across her awareness, and she willed herself to stop. Colors swirled around her until she thought she might be sick. She dropped to her hands and knees and waited for the world around her to still. Mel? She looked up, and her face split into a smile. Terran jogged forward, his youthful face lighting up at the sight of her. He looked thin, almost gaunt. Goddess, what happened to you? Mel murmured, her heart pounding in her chest. Nice to see you too. Mel snorted and stood, then pulled him into a hug. Did you go on a hunger strike in prison? Out of principle. Terran pushed away from her. How are we here? No idea. Were you dragged here like I was? Terran nodded. My mother was bundling me in 1,000 blankets in the coach, and then... He snapped his fingers. Mel nodded. I was at the Balancer's enclave. You made it. More or less. Paladin took your place in the cell block, unfortunately. Terran let out a curse, and Mel clicked her tongue. Don't make me wash your mouth out with soap. Terran rolled his eyes. Paladin's really in trouble? Mel nodded. The Balancers are blaming him for the loss of the magic. You have to tell Rael and your mother. They won't listen to us. Terran nodded and slumped to the ground, leaning against a gorgeous oak tree. Rael thinks she knows where the Blessing Giver bloodstone is. Mel's eyes widened. You waited until now to tell me this? Terran threw out his hands. This is a bit discombobulating. Fair. Though, you're growing up based on that vocabulary. I expect you to look beyond pretty, shiny things in the future. Now, explain. Rael's looking for her cat. Her cat? It took her a moment, but when realization hit, Mel's midsection opened up as if her insides had been scooped out. Rael's cat. Abis. The one she'd left in Vivier at the inn. His collar. It was inset with stones. Terran nodded. She thinks that's it? But it's broken. Rael's convinced. Shamir told her to care for him. She didn't put it together until now. The sky flickered above them, and Mel blinked. I need to go back. If the Balancers see that I'm gone, you don't have the ambassador hovering over you. I already disappeared once today. You were in Aeon then, too? Terran nodded. I fell asleep. Mel shook her head. We have to find our way back. If we're going to keep ending up here, we have to figure out how to control it. You think that's possible? Terran jumped up from the grass and they walked forward. I don't know. It's one thing to drop here when I'm sleeping. Another to end up here fully awake, Terran finished. In the middle of a meeting with someone who wants your friends dead. Mel closed her eyes and envisioned the room she'd been in before she'd appeared here. Her feet pushed through the lush grass and into the earth until it swallowed her whole, dropping her back in a layered version of the consulate building. "This is where you were?" Taryn asked, wandering through the scene in front of them. "Why is everyone standing still?" Mel frowned. They were. All of them. Frozen with their bodies and faces mid-movement. Is it a trick of Aeon? Showing us a piece of the passage realm, but not all of it? "I've never seen something like this before," Taryn murmured. "A few days ago, I hadn't seen anything like that before." Mel pointed above them at the explosion of color and texture they'd just left. Suddenly, the dull and lifeless room around them seemed to light on fire. Color erupted around them as if the walls and ceiling had been doused with iridescent paint. The air crackled, and energy coursed through the soles of Mel's feet and up through every cell in her body. "What's happening?" Taryn gasped. Mel couldn't answer. She could only reach for Taryn's hand and hold tight. Every hair on Aedra's neck and arms stood on end as the world heaved around her. Her arms flew out as she tried to steady herself against the bookshelf, but it was as if gravity itself had abandoned her. The floor beneath her feet warped and bent, and the walls rippled. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the room around her snapped into focus. Aedra was still in the study, disoriented and lightheaded. She blinked to clear her head and stumbled back from the bookshelf. She was in the study, wasn't she? The wood on the shelves gleamed, and the torches flickered brighter. Fina moved to her side and wrapped her arm around her waist, and Aedra sighed with relief. They were safe. Whatever had happened, Fina was here and the two of them were still together. Aedra looked up and found Mel standing next to Roderick. Her father put his hands on the table in front of him. Aedra's arm tightened around Fina as he lifted his head to look at the two of them. Brion's body shifted ever so slightly into the path of her father's glare. Aedra held her breath, waiting for the inevitable cutting words. But they never came. Her father drew a breath, released it, and then smiled. "Father?" Aedra ventured, her voice wavering with uncertainty. He laughed, slow and deep, and put his arms out toward them. "Aedra, why are you all the way across the room? I haven't seen this incredible daughter of yours in ages." Fina dropped her arms from Aedra's waist and ran toward her grandfather, skirting the table and jumping into his arms. Horror twisted in Aedra's gut. He was going to harm her. This was a trick. He would... Her father wrapped his arms around Fina, twirled her, then placed her feet back on the tiled floor. He tucked a tendril of Fina's hair behind her ear. "Did you have a good trip with your mother?" Fina nodded, her eyes sparkling. "We saw the north of Aerith and traveled down the Idris." Aedra's face screwed up in confusion. A trip? This interaction felt like a macabre joke. Did Fina know his question was sarcastic? Cruel, even? She shook her head, trying to reconcile the frozen world from moments before with the reality in front of her. Was she dreaming? Had the amulet transported her into a different version of her reality? Aedra ran to the bookshelf and saw the swirling stone held in its golden setting still lying there on its satin pillow. She drew a deep breath, then reached out a finger and touched it. Nothing. "What is this place?" Aedra whispered. "Aedra, are you all right?" Roderick asked, noticing the confused look on her face. "Yes?" Aedra whirled, hiding the amulet behind her. Roderick narrowed his eyes, but nothing in his expression gave any hint that he'd witnessed what she had. But then Mel turned. Her eyes were wide and alert, focused like a bird of prey. Her piercing gaze darted from Roderick to Brion, then landed on Aedra. Mel stilled as she took in Aedra's expression, then her chin tipped as she exhaled. Mel recognized it, just as Aedra had. Whatever had happened in this room, they'd experienced it together, at least part of it. Where had Mel disappeared to, and how had she returned? Aedra cleared her throat. "Father, our friend—" "I've already sent for his release. Please, trouble yourself no more over the matter. All of you will be my guests." He leaned down and tapped Fina's nose. "Friends of my daughter and granddaughter are friends of mine. You'll stay for the convergence celebration, won't you?" Fina clapped her hands and hopped on her feet as if her grandfather's words had made her revert into a younger version of herself. Can we stay, Mother? An icy knot formed in Aedra's stomach. This was wrong. It was all wrong. And yet, staring at her daughter, Aedra couldn't bring herself to say anything but, "Of course." Writings of Ryman Legolas, Steward. On the first day of Convergence, we honor the Day of Shadows, a day devoted to Ebonstar. This was once a solemn day where we dressed in dark attire, symbolizing the depth of the universe and the mysteries it holds, the dark side of our magic. A day of silence, meditation, and introspection, contemplating the darkness within ourselves and the world around us. Now, we treat it as nothing more than a reason to wear black. Chapter 15. When the knock came on Aedra's door, she jumped up from the bed to answer. Her father had taken all of them next door to the guest house, reserved for dignitaries and usually the minister himself. The curtains in this room alone were worth more than her entire house in Stockholm Parish. Aedra flung open the door and Mel rushed in. "What the hell is happening?" Aedra put a finger to her lips, motioning to the other room where Fina slept. "Sorry," Mel whispered. "What the hell is happening?" Aedra dropped onto the plush mattress of her gilded bed. "I can't make sense of it. One moment I was standing in that room with my father shooting daggers at us, and then he was inviting us to the Convergence celebration. Paladin's in the room above us, free as a bird." Aedra sat up. "You spoke to him?" Mel's expression soured. "He doesn't remember." "What do you mean he doesn't remember? He doesn't know what happened at the docks?" "Oh, no, he remembers perfectly, but he believes it was a massive misunderstanding. I mentioned his mixed blood and he looked at me like I sprouted a second head." Paladin didn't remember his mixed blood? Aedra's heart jumped into her throat. I peppered him with questions, had to make up some story about me playing a Convergence game. And his whole version of reality is skewed. Anything that comes close to the magic. She shook her head and whistled. "It's gone. Completely out of his head." Aedra sucked in a breath. The magic had been stripped from the realm and now their memory was being erased? But not everyone's memory, only those who had frozen in that room. Why were we awake? Her words were barely audible to her own ears. Mel draped herself over a velvet chaise. "That is the question, isn't it?" The women stared at the wall. No answers came to Aedra's mind as she backtracked through the events of the evening. Her father had all but ignored her and Fina when they first arrived, which was to be expected. Better than expected, actually. Something to be grateful for. Their conversation had become tense, and she'd walked across the room and reached out a hand. Movement caught her eye and she glanced down. Mel had pulled something from her pocket. A stunning emerald stone. She flipped it between her fingers, running her thumb over the beveled edges. "I felt something," Aedra murmured. Mel's fingers tightened over the stone. "I felt something when I touched the amulet in the study, and then the world stopped. Do you think—" Mel's lips pursed as she sat up and met Aedra's eyes. "What did you feel?" Aedra's hands began to tremble. "I don't know. It was energy. It made the hairs on my arm raise." Mel got a faraway look in her eyes, and Aedra could see the wheels turning in her head. Was it possible that the amulet she touched, sitting in plain sight in the display case, could be linked to the magic? "We tried to activate the stones, and they don't seem to work like that. Even if it was a bloodstone, I don't think it could have caused that. Rael believes the stones have to work together." Aedra leaned in. "But if it is a stone, could that be why we weren't asleep?" She pointed to the stone in Mel's hand. "You were holding that. I was touching the amulet. Nobody else in our party has a stone, do they?" Mel's pupils widened. "No, but—" Her shoulders slumped. "Neither does Terran." "What does Terran have to do with all this?" "I saw him. When the world went still, he and I were both pulled into Aeon. Mel squeezed her eyes shut and pinched the bridge of her nose. Aedra's brow furrowed at this revelation. She shivered as an icy finger seemed to trail down her spine. Could there be more realms like that? Like Aeon? Aedra nodded. She had felt something when she touched the amulet. A week ago, she would have laughed in her own face if someone had told her that a stone could transport her to another realm. But now? She wasn't sure what to believe. She and Fina were here together. The phrase didn't bring nearly the comfort it had in the study. Were they? The Fina she'd seen there with her father hadn't been the same daughter she'd walked with through the darkened streets of Aerith. Mel dropped her feet to the floor and slipped the stone back into her pocket. Let's sleep on it. Talk more in the morning? Aedra nodded, her head buzzing. She nearly jumped out of her skin when another knock came at the door. She jumped up and pulled on the heavy handle, and as it creaked open, her breath caught in her throat. Brion stood too close, leaning on the doorframe. Is Fina asleep? The rich timbre of his voice vibrated over each of her vertebrae. He was unshaven by a few days. Had she noticed that earlier? And the way he was looking at her, like he didn't remember anything about what he'd said to her aboard the fishing boat. She swallowed hard and stepped back. Yes, Mel and I'm exhausted. Long day. Mel made a presentation of yawning before slipping between the two of them to pad down the dimly lit hallway. Brion didn't move, just cocked his head to the side as the corner of his mouth curled. I thought you might want some company. You seemed upset after meeting with the consular. Aedra crossed her arms over her chest, a protective barrier against the warm look in his eye and the scent of cedar and pine. You're not happy about being invited to stay? For the celebration? Brion asked, his eyes never leaving hers. He dropped his arm, and Aedra hurried forward, forcing him back into the hall. She closed the door behind them. Of course I'm happy. Fina's thrilled. Aedra forced a smile onto her lips as the memories of her past twirled through her like smoke. The sound of her father's cutlery scraping against his plate at breakfast, her mother's tinkling laughter, the smell of apples when they picked them for solstice. All of it threatened to swallow her whole. Can we walk? She took a step before Brion answered. Aedra led Brion past the ornate tapestries depicting legends of old, different than she remembered. The flickering torchlight stretched their shadows down the hall as Aedra focused on the feel of the cold stone beneath her feet and the steady rhythm of her breath. The Convergence is probably my favorite celebration. Better than equinox or solstice, don't you think? Brion asked. Aedra let out a small puff of breath through her nostrils and nodded. Brion reached out and gripped her elbow, pulling her to a stop. Every sensation in her body stilled. His fingers seemed to brand her skin. You don't agree. Is that it? Brion quirked an eyebrow, and his face transformed with a brilliant smile. You can tell me, Aedra. I won't give up your secret. Aedra's heart picked up speed. What was he doing? Brion radiated new energy as if he'd left the shadows clinging to them as they'd stepped off that skiff and onto the cobbled streets of the enclave. What didn't he remember? Her chest tightened, and she tugged her arm out of his grip. It's not that I don't enjoy the celebration. It just wasn't festive for me growing up, so this feels... She couldn't think of the right word. Strange? Odd? That didn't sum it up. All of this felt wrong, like there was something oily clinging to the underbelly of this rich and vibrant world they dropped into. For years, she'd wished for this exact moment, staying with her parents, having her father welcome both her and Fina with open arms. It was as if, in those brief seconds in the study, everything terrible in her life had been scrubbed clean, as if she was living in another realm entirely. It wasn't real, and recognizing that was unsettling. It felt even worse to want it. Aedra picked up her pace to keep Brion from seeing her face. Brion frowned. You didn't celebrate the Convergence as a child? I find that hard to believe. I thought everyone in the realm held the festival for 3 days. Tell me about your celebration. She needed to figure out what Brion remembered about the realm. Mel had talked with Paladin, and anything close to the magic seemed to be erased. Was it the same with Brion? His eyes danced as he remembered. We lit rings of colored fire on the hills. There was music and dancing, a feast at midnight. Sweet rice was my favorite. As a boy, it felt a little bit like magic. Aedra swallowed hard, ignoring how that last word twisted in her belly. My father never would have let me dance. It led to lascivious behavior and improper relationships. After ending up pregnant without having danced a second in her life, she wanted to throw that precautionary pronouncement back in his face. Well, it sounds like he'll be open to it tomorrow night. Aedra laughed out loud. I won't be dancing, but I look forward to seeing the rest of you show off your skills. The idea of dancing in the Balancer enclave nearly made her snort. It wasn't that children weren't allowed to have fun, but they all knew any lightheartedness would disappear the moment they began their training. Learning to access the fount as a balancer wasn't light and joy like the blessing givers described it. It took immense concentration. Sobriety, as her father had said 1,000 times. Tomorrow was the day of shadows. Perhaps that was perfectly appropriate. Growing up, everything within the enclave reflected shadows. Dull, muted, low, hushed voices. It was no wonder youth like Paladin turned their noses at consecration. But Aedra hadn't been like them. She'd seen the beauty woven within the stern glances and closed lips. There was still warmth, a love of people and the goddess. Aedra had plenty of memories of sitting around the fire reading with her parents, studying scripture, or putting together puzzles with her father. Balancers were no strangers to sacrifice. They knew their place within the magic, and wore the mantle. What else do you remember? Aedra asked. Brion slowed. About the celebration? She shook her head. No, about growing up. Did he remember being separated from the rest of Aerith? He'd lived at the enclave, so he must have some story about that. Did he remember Matthias? They turned the corner and approached the stairs that would lead them down to the sitting and dining room. Brion pushed his hands into his pockets and stopped next to the banister. My father left when I was young, and my mother never fully recovered. They were good people. He exhaled and leaned against the post behind him. I know what you have to be thinking. How could good people raise a man like Matthias? I do my best with Fina, but she makes her own decisions. She shouldn't judge them, but she couldn't quite help it. Brion frowned. Matthias always did his own thing. It wasn't that we disliked each other, more that we didn't have much of a relationship. I wish he would have introduced us while he was still alive. Introduced? It felt like a shard of glass had wedged itself between her ribs. What was he talking about? Brion, look, I know you loved him, and I hate that he died so young and left you and Fina alone. Aedra clamped her hand down on the railing as the hall seemed to swirl around her. Aedra, are you? Brion grabbed onto her hips to steady her. She closed her eyes until the world stopped spinning. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. He thought she loved Matthias? Why would he believe she loved Matthias? Remind me where you grew up? Aedra asked, swallowing the lump forming in her throat. Across the river. Idris West. Not the enclave. Not with the blessing givers. Every piece of information Aedra had collected about Brion and the others began to fade like a puff of smoke. It was as Mel said. Anything in their history that related to the magic was gone. And without the enclaves? Without the enclaves, what would the passage realm look like? Everything that had threatened her happiness came from the division within the order, starting with Matthias in that alley on her consecration day. If he'd never been emboldened by his place within the realm, would it have happened? Why did your father leave? She asked, working to keep her voice even. Brion shrugged. Nobody knows for sure. I found his cottage. It seemed he was a bit of a nomad, a historian. He traveled around learning about the realm. He dropped his hands and leaned on the banister. Why are you asking me this? You must know from Matthias. He didn't talk about his family, she snapped. This couldn't be happening. She wanted to scream at Brion in this empty hall. I didn't love your arrogant, disgusting brother. She'd already had everything taken from her, and now this? The edges of her vision blurred. It wasn't his fault. Raging at him wouldn't accomplish anything. I need to go back, in case Fina wakes up. The words left her lips, but she didn't turn. Moonlight filtered through the oval window above the stairs, and for a moment, Aedra was mesmerized. What if she could forget? What if she could pretend that this had been her life all along? That she hadn't lived for 12 years in Stockholm Parish? That her childhood had been filled with colored fires and sweet rice? That Matthias had never found her in that alley? That her parents had never told her to leave? That was what Brion believed. She turned to look at him, and for a split second, imagined her life forking like the branches of a tree from that moment in Aerith. Why had he come to her room? Why was he talking with her now? He told her on the boat in no uncertain terms that he would never be interested in a balancer. But now, she wasn't anything. Just a girl who he believed used to be with his brother. A girl who had a daughter from his family line. Did he think he wanted a life with them now that he'd forgotten? Could she have a normal life? A life with a good man. With Fina. A life with her family. With a father who still loved her and didn't look at her like she was lower than the mud caked on the bottom of his shoe. Even if Brion believed he wanted them, she'd have to believe it too. She'd have to put on a mask and pretend that her past hadn't left her scarred, damaged, broken. And she'd given up pretending the day she stepped beyond the enclave walls. Good night, Brion. Aedra pushed his hands from her hips and rushed back to her room. Chapter 16. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow on Rael's long dark hair as her eyes darted between her friends and the ground beneath her feet. The lush grass tickled her fingertips as she waited for Jude and Leeds to finish with the mules. Terran stalked off into the trees to relieve himself before their journey. The realm transformed in seconds. Rael replayed his earlier words, the stricken look on his face. Her brother was a rapscallion, but not a liar. He eavesdropped, played tricks, and evaded his responsibilities. But making up fantastical stories? That wasn't his brand of jest. Elora was desperate to get back to the enclave, and they'd been gone far too long for Rael's liking anyway. Today they'd finally arrive back home. When footsteps padded behind her, Rael jumped up and whirled, expecting her brother to have a frog or worm ready to slip down the back of her blouse. Instead, she stared at an older man with graying hair and yellowed teeth. "Jude!" She called out for help, not taking her eyes off the stranger. The older man held up his hands. "I'm not going to harm you, and there's no need—" "What is it?" Jude rounded the coach, wiping his hands on his slacks. He glowered at the plump man standing at the edge of the trees. "You're off the path to enter the city gates?" The man smiled, and Rael thought he looked oddly like a vulture. She wouldn't have been surprised if he began circling them while hopping from one foot to the other. "I'm not looking for the gates to trill. My name is Malik, and—" "Malik! Old friend?" Remy ran forward and embraced the man. "What are you doing here in the woods?" Malik slapped Remy's shoulder and pulled back to address the group. "I'm looking for Elora Aberdoe. The minister has need of her." Rael folded her arms over her chest. "We spoke with the minister just this morning." Terran marched back through the trees and stopped when he saw Rael. The rest of their group looked to have just realized they weren't alone. "The minister is in need of whom?" Elora asked, looking the man up and down. "You. Your party left in quite a rush this morning, and he has more to discuss with you." Malik clasped his hands behind his back and rocked on his feet. "You're aware he's appointing new governors in both the Satyas and Northern Mountains, yes?" "We're on our way to Aerith," Bella spoke up. "And you can't spare one night for the minister?" With the coach ready, there was no time to waste. Rael didn't know why she felt antsy. Probably because everyone in their party was acting like they were on their way to a funeral. Are you going to ride? Raelle asked, when she saw Bella and Garish standing near the mules. This coach, the same one they'd taken into the mountains, was large enough for all of them, even with the additional luggage they'd accumulated along the way. Bella nodded and tugged on Garish's hand. He glowered at Malik, then followed her to the steps and ducked inside. Something pricked Raelle's heart. Paladin. Why wasn't he there with her? Bella didn't talk much on the way to the manor house. Everyone was glum. On the opposite end of the spectrum, Elora couldn't seem to stop asking questions of Malik. By the time the coach pulled to a stop, Bella knew far too much about the man's sleep schedule and eating habits. "Don't you think we have to tell them?" Bella whispered, as they waited for Raelle and Taryn to step out onto the street. "They won't believe us. You heard Taryn trying to explain," Garish answered. Bella bit her lower lip and glanced down at Garish's chest. She couldn't see the mark through his shirt, and wanted to pull open the buttons to convince herself their time in the cell block this morning was only a dream. "This is madness." Garish tightened his grip on her hand and led her through the open door. Bella's heart pounded in her chest as they approached the grand manor house. Only that morning, she'd been trapped here. Her neck still held the bruises to prove it. Malik led the way through the courtyard, and Bella didn't know where to look. The manor house and its grounds had been completely transformed. No longer were the walls of the mansion worn, but sparkling clean. The white facade complemented by elegant columns. The gardens surrounding the manor would have been a breathtaking oasis hours ago, and now only seemed to expand upon the stunning beauty of the changed realm. Expansive, well-manicured lawn rolled along the cobbled stone like a lush green carpet, dotted with vibrant flower beds bursting with color. Fragrant blossoms perfumed the air next to the grand fountain at the center of the walkway. Crystalline water sparkled as it cascaded down tiers of sculpted basins. Bella clung to Garish's arm as her heart began to race. Tears pricked her eyes as she pleaded for her sight, for something, for any clue that the realm she remembered still existed. Yes, this was beautiful. But why was it so? Even the scent of sweet peas couldn't remove the stench of what she knew lay under this mask. "We shouldn't have come. We need to find the others. What if they're lost like Elora, Raelle, and Leeds?" Bella hissed. Taryn saw Mel. Garish's voice was low. Bella gasped, and Garish shot her a look. She covered her outburst with a cough and cleared her throat as Malik led them into the manor house. The main hall was vast and airy, with a vaulted ceiling that seemed to reach Sayel itself. Elaborate frescoes painted with vibrant hues adorned the ceiling, depicting scenes of the creation. "At least this is better than sneaking through a window," Garish murmured. "Is it?" Bella waited for the others to round the corner, then pulled Garish to a stop. "He saw Mel, and you didn't tell me?" They'd been in the cart for at least 20 minutes. He could have mentioned something. Garish pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. "He slid it to me on the floor of the coach. I only read it as we were getting out." That was more forgivable. Bella read the words, scrawled in charcoal, twice, before Garish folded it again and slipped it into his pocket. Mel remembers. They hurried to catch up, and Bella drew a deep breath. "We find out what we can in this meeting. Then we make our way to Aerith." Garish nodded. "Remy said the minister sent Malik to kill the ambassador." "If they don't remember the magic, there would be no need." Their group stopped in front of 2 broad wooden doors, and Garish lowered his head. His breath whispered against Bella's cheek, and she shivered. "The question is, who else is like us?" Garish kissed the skin below her ear, making every hair on her neck stand on end. Bella dreaded the answer to that question. Nobody was like him. The mark on his chest meant he was bound to the Dark Sister, and Bella wasn't one who liked to share, especially not with a goddess whose power ground his soul to dust. The doors opened, and they were ushered into the minister's office, an impressive chamber with high ceilings and a grand desk. The minister sat in a gilded chair flanked by his loyal cabinet members. Lyanna. She stood as close as she could without plopping down in the minister's lap. Remy asserted she'd sold them out, and Bella believed it. The blessing giver had been on Garish's side until she'd received a better offer. Where would she go when this appointment no longer suited her best?
"Ah, welcome back, friends," the minister greeted them. "I trust you all had a pleasant morning."
Bella stifled a snort. Elora replied with a slight bow of her head.
"Elora, I'll cut to the chase. I need to add a member to my cabinet, and I'd like to appoint you, if you're willing."
Elora blinked, but held her head high as she considered his words. My family, is in Aerith." She turned and looked at Rael.
"Or they used to be."
What must Elora be thinking right now? What did she believe about the past years of her life? Did she remember her husband, murdered by the heralds? Did she remember her time leading the enclave or working with the prophet? Was it all melded into something other? Rael put a hand on her arm, and Bella couldn't make out the expression on her face. Jude was stoic. Bella could hardly ever decipher what was going on in his head. "It's been a long day," Elora whispered. "Might I have some time to think about it?" The minister nodded and flicked a hand to Lyanna.
"Show them the guest rooms. I'd be honored if you stayed the night with us."
Bella's pulse quickened. The last thing she wanted to do was stay in this manor house, but they needed time. Time to dissect the last 24 hours and figure out their next move. "Thank you, Minister. That's most gracious of you." Rael nodded and led her mother after Lyanna. After moving their trunks into their lavish guest quarters and enjoying a light supper with the minister, Bella and Garish found themselves alone in their room. Garish admired the view of the now glowing gardens from their window.
"It's beautiful."
"It's disturbing." Bella ground her teeth. She didn't want to think about what this beauty meant, what it represented, especially with Garish sitting next to her with the mark of the dark sister growing darker on his skin. Garish slumped against the wall and ran a hand through his closely cropped dark hair. His brow furrowed as he inspected the swirling tile under his feet. "What are you thinking?" Bella murmured.
"I don't believe you'll want to hear it."
Garish looked up, a wan smile on his lips. "Am I going to have to pin you to the ground? Turn you over to the gods?" Bella raised an eyebrow, and Garish chuckled.
"Please do."
He prowled toward her, and Bella struck out with the back of her hand, but let him easily catch her wrist.
"You're out of practice."
"Oh, please." Bella's last word turned into a gasp as Garish pressed her up against the column flanking the bed.
"We've never stayed the night alone together, have we?"
Bella's heartbeat sounded in her ears. She shook her head and their noses brushed.
"I'm going to take you to bed,"
he growled.
"Then I'll tell you what I'm thinking. You'll take it better in that order, I think."
"You think?" Bella teased. Garish lifted her wrist over her head and trailed kisses down the inside of her arm. She shivered. "Garish, I haven't bathed."
"I don't give a damn."
His voice was almost feral, and the heat licked Bella's bones. She had no choice but to let her worries disappear behind Garish's touch. She had an idea of what he'd say, and he was right. She wasn't going to like it. But Bella had tactics of her own, and she could be quite persuasive. Garish swept his hands up her blouse and over her stomach, and all thought fractured into meaningless letters and syllables. She closed her eyes and lost herself in his touch as his lips dragged over her jaw. Bella grasped at his shirt, needing to feel more of him. This morning they'd been stuck in a cell, and now, no matter what came their way, she would not let go of this. She would fight the goddess herself to keep this man. Bella scraped her fingers over his chest. A warning. Do not come for him, or you will find me with teeth bared. She hoped the goddess heard every word. Garish caught Bella's concerned gaze leveled at the mark on his chest, her now dark blue eyes like liquid pools. She shifted against him, worry creasing her lips as she swirled her finger over his skin. She was still breathless. He loved making her breathless. She was waiting for him to answer her question. He'd succeeded in distracting her, but Bella wasn't one to lose focus for long. "Time to talk," he murmured. Bella nodded her head. The words hung on his lips, but he hesitated, hoping to keep that serene look on her face for a few seconds longer. "Garish." "I know." He exhaled and stared up at the molding around the edges of the ceiling. "I'm thinking this new realm might not be so bad." Bella didn't flinch, but her finger slowed. She'd been expecting that answer. She had to be. Garish had spent years working for this very result, the magic being stripped from the realm and their world settling into peace. He couldn't have anticipated it happening so soon, but here they were. They seemed to be some of the only people with any remembrance of the magic and the rifts it had caused. The realm was stunning and vibrant. How could he not feel justified? "What are you thinking?" he asked, then held his breath. Bella rolled to her back, still touching his side. That was a good sign. "I don't know." He turned his head, watching her brow furrow. "I don't know who I am without the magic. And what's the point? Yes, it's beautiful, and yes, I'm glad to see conflicts dissolving, but then what?" "Then we live." "And die?" Bella's eyes grew glassy. "And lose each other." "Or find each other again." He twined his fingers with hers and pulled her hand to his lips to brush a kiss over her knuckles. Bella pulled her hand free and propped herself up. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, and Garish slipped it through his fingers. "What if we don't? I don't want to live without you, Garish, and I don't want to live without my sight." He nodded once, not sure what to say. He wouldn't patronize her by telling her it would take time or any other combination of empty statements of comfort. Garish didn't have any experience with what she must be feeling. But the way she'd described her magic, it was as much a part of her as her arms and legs. By saving his life, she'd hacked off one of her own limbs, and he wouldn't lie here and tell her to get over it. If he was being honest, he didn't want to live without her either. The end he'd fought for was easy to accept when he'd had nothing to lose. "Do you think they remember?" Bella dropped her gaze and flicked her tongue over her lips. "Who?" "My family." Her mouth pursed and her eyes pinched. "I miss them, Garish." Garish wrapped his hand around the back of her neck and pulled her to him. He kissed her brow. "What do we do?" she asked. "I don't know, Bella. I don't know." Hours after sunset, Taryn stood outside a muted version of the manor house. He couldn't help it. Every time he slept, he appeared here in Aeon. Was he doing something wrong? He searched his memory for any nugget of information that could offer him relief. At least this time his mother wouldn't lose sleep. The realm was calm under the light of the moon. It felt so close he could touch it. It seemed wrong that nobody knew anything about what was happening in this realm. All his life he'd had someone to explain the world. And while he'd often resented it, he missed his mother's monologues, missed her surety. Taryn wandered down the street and found the coach pulled inside the gates, the mules in the stable yard. They stood with their heads lowered and eyes closed, sleeping. He should be sleeping. He turned in a circle, the air thick, pressing against his skin. The landscape was dotted with peculiar objects that didn't exist in the passage realm. A tree made of shimmering silver, its leaves whispering without a breeze. A crystal pool below his feet with no reflection even when he tipped himself over the surface. Something caught his eye. The hatch to the luggage compartment was open. He walked over and put out a hand. The wood was rough against his fingers, but the hinges made no sound as he lowered it. As soon as he removed his hand, the lid appeared, open again. Taryn smiled. At least nothing he did here seemed to affect the passage realm permanently. He frowned and leaned over the open hatch. There was something jammed between two of Ryman's trunks. He reached in and pulled, then stared as he observed the object in his hand. He'd seen this book 100 times as a child. It had sat on the stand at the Temple of Glass when Shamir was steward. The Book of Ariadne. Taryn opened the front cover and pulled out a folded slip of paper, then started to read. The next morning, Taryn bolted from his room and flew down the hall to Garish and Bella's. He banged on the door with both fists until Garish finally swung it open, his shirt unbuttoned and his hair mussed. Taryn didn't care whether they were decent. He stormed in, desperate to tell someone what he'd seen. Aeon still contains objects that existed before. Things from this realm that tell of the magic and— Taryn, slow down. Bella ran a brush through her hair. She was fully dressed, at least. What are you talking about? Taryn drew a deep breath and dropped onto the end of the bed. I was in Aeon again last night. I walked to the coach and found Rael's old copy of the Book of Ariadne. Our temple steward must have given it to her. Bella frowned. You found it? In Aeon? Taryn nodded. Then I opened Ryman's trunk and all his notebooks were there. All his writings on the magic. Garish shook his head. We searched those trunks when we unloaded. There was nothing but clothes. That's what I'm saying. Those items that prove the magic existed were removed from our realm, but they still exist there, in Aeon. Bella's eyes widened. That means we could access them, read Ryman's notes. Taryn nodded. Exactly. More banging sounded on the door, and Garish exhaled in frustration. He pulled the door open a second time to find Rael standing there, her hands clasped in front of her. Taryn took a few steps closer. My mother and Jude plan to stay here, but we need to leave. Rael's brow was furrowed. Agreed, Bella answered. We need to go to Aerith, to find Paladin. Chapter 17. Brion awoke to the sun streaming through the arching windows of his room, casting warm beams onto his face as he stretched his arms wide. It felt wrong for such glorious light to exist on the day of shadows, but he wasn't complaining. He rose from the plush bed, reveling in the luxurious accommodations until he remembered the night before, standing with Aedra at the end of the hall. Something he'd done or said had upset her, but he didn't know what. Since they'd arrived, it had felt like she was in another world, distant. Not that he expected her to pour out her soul to him after only a few days of knowing each other, but they had built a connection, hadn't they? Brion searched his memory for moments that proved it true, but couldn't find them. He only knew he felt close to her daughter Fina. She was family, but it was strange he couldn't pinpoint those moments of connection. Brion changed his clothes and walked out into the hall. The aroma of freshly baked bread filled the air and his mouth began to water. Why hadn't Aedra wanted to visit her family? Aedra already sat next to Fina at the head of the table with her father, everyone dressed in black. Even first thing in the morning, she was exquisite. Her dark hair pooled against her shoulders, and her skin seemed to glow from the inside out. Brion forced himself to turn away and pick up a plate. He filled it with the decadent offerings, his stomach grumbling as he walked to the table. Why did it feel like he hadn't had a full meal in days? The room was full of people he didn't recognize, but he found Paladin seated next to Mel, further down the table from Aedra. Paladin nodded to an empty seat next to him. A burst of laughter echoed through the room, drawing Brion's attention back to the head of the table. Aedra's father stood from his ornate chair and raised a hand to silence the room with a warm smile. Friends and esteemed guests, I'm delighted to have you all here with us in Aerith today. Our Convergence celebration begins now, and as you know, will last for another 2 days. I invite you to treat our home as yours and participate fully. The crowd burst into applause, and Brion joined them. He couldn't recall the last time he'd properly celebrated the Convergence. His responsibilities across the river had taken precedence for years.
He'd attended the dinner, of course, but then retreated to his rooms. No wonder he hadn't found someone to spend his life with. Fingers brushed against Brion's arm, and he turned to find Alicia standing beside him. Her eyes sparkled, and her lips curled to reveal brilliantly white teeth. Her golden hair was pulled back and tied, and slashes of glittering charcoal streaked across both her eyelids to her temples. "Brion, isn't it?" She leaned in closer. "I'm sorry about last night." "What do you have to apologize for?" He pulled his arm back as she turned and leaned against the table, not bothering to take a seat. "I was exhausted, and in the middle of a policy discussion. I didn't exactly give you and your friends a warm welcome." He'd wanted to meet Alicia across the river to discuss policy. The minister was nearing a new appointment, and he wanted to make sure their parish was considered. Not himself, specifically, but someone who understood the rural concerns of their township. "I was surprised to see you here." He scooted his chair back to create some space between his face and her bosom. "As was I to see you," she purred. "I've heard of your father's work in Aerith, you know, how he fought for equality between classes. I couldn't help but wonder how much of his charm and talent his handsome son had inherited." Brion swallowed hard, acutely aware of Aedra's gaze on him from further down the table. A hole opened in his chest at the mention of his father. Yes, his work had been impressive, but at what cost? Brion hadn't seen much of him growing up. His mother was still paying the price from their separation. The thought swirled in his head, and he didn't stand soon enough. Alicia leaned down, and the neckline of her dress dropped low enough to be indecent. "I look forward to celebrating this evening. Save me a dance?" Alicia pushed up from the table and sauntered away. Brion lowered his eyes, his pulse racing. He and Alicia had no history. They'd worked together twice in the past, but had never shared a word or touch that wasn't professional. She had to be 10, possibly 15 years older than he, but she didn't look it. Somehow her skin was still as smooth as a river-rolled stone. When Brion looked up, Aedra and Fina were walking toward the door. Aedra didn't turn her head as she passed. He took his time finishing breakfast, then walked back to his room. He needed to talk to Alicia, make sure the minister knew of their interests. But now he wasn't sure he wanted to seek her out. Was it possible to have a political conversation at a convergence festival? Perhaps the Day of Shadows was the best option for that. He caught sight of Fina standing in the side garden, tossing a ball into the air and catching it. Brion smiled to himself. It was a celebration. Perhaps he could forget about politics for a moment and have a bit of fun. Aedra searched the hall. Hadn't Fina followed her up to her room? She stalked back toward the stairs and descended to the main floor. Her father had asked Fina if she wanted to participate in the games they were holding that morning, but Aedra had answered with an unequivocal no. She couldn't blame her father. He'd never known about Fina's heart and lungs, and she didn't want to dampen Fina's mood by exposing her. But now that Fina was missing, she wondered if she shouldn't announce it to the entire group enjoying their breakfast. Fina couldn't run like other children. She'd never be able to exert herself physically, and they didn't know how much stress her body could handle. Aedra wasn't willing to push her to find out. Aedra passed the windows at the base of the stairs and froze. She blinked, not processing what she saw in front of her. Fina and Brion were lined up with at least 5 others on the long stretch of lawn between the guest house and the consulate building. Had there been green grass here when she was growing up? A man raised his hand straight in the air, then dropped it with dramatic flair, and every person on the line, including her daughter, exploded forward. They were racing. Fina was running. Aedra's heart jumped into her throat, and every thought left her head as she pushed through the double doors and sprinted toward the group. "Fina!" They were too far ahead. She'd never catch them. "Fina!" she called again, and Brion slowed, turning. When he saw her panicked face, he skidded to a halt, then reversed direction. "Fina, I need—"
Brion turned and shouted Fina's name, but she didn't listen. She was leading the pack. Fina stretched out her arm and slapped the stone of the adjacent building, then whirled and ran back toward the starting line. She was going to pass out. Her chest was going to heave and she wouldn't be able to get enough air, and then Aedra dropped to her knees just as Brion reached her. He fell down across from her.
Aedra, what is it?
Aedra couldn't speak. She stared at Fina as if in a trance. When her daughter joyfully collapsed on the ground in front of her, her eyes sparkling and cheeks flushed, Aedra could barely believe her eyes. She grabbed her by the shoulder and pressed her finger against her throat, then dropped her head to Fina's chest. Mother, what are you— Your lungs. They sound clear. Aedra's head snapped up. Fina frowned, breathing hard. Of course they do. She looked up at Brion and he shrugged. Aedra scrambled to her feet. I'm sorry. I need— Brion caught her hand.
Aedra.
She pulled away and ran back toward the doors.
Aedra!
Brion called after her. Tears streamed down her face as she pulled the doors open and raced for the stairs. She couldn't think, couldn't breathe. Relief and terror coursed through her in equal parts. Was Fina healed? She'd been the same yesterday, and the only thing that had changed was—
Aedra!
Brion pulled her to a stop at the top of the stairs, exactly where they'd been last night. Her hand flew to cover her mouth as Brion turned her toward him. He opened his mouth to speak, but she shook her head, her face twisting as tears blurred her vision. Brion pulled her to his chest, and Aedra broke. Deep, racking sobs shook her as he tightened his arms around her shoulders. She stood there and cried, loud and hard, until the fog in her mind finally cleared. Fina was running. She was alive, healthy even, after racing across the grass. As her breathing slowed, Brion rubbed her back. His shirt was soaked beneath her cheek. I'm sorry, she mumbled, and pushed back, wiping her face. Brion didn't let go of her shoulders.
Did something happen? I didn't see—
No. Aedra shook her head and took a step back. No. Two women in shimmering blouses passed, and Aedra turned her face to the wall. When they were a few steps along, she turned back to Brion. It's nothing.
To hell with that.
Aedra blinked. Excuse me?
I said, to hell with that. Every time I try to help, you pull away from me.
Brion, I can't—
If you don't trust me, just say it. Though I don't know what I've done to deserve—
I can't tell you because you wouldn't understand. Brion bristled.
Understand what? Issues with your family? My father left when I was 9, and my mother hasn't been present a day since. Of anyone here, how could I not understand? Is it because I'm not a parent myself?
No, Brion. Fina was sick. Aedra sucked in a breath and turned from him, her mind racing. She's been sick her whole life. And now, today, I see her running across the grass as if her lungs and heart work perfectly. Saying it out loud made her eyes prick with tears a second time. Brion stepped up behind her and put his hands on her shoulders. His touch immediately grounded her, sending tingles through her skin.
She was sick.
Aedra nodded, not trusting herself to turn and look at him. She could have this. Last night when they stood here, she'd been sure she couldn't pretend, couldn't ignore the truth she knew, and accept the realm as everyone else believed it to be. But she could pretend for Fina. If Fina got to live a normal life here, have a working body, a family who loved her, and blood that didn't condemn her, she would pretend for that. The fact that Aedra's hair smelled of floral soap did little to dispel the thoughts pounding against Brion's skull. She'd finally opened up to him. Now, he didn't know what to do with it. It was possible for children to grow out of illnesses, but something as serious as she was describing? No wonder she'd been distraught on the lawn. Brion! Fina's voice echoed up the stairs, her cherubic face alight with excitement. Want to come with us for a tour of the township? Brion dropped his hands as Aedra turned and wiped her eyes. He waited for the shake of her head, telling him she'd rather he not join them. But it didn't come. If it's all right with your mother. Fina smiled up at him, and Aedra nodded before starting back down the stairs. He fell into step beside her. When they caught up to Fina, Brion mussed her hair. Did you get a prize for winning that race? Fina dug in her pocket and pulled out a handful of hard candy. Brion laughed, and Aedra rolled her eyes. As they exited into the gardens, Fina ran ahead. Tell me more about it, Brion murmured. It was a problem with her heart and lungs. It affected her eyesight, but not enough to keep her from functioning. I could feel it. Ever since she was a baby, her heartbeat was different than mine. Her lungs rasped. Today they didn't. Aedra shook her head as they reached the gate to the street. People chatted on their way to the square, the air sizzling with excitement. Colorful banners and garlands hung between the buildings, and the smell of roasted meats and spices wafted through the air. They joined the throng, and Brion searched for some response. Look at this! Fina pointed out the various stalls selling handmade trinkets and sweet treats. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Can we try the spiced apple cider? Aedra nodded, brushing her hair behind her ear as they approached the stall. 2 cups, please. A jovial, elderly woman who looked like she'd been serving cider at the solstice for decades ladled the hot liquid into cups. Here you go, dears. Aedra handed one to Fina and moved to hand the second to Brion, but he waved her off. Drink it. You deserve to celebrate. Brion's eyes crinkled as he smiled, and Aedra's cheeks warmed as she brought the cup to her lips. They spent the day exploring the various stalls, participating in games and watching lively performances by dancers and musicians. As they meandered through the enclave's winding streets, Aedra seemed to shrink into herself. She kept her voice light as she pointed out buildings to Fina, but her shoulders were tense, her smile tight. This is not the place I grew up, she murmured, and Brion wasn't sure what to say, so he remained silent. When they arrived back at the consulate guest house, Fina ran inside yelling something about finding her grandfather. Aedra let her go without complaint. You can tell me about it, Brion murmured. Aedra turned to face him, but wouldn't meet his eyes. Brion, is this real for you? He frowned. Is what real? Aedra put a hand on his chest and tipped her chin, finally looking at him. Her eyes were focused, deadly serious. You want to help me and Fina. You came to my door last night. You want me to talk to you about our lives, and I need to know if it's real. Or if there's some other reason. Brion put a finger to her lips as understanding dawned. She was talking about his interest in her. Is this real for you? It felt like it. Any time she entered a room, he was drawn to her like an insect to a flame. When she'd run across the lawn screaming Fina's name, it felt like his own stomach had twisted inside out. I'm here because I want to be, if that's what you're asking, he answered. Aedra drew a breath and straightened her shoulders. I'm just not sure if you'll want to be, when you know us. She glanced up at Fina. Her daughter wasn't the problem. Brion already loved her, that much was obvious. She cleared her throat. When you know me. Beyond a few days, I mean. I'm not who you think I am. Brion watched her curiously. What is it you think I'm missing? She put a hand on his arm, then took a step back before flashing a quick smile and turning to find Fina. Chapter 18. As twilight settled over the village, the Convergent celebration transformed into a realm of flickering candlelight and dancing shadows. Banners of swirling blacks and grays adorned the streets, while lanterns cast a warm glow upon the cobblestone pathways. The night air carried the scent of sweet jasmine mixed with the aroma of spiced wine. That intoxicating perfume melded with laughter and lively music, creating a breathtaking ambiance for the black sphere painted in the sky. Aedra had never seen anything like it. As a child, she'd gone into Aerith proper to participate in Convergence festivities, and it was nothing like this. Torches burned blue, and even the stone facades of the buildings seemed to be coated with something that glittered in the flickering light. Aedra resisted the urge to move to the thumping rhythm as she stood with Mel off to the side. Fina whirled a few feet in front of them, laughing with delight with two other girls she'd met that afternoon. Pressure built behind Aedra's eyes as she watched. Fina always worked so hard to find friends, but never had good ones. Children always got bored of her when they realized she couldn't join in their games or race with them to the main street of the township. Now, her daughter was alive, free, unfettered. It was a miracle. What would she give up to keep her this way? Roderick feels different. Mel's jaw worked. Like there's something missing between us. Aedra flinched. Something was missing in Brion, but it had brought them closer, not farther apart. The knowledge that his feelings weren't wholly his own niggled at her. But would he have felt this way? Had he not seen her for her bloodline? Roderick, Paladin, and Brion descended the stairs and spotted them across the whirling couples in the middle of the street. Her eyes lingered on Brion. His dark hair shone in the torchlight, and he was dressed in a crisp button-up and pressed slacks. His skin seemed to shimmer like gold, and his eyes. "Ah, Aedra!" Her father called out to her. He approached with a tall man by his side, his silver hair neatly combed and a grin adorning his face. "I want you to meet Marcus." "Good evening, Aedra." Marcus extended a hand for her to shake. "Your father has spoken highly of you, and I must say, the stories don't do you justice." Something pinched in her gut as Aedra shook his hand, offering a polite nod. "It's nice to meet you." What was her father doing? Trying to set her up? "Marcus is a respected member of the council," her father boasted. "He's been an invaluable asset over the past months navigating this political landscape." "Your father is too kind." Marcus dropped his head in deference, but the glint in his eyes suggested he enjoyed the praise. "I've simply done my duty to ensure the prosperity of the people in our township." Aedra plastered a smile on her face, then made a show of looking over his shoulder. "Oh, excuse me. A friend just arrived." "Aedra." Her father pursed his lips as she whisked past Marcus and beelined for Brion. "Dance with me," she hissed as she got closer. "I'd be glad to." Brion gripped her elbow and led her forward. Aedra held her breath as they joined their lines. Brion stood across from her, easily slipping into the movements of the waltz as Aedra tripped over her own feet. After a few steps, she got her bearings just in time to slide toward him and lift her hand. He wrapped his fingers around hers and leaned in as they turned around each other. "Something's wrong." Aedra flicked a glance back toward her father. She felt guilty leaving Mel there alone, but saw that Paladin and Roderick were now at her side. My father. He was trying to introduce me to someone." Brion followed her gaze on their next rotation, and as they split apart, the corner of his mouth curled. She watched him, her heart picking up speed. As they came together again, Brion pulled her into his arms and slipped through the men next to him to lead her into the center, where couples swayed in each other's arms, instead of joining the traditional dance. "Brion, How's Fina?" Brion extended his arm and twirled her, then pulled her back against his chest. Aedra sighed. "Having the time of her life?" Brion smiled, and the crinkles that formed around his eyes made Aedra's heart stutter. He was beautiful. His face was kind. He didn't remember the truth about her past, but did that matter? Could it possibly even be better? Aedra turned her head to see Fina swinging her hips, her long hair splaying around her face in rhythm to the music. Fina looked up and saw her mother, then raced through the other dancers until she stood next to them. Brion grinned. "You know how to dance?" "I've barely taught her anything," Aedra laughed. Fina scrutinized the arm placement of the couple next to them and mimicked it.
Would you like to learn? Brion chuckled. Fina looked at her mother for permission. Aedra stepped aside and felt a loss as Brion's hand slipped from her waist. Brion hunched over and showed Fina where to put her hands, then pointed out movements of the couples moving around them. Aedra jumped to the side to avoid being hit by a woman twirling with abandon. She retreated to the edge of the circle and watched as Brion guided Fina through each step and spin. Aedra's throat was thick, and she fought to draw air into her lungs. What was this feeling? She wanted to run to Brion, to bury herself in his arms. He laughed at something Fina said, and Aedra's body lit on fire from the inside out. This wasn't fair. She'd felt twinges of longing when she'd seen Brion talking to Fina in the garden. But this? Watching Brion twirl her daughter and teach her, make her laugh, activated some piece of Aedra that she hadn't known existed. It felt like she was on a rope swing that had just reached its apex. Her thighs burned and she couldn't swallow. And then she saw a veiled face bobbing through the crowd toward Brion and Fina and thought she might be sick. Alicia stopped next to them and swept the lace on top of her head, revealing her face. Her lips were painted blood red. The color was garish against the muted hues around them. She crouched down and smiled at Fina, and her daughter nodded once, then ran off to rejoin her friends. Alicia took Fina's place in Brion's arms. She leaned close as they began to sway, her finely shaped nose nearly touching his cheek. Envy coursed through Aedra at the sight of Alicia's hand resting comfortably on his arm, her fingers tracing invisible patterns over the fabric of his shirt. Had she no shame? Aedra clenched her fists at her side as Alicia's fingers grazed Brion's forearm, the woman's laughter tinkling like glass. "I'd like to twist Garish's ear for working with that snake," Mel muttered. Aedra jolted. Hadn't Mel been over by the steps? "What did you say?" Mel muttered something under her breath. "It's nothing. A friend of ours, You said his name. What is it?" "Garish." Aedra's heart doubled its rhythm. 1,000 images flashed through her head. Garish, walking with her through the market, pushing her into the river off the docks, teasing her until she ate a spoonful of pickled silver trout, and her breath hitched in her throat. His face above her as she lay on the cold stone. It wasn't possible, was it? Where was he from? Aedra's voice was barely a whisper. She hadn't seen Garish in almost 13 years, and that had been her fault, not his. "Aerith, I think. Don't quote me on that." Mel's eyes flicked to Roderick, then Paladin. Garish. She'd only known one man by that name. Garish was a friend. Mel pursed her lips. "Well, your friend is going to have a lot of explaining to do." "I haven't seen him in ages. He may not even remember me." "You can ask him yourself. They should arrive tomorrow." Writings of Ryman Legolas, Steward. The second day is the Day of Silver, honoring Delmara. Masani and members of the Order alike light silver lanterns that float into the sky, creating a mirror of Delmara's glowing face on the crust of our own earth. This is a night to share stories and songs, to remind ourselves to reflect the light we hold as we are bound to Ariadne. The shadows are chased away, which I can't help but assume is meant to symbolize the ascendance of the blessing givers. And we wonder why we aren't universally loved. Chapter 19. Rael leaned over the edge of the coach, taking in the township walls. The sun hung low in the sky, which meant the parties for the Day of Silver would soon be in full swing. Her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her sleeve. "You miss him?" Bella nudged her shoulder. Rael smiled and nodded. Not enough. Something felt off, wrong. She loved Paladin, but it was as if that love had filled a larger space within her once. Now it felt deflated, less whole. It was ridiculous, and she knew it, which was why she hadn't mentioned it to anyone.
Rael mulled over the conversation she'd had that morning next to the coaches. It was obvious she'd interrupted something between Garish, Bella, Taryn, and Bridget. Bridget smiled. Taryn told me you used to have a cat. Rael turned to her brother with surprise. You hated that cat. Taryn scoffed. Hated Abis? Not possible. He grinned and winked at her. Rael rolled her eyes. Don't believe him. If he's telling you about the cat, he must have an ulterior motive. I only wanted to know where he was. We haven't seen him since we left Aerith, Taryn insisted. Rael had frowned at this. Where had she last seen Abis? It hadn't been at home, of that she was sure. She remembered Paladin had carried him in his arms, walking across the street. She'd told them she thought Mel had taken care of Abis when she left Vivier, and Bridget had lit up. Leeds is from Vivier. A smile lit up her face. I think we'd like to go back. In seconds, Bridget had whisked around the coach and found Leeds. Minutes later, they announced they were going to take a 9-day journey through the mountains. She couldn't blame them for wanting to go home. She was aching to rest herself. But it had been abrupt. Since Alora and Jude had stayed in Trill along with Garish's companions, it was only her, Taryn, Bella, and Garish. While she was glad to have the company, she couldn't help but feel like they all had a secret. Their furtive glances and whispers. Something was off. Before she could craft the right question, the coach began to slow. They were approaching the township gates. Brion watched through the window as Mel burst through the doors and bolted down the steps with Paladin closely behind. Mel ran first to Taryn and nearly bowled him over. Rael stepped out of the coach and looked up to see Paladin rushing toward her. Brion's heart warmed. There was something beautiful about watching a reunion like this, even if he wasn't a part of it. You're not going to go out? Aedra stood with Fina, her hand on the door. Brion shook his head. She observed him a moment, then walked out to the steps. Garish looked up and stilled when he saw her. Bella gave him a nudge and Garish ran, taking the stairs 2 at a time until he stood in front of Aedra. Their mouths moved. Aedra threw her arms around him. Brion's chest tightened. They were close, obviously, and he didn't fully understand the nature of their relationship. A friend from childhood, Aedra had said. How much of a friend? His feelings were growing for her and Fina by the day, and watching her embrace Garish made his insides squirm. Then Fina stepped forward, and Brion's heart dropped. They were talking, laughing. They looked like a family. He turned and stalked back up the stairs to his room. Aedra followed Mel into her chambers. The scent of dried herbs and freshly brewed tea wafted around them, but Aedra wasn't thirsty. Garish and Bella stood next to the window while Taryn sat on the chaise. Taryn was the first to speak. How is it that we still remember, and everyone else doesn't? That's why they were here. They remembered, and Mel had called this meeting to make a plan. Aedra took a seat at a circular side table next to the window, her heart pounding. She shouldn't be here. They thought her a proponent of the magic because she remembered, but she wasn't. Paladin had trusted her, had spoken openly of their plans because he believed she'd sympathize. He had no idea what selfishness festered in her soul. Darkness will abide in you, and you will be the final anchor. She wouldn't be steadying anything. Mel dropped onto the bed. I have a theory about that. She pointed to the cuff on Bella's wrist, then pulled the green stone from her pocket. Taryn frowned. That doesn't explain— I was touching the amulet, Aedra cut in. Garish is tethered like the stones, Bella added, resting a hand on Garish's knee and giving a gentle squeeze. And me? Taryn asked. You're the anomaly, Mel admitted. But I believe it must have something to do with your connection to Aeon. Somehow it shielded you. I think it may have protected me too,
even without the stone.
Taryn nodded, considering this, and Jude cleared his throat.
How do we get it back? Are we certain we want to get it back? Garrosh asked. Of course we do.
Taryn whirled on him.
We all want passage, don't we?
Aedra felt a pang of nervousness in the pit of her stomach. Her hands twisted together as she tried to tamp it down. Did she want passage? She hadn't allowed herself to ask that question in years. She'd barely been surviving this life, let alone considering the next.
We have peace,
Garrosh murmured.
We all want that, don't we?
Bella stiffened. Peace for what purpose?
So we can die and be reborn and repeat it? Caught in an endless loop.
We'd have no purpose. Our families, our lives, they'd be pulled from us. Bella's throat worked. But we'd be the only ones to know it, Aedra thought. Everyone else would go through this peaceful existence oblivious, and wouldn't that be better? Fina's life was certainly better, and her next would be better too. More beautiful, more full of life. Mel glanced around the room, her face unreadable. I, for one, believe the goddess knows us better than we know ourselves. I trust her. If she left us these stones, it was because she knows that the next life is worth fighting for. Taryn nodded. Bella pulled Garrosh's hand into hers. Mel lifted her teacup from the bedside table and took a sip. Garrosh, I need to know—
I do not agree, but I will work with you.
Garrosh's voice was gruff. Aedra watched as a look passed between him and Bella. Aedra's heart swelled in her chest. Garrosh may have joined the Heralds. He may have done horrible things in the name of the Dark Sister. But he hadn't changed. He was loyal to a fault, and she hoped Bella would never take advantage of it. Mel turned to Aedra. That amulet you touched must be a bloodstone, which means we have to find it and take it. Then go to Calwain, Taryn added, where we have a lead on the last stone. We've already worked on Mother and Rael. Our plans are in motion.
You know where the amulet is?
Garrosh asked. Aedra nodded. In my father's study. She hadn't been in that room since the other night, but there was no reason to believe it would be gone. Her father was the only one who used the room, barring the consular himself. Aedra hadn't even seen his face since they'd arrived.
If you tell me where it is, I can find it,
he offered. Aedra's fingers traced the edge of the table. It should be me. Garrosh's eyes flicked up.
Then I'll go with you.
Mel frowned. I don't think—
I'm the only one with any power, Mel. If something goes wrong, she'll be left unprotected.
The magic isn't the only option for protection, Bella noted. Mel considered this. You all act as if the Dark Sister has forgotten us, but she hasn't. She stripped the realm of magic as foretold in the beginning, and she knows of the stones and their purpose, or she wouldn't have sent him to find them. She pointed at Garrosh, and his lip twitched. She will discover our memory, and when she does, she will use every power she has to remove it. To remove us, Taryn murmured. Mel looked between Aedra and Garrosh. You can do this? Aedra nodded. I know exactly where it is.
I will keep her and the amulet safe,
Garrosh promised. Aedra's stomach dropped, a mix of anticipation and dread flooding her veins. Could they see it? The lie in her eyes? My father will be outside for the fireworks this evening. I don't know where he'll be before that, but he mentioned it to Fina earlier. Aedra's voice felt like it wasn't her own, like she was floating outside her body. They filed out of the room, down the stairs, and back out into the street where the festivities were in full swing. Aedra scanned the street, searching for her father, but there were too many people. She wouldn't go to the study until she was sure he was here. It would be at least an hour before the fireworks display, and— Mother! Fina ran to her and twirled, showing off the glittering mask she wore and the ribbons tied in her hair. Aedra laughed. You look beautiful. Who— She looked up to see Brion walking toward them, his hands in his pockets. I have extra. Fina held out 2 satin ribbons. May I? Aedra nodded, and Fina motioned for her to sit on the steps. She kneeled behind her and tugged at her hair, weaving the ribbons into a tight braid on one side of her head. Brion stopped at the base of the stairs and smiled up at her. Everything about him reminded her of caramel, smooth, soft, and warm. Did you help her with the ribbons? Aedra flinched as Fina nudged her head to the side. Brion laughed. I offered, but she wisely chose a friend to plait her hair instead. Boys don't know how to do hair. It's not your fault, Fina chirped, finally reaching the end of Aedra's hair and tying it off. There. Doesn't she look lovely? Brion's smile slipped. She does. Aedra suddenly felt like she was standing in front of a hearth. We're going to the river, Fina announced. Come with us? We? Aedra looked between the two of them and Brion shrugged. We're not allowed to go without parental supervision. That's what Claria's father said. Fina grabbed her mother's hand and pulled her down the steps. Claria's father is wise, Aedra laughed. She had time to walk down to the river, didn't she? Garish was further down the lawn. Just a moment, Fina. She pulled from her daughter's grasp and strode toward him, putting a hand on his arm. I'll be back soon. Keep an eye out for my father. Garish nodded, then looked over her shoulder to see Brion and Fina waiting for her. He raised an eyebrow, and Aedra turned before he could see the blush on her cheeks. Garish caught her arm. Where are you going? To the river. Garish grinned mischievously and nudged Bella. Fancy a swim? The group grew in size as they walked through the crowded streets. Pretty soon, it seemed everyone in the township made their way to the water's edge. Torches held on pikes lit the river surface, silhouetting others who had come to jump in the cool water at dusk. Mel found a spot close enough to the water that Aedra could easily watch Fina and her friends. She patted the soft grass next to her. Aedra took a seat, feeling the cool blades beneath her fingertips. Isn't it beautiful? Bella sighed, gazing at the river sprinkled with glowing light from the torches. It almost allows me to forget about everything else for a moment. Indeed, Aedra murmured, though her thoughts were still fastened to the study back at the consulate. Garish said he had power. That was frightening enough, but the idea of him having to use it made her woozy. I'm getting in, Mel announced and stood. Roderick, who was barely dropping to sit in the grass next to her, laughed out loud. We didn't bring bathing clothes. He didn't finish his sentence. Mel was already racing down the hill. He kicked off his boots and ran after her, shouting her name. Both of them jumped in fully clothed, and Mel couldn't help the chortle that gurgled up from within her. They were acting like children, and it was magical. I haven't done that since I was in primaries. Brion wrapped his arms around his knees. Aedra scoffed. I don't think I've ever done that. Never? Brion's expression sobered. Well, I think we need to change that. He reached for her hand and Aedra leaned away. Brion, I have a meeting soon. You can change. He pulled her up from the grass. I'm too nervous, she protested. About the river? Or your meeting? Brion's eyes danced in the torchlight, and for a moment Aedra was mesmerized. His grip softened, and he traced his fingers over her wrist. You don't want your daughter showing you up, do you? Aedra rolled her eyes and gripped his hand. Together? Brion nodded, and hand in hand they ran toward the water's edge. For that brief moment when Aedra's toes left the grass and she hung in the air, her world lit up. She shrieked with exhilaration, and the stupidity of leaping swirled with the anticipation of the cold water about to hit. Her breath whooshed from her lungs as they plunged beneath the surface of the Idris. Aedra kicked, and Brion never let go of her hand. He pulled her toward the reeds, and as her feet hit the muddy river bottom, she stood and swiped her wet hair from her face. Mud squelched between her toes. How does it feel? Brion laughed, spitting out river water. Dirty and cold, she spluttered with a grin. Brion waded toward her and wrapped a hand around her waist, pulling her close. That last part I can help with. Aedra's insides stilled, though her limbs still shivered. He ran his hands over her arms. I want you, Aedra. I don't think you know what that means. Aedra looked past his shoulder to see Fina jumping from the rocks with the same girls she danced with last night. Will you at least let me try to find out? Aedra swallowed hard, her heart doing its best to buck free of her ribcage. She nodded once, and Brion lowered his head toward her. She didn't know if she was more afraid of being kissed or being kissed by Brion in a public place. It was dark. They were behind the reeds where no torchlight reached. Brion's lips were soft, and his kiss was gentle, as if he sensed her hesitation. She hadn't been kissed in over 12 years, but it felt like an eternity. As his skin brushed hers, long-forgotten pieces of her flickered to life. Her body remembered how to do this, even if her mind was abandoning her with each tug of Brion's hand against her lower back. Her skin was parched earth, and Brion's touch fresh rain. It felt intoxicating to want, to be wanted. Gooseflesh rose on her damp skin as the river still flowed past her hips. Aedra stretched her arms up and around Brion's neck, then curled her numb fingers in his wet hair. She didn't want to be here. She wanted to be back in her room, back where she could strip these clothes off and warm herself with the heat of his body. She couldn't go back to her room. Not yet. She had work to do tonight. I don't think you know what that means. Brion didn't know her. Not really. He knew parts, but if he discovered her history a second time, or heard what she was planning to do... Aedra pulled back, pressing her forehead against Brion's. I have to go to the house and get changed. For your meeting. He was breathing hard. Let me walk you back. Aedra allowed him to help her out of the water and onto the bank. Her slacks stuck to her legs, weighing her down. She laughed when Brion's nearly slipped off his hips as he tried to hold her hand and walk up the embankment at the same time. Hold on to your clothes. I'll be fine. Brion chuckled and held tight to his waistband. When they reached the rocks, Garish was already waiting. Almost time for fireworks, wouldn't you say? Garish looked between the two of them and raised an eyebrow. Aedra nodded, nearly snorting at the role reversal. Once, Garish had been the one with whom she played hooky. Now he was scolding her. I'll bring Fina back, Brion offered. He lifted a hand, but Aedra was already turning to follow Garish up the hill. All thoughts of Brion's soft caresses and gentle kisses evaporated as Aedra honed in on what she was about to do. She and Garish would break into her father's study. Then she would make the amulet disappear. Chapter 20. Raelle lay back on the grass, resting her head on Paladin's shoulder. Stars peeked out in the sky above them, and Delmara shone with transcendent beauty. Raelle connected the glittering points to form images in her head. The fireworks should start any time. Paladin's voice rumbled beneath her cheek. She loved being close to him, but as crazy as it seemed, she couldn't remember why. She hated that it bothered her as much as it did. There weren't any concrete moments she could grasp onto. No reasons for the feelings she held for him. He was strong and beautiful, kind and thoughtful. Each time she tried to delve below those traits to find something personal, something that was only between the two of them, she seemed to hit a wall. Why do you love me? Raelle asked, desperately hoping that he would give her something, some reason she was missing. Paladin ran a hand over her arm. I love you because of who you are. Who am I? He chuckled. You're beautiful, smart, and kind. Raelle pushed herself up onto her elbow. How do you know that? What have I done that makes you sure I'm smart or kind? Paladin put a hand behind his head and met her gaze. Do you doubt that about yourself? Raelle opened her mouth to say no, but then stopped herself. Yes, that was exactly right. It wasn't only that she didn't understand her love for Paladin. She didn't understand herself. Who was she? What had she done of any significance in her life, and why did she feel like something simmered deeper beneath the surface? Why was she worthy of love? She slumped down to rest against his chest. I don't know. I just feel off. She'd hoped that seeing Paladin again would fill that gap, and while it helped to see him, it almost made the chasm feel wider. She thought back to the woods, to Taryn's words about another realm. Could he have been telling the truth? The moon hung low over the horizon, casting a silvery sheen on the revelers celebrating in the street beyond the consulate house. Something about the light dragged memories from Aedra's core, sneaking back within the walls and climbing in through her window after staying out past dark, or escaping through her window to meet up with friends from their classes when there weren't any prying adult eyes to keep track of them. I'm sorry I never found you when I left, Aedra whispered. Garish scanned the crowd as they walked, his jaw tensed. It's okay. I understand. He didn't understand. How could he? If their positions had been reversed, she would have wanted some kind of explanation. So, she gave it. I was ashamed. Even though I knew I needed friendship, I didn't want it. The idea of talking to anyone felt repulsive. I just wanted to sit in my room and hide. Did anyone take care of you? Aedra shook her head. My parents gave me money, bought my home, and found an herbalist to consult with for the birth. Garish cursed under his breath. You did it alone? Aedra swallowed the lump in her throat. She had done it alone. The herbalist taught her what to expect when the baby was born and had offered her services. But when the birth pains racked her body, she couldn't bring herself to walk out the door and down the street. She'd labored alone in her kitchen, where her table now sat. She'd cut the cord when it stopped pulsing and washed Fina with a damp towel, then fallen asleep with her, propped up against a sweat-soaked pillow. She'd barely woken to deliver the afterbirth. Thankfully, Fina was a fast learner when it came to breastfeeding, and Aedra's body healed quickly. The cramping had been nearly as awful the day after the birth as before, but she'd forced herself to clean up the mess on the floor and bathe herself. She bled for 9 days. The herbalist brought us food, Aedra murmured. All the neighbors pitched in, actually. It was the first time she'd felt loved and accepted into a community for exactly who she was. The moment they visited, the moment a woman who lived next door asked to see her baby, she realized that everything before this new life had been thin and fragile. She'd always had to work for acceptance, to check the boxes for her parents, and therefore the enclave's approval. This new support was freely given. She was accepted for no other reason than that she lived here in this home amongst these people, farmers and laborers. That was the first moment she'd felt like she could build a new home with Fina. My parents offered what they could. Aedra caught sight of her father with her mother on his arm. She hadn't talked with her yet, and didn't know if she was ready to. Your parents should hang for what they did to you. No woman should... It was long ago, Garish. She put a hand on his arm, and as he looked at her, she realized that for him, it wasn't. For him, that moment had been frozen in time because he didn't have closure. Now the clock had restarted. Garish slowed and turned to her. You're okay? Aedra nodded. I promise. He drew a deep breath and held her hand as they walked toward the steps. They continued on until they reached the quiet solitude of the guest house. Aedra hesitated at the door, her hand trembling as she reached for the handle. Tell me about Fina, Garish prompted. Aedra drew a breath but couldn't answer. Why was Garish asking about her? Did he know what she'd been thinking the past few hours? Garish put a hand on her shoulder.
Sometimes it helps me to remember why I'm taking a course of action, especially when it feels like betrayal.
Aedra nodded. Garrosh thought she was worried about stealing from her father, when, really, the betrayal she was staring in the face was against him, against Paladin, against their friends and the mission they were dedicated to. If the magic came back, Fina would be sick. She'd be in danger. Aedra cleared her throat. Do you regret it? Joining the Heralds? She wouldn't ask him about what he'd done. She'd heard enough stories to make her shudder, and she didn't want to associate Garrosh with any of that.
No, but I see things differently now.
Aedra opened the door and they slipped inside, then climbed the steps to her room. Differently how?
I used to believe the order was all wrong, that it only harmed. Now I realize that none of it, none of us, is black and white.
Aedra scoffed. The order should have been better.
I should have been better, but maybe that's not the point.
They stopped in front of the study doors. What is the point, then? Garrosh's eyes softened.
To learn to love each other through it?
It was an honorable thought, but one she didn't know if she accepted. When she looked at her daughter's perfect face, she had known true love for the first time. Her parents must have felt it when they'd seen her face so many years ago, and yet they'd had no trouble kicking her out of her home. The order had killed that love, hadn't it? I'll be quick. Aedra rushed inside and stripped off her wet clothes, then quickly changed into dry underclothes. She chose a bodice that lay tight against her skin. She could slip the amulet there, and it would hold until she returned to her room. She hung her soaked clothes over a chair, then raced back to the hall. Garrosh nodded, and they descended the steps, then strode down the hall to the study. Her footsteps echoed against the walls. He didn't leave anyone here? Aedra murmured.
Why would he? There's nothing to protect, and nothing to be afraid of.
Garrosh's comment only solidified her resolve. She wanted to live in a realm where guards didn't need to patrol the halls. Aedra stopped in front of the study door and pressed down on the handle, but it didn't budge. Locked. Garrosh stepped closer and put out a hand, his eyes narrowing in concentration. Aedra held her breath. Was he using his power? Would she be able to tell if he did? With a deft twist of his wrist, the lock clicked open. It was real. Garrosh was tied to Sidoni's power, though the idea seemed ludicrous. What does it feel like? Aedra asked as they slipped into the dark room. She knew how to draw from the fount, though she'd rarely done so. There had been no reason to, and every time she connected with it, it felt like she was giving in to a past she'd abandoned.
There's something here.
Garrosh placed his fist just below his ribs.
When I need it, it expands.
Not like the fount, then, Aedra murmured, waiting for her eyes to adjust.
I think it's both different and the same.
Garrosh turned back to the door.
I'll keep watch here. Get the amulet.
Aedra nodded, and her mouth grew dry. She looked to her left, to the shelves and display cases. There was barely any light filtering through the windows, but a sliver of moonlight glinted off the polished wood. Garrosh didn't know where the amulet was. She only needed to keep her back to him, between the door and the stone. She scanned the shelves lined with ancient tomes and artifacts, her eyes finally coming to rest on the satin pillow that cradled the onyx stone. She reached out to take it, her fingers brushing against the cold metal and tracing the intricate molding. Icy tendrils of doubt crept up her spine. From this moment forward, there would be no turning back. If she hid this and lied to her friends about its existence, she would be forever protecting this secret.
Did you find it?
Garrosh whispered. Aedra jolted and nearly dropped the amulet. She slipped it into her underclothes. It's not here, she hissed. She had to sell this, and Garrosh knew her better than almost anyone else here. If she could convince him, she'd be out of the woods.
Not there?
Aedra made a show of looking through the other shelves. It was right here on this pillow the other night, but it's gone. Garish left the door to help, and she pointed at the satin pillow. He inspected it.
Who else was in the room with you when the realm slowed?
All of us. Mel, Roderick, Paladin, and Fina. My father.
Do you think he noticed? Saw what you were touching?
Garish asked. He saw me walk over here, but he was too busy berating me to notice anything else. Aedra's fingers twitched, the amulet's cold weight against her side. She turned to Garish and forced a determined smile. Let's try elsewhere.
Wait.
Garish put out a hand, and Aedra tensed. Had he seen through her ruse? Garish's eyes bored into hers until she was positive he'd riffled through her soul and read all her private thoughts. But then his eyes flickered closed, and when they snapped open again, they seemed to hold their own light.
You are wise, my daughter.
Garish's voice seemed to fill the room, more resonant than before. His words sent shivers down Aedra's spine. Daughter? What was Garish playing at?
You remember the magic.
Of course, Garish. This isn't funny. Aedra's throat grew thick, and her heart began to pound. She held her arms stiffly at her side.
As long as Ariadne's magic is remembered, you will not know peace in the passage realm. Even without the stones, they will never stop.
Blood rushed in Aedra's ears. He'd said, you, not we. Ice slipped down her spine. This wasn't Garish. It was as if someone else had taken control of his body, manipulating him like a marionette and pulling his strings with invisible hands. Who are you? Aedra's voice was barely a whisper.
You know who I am, child, and I know what you have hidden beneath your clothes. It will not be enough.
Aedra fought to keep her breathing even and failed. It's all I can do.
Is it? If our magic is restored to this realm, you will lose him.
Garish took a step closer, and Aedra's heart kicked up another notch. Sidoni was speaking to her.
I have given freely to the realm because I want you to know peace. I beautify. I heal.
Fina. She was talking about Fina's heart and lungs. Garish took another step.
That healing can be taken away.
He put a hand on her shoulder.
I know the truth about your past, Aedra. I know the pain you've endured. I will help you secure a new path, but you must trust me. Listen when I speak.
Aedra nodded as her legs began to tremble. I'm listening. Chapter 21. Aedra burst through the doors to the gardens with Garish close behind her. The first fireworks exploded in the sky, the sound ricocheting off the stone buildings. Cracks sounded from all directions, and Aedra covered her ears. Destroy the stones, Aedra. All of them. She had spoken with the goddess. Through Garish's mouth, but directly to Sidoni. They existed. The goddesses were real, and everything she'd been taught was true. Aedra thought back to Garish's words. None of it, none of us, is black and white. Sidoni had given her instructions. The stones were created with Ariadne's light from the fount, and could only be destroyed with the same light. Light and magic that didn't exist in their realm, except for 2 places, within 2 people. Garish was one. Sidoni told her he'd learned to open Ariadne's channel to the fount by pouring Sidoni's power into the stones. But he alone couldn't destroy it. 1 to open, 1 to destroy. The second was Alicia, Samara, as she called herself. Mel had been right when she'd called her a snake. Garish had worked with her, and she'd made it possible for Terran to kill the prophet in Trill. Was Aedra any better? Darkness will abide in you, and you will be the final anchor. She was even now working against her friends the same way Samara had worked against her enclave. Still, she dreaded speaking to the woman. The image of her smile as she leaned in to whisper something to Brion was still fresh in her mind.
Stunning.
Garish stood next to her, staring up at the colors exploding in the inky sky, leaving streaks of smoke across the canvas of twinkling stars. It really is, Aedra sighed. I'm sorry, Garish. He put an arm around her shoulder.
It isn't your fault. We'll find the amulet.
It is, and you won't. She couldn't tell him, could she? Garish had fought as a herald. He believed in this reality even if his worldview had shifted. Not yet. She couldn't tell him until she was sure. And if she wasn't? How would she get Garish to open the stones?
Are you all right?
Garish asked, his voice soft. I'm fine, she lied. Just lost in thought.
There's a lot to think about.
Aedra caught sight of Brion, Fina, and the others. Her heart leaped in her chest. Better to rip off the bandage now, don't you think? Aedra put an arm around Garish's waist and pulled him across the lawn. Brion spotted Aedra walking toward them before Fina did. He nudged her.
Look who's back.
Fina's face lit up, and she bolted toward Aedra. Both of them had changed before the fireworks had started. He'd hoped to run into Aedra when he picked Fina up from her room to enjoy the last of the evening's festivities, or at least the last that were suitable for someone underage. Aedra's hair, despite being doused in the Idris earlier, looked perfect, curving around her cheekbones and hitting just below her jaw. Her expression was weary until the second she caught sight of Fina running toward her. Aedra's eyes lit up, and though Fina was old enough not to launch herself into her mother's arms, Brion could tell she wanted to. His heart swelled at the sight. Aedra had told him he didn't know what it meant to want her, but he knew exactly. This, a family, a home. Despite growing up in one, it had never felt the way it should have, not like it belonged to him. Aedra looked up and smiled. Was it only his imagination that her cheeks colored? Hard to tell in the warm light of the torches. It wasn't his imagination that they'd shared a kiss in the reeds. Brion adjusted his pants and looked up at the colors fracturing the night sky to distract himself. Good evening. Aedra stopped next to him, her arms slung over Fina's shoulders. Thank you for making sure Fina got home safely. Of course. His voice cracked, and he cleared it. He needed to calm down, which was next to impossible when Aedra was around. Each night, as he lay in bed alone in his room, he thought of her. Truthfully, he'd thought of her since the moment he met her, but he hadn't wanted to admit it to himself. Aedra slipped her hand into his, and tingles shot up his arm, jolting straight to his heart. If ever there was a time to be bold, I'd love to finish our conversation. The one we were having before you left for your meeting, he whispered. This time he didn't imagine it. Her cheeks flushed pink, and the sight of it sent a spark like the fireworks above them shooting down his spine. She squeezed his hand. I'd be happy to. Maybe this evening I could stop by, after Fina goes to bed? Brion was speechless, his brain momentarily disconnected from his body. Was she serious? Had he been too vague? She knew what he was referring to, didn't she? Had they discussed anything else before she'd left for her meeting? Brion swallowed hard as his thoughts raced. Tonight. Aedra was going to come to his room tonight. But he wasn't sure. Brion! A shrill voice cut through the percussive crackles. Alicia. She was waving a hand, moving toward them. Aedra stiffened, but he kept his grip on her hand. Are you enjoying the evening? She stopped in front of them and straightened her shirt, pulling the neckline a bit lower in the process. It's been lovely, Brion answered, giving a quick grin. We still need to have our chat. Alicia smiled and put a hand on the arm opposite Aedra. Diplomacy and all. Would you have time this evening? After the display is over? Brion's voice caught in his throat.
He'd heard rumors from the others that they'd be heading to Calwain soon. Would Aedra be going with them? If Elora felt it necessary to go there, he assumed he could find a reason to tag along. She'd given him these orders to begin with, which meant he wouldn't have much more time here to discuss representation in the minister's cabinet. Now that Elora was here, he was a bit embarrassed that it hadn't already been done. Yes, of course. Aedra pulled her hand from his. She looked up at him, her eyes soft, and nodded encouragingly. He didn't want to meet with Alicia, but it could be quick, couldn't it? How about we go now? He suggested. Alicia balked. Before the end of the show? Brion ran a hand through his hair. How many fireworks does one need to see in one night, really? He chuckled. Alicia laughed, high and tinkling. All right, we can meet in the study. She turned her eyes to Aedra, and something flickered there before she said, I believe it's already unlocked. The study looked exactly as it had when they'd first arrived, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication, though this time it was Alicia sitting behind the desk, and not Aedra's father. Thank you, Lady Alicia, for granting me this audience, Brion began, his voice tinged with nerves. I come before you today with a heartfelt plea for our township east of the Idris River. As you are one of the minister's esteemed emissaries, we felt it imperative to discuss consideration for a leadership position within the new minister's cabinet. Alicia's lips curved into a seductive smile as her fingers lightly traced patterns on the carved wooden surface. Oh, Brion, your passion is captivating. Is it you who seeks appointment? Brion scoffed. No, I'm not experienced enough for all that. Elora, however, is more than ready to. Elora is not here at the moment, and I'm more interested in hearing your visions of the future. His ambitions? He hadn't shared those thoughts with anyone, barely making time to write them in his notebooks. Brion shared a few thoughts specific to joining their township with the neighboring rural communities to give them support. Alicia's eyes never left his, and it made him oddly uncomfortable. And with the minister's support and a voice within the cabinet, I am confident we can bring about significant progress, he finished. Alicia leaned over the desk, the neckline of her blouse gaping. I received word this morning that the minister himself offered a position to Elora. This morning? Brion frowned. If she knew that the minister had already spoken with Elora, then why? Alicia stood from the chair and rounded the desk to perch on its top in front of him. Brion, we need people with ambition in Drill. You believe yourself inexperienced, but I disagree. Brion scooted his chair back. That's kind of you to say. Alicia fiddled with a loose nail. I believe we'll be spending more time together soon. Your party is heading to Calwain? This took him off guard. How did she know of their plans? Brion had barely heard whispers after they'd returned from the river. I'm not sure. I haven't had a chance to talk with Aedra. Ah, yes, Aedra. She's lovely, isn't she? And her daughter, a peach. Brion stiffened. A woman of determination and loyalty, it seems. Difficult to raise a child all on one's own. Yes, it must be. Brion stood and took a step back. He didn't know why his stomach was suddenly tied in knots. The words coming out of Alicia's mouth were kind, and yet they made him feel like he'd just run his insides through the mud at the bottom of the river. I'm glad Elora has been offered a seat. Thank you again for your time. Alicia finally looked up and smiled. I'll see you soon, Brion. Sleep well. Brion nodded, then turned and strode out of the study. Beads of sweat stood on his forehead, and he swiped them away. What was that? Why was she under the impression that they'd be seeing more of each other? The halls were now filled with people retiring after the fireworks display. He scanned the bobbing heads for anyone he recognized, but was disappointed. Aedra was probably already in her room putting Fina to sleep. Hopefully she knew why he'd gone immediately to meet with Alicia. Hopefully she would still be coming to his door. Brion pulled his clean shirt from the waistband of his slacks and dipped a cloth into the wash basin, then scrubbed under his arms. He hadn't had time to go down to the baths after jumping in the river. Brion flopped onto the bed, grateful someone had lit the candles. How long would it take to tuck Fina in? She was at such a funny age. Old enough to want separation, to have her own opinions, but young and independent enough to still go running through the grass to greet her mother. He wondered how they said good night. Whether Aedra sang her a song or told stories. Probably not anymore. But maybe when Fina was little? A rap sounded at the door, and Brion's heart leapt into his throat. He jumped up and tucked his shirt back in, then rushed to open the door. His face fell as he took in the face on the other side. "Brion, we need to talk." Paladin's brows were so low, he could barely make out the man's eyes. Brion hesitated and glanced down the hall. "Can it wait, Paladin? I'm tired from the festivities and—" Paladin sighed and his shoulders slumped. "I've tried Roderick and Garish and neither of them answered." Smart men, Brion thought. "So I'm your third option?" "Fourth. I also hoped I'd find Mel." Paladin shrugged, and Brion finally opened the door. "What's wrong then?" Brion ran a hand over his face as Paladin strode into the room and sat on the chair next to the window. "I think there's something wrong with Rael. Something between us." Brion frowned. "She traveled from Trill to see you. That's hardly a woman wanting space." Paladin shook his head. "She's different. I don't know how to describe it. It's like she's searching for something. Something I can't give her." Something creaked in the hall, and Brion's heart skipped a beat. No knock came. "What do you think she's searching for?" he asked. "If I knew, I wouldn't be here, would I?" Paladin growled. "Fine. Stupid question." Brion leaned against the door. "I wish I were more help, but I've never been in a relationship like yours, Paladin. You and Rael. You seem committed." Paladin grunted his approval. "I am, at least." "Don't you think—" A tentative knock sounded on the door, and for the second time that night, Brion nearly jumped out of his skin. He whipped the door open and Aedra's eyes widened in surprise. "That was fast." The corners of her mouth curled until she noticed Paladin between them. "Oh, I'm sorry. Paladin came over for a moment, but no, it's fine." Aedra dropped her eyes and retreated down the hall. "Another time, then." Brion's voice stuck in his throat. Another time? His blood warmed as he turned back to Paladin, and words bubbled up before he could stop them. "I'm truly sorry something's going on with Rael, Paladin, but if you don't leave this damned room, I don't believe either of us will recover." Paladin stood and blinked. "You and Aedra?" "Get out," Brion hissed, and Paladin smirked. "Seems like you'll have good advice soon enough." As soon as Paladin was well on his way down the hall to the right, Brion jogged the opposite direction toward Aedra's room. He caught her just as she reached for the handle. "Not another time," he gasped, and Aedra startled. She turned and took him in. He must not look like much. Rumpled shirt, flushed skin, breathing hard. Aedra worked to hide her smile and failed. She nodded once, then followed him back down the hall to his room. Writings of Ryman Legolas, Steward. The third day, the Day of Light, is the culmination of our convergent celebration where we revel in Loros' radiance, our life-giving star. This is the day of feasting, with dancing from dawn till dusk, an unspoken message that light is where we wish to live. Ironic that we preach the virtue of balance. Chapter 22. The door had barely clicked shut when Brion pulled Aedra into his arms. He kissed her, pulling her lips between his, then drew back just enough to speak. "Fina's asleep?" "She's in her bed. I told her I had a meeting." He kissed her again, unable to bear the frantic beating of his own heart.
He cupped her face in his hands and dragged his lips over her cheeks and brow, then tilted her head to expose her neck. A vein throbbed beneath her skin, now stretched tight, and Brion sucked on that tender spot. Aedra's breath caught in her throat, and desire pulsed through him. His hands began to tremble. He wanted to do this right, but it had been so long since he'd been with someone like this, and never before had he cared this much, which did nothing to help with his focus and stamina. Aedra, even with her eyes closed and head arched, made quick work of unbuttoning his shirt. She ran her hands over his bare stomach, up his chest, then pulled the fabric from his shoulders. Brion dropped his arms to allow the shirt to slip off and drop to the floor. "Goddess," Aedra whispered, as her fingers explored his torso. Brion's skin prickled and his nipples pinched as she grazed them. What had she said? Odd, but it wasn't unheard of for people around the realm to have varying beliefs. Something to ask her about. Later. Brion took a step toward the bed, pulling Aedra with him as he worked his way to the other side of her neck. She tasted like warm honey, smelled of something floral he couldn't quite place. So uniquely her. "You had time to bathe? After the river?" Brion asked, his voice rough. "I cleaned up while Fina was readying herself for bed." Aedra raised her arms and wrapped her hands around the back of his neck, spreading her fingers through his hair on the back of his head. "A little unfair, don't you think?" He took another step toward the bed and pulled the lobe of her ear into his mouth. Here she was, soft and clean, while he was sweating through his shirt. A laugh slipped between Aedra's lips. "How was your meeting?" "Terrible." Aedra pulled back to look at him, her eyes laced with concern. "What happened?" Brion chuckled. "Terrible, because all I could think about was this, with you." Aedra's eyes softened as he nudged her the final feet until the backs of her legs hit the edge of the bed. "What were you thinking about, exactly?" "Difficult to explain." Aedra sat and pulled him forward. "Easier to demonstrate?" Brion's blood turned to liquid fire as he hovered over her. She dropped her arms and scooted back on top of the quilt, never breaking eye contact with him. He crawled forward on hands and knees until Aedra wrapped her arms over his waist and pulled him down on top of her. He dropped one leg to the side to allow the mattress to hold some of his weight. There were 2 lamps burning, and now he wished he'd blown one of them out. Not that he didn't enjoy seeing her features in the light. She was beautiful. Her black hair shone as it fanned out over the pillow. His pillow. His bed. Aedra was here for him. He slipped his hands under her shirt and reveled in the sound it pulled out of her. He loved the feel of his fingers against her skin, but still bound by the fabric, like she was a secret, something he'd found and was getting away with. Aedra ran her nails over his ribs, and he shuddered. This wasn't going to last long if she kept doing things like that. Brion grasped for her wrist and pulled her arm above her head, then lifted her shirt and shifted down the bed to trail kisses from her hip to the base of her arm. He listened to the change in her breathing. She liked this. A lot. Brion shifted over her and did the same on the other side, taking his time until she was panting. "Brion, please." Her words flooded his veins, but he forced himself to move slowly, for his sake and hers. He returned to hover above her, taking in her pinched brows and flushed neck and cheeks. Brion waited for her to open her eyes and lift her head to kiss him. Then his hands went to work. He'd told her he wanted her, and she'd listened. She'd shown up at his door. "You don't know what that means. Let me find out, Aedra. Let me find out." Aedra lay nestled in Brion's arms, her heart warring with itself. She listened to the steady rhythm of his breath. That was, how to describe it? Pure pleasure. Brion was both gentle and strong, tender and powerful. She didn't want to leave this bed, didn't want to face her reality beyond these sheets. But this was what she was fighting for, wasn't it? A chance for her and Fina to both live life like this, to be seen and loved, accepted, to have bodies that worked.
You said something earlier. The word goddess?
Brion ran his fingers over her shoulders and paused when she stiffened.
I was curious what it meant. What it means to you.
Aedra mentally berated herself. Why had she said that out loud? Probably because she hadn't been thinking at the moment, with Brion's lips on her neck and hands plucking her like the strings of a mandolin. It was an old story I heard as a child, she murmured, making circles with her fingers on his chest.
Not a current belief? I know we're both from Aerith, but it's a diverse place.
Aedra shook her head. No, I don't have any beliefs, not like that. A gentle breeze tickled the curtains. Had she noticed his window was open? There hadn't been much time to notice anything. Aedra sighed.
What are you thinking about?
Brion grinned, contorting himself to see her face. Aedra laughed. Nothing.
You just sighed with pleasure.
Aedra smacked his shoulder and tried to roll away from him so he couldn't see her blush, but he caught her arm.
You better be thinking about me,
he whispered, grasping her around the waist with his other arm and shifting her higher on his body. Aedra fell onto his chest, her hair draping over his face, creating a curtain around their locked eyes. Right then, she wanted to tell him. She wanted to blurt out everything about the magic and what she was planning to do. But if he knew the truth, he would never look at her the same way. He'd either think her insane or, well, insane. There wasn't another plausible explanation. This wasn't real. She pushed the thought away. She traced her fingers gently over Brion's cheek, and his eyes fluttered. I need to get back. Check on Fina. Disappointment flickered on his face, but he drew a breath and nodded. She didn't want to leave, and she loved that he didn't want her to either. But she wasn't alone in this realm, and Fina's wants and needs would always come first. Aedra brushed her lips over Brion's, then pushed up and out of his embrace, reaching for her discarded clothes. She dressed quickly, aware of his eyes on her every movement. His attention both thrilled and terrified her. She could have this. She only needed to destroy the stones, and then this life could be hers. Thank you, she whispered as she slipped out of the room, the door closing softly behind her. She tiptoed down the corridor, making her way to her own room. Aedra was silent, though there was no point in being discreet. Paladin had seen her at Brion's door, which meant Rael would know soon enough. She used her key to open the door of her room and went straight to check on Fina. Her daughter's long hair was strewn over her pillow, her dark lashes resting on her cheeks. Asleep. Aedra breathed a sigh of relief. With light steps, she retreated and closed Fina's door, then rested against the doorframe. Would it be terrible to run back down the hall? Lie in Brion's arms a few more moments? No. If she did that, she'd never leave, and Fina would be terrified when she woke alone in the morning. The lamp was low on oil, but it would last until she blew out the flame. She'd have to ask for it to be refilled after breakfast, though she wouldn't be staying long. Calwain. She'd never been to the birthplace of Ariadne's magic, and for good reason. Why would she want to worship or celebrate a goddess whose teachings created abusive, self-important men, parents who abandoned their children? Aedra approached the wash basin, a simple wooden vessel resting atop a worn chest of drawers. She dipped a cloth into the cool water and cleansed her face for the second time that night, then stripped and ran the cloth under her arms and over her other sensitive parts. She'd take a real bath in the morning, but this would have to do for tonight. She pulled on her nightgown and gazed at herself in the mirror hanging on the wall. Her dark hair was mussed. Heat flashed in her middle as she thought of Brion tangling his fingers in it. Aedra lifted her comb from next to the wash basin and undid the evidence. The rhythmic strokes soothed, and once her hair gleamed, she folded her clothes and set them in the drawers. Her eyes finally began to droop, and she made her way to the bed. After twisting the key to the lamp and cutting off the last drops of oil, she sank into the soft sheets and pulled the quilt to her chin. The light dimmed and flickered out. Her breathing slowed as she rehearsed in her mind each moment with Brion. She wanted those moments again. Tomorrow, the next day, every day after that. Brion would come with them, wouldn't he? Aedra yawned and surrendered to the soft chirp of crickets outside her window. Her mind drifted between the study and Brion's room, between the river and the street lit up with fireworks. She was dragged deeper into haze and smoke, blending between memory and nothingness. Then, the smell of peppermint, pressure on her skin. Aedra's eyes flew open and she gasped, but no air sucked into her lungs. Someone stood over her, and their hand was clamped over her mouth. Chapter 23. Panic surged through Aedra's veins as she flailed her limbs, trying to free herself from the shadowed figure above her. "Stop it," a voice hissed in her ear. "Hold still and I'll let you go, stupid girl." Aedra recognized that voice, though it was normally coated in honey and directed at Brion. Alicia. Aedra froze as her eyes adjusted and she stared into the woman's cold eyes. Her pink lips curved into a thin smile. Bile rose in Aedra's throat as her fingers dug into the bedsheets. She nearly gagged as Alicia pulled her hand from her face. "Good," Alicia whispered, folding her arms over her chest. "We need to talk." "And you thought this was wise? To break into my room in the middle of the night?" Alicia shrugged lazily. Aedra sat up, glaring at her as she willed her heart rate to slow. "What do you want?" "I heard you had a visitor earlier, in the study." Aedra's mouth grew dry. Had the goddess visited Alicia? If Sidonai had been able to talk through Garish and Alicia was tethered to the Dark Sister like he was, could the goddess speak directly to her? Alicia ground her teeth. "It seems we've been forced into an alliance by the goddess we both serve. I like it far less than you do, I assure you." That answered her question, then. Alicia would not trust her unless she'd heard directly from Sidonai. The goddess needed them both. Aedra, because she possessed the amulet and connections to Garish. Alicia, because she had the power they'd need to destroy the stones. But how would they do it? Alicia moved to twist the lamp, but Aedra shook her head. "No light. My daughter is sleeping in the next room." "You wish to discuss this in the dark?" "Easier. Then I don't have to look at you and remember the way you flaunted yourself in front of Brion this morning." Aedra didn't say it out loud. "We need to retrieve 3 stones," she began, her voice low and steady. "I'm aware. I've been working on that with the heralds since before you ever came to the enclave," Alicia snapped. "You know where they are, yes?" Aedra nodded. "But it's not as if they'll be easy to retrieve. They're held closely by— I don't care." Alicia made a show of slumping into the chair next to the window. "Of course, it would be ideal for the goddess if we destroyed them all, but we already have one in our possession. We can start with that." "Garish will never agree to this." Aedra knew him, even if they hadn't seen each other in years. Once Garish locked onto a path of action, he would not falter. He may have been dedicated to Sidonai before the magic was stripped from the realm, but now he was dedicated to Bella, and Bella wanted the stones in Calwain. "Then we'll force him." Aedra's stomach clenched. Force him how? Her mind raced with images built from the stories she'd heard of the heralds. Garish's strong, rugged features twisted in agony as his bones were crushed into dust. Was that what Alicia had in mind? "We'll find another way." Alicia pursed her lips. "I have very little patience for plans that don't get results." Aedra's fingers tapped restlessly against the cold stone table, her mind racing with possibilities. Why couldn't the others see how much simpler their lives could be here in this realm without the magic? They were fixed on the realm of the past and missing the beauty in front of them. If the goddess got what she wanted, Garish could be free of her. Bella wouldn't have to worry about him. Jude and Alora would be serving a realm in peace. And Terran could grow up to have a life of his choosing. Paladin and Jude would no longer worry about being crushed by the Order. So many benefits, if they could only suspend their knowing. If she could make them understand, would they be so resistant to giving up the stones? We need time. Aedra's voice was barely a whisper. Time for what? Time for them to see what life could be without the magic. Dawn crept in through cracks of the wooden shutters. Aedra slept in fits and spurts after Alicia had left, and her legs felt like they might spontaneously combust if she lay there any longer. She flicked the sweat-dampened sheets off her and threw on her clothes. Fina was still asleep in the other room, and she didn't want to wake her. Aedra pulled a piece of parchment from the drawer in the side table and scrawled a note in charcoal. With her eyes feeling like they'd been blasted with sand, she grabbed their pile of soiled laundry and slipped out of the room, hoping the cool morning air would bring some relief. It didn't. But at least the bathhouse was unoccupied at this early hour. Steam rose from the heated pools like ethereal fingers reaching for the arched wooden beams stretched across the ceiling. Aedra dropped to her knees and methodically scrubbed her and Fina's clothes clean, finishing with the outfit she was wearing. The repetition and physical work numbed her anxiety about the day ahead, and brought her time with Brion the night before to the forefront of her memory. If only her evening had ended there. She wanted to drop what she was doing and go to him now, crawl into bed and allow him to shelter her from this. But Brion couldn't protect her. Not now that she'd lied to Garish and hidden the amulet. Not now that she was going to deceive them all again, in a few hours. She wrung the water from their blouses, slacks, and underclothes, then hung them up to dry on a nearby line. Beads of sweat formed on her brow from the heat. She would take a cold plunge before soaking in the hot baths. Aedra moved between the pools, shocking her system between frigid water and sweltering heat to keep her mind from spinning. By the time she left the bathhouse, the sun was fully risen. Golden rays streamed through the window of the dining hall as she entered, making the polished cutlery gleam. The room was bustling, already transformed with shimmering golds and white bouquets of flowers. The day of light, to celebrate Ariadne, to vanquish the shadows. She should be looking for her father, or at least for Fina, but she scanned the tables in search of one person. Finally, she spotted his dark hair and strode toward Brion. He looked up, his dark eyes locked on hers. Aedra shivered. That smile. It had only been for her last night. Brion pulled out a chair at his table. Good morning. You're up early. I couldn't sleep. Her voice wavered slightly and Brion's brow lifted. Bad dreams, not... Aedra blushed, and Brion chuckled. Fina got your note. She's sitting with your parents. Aedra turned and found her at their usual table. She still hadn't spoken to her mother, and she wasn't planning on it. Her parents didn't remember, but she did. They had never loved her as much as they loved obedience to rules. Their status within the enclave. Not for the first time, Aedra wondered how much easier this new realm would be if her entire history had been rewritten in the blink of an eye. Here. Brion slid a plate of food toward her. You must be hungry. Thank you. Her stomach churned at the thought of eating, but she forced herself to take a bite of smoked fish and aged cheese. The food here was delectable. Maybe it had improved everywhere, enhanced like the rest of the realm. She'd always been taught that the Dark Sister was evil. But she'd given them all of this, hadn't she? The doors at the back of the room opened, and Aedra's head snapped up. Mel entered, flanked by Taryn. Aedra's fingers twitched as she broke a piece of warm, crusty bread in half. The scent of brewed tea and warm pastry hung in the air, a veneer of normalcy over the dread that nestled in the pit of her stomach. Another beautiful day, isn't it? Brion's voice brimmed with warmth and an innocent cheerfulness that made her heart ache. Before Aedra could answer, Mel dropped into the chair next to her. Taryn stood behind them looking tired and fidgety. Mel studied the two of them, a hint of a smile on her lips. Derek said Paladin had told her what he'd seen last night. Good morning, you two. The bread smells divine, doesn't it? It tastes even better than it smells. Brion offered them both a piece, but Mel declined. Taryn looked as if he regretted her answering for him so quickly. Aedra,
I wondered if I might steal you for a moment. Take a walk in the gardens?"
Brion leaned back in his seat.
Not even going to let her finish her breakfast?
Mel rolled her eyes. "I'll bring her back, I promise." Aedra's cheeks colored as she stood, smoothing her slacks. Her hair had mostly dried from the baths, so she pulled it up and secured it with a tie she wore around her wrist. Brion caught her hand as she turned. He didn't say anything, just squeezed her fingers and smiled. He had no idea how much she needed that. "Watch for Fina?" she asked. Brion nodded.
"Always."
As Mel led Aedra and Taryn through the house, the echo of their footfalls filled the silent hallway. Everyone, it seemed, was either still tucked away in their rooms or enjoying breakfast. The rest of the guest house was eerily silent. The stone was hidden away in her room, but Aedra could have sworn it was still burning against her skin beneath her underclothes. Mel pushed open the garden door, and Aedra and Taryn followed her onto the stepping stones between the topiaries. As the scent of roses filled her nostrils, she saw the rest of them. Garish, Bella. Their faces were drawn. Taryn folded his arms over his chest and paced nervously around the garden. Who would have stolen the amulet? No small talk or good mornings. They were getting right into it. Aedra's fingers felt like they were frozen at the tips. Bella paced. Someone else must know about it. It's the only explanation.
Someone does know about it. The question is, who she's using to keep it from us.
Garish muttered. Sidonai. That's who he was talking about. The Dark Sister had broken from her bonds and stripped the magic from the passage realm, then erased even the remembrance of it. She would do everything she could to keep them from ruining that. Aedra felt a sudden pang of affinity for the goddess. Aedra would do anything to protect Fina. What was Sidonai protecting? It's someone here, within these walls, Bella mused.
There are too many people within these walls,
Taryn noted. Bella frowned. Taryn, you said you found magical things in Aeon. They were hidden there, not present in this realm. A cold knot tightened in Aedra's chest. Alicia was supposed to be here by now. The balancer stone wasn't hidden in Aeon. It was still in this realm. Did she need to worry that Taryn could see both? Her gaze flickered over Garish's face. She hated lying to him the most. What if he would listen? What if he'd be willing to help her destroy the stones like he'd tried to before he met Bella? She'd much rather work with him than Alicia. Just as Aedra's nerves were about to shred, the garden gate swung open with a creak. Alicia, breathless and flushed, stumbled into the midst of their gathering. I found the amulet, she announced. Garish moved in front of Bella.
Samara?
Her name is Alicia, Aedra stated. Garish's jaw worked.
Call her what you like. Why are you here and why do you know of the amulet?
Alicia's eyes flickered to Aedra. Alicia was talking to Brion and I discovered she remembered.
How?
Garish barked. Alicia flinched. Gone was her smooth facade and predatory smile from the night before. She was good. Had she put on a different face last night? I don't know. Alicia swallowed hard. But I knew what you and Ryman were looking for, Garish, and you're well aware of how I knew that. Garish stiffened, and Bella stepped up to stand next to him. You said you found something. Alicia pulled the mangled chain from her pocket. I found this. The stone held within it was ground to dust. That's it? The setting for the amulet in the study. Aedra walked forward, pretending to inspect the smashed metal. It's not possible to destroy the stones without the magic. Bella stepped forward to take a closer look.
We don't know that,
Garish murmured.
Just because it was the way I discovered doesn't mean it's the only way.
But what if one stone is destroyed? Taryn's face pinched as he considered the ramifications of this discovery. There's no point in going to Calwain, Mel finished. Everything we've been fighting for. It's over. Chapter 24. Aedra's heart pounded as she held up the ruined necklace. its once delicate design now twisted and hammered out of shape. She and Alicia had broken it in her room earlier that morning, before coming down for breakfast. Could the Dark Sister have done this? Reached into this realm herself? Bella asked, twisting the chain between her fingers. Aedra's stomach churned. There was no turning back now. She had chosen this path, and now would see it through. How do we know it's destroyed? What if it was only broken, but the magic still flows within it? Taryn asked. Alicia dropped the chain into Bella's hands. The stone was pulverized, the dust scattered across the stone floor. There's no way we could put it together again. A heavy silence settled over the room like a suffocating fog. Each of their faces dropped. What were they thinking? They'd given up their personal lives to follow the goddess and fulfill this mission, and now she was telling them it was over, that their sacrifices had been in vain. A lump formed in Aedra's throat as guilt gnawed at the edges of her heart. She had to make this better. I think we have to accept this. Aedra turned to face the others, but avoided looking garish in the eyes. We have a good life here. The realm is beautiful, and we have each other. How can we accept this? We have each other, but half of our friends and family don't remember the truth. Taryn kicked the boulder next to him. Aedra stiffened. It will feel lonely, but not forever. Don't you think we can make this a life worth living? Bella clenched her fists at her sides. There has to be some other way. Rael and Paladin pushed through the doors. There you are. We've been looking everywhere for you. Alicia slipped the chain into her pocket as Rael took in their defeated faces. Is something wrong? Taryn pushed to his feet and stalked past his sister. I want to go home. Brion stood outside the consulate building next to a pile of stacked trunks. Not his. He had yet to pack his things, as did Aedra and Fina. He'd been keeping close watch and hadn't seen either of them transport belongings to the front steps. You're returning home? Brion asked, as Rael and Paladin stopped next to him. She nodded. The western slope is your home too, is it not? Brion thought of his cottage in the trees above the other habitations. It was his if he wanted it, though he hadn't moved in yet. He'd left to find his father, only to discover he had already passed. Being the docent of the township center grounds was a responsibility he'd been happy to accept then. But now? His life hadn't been what he'd wanted when he was a child, and it seemed it wouldn't be how he envisioned as an adult either. But somehow, the fact that his mother would still need his help, and he hadn't gotten closure with his father, didn't matter anymore. Not now that he had Aedra and Fina in his life. It is my home, he acknowledged, but didn't feel it in his heart. It's quite an honor that your mother has been chosen to serve with the minister. Brion thought back to his conversation the night before in the study with Alicia. He should have been annoyed that he'd come all the way here for nothing, since Alora had already met with the minister himself. But he wasn't. Only grateful that he'd had this time with Aedra. That was telling. And Mel and Roderick? Brion had a soft spot for the two of them. Back to their ship. Paladin pointed to Roderick readying a coach. Right. Roderick had a ship that delivered supplies up and down the eastern coast. He found it odd that from one day to the next their seemingly urgent plans to visit Calwain had been derailed, but he wasn't one to question. Paladin picked up a stack of trunks, and Brion followed suit. He couldn't lift 3 like the bear of a man had, but he could take 1 in each arm. They loaded them into the back of the coach, and when they turned back, found the others gathering on the steps. So strange. He'd been traveling with some of these people for weeks now, and it didn't feel right to say goodbye so hastily. It didn't feel right to say goodbye at all to 2 of them. Brion's heart stuttered as Aedra and Fina walked out the doors of the consulate, flanked by Aedra's parents. She smiled and embraced the others. Brion followed Jude back to gather more trunks and caught snippets of their conversation. Wonderful to meet you. Fireworks display was stunning. Hope you all come back to visit soon. He took another trip to the storage compartment, and when he came back, Aedra was waiting for him. "Good morning. Again." She smiled, wincing against the bright sunlight. Brion smiled, heat flashing through his midsection. "I believe it's almost afternoon." "Almost. Not quite." "Are you and Fina packing your things?" It was the closest he could come to asking whether she was staying or leaving, whether she was interested in him staying or leaving with her. "We will. Fina wanted one more day with her grandparents." Aedra glanced over at Fina, chattering away to her grandmother as they admired the indigo flowers in bloom next to the stairs. "What do you plan on doing next?" Brion was leading her. If she didn't take the bait soon, he'd have to accept that she may not be interested in their paths remaining crossed. Aedra dropped her eyes to her hands in front of her. "Build a new life," she murmured. Brion wasn't sure what that meant, but guessed it had something to do with what happened on the lawn yesterday. Fina's life was miraculously new. He didn't understand it, but could see the awe in Aedra's eyes each time she looked at her daughter. Gratitude and wonder were etched into every line of her face. Brion cleared his throat. "Would you consider coming with me?" The words came out before he could filter them. That hadn't been the plan, to ask her outright. Aedra's face reflected the surprise he felt at his own question. "Brion, It's all right. I didn't mean to put you on the spot." The answer was no. His heart dropped against his spine. He'd asked, and her answer was no. She was only searching for a kind way to let him down. Brion's cheeks flamed, and he turned to see if there were any other trunks to be transported. There weren't. "Fina, I'm going to take Brion around to the pond. I don't believe he's seen it yet," Aedra called. Fina waved and nodded, still engrossed in her conversation. Brion turned back. "Aedra, you don't need—" She grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the south side of the house. "Brion, there's something I need to tell you, and I need you to listen. Wait until I get to the end, and then you can ask questions." Brion frowned. Aedra's grip was strong as she pulled him forward. As soon as they were hidden behind the corner, she stopped and whirled to face him. "I can't go with you across the river." "I'd gathered that, but—" Aedra put a finger to his lips. "I can't go with you because there's something you don't know about my past." Her breathing quickened, and her eyes grew glassy. Something about her past? What could be so harrowing that she'd be this nervous to tell him? "Your brother. He wasn't who he said he was." Brion blinked. "That was it?" Aedra continued. "I was attacked, Brion. I wasn't with him. I wasn't ready to be a mother, and I was forced into it." Darkness seemed to seep into his chest and settle in his stomach. She was forced into it? Attacked? That wasn't possible. Matthias was bull-headed, but to do something like that? "I should be able to be in Aerith, to cross the river and not think of that day, but I don't think I'm capable of it. It's why I find it so difficult to be here. My parents threw me out when it happened. For so long, I wasn't welcome within these walls." Tears welled in her eyes, and Brion caught them with his thumb before they dripped down her cheeks. He never would have guessed. Her parents seemed so welcoming, so happy to see her and Fina. Could it be possible? Was that why Matthias had never introduced them? He knew he should say something, but his mouth wouldn't work. "I want to go home, Brion, to Stockwell Parish up north, and I know it isn't the prettiest place and our home isn't large." "Your home is beautiful," he cut in. "I'm horrified by what you just told me. I'm rewriting everything I thought I knew about my brother and about your life with Fina. I think I might be sick." Aedra nodded and looked down at her hands again. Brion tipped her chin up. Her eyes shimmered like gemstones. "I know you have a life to get back to in your township," she whispered. "And I don't expect you to drop everything." "I'll come with you. If that's what you're asking, yes. I'll come with you." It was as if a door he'd been standing in front of had finally opened, and he'd walked through. This was what he'd been waiting for. A purpose, a family, something to make right. Brion couldn't catch all her tears before they trickled over her skin. She nodded, unable to speak. He pulled her to him and forced himself not to squeeze as hard as he wanted to. He didn't care what he was leaving back in the hills. This was his family now. He wanted to go home. Chapter 25. Aedra stood by the window, watching the butterfly bush sway in the afternoon breeze. It should have been the end of dark season, but instead, the weather was pleasant. Perfect, even. Brion set the last dish on the rack to dry, then wiped his hands on a towel. He always prepared dinner before Fina arrived home from her apprenticeship classes. That way, they all had time together for the few hours before bed. He walked over to Aedra and wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin on the top of her head. It had been 10.5 months since they left the enclave, and it was becoming easier and easier to forget the life she knew before all this, before Paladin showed up on her door, and before the realm shifted. It hadn't taken long for Aedra to see that Brion was nothing like his brother, and now she never even thought of that night. Fina was whole, and the void that had taken up residence in Aedra was achingly close to being filled. "We have at least a half hour before Fina gets back," Brion murmured, lowering his head and kissing the shell of her ear. Aedra shivered as the smell of him enveloped her. Cedar bark warmed in the sun. She rarely thought of the onyx stone pulled from the gold setting tucked under her mattress, but when she did, she was only glad. Aedra leaned against Brion's chest. "I like where this is going." Brion gripped her waist and twirled her to face him, then pulled her toward the hall and, ultimately, she guessed, their bedroom. "Now I like where this is going." Mel lay nestled against Roderick's chest in the captain's quarters of the Maiden's Blessing, their bare bodies entwined beneath the soft sheets of his bed. The light from the gas lamp flickered, casting shadows on the wooden walls that seemed to sway in time with the ship's gentle rocking. Goddess, how she hated this ship once. Now it was a joy to travel with Roderick up the coast, to see him port and deliver goods, to be by his side as he met with merchants and to treat his passengers when they needed care. She'd always believed this ship needed an herbalist, but she never thought it would be her. Roderick played with her hair, twirling the short strands around his finger. On the outside, her life was perfect. A man who loved her, who provided for her, a family who anxiously awaited their visits each time they were able to sneak a visit to Canthione, boxes of her father's wine in the hold, a profession she loved. "What is it?" Roderick rubbed her shoulder, twisting so he could see her face. "Mel." Tears welled up in Mel's eyes as she curled into him. "I've lost a part of myself," she choked out, clutching him to her. Roderick wrapped his hands around her and squeezed her to his chest. "Mel, when we came back to the ship, I didn't plan to—" "No, Rod." She fought to breathe, fought to think over the slab of granite that seemed to have settled on her chest. Where was this coming from? They'd left the enclave because there was nothing else to do with the stones. There was no way to restore the magic to this realm, and she'd accepted that. Goddess, she'd only been consecrated to work with the magic a short time before it was taken away. It shouldn't feel like such a loss. She had Roderick. She had her life back. Wasn't that enough? "Mel, talk to me," Roderick whispered against her temple. She always talked to Roderick, and yet over the past nearly 11 months, she hadn't been able to open up about this. Truthfully, she thought she'd buried it. But this was the second time in 2 weeks her emotions had crashed over her like a rogue wave. She couldn't bury this any longer, or she was going to drown. Mel pushed back and wiped her cheeks, then propped her head on her elbow. "Rod, I have to tell you something. But you have to promise not to think I'm insane." "I always think you're a bit insane, so this shouldn't be any different." He gave a wry smile. Mel laughed, then sucked in a breath, nearly giving herself hiccups. This is different. Roderick brushed her hair behind her ear. I won't think you're insane. You might. Mel, will you just spit it out? Mel lay back and rested her head on the pillow, staring up at the ceiling. She remembered the first time she'd been here. After her dream, after nearly plummeting off the rails of the ship. Maybe that's why she couldn't escape it. This ship was magic for her. This realm is different now. When I first boarded this ship, it was because Rael and Paladin were searching for bloodstones to protect the magic we possessed. They failed. We failed. That magic was taken from us, and until our time in the south of Aerith, we were still trying to bring it back. Then even the knowledge of it was stripped. Roderick took a moment to respond. If it was taken, how do you remember it? Mel rolled to her side and opened the drawer next to the bed. She pulled out the emerald stone she'd kept with her since they'd been at the enclave. Even though one stone was destroyed, she couldn't let this one go. Not yet. Mel handed it to Roderick. He held it up and watched it glint in the lamplight. What is it? A bloodstone. My bloodstone. I held the magic, Rod. It felt so good to say it out loud. Roderick's brow pulled together. Magic? Mel took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts, then started from the beginning. Jude sat on the bed, the fading light casting long shadows across the room. He felt empty, wasted. For years he'd lived alone in the woods and bridled his abilities, refusing to reach for the fount. He'd given it up for magic that didn't even exist anymore. He'd given it up for nothing. Now the emptiness gnawed at him. The promise that the magic could be used had been enough to comfort him in his prior loneliness. Now he had Elora, and she was a blessing. But what had it all been for? His entire life, wasted. Years of struggle, abandonment, clawing to find meaning in his solitary existence, fighting against his true nature. He clenched his fists, his tattooed skin stretching taut over his knuckles. Power used to course through his veins, allowing him to bend reality to his will. Now, he was an empty husk. Elora sat at the desk across from him, scribbling down notes from her meeting with the minister that afternoon. He studied her, her brow furrowed in deep concentration, her fingers deftly maneuvering the pen. He'd never been good at writing. How far they'd come from Piatha. Elora, he began, his voice a quiet rumble against the scratch of metal on parchment. She turned around, her gaze softening as she met his. Do you ever feel like something's missing? She tilted her head but didn't look up. Usually it's my reading lens. Jude chuckled and leaned back on the bed, resting on his elbows. But I doubt that's what you're referring to. Elora set her quill down and stood, crossing the room to the bed. She sat beside him, her hand reaching out to gently trace the small strip of skin visible on his chest. He'd opened his top button, and now he was glad he had. You know you don't have to be near me all the time. If something's missing in your life, you can pursue a vocation. It's not that. Jude searched for words to describe this feeling that was maddeningly intangible. How could Elora understand when nothing had been taken from her? Or at least nothing she had any memory of. If that's not it, then what is? Elora inspected his face. He sighed. I don't know. He did know. Too much. That's why his days felt like they dragged, leading him in an endless round of nothingness. What was the point of this life now? To seek pleasure, avoid pain, then be reborn and struggle all over again? Would he remember the magic then? Dark thoughts took hold within him. If he could start over without any knowledge of what he'd lost, would it be different? You're here, Jude, and I'm here, Elora murmured. Isn't that what matters most?
He wanted to agree with her, but even her soft touch couldn't quite dispel his melancholy. Still, he let her fingers walk over his skin, grounding him. She traced the ink climbing his neck, and then ran her fingers over the rough ropes of his hair. This was it, wasn't it? The magic and his connection to it weren't the only things he was mourning. He was grieving the loss of their connection, their shared understanding, shared memory, shared loss and newfound life that had been stolen from them. Elora made her own sacrifices, being trapped for so long by that beast of a man, Caius. Whereas Jude had been bound by the mountains, she'd been caged in her own home. "I love you," Elora whispered, and he let her climb onto his lap. He kissed her and wound his hand in her hair. "You're here, and I'm here." The problem was, she wasn't. He held Elora in his arms, and still felt utterly alone. Chapter 26. The rugged cliffs rose above Garish and Bella as they circled each other. This beach was over 100 steps down from the path, but it was a welcome escape, one they retreated to at least twice a week to spar. Some of Bella's family members shared their disgust at the two of them going for each other's throats. Garish grinned. It was a good thing they didn't know what they went for when they were alone. "Are you going to move, or just stare at me?" Bella called over the sea breeze. "Stare at you? Always the best choice." She'd removed her blouse and wore only her underclothes and slacks. He had half a mind to call off this practice session and carry her kicking into the sea. The wind, cool and salty, played with their hair as they took their positions. Garish lunged at Bella, the hard edge of his hand aimed squarely for the soft flesh beneath her ribs. "I've seen snails move faster," Bella taunted, sidestepping and kicking his right knee. He stumbled, and she laughed. She actually laughed at him, the minx. When she came at him from behind, he caught her arm and twisted, then planted a kiss on her cheek before pushing her away. What was that about snails? Bella's eyes hardened, but he caught the twitch of her lips. He loved her steely determination, her strength, her wit, and all of it was being wasted. What good was a warrior with no battles to fight, nobody to defend or protect? Bella swept her foot above the sand, attempting to take out his feet. It nearly worked. He jumped back and crouched to gain his balance, but not soon enough. Bella had already launched herself at him from the side, and when her knee connected with his torso, he stumbled back. She slammed the palms of her hands against his shoulders and dropped him to the sand, then pinned him in her favorite position, straddling him with her knees, pinning his wrists. It might be his favorite position, too, now that he thought about it. "You better not have let me win," she purred, then kissed him and closed her thighs against his hips, releasing his hands. "I never let you win." Garish grabbed her waist, and Bella yelped. He rolled and pressed her into the soft sand. She'd be annoyed that her hair was dirty, but it was worth it. He kissed her, soft and slow. It was bliss being here with the waves crashing behind them, and no prying eyes from Bella's family. She had enough siblings he hadn't expected her father to be as protective as he was. Somehow, that man had eyes in the back of his head. Bella tugged at the collar of his shirt and slipped her hand against his chest, tracing the whorls of ink that still stained his skin. They hadn't gone away even when they stopped searching for the stone. He didn't know why he'd expected them to. Hoped was a better word. Bella sighed against his lips, and he lifted so he could look into her eyes. He didn't have to ask what she was thinking about. They were both always thinking about his connection to Sidoni. Him, because that stone in his gut never left. And her, because she could see that it wore on him. "How long are we going to do this, Garish?" Bella's blue eyes reflected the gray sky above them. "My people are becoming lazy. We're wasting—" "I know." He tipped to his side and settled next to her on the sand. "We could leave Shorn. Go somewhere else." He'd been pushing against his own demons for weeks. One demon, to be exact. The Dark Sister pressed against his mind, and it was all he could do to stave the messages off.
He wasn't sure he'd been wholly successful. Bella lifted to rest her head on her hand. You know, everywhere we go, it'll be the same, and leaving Sean Isle won't help my people. You wouldn't have to see them waste away. Bella scoffed. Nice try. She leaned in and kissed the corner of his mouth. We're warriors, survivors. We need a purpose, a reason to keep going, stone or no stone. Garish's heart clenched at her words. She was right, of course. She was always right. The two of them didn't know how to exist without something to fight for. What if we went to Calwain, took all the stones we have? What if it would work without the balancer stone? Bella chewed on her lower lip. Garish nodded his head thoughtfully and brushed the sand from her shoulder. Maybe it's time we find our friends. Taryn could barely stand being in the passage realm. He counted down the hours, the minutes, until he could take another sleeping draught and land in Aeon again. Elora had found one of his empties, but thankfully didn't know what it was or where he'd gotten it. His mother and sisters were unaware of the underground market in Aerith, and he wanted to keep it that way. It wasn't nothing, what he'd felt that day in the enclave, the day he'd found out about the bloodstone, crushed into dust. On the day of light, he'd felt her. A trickle of Ariadne's light had seeped into him and whispered, It's not over. Continue the search. So he had, every day since. Hey, Taryn, his older sister Syphonia called. Want to join us for dinner? He had to admit, he liked his eldest sister better in this new reality. She wasn't so self-righteous, though that meant she was also far more involved in his life. Or wanted to be. He rarely got a moment to himself without her nosing around. I'll come down in a minute, he shouted back. This was his favorite response. It got her off his back and was vague enough never to promise anything. Sometimes he did show up in the dining room, but most of the time he waited until everyone was sure to be nearly finished with their food. Then he could take his plate to his room, without any complaints from his mother. Tonight, though, he wasn't hungry. All he wanted was to sleep, to search the dream world for more clues, anything that could lead him back to the magic they'd lost. His hands shook as he downed the bitter sleeping draught. Oblivion, they called it. It tasted worse than the other available options, but acted the quickest. For that reason, it was his favorite. Taryn lay back on his pillow and kept his eyes open to watch the world begin to blur. There was that familiar pull, the soft tug he'd come to crave. His body faded, his senses heightening as he slipped into Aeon. It was like stepping into a warm bath, an embrace that lit up his awareness. Ironic that the realm of dreams made him feel more alive. Taryn breathed deeply and reveled in the freedom. With a single thought, he sped forward through the landscape of Aeon. He stopped briefly in Trill, but he'd already gone through everything he'd found in the manor house. Ryman's things now sat here in his own home in Aerith, and he'd read each notebook at least 3 times. Still, he cracked one open and began to read. Ryman's words soothed his raw nerves, reminding him that the magic was real. This was real. His realm was the one lacking. This week I delved deeper into the lore of the Bloodstones. These gems continue to captivate my scholarly pursuits, though I haven't yet found proof of their existence. How would a goddess go about creating an object imbued with her power? And what does this tell us about the magic itself? The why of the matter is obvious. If 6 lines existed, as I suspect, then we've already proven her wise in seeking protection against baser human nature. With her power tied to something essentially permanent here in the realm, human hands couldn't erase that knowledge from the realm. They could hide it, bury it, but not destroy it. As to how she did it, I've landed on one theory that resonates. Though, to be fair, that doesn't prove its validity. The idea of silver trout served with Atava root resonated with me last week, and it was, in a word, revolting. But I digress. The theory is this. Ancient myth speaks of the convergence of 3 celestial bodies, the same 3 we celebrate each year, and describes the fount pulling closer to the passage realm during the alignment. Darkness on the Day of Shadows,
and light on, obviously, the day of light. If the goddess tethered her magic, I believe she would have done this during the convergence. And this leads to my next point. This magic we hold, if it is drawn closer by celestial bodies, must be constrained in some way. If not bound by law, then at least obedient to it. Could this power be pulled back? Could the magic be released by the same magic that bound it? Based on Piontu chapter 1 verse 3, I believe there is more to understand about tethering. Was it his soul crying out, or the magic itself? If the magic seeks a place to land, perhaps Ariadne only guided it. Perhaps it will continue to seek an endpoint. Ryman was excellent at posing questions, not so adept at answering them. Taryn closed the book. Tonight, as with every night, he was seeking something new, something beyond the magical artifacts that had once felt exotic and foreign. He closed his eyes and opened his heart, feeling the thrum of magic pulsing in this place. It sang to his blood, and he gave in, allowing himself to drift. When Taryn once again beheld his surroundings, it was no surprise who stood in front of him. The bloodstones always called the loudest, and Bella was never without that cuff on her wrist. Tonight, Garish and Bella climbed steps set in rock, hovering above a coral beach. Taryn moved closer until Garish's eyes narrowed, and he paused mid-step. He was the only one who consistently sensed Taryn's presence near him, no doubt facilitated by the mark on his chest. Taryn would have to play a joke on him one of these days. He laughed at the thought and retreated as Bella turned, asking why Garish had paused. Not today. He didn't want to make the man plummet off the cliff. He closed his eyes again and waited for the magic to reel him in. This time, it took him to the decks of the Maiden's Blessing, rocking in unison with the surface of the sea. There was Mel, standing alongside Roderick at the wheel. The sight of them stirred a pang of longing within him. His dreams had first come on that ship, before Trill, before the Prophet. Even ending up in prison wasn't enough to put a damper on his knowledge that he had gifts in the magic. He clenched his fists. He'd never been able to grow in them, and he'd be forever stuck with this. Aeon, searching. Nothing more, nothing less. Enough of this. Taryn pulled back into the void, reaching out for something else. Anything else. But tonight, the magic wouldn't let go as it usually did. No, he whispered out loud. I don't need to see Bridget and her necklace or Jude and his stone. I need something else. Something that will... Taryn gasped and clutched at his chest. No, the magic seemed to throw back at him. You need to see the stones. No more stones, Taryn commanded inside his head. The magic grew more insistent. He was pulled from the sea and found himself standing in Aedra's garden. At least he assumed it was hers, since she was bent over plucking weeds from loamy soil. He'd never ended up here before. Once he'd seen Fina, but it felt weird spying on her. She was 13 and looked older than when they had been together at the enclave. At 17, he shouldn't be noticing that, should he? Aedra moved through her garden, humming to herself. The image of tranquility. Fina pushed through the back gate and Aedra jumped up, pulling her into a hug. When was the last time he'd hugged his own mother? And then he saw it. A soft glow. The gleam of magic he'd become so attuned to. He moved past Aedra and Fina, drifting through their home until he hovered over the soft illumination. There, nestled between her mattress and the bed frame, was a round onyx stone. It seemed to pulse as he reached out to touch it, but it was cemented to the spot. It existed in the passage realm then, not solely here. He knelt to get a better look at it, and that's when his heart jumped into his throat. There were scratches along the edges, as if it had been pulled free of something, removed from a setting. Taryn stumbled back. Alicia. She'd appeared in the gardens at the enclave and told them the stone held in the amulet had been turned to dust. She lied. Aedra had known, and not said anything.
How had he not noticed this before? Why hadn't he looked closer at this detail? He forced himself back to his room and dropped onto his bed, pushing with all his might to pop the bubble around him. Why had he taken oblivion tonight? It could be hours until his mind allowed him to wake. Hours before he could tell Jude what he'd seen. Or as long as he was stuck here. Taryn rose and pushed back toward the rocky cliffs, back to the cuff on Bella's arm. Perhaps tonight was the night to interrupt Garish, after all. Paladin lifted the mug of hot tea to his lips. The hills were hazy this morning, and even that subtle difference in the landscape piqued his interest. Every morning he and Rael sat here on the balcony, and every day it looked more or less the same. The temple on the hill, the birds chirping in the trees. This morning it seemed the scene was murky, mysterious. He loved it. "Is there any more honey?" Rael asked. Paladin leaned forward and pushed the ceramic jar across the table. "Thank you." "Did you sleep well?" he asked. Rael nodded. Paladin took another sip and looked back across the grass and wildflowers. Every morning they sat here. There wasn't anything wrong with it. They'd fallen into a routine over the past months, and he appreciated being here at the house together, especially since Alora and Jude had taken up permanent residence in Trill. There was plenty to do to keep the house and grounds running. But Paladin glanced at Rael, wishing he could get inside her head. They were close. They loved each other. And yet there seemed to be a physical distance between them, like a hole had been carved out of his chest and never filled. There had to be something wrong with him. His life here with Rael was exactly what he thought he always wanted. "Did you sleep well?" Rael asked, as she twirled a golden stream of honey into her tea. Paladin nodded. He reached for his cup, then nearly dropped it when Taryn burst out onto the balcony. "They're here!" he exclaimed, more animated than Paladin had seen him in weeks. Rael frowned. "Who's here?" "You'll see! Come on!" Taryn rushed from the room. Paladin stood and Rael took his arm. Taryn was doing better now than he had been. For a time, the circles under his eyes had made Paladin wonder if he had a chronic illness. Rael had tried to pressure him into spending time with them and opening up, but it hadn't worked. Then, 3 weeks ago, he'd suddenly snapped back into being himself. They descended the steps, and when they reached the bottom, Rael squealed, nearly making him deaf in his right ear. She ran to the door and threw her arms around Bella. Paladin laughed and strode through the entry to clap Garish on the back. "What in the world brought you here?" Rael exclaimed. Bella glanced over her shoulder at Taryn, then at Garish. "I think we ought to sit down. There's something we need to discuss." Chapter 27. The warm glow of the stove cast flickering shadows on the walls as Brion, Aedra, and Fina gathered around the wooden table for dinner. The tantalizing aroma of roasted venison and spiced vegetables filled the room, but their plates were already empty. "Just think, you won't have to make dinner early for 3 weeks, Fina teased, nudging Brion as she cleared their dishes to the wash basin. Brion sighed and stretched his hands behind his head. "I can't believe they're giving you that much time off. Don't they know that youth only get into trouble when they aren't kept on a schedule?" "Speaking from personal experience?" Fina raised an eyebrow, and Aedra laughed. When had her daughter become so witty? In only a few months, she'd shot up nearly 3 inches. Aedra knew that every day took Fina closer to branching out on her own, but she couldn't help but revel in it. Her daughter was healthy, strong, growing. "Did you hear about the festival next week?" Fina asked, drawing Aedra back to the present. "I can't wait. There will be dancing, games, and all sorts of delicious treats." "Exactly. Trouble." Brion pushed his chair back and moved to the counter, but Aedra beat him to it. "You're not doing the dishes too." She pushed him out of the way and lifted her plate over the drain. Aedra turned to look at Fina as she reached for the ladle. "Enjoy this time. Soon you'll be back at your apprenticeship, and then it's 3 months until solstice." Fina's smile faded, and Aedra instantly regretted her statement. Why did she always have to put her foot in her mouth? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pressure you. Fina leaned against the countertop. What's the point of it all? Aedra's jaw tensed. They'd been over this 100 times. Fina would ask what the point was, and Aedra would tell her to learn and grow, to gain new skills, to provide a life for herself. Then Fina would argue, but what's the point of that? Her daughter, for better or worse, wanted a reason, something to believe in, something to shoot for. Aedra hated it. She knew where that came from, and she knew it would do her daughter no good. It wasn't Fina's fault that she couldn't remember how their lives were before. But sometimes Aedra wished she could give her a glimpse, so she could learn to be grateful. You'll figure it out, Fina, Brion reassured. Aedra watched him as she scrubbed the plate. He was happy, wasn't he? He'd chosen to leave his home on the western slope to be here, and she'd never sensed he regretted it. Her daughter was searching for herself, but she would be fine. They would all be fine. She was the only one who remembered, which meant that she was the only one who felt adrift within their seemingly idyllic existence. Brion put a hand on her lower back. I think I'll go up the street and help Eric with his fence repairs. Aedra smiled and rinsed the plate. Of course. He'll be grateful for that. Helping others. Maybe Fina needed more of that in her life. Couldn't that be her cause? Fina gave her mother a quick peck on the cheek. Going out with friends tonight. Just to the market. All right then. Be careful. And don't stay out too late. Brion left through the front door and Fina ran out the back. And just like that, Aedra was alone. She loved and hated being alone. When she was by herself, she didn't have to pretend. But not pretending made it more difficult to drop back into her roles when her family came home. She is happy. She is satisfied. She is whole. Aedra would never admit she repeated that to herself more times throughout the day than she could count. It wasn't because she didn't love her life here. It truly was as simple and perfect as she'd hoped when she'd made her decision months before. As she scrubbed the last 2 plates, Aedra drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly. She was so wrapped in her thoughts, she barely registered the quiet knock on the back door. When she finally turned to investigate, she gasped and dropped the plate in her hand. It shattered on the stone. Her back door opened and a woman with olive skin and stunningly white teeth entered, closing the door behind her. Aedra, it's been a few months. What are you doing here? Aedra hissed, pulling her away from the windows, then dropping to clean up the shards of ceramic. Alicia scanned the room. I could ask the same thing of you. Enjoying your game of house? This isn't a game. So you've told Brion the truth then, about who you are, who he is? Aedra bit the inside of her cheek. There's nothing to tell. That reality is over, gone. Why would I dredge it up when we're happy? Impressive rationalization. Alicia leaned forward on the table, her voice low and urgent. She dropped to the floor and helped her gather the last pieces. Aedra motioned for her to set them on the counter. I'm here because I have to be, and I think you should sit for this. Aedra did as she asked, her hands beginning to tremble. Goddess, she hoped whatever Alicia was about to say wouldn't shatter her on the tiles. You still have the stone? Alicia asked. Yes, of course. Alicia's eyes flashed. You're out of time. Blood rushed in Aedra's ears. Time. She'd wanted to give everyone time to see how much better life could be without the magic. We should have destroyed it when we found it. It's not like we had a good opportunity to do so. We should have found one. Aedra clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Why does it matter now? Alicia hesitated for a moment, her eyes narrowing as she considered her words carefully. Someone knows about the amulet. A cold shiver ran down Aedra's spine, her breath hitching in her throat. Someone? The thought of anyone discovering the truth about the amulet made her stomach drop to her knees. But there were some someones that were worse than others. Who? And how do you know this? Alicia ignored her questions. Grab the stone. We need to find Garish and force him to open the fount. That, or strike the stone when I do. Aedra grew lightheaded. I don't know where Garish is. Alicia slammed her hand on the table. Then find him! Aedra blinked, pressure building behind her eyes. There was a sudden knock at the door, and Aedra jumped, hitting her knee on the table. Who would be knocking? Are you going to get that? Alicia watched her like a falcon. Aedra shook her head. No, I'm not expecting anyone. The knock came again, this time more insistent. Aedra pushed her chair back and stood. It's probably a neighbor, or one of Fina's friends. I'll tell them she isn't available. Aedra's head swam as she strode toward the door. She grabbed the handle and yanked, then stood there in stunned silence. Garish cocked his head to one side. Bella peered at her as if worried Aedra was about to pass out. Her concern wasn't misplaced. Aedra opened her mouth, but footsteps behind her caused her throat to constrict. Garish's shoulders tensed. Samara? Writings of Ryman Legolas, Steward.
Why make a point to rehash the details of our celebration, you might ask? I do this to illustrate that our misunderstanding of the Book of Ariadne and the goddess's purpose in tethering the magic to our realm have led us to greatly undervalue the balance of the dark, the shadows, not only figuratively within ourselves, but also in the magic itself. We fear the Dark Sister. We subtly teach our children to look down on those with dark magic. In doing so, we do ourselves a great disservice. Without our curses, what are our blessings? Without our shadows, what is our light?
Chapter 28. A cold bead of sweat trickled down Aedra's temple as she stared into Garish's piercing blue eyes. The balancer amulet stone sat in her bedroom beneath the mattress, and she had to lie to his face about it. He knew it was there. Terran had seen it.
Where's the stone?
Garish asked. When she spoke, Aedra's voice was barely above a whisper. I don't know what you're talking about. Garish studied her face, his jaw set, muscles tensing beneath his dark, closely cropped hair. He knew her too well. He could see right through her. Enough, Aedra, Alicia interjected, her olive skin flushed. She grinned wickedly. Tell them the truth. Aedra began to hyperventilate. Alicia was throwing her to the wolves. Alicia, Fine, Alicia snapped, her lips curling into a cruel smile. I took the stone. Aedra began to suspect me, which is why I'm here. Garish's gaze never wavered from Aedra's face, hurt and confusion flickering in his eyes. I was going to tell you. She wished she could say the words, but they stuck in her throat. Another lie. She was sick of lies. Thunder clapped overhead, and Aedra peered out the window. When had clouds rolled in? She thought of Fina at the market and Brion down the street. Rain began to fall in a gentle patter. Come in. I'm sorry, I should have invited you to sit. Aedra moved from the threshold to allow them in, out of the rain. Garish was her friend, and Bella loved him. They weren't here to condemn her. The air seemed to thicken as Garish and Bella stepped into her living room. Alicia sat across from them and squared her shoulders. Garish leveled a cold look at Alicia. Your admission doesn't explain why the stone is here. Alicia shrugged. It's not. Garish's gaze hardened. Terran saw it in Aeon. And everything he sees in the dream world exists here? Alicia folded her arms over her chest, as if begging for him to challenge her. Aedra's heart rate quickened. Both Garish and Alicia held dark power, but Garish was at a disadvantage. He didn't know of Alicia's strength. Aedra silently pleaded he wouldn't do something stupid.
Since when do you call her over us?
Garish turned his attention to Aedra. She couldn't speak, couldn't say anything to defend herself because she had no defense. In this strange silence, Bella's whisper was a lifeline. Garish, be gentle. Tears pricked Aedra's eyes. She didn't deserve his gentleness. But if he only understood, if he'd seen Fina gasping for breath or walking alone because she'd been left behind by children who could run and jump, he'd understand, wouldn't he? She should have told him from the beginning, from that moment when she slipped the amulet under her clothes in the study. I lied. Alicia's voice was tight. I believe in the dark, sister. I don't want magic returning to the realm. Aedra's head snapped toward the woman in shock. Her admission was punctuated by another roll of thunder.
You're still working for the Dark Sister?
Garish sneered. As you should be, Alicia scoffed. We committed ourselves to this end, and now here you are pretending I'm the traitor? I will see this through to the end. I'm not so easily swayed by a pretty face. Bella's nostrils flared. Garish ground his teeth and said nothing. He stood, then strode to Aedra's bedroom. He knew where it was. Aedra wiped the palms of her hands on her slacks. Terran had seen the stone, and he knew where it had been this entire time. Garish stalked back into the room, holding the stone in his palm. Give that to me, Garish. Alicia reached out, then flew back against the wall, gasping for breath. Garish! Bella rushed forward and grabbed onto his arm. Aedra's heart jumped into her throat. Alicia held that same power. She could lash out, and then Garish would know. Alicia coughed a laugh, her eyes flashing. You've never been one to fight fair. Bella gripped his arm tighter. Garish!
She isn't safe. We can't risk her going after this or any other stone. She knows too much.
Aedra waited for Bella to plead for Alicia's life, but she didn't argue. Bring her with us, Aedra blurted. Keep her bound. She won't be able to cause harm if she's under our watch. Aedra swallowed, hoping her argument sounded genuine. She needed Alicia there, otherwise they'd have no chance of destroying the bloodstones. One to open the fount, one to pour power into the stone. Alicia dropped to the floor, clutching her throat. Garish turned to the door.
I'm taking this stone to Aerith. Alicia, you're coming with us. I don't need you stirring things up in the enclave or with the minister.
Aedra stood. He didn't know, then. He was going to take Alicia with him, but he didn't know that she held the same power he did. Garish. It was only then that she noticed them. Brion and Fina, standing in the doorway. Brion, wait! Aedra called out after him, but he didn't stop walking. What had he just witnessed? Alicia had been suspended in the air. Air that Garish was apparently manipulating. That wasn't possible, was it? He'd always considered magic to be nothing more than fanciful tales, spun by bards and storytellers to entertain wide-eyed children. Yet there was nothing in his learning or experience that would explain what he'd just seen. He stopped at the garden gate and spun around to face her. How long have you known? About the magic? Aedra stopped a few feet away, holding her arms around herself. No, about Garish and Bella coming for a visit, he answered sarcastically, bracing himself against the gate. Brion, there's so much we need to talk about. Then start talking. He drew in a deep breath and held it. He shouldn't have snapped. But this was too much to take in. Had Aedra kept this from him for the past year? What was the extent of this magic power? Did Fina know? Was he the only one who'd been kept in the dark? As if she'd read his mind, Fina burst out into the gardens, and the look on her face gave him his answer. She hadn't known, but her expression wasn't built out of fear or betrayal. She was all wide-eyed wonder and awe. Of course she was. Brion's shoulders relaxed as she ran toward them. Bella said I had to ask you, Mother. She won't tell me what that was. Aedra nodded, her gaze still fixed on Brion. I'll tell you both, but you need to understand. Her voice caught in her throat. Her hands were shaking.
Brion pressed himself against the gate, his mind stumbling over itself. Aedra shook her head.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
She dropped to the grass, and Fina fell to her knees next to her. Brion didn't know what to do. But as angry as he was, he still hated that she was upset. He lowered himself down beside them and brushed his hand over Aedra's fingers, tensed like claws against the earth. Aedra began at the beginning. Twice. She started first with them standing in the study at the consulate building during the Convergence celebration, but within seconds realized that none of what she was saying made sense to them. What magic was taken from the realm? What memories were erased? Then Aedra drew a breath and exhaled. Her tears slowed. She slumped into Brion's side and started from her childhood. There had been 2 enclaves, the Blessing Givers and the Balancers. Brion was a Blessing Giver and Aedra was a Balancer. She explained the rules of these enclaves, the purposes of the magic, and the myths behind the creation of this realm. She told them of the magic they'd held, and the site they'd been entrusted with. Then how she'd been taken advantage of, which he already knew. They'd talked more about it since her admission to him in the south of Aerith, but knowing it had something to do with their blood, the division between magical lines, it was too fantastical to believe. Yet he held his tongue because he'd seen Alicia frozen by an invisible force, and he couldn't explain it. Aedra ended by describing how she'd met Paladin, how he'd been exiled and hunted because of his mixed blood, how she'd learned of the work of Brion's father, and finally, the revelation that their friends believed the magic could be restored. Fina drank in every word. When Aedra finished, they were quiet. Bees hummed in the flowers next to them, and birds flitted between the branches of the plum tree next to the gate. Why did you keep this from us? Brion's voice was hard. Because you couldn't remember. Aedra's eyes were still trained on the blades of grass poking up around her knees. It was a simple enough answer, but something about it rankled. She'd told them plenty of unbelievable things, but she'd looked stricken when she noticed him and Fina at the front door. There was something else. That's not good enough, Aedra. Why? I need to know. He was torn between comforting her and wanting to get up and charge through the gate, run away from this conversation until he could wrap his head around it. She closed her eyes, then looked up at Fina. Because the realm was changed when the magic was taken. Fina's brows drew together. Changed how? Aedra put a hand on her daughter's cheek. You were changed. As a child, your heart and lungs never worked as they should. You couldn't run, couldn't play with the other children. She dropped her arm and pulled at the grass. When the magic disappeared, it went away. Brion read between the lines. Not only was Aedra saying that Fina was healed of illness, she was saying she was healed of blood. Paladin had been hunted for his mixed Blessing Giver and Balancer blood, and if what Aedra was saying was true, Fina was like him. Fina's father was his brother, which meant Matthias had to be a Blessing Giver like him, didn't it? The anger and betrayal he'd felt when storming out of the house drained out of him now. Aedra had simply been protecting Fina. He would have done the same thing had he been in her position, wouldn't he? Bella walked through the door to the gardens, and Aedra startled. She stood, an arm still protectively wrapped around Fina's shoulder. She was almost as tall as Aedra now. Incredible how much she'd grown since last year when they'd met. We have to go to the Blessing Giver enclave. We're meeting the others there, Bella announced. Enclave. Such a strange word. One they all seemed to remember except him. Aedra nodded. The other lines are there? Not yet. On their way. We'll meet and head into the mountains, Bella answered, then retreated back into the house. Aedra remained frozen on the grass. Fina, do you think you could— I'll be inside, Mother. Fina shot him a look, then followed Bella through the door. Brion tapped his fingers on the fence. Were you ever planning to tell me?
Aedra turned, her brows pinched together. No. Her voice was barely audible. Not because I didn't want to. Her voice caught, and she took a moment to compose herself. At first, I wondered if I should, but... She turned and walked to the low garden wall and sat, dropping her face into her hands. You were a blessing giver, Brion. I was a balancer. Brion pushed off the rail and took a few slow steps toward her. We weren't allowed to be together. You wouldn't have wanted to be together. Brion frowned. You don't know. Yes, I do, because you told me as much. Then, when you didn't remember, you... She choked back another sob. You wanted me, and Fina was better. Fina was safe. I know you must think I'm a monster, and I probably am. You're not a monster. Brion's throat worked. She wasn't. He understood why she'd done this, but he couldn't wash away the ilk that seemed to coat his insides. She'd lied to him. The entire time they'd been together, she'd known he was something else. Known his actions weren't fully his own. I have to go with them, Brion. Aedra's face pinched as new tears formed in her eyes. Brion didn't know what to say. He didn't want her to leave, especially not now that he understood there was an entire history and possible threat he knew nothing about. I'll help you pack. Aedra winced, then nodded and stood from the wall. Together they headed to their bedroom, and Brion pulled 2 packs out from under the bed. What will you need to take? Aedra threw out her hands. Brion noticed they were shaking. No idea. Fina took one look at the packs on the bed and balked. You're not coming with us? Brion tensed. He hadn't decided what he was doing because he couldn't think. His mind felt like it was filled with rocks. Fina pulled her bag from the bed and set to work. The room filled with the rustle of fabric and the soft thud of items being wrapped and dropped into place. Brion stood there with empty hands, absorbing the occasional glower from Fina. You're angry with me? Brion finally blurted out. I've been here, fully invested in this family. Now we find out we've been lied to, and I'm the one you're upset with? Fina pursed her lips. She didn't lie about everything. Aedra's face crumpled, and the tremble in her hands increased. She didn't lie about loving us, and if you can't see that, you're a fool. Fina, Aedra started, but Brion held up a hand. He met Fina's hard stare. You don't wonder whether you would have done something different had you known? Fina scoffed. I'm sure I would have. I wouldn't have run around the township, that's for sure. Fina! Aedra snapped her mouth closed as Brion shot her a look. Fina stuffed another shirt in her bag and buttoned it closed, then stood and slung it over her shoulder. I wouldn't have loved any different. She gave him one last look, then stomped out of the room. Aedra shook her head. Brion, I'm sorry. She shouldn't have spoken that way to you. How did you do it? She looked up. Do what? Pretend. All this time. Something akin to grief flashed in her eyes. She looked back to her drawer and pulled out a pair of slacks. I kept listening to the beat of Fina's heart. Aedra folded the last of her clothes and layered them in her pack. Brion worked to swallow the lump in his throat. What happened? When we met? Aedra sat down on the bed. She drew a deep breath. You came here with Paladin, Mel, and Roderick. Paladin was trying to get me to help at the enclave. You recognized Fina and put 2 and 2 together about your brother. Fina was upset that I hadn't told her the truth. Seems to be a bad habit of mine. Brion didn't comment. Aedra continued. She exploded and ran into town. I remember that. She got into some sort of trouble and I brought her home. Aedra exhaled through her teeth. Not some sort of trouble. People were organizing into groups against members of the Order, against people with blood like us. You pulled her away from an angry mob who knew our heritage. Brion took this in. And then? And then you cooked me dinner. You talked with Fina when I couldn't seem to get it right. You came with us to the enclave." Her voice dropped until it was barely a whisper. "Then you forgot. And I let you." Brion thought back to the time he'd spent here and their trip south on the Aedra. His memories were similar, but motivated by different things entirely. Still, he'd made those choices when he remembered. Why would he have stayed with them, or traveled with them to her family's home? "I'll come with you," he whispered. Aedra made a sound in her throat, then quickly stood, her jaw clenched tight. She nodded once, then grabbed her pack and followed Fina into the hall. Chapter 29. Paladin, Taryn, and Rael greeted them warmly as they finally arrived at what used to be the Blessing Giver enclave. Aedra could barely meet their eyes. Alicia had convinced Garish and Bella back at her home that she wasn't to blame for the stone. But would the others see through her? Recognize that she and Alicia had done this together? Brion put a hand on her waist as she entered one of the largest houses she'd ever stepped foot in. This put the guest house at the consulate to shame, though it wasn't as if they were in competition with each other. They would wait for Mel and Roderick, then start their journey into the Satyas. She had 9 days to figure out what to do next. For now, she could barely stand Brion's touch. Not because she didn't want it, but because now Brion knew. He knew the truth of their realm and the truth about her, about both of their pasts and bloodlines. Any moment now, the magnitude of this would have to seep in and ruin what she'd tried so carefully to protect. They were from opposite sides. Their union would have been forbidden under the laws of Ariadne, and he himself had stated his disinterest when they'd first met. Then, his memory of the magic had been snatched, and suddenly, he wanted her. It felt so good to be needed, to be wanted, to be looked after. Now, that feeling had transformed into a depth of feeling that frightened her. Brion was rock solid, loyal, kind, level-headed, and compassionate. He loved Fina fiercely and seemed to love her. But he didn't. How could he? She knew him to his core, but he only knew her on the surface, because that was all she let him see. She'd hidden behind her lies and manipulations, her constant game of pretend. Alicia was right. She had been playing house. She'd played long enough it had almost seemed real. Elora motioned for them to sit in a cheery room with arched windows. Platters of finger food sat atop a central table, and Aedra's stomach groaned. She walked with Brion to pick up a plate. "Mel and Roderick should arrive sometime tomorrow," Elora informed them. Perfect. More people to witness her shame. She plucked an olive from the bowl and popped it into her mouth. She needed to focus. Alicia was under constant surveillance, so she'd have to be purposeful about meeting with her. They had to come up with a plan. Even though Brion and Fina knew of the magic, she wasn't giving up. She couldn't. Not if it meant Fina losing her health. Not if it meant her losing Brion. She pushed the thought away as shame seeped through her for even allowing it into her head. As Brion reached for a glass of water, Aedra lifted her eyes to his face. It was difficult to meet his gaze. Difficult to absorb what he must be thinking of her, despite him standing by her side. He'd wanted to help her and Fina before she'd gotten them into this mess, and now was no different. He would always care for a bird with a broken wing. "Are you all right?" Brion asked, lowering his voice for her ears only. "Yes, thank you." She pretended to search for a napkin. He straightened and glanced out the window. "I thought I might take a walk, if that's all right." "I'd be happy to walk. I can ask Fina by myself. I need some time to think." Aedra snapped her mouth closed and blinked too many times for him to assume she'd taken that added piece of information with grace. "Of course. Take all the time you need." She could see thoughts warring within him, the desire to make her comfortable clashing with his need for time alone. "We'll be just fine, I promise." He nodded once, then turned toward the door they'd just entered through. He knew this place, she realized. He'd lived here. This had been his whole life before he'd set out to find Ryman. She'd asked him about his life here, hadn't she? He'd told her about growing up in the enclave, even if he didn't call it that. She suddenly wanted to race after him, to follow him around like an eager pet and witness these pieces of him that felt foreign. But he hadn't wanted her to see that. Aedra's eyes burned as she swiveled back to the food and chose another olive. The fading sun cast elongated shadows on the cobblestone path as Brion approached his home, near the Temple of Glass. With each step closer to the small cottage, his past seemed to press down on his shoulders. The past he could remember, and the one he couldn't. The heavy wooden doors creaked as he opened it. Dust motes danced in the slanting light that filtered through the windows, casting a golden glow over the furniture still draped in cloth. The realm outside had continued to spin while this place remained frozen. He wandered through the sitting room, the halls, the quaint kitchen, and finally the bedroom that would have been his. Not a groundskeeper then. He'd been a steward here, respected in a magical order he remembered nothing about. Had these shelves been full of tinctures? Magical texts? "Brion?" He whirled to see Fina peeking around the corner. "Fina, you scared me." "I'm sorry. I followed you here. I didn't mean—"
"It's okay."
Brion motioned for her to come with him into the back bedroom. She put on a brave face, but her hands were balled tight.
"Are you upset about something?"
What an asinine question. Of course she was. She'd received the same information he had in the gardens, yet she hadn't said more than a few words on the entire coach ride here. "I came to ask you the same question." Brion chuckled. Of course she had. At 13, she was more observant than most adults he knew. Not upset. I just needed some time alone right now." She nodded and glanced at the mirror on the opposite wall. "What is this place?" He sighed and ran his finger across the surface of a writing desk in the corner, leaving a line in the dust.
"My home."
Fina frowned. "You lived here?" Her gaze caught on a lace doily underneath the gas lamp. Brion laughed out loud. "I hadn't moved in yet. These things belonged to a woman who lived here before me." "She didn't take her things when she moved?" Brion's smile faded. "She didn't move. She passed on." Fina flinched, but before she could try and apologize, Brion shook his head. "You didn't know. Please don't trouble yourself over it." Fina walked further into the room and sat on the bed. "Do you think of this place as your home?" Brion knew what she was asking, and he hurried to reassure her. "No, Fina. Home is with you. And your mother." Fina looked up, her eyes piercing. "You're angry with her? Because she kept this from you?" Brion exhaled. "No. Not angry. More confused, I guess. How do you feel about it?" Her eyes softened and she leaned back, propping herself up with her elbows. "I wish this realm had magic." "Maybe it will. Isn't that what they're trying to do? Find those stones and bring it back?" The idea sounded preposterous in his own head, but saying it out loud made it worse. Fina didn't answer at first. She traced her finger over the edges of a flower stitched into the quilt. "Mother's mad at herself." This was true. Aedra always seemed to have one piece of herself walled off. He'd hoped that over time she'd open up to him, let him see into that hidden part of her soul. Now he'd seen it, and it didn't seem to make her burdens any lighter. "She left the house and walked up the hill. I thought she'd come here, but then I only found you," Fina stated simply. Why had Aedra come up the hill? Had she been looking for him? "Was she alone?" he asked. Fina nodded. "Did she stop here? And I missed her?" "No." He stood and stalked back through the house. Fina followed behind him. "The light won't last much longer. We should find her, and walk back to be with the others." Fina didn't raise a word in protest. They left the cottage, the fading sunlight casting a golden glow on their faces as they walked. Brion first started toward the trees, then paused. He looked up at the crystalline walls shimmering with iridescent hues, perched at the highest point on the hill. Fina started toward it, and this time it was Brion's turn to follow. Inside they found Aedra kneeling before the altar, a kaleidoscope of colors turning her figure into stained glass. Brion slowed when he noticed her eyes tightly shut, her lips moving in fervent prayer. Aedra looked up at the sound of their footsteps, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. I'd never set foot in a temple. She scanned the vast atrium, landing on the raised rings and altar on the dais. Brion exhaled. I remember coming here, but we didn't call it a temple. I believe you did. Aedra pushed up from the ground and stepped back to sit on the first pew. Fina sat next to her and lay on her shoulder. I used to despise the order for what they taught. Brion stood next to them in the aisle. Because you didn't believe it? Aedra shook her head. Because of what it did to people. She forced a smile, but it faltered. Her lips trembled as she recalled the crushing isolation she'd felt 13 years ago when she left her enclave. She had Fina and Brion now, and yet she didn't feel any less alone. That was her fault, her choice. It seemed any path she took, she was destined to be cut off from the people she loved, the people she was sure could never love her. Brion reached out to touch her shoulder, and Aedra's mind raced back to that moment in the study. The memory sent a shiver down her spine. Everything the Order taught was true, and yet it had led to this. Paladin and Rael had used their sight, their connection to the magic, and that power had been stripped from the realm. How could they still believe they had a fighting chance? She and Alicia would destroy the stones. She didn't know if she thought it was the right course of action, but she didn't have any other choice. If the magic was restored, Fina would suffer. That was the end of it. I'm glad we're here together. Fina pulled against her waist, drawing her closer. Since when was she the one to comfort her own mother? I don't want the magic to return, Aedra whispered, the first truth she'd spoken aloud in almost a year. I want you to be safe, healthy. Brion's hand settled over the base of her neck, his fingers curling over her skin. Then why are we going with them? Aedra squeezed her eyes shut. That wasn't a question she was willing to answer. Not yet. Because Garish is my mother's oldest friend, Fina answered. This answer undid her. Garish was her oldest friend. She'd lied to him, given her allegiance to Alicia, and the goddess whose power he unwillingly held. He and Bella wanted to save the realm, but she only wanted to save her daughter. Aedra stood and held Fina's hand as they exited the temple. The colors had faded in the setting sun, and the air was cool as they descended the steps. Fina ran down the hill, beckoned by the torches at the house. Hopefully they hadn't missed dinner. Beautiful, isn't it? Brion's voice startled her from her thoughts. He walked next to her, their boots parting the long, soft grass. I've always loved this view, I think. It is, Aedra agreed. Brion reached out and took her hand. His fingers were soft against hers. She wanted to bury herself in his chest, to take comfort in his embrace, in his kisses, as she had so often over the past year. Now she couldn't bring herself to do it. Brion didn't know who she was. Not really. He knew a false version of her. The version that told the truth, that was all smiles and confidence. Not the person who cowered in fear at the thought of her secrets coming to light. The woman who lied to the people closest to her to protect her own flesh and blood. Her promise to Sidoni was selfish, cold, and unforgiving. Darkness will abide in you, and you will be the final anchor. The words of her curse again echoed in her head. Even as a babe, the balancer could see what she'd eventually become. Not a steadying force, but a chain that would drag them to the depths. It was only a matter of time before Brion saw it too. Their friends were gathered in the vast dining room off the sitting room where they'd been earlier. Roasted meat and potatoes, blanched vegetables, and halved plums from the orchard were still piled on the table, and Fina had already served herself a plate. Aedra wasn't hungry. "I'm going to lie down for a few minutes," she whispered, then left before Brion could protest. Elora had shown her the room they'd stay in while waiting for the others to arrive. Jude hadn't told her about the magic. Aedra had deducted that instantly. The ambassador was still treating this like a lovely gathering of friends. As she turned the corner, a thought percolated. Everyone was together in the dining room, which meant nobody would question her if she took a detour. From what she'd heard, Alicia had been taken to a room, not a prison cell, though they did have those here. Paladin had been locked up in one. She descended the stairs to the lower level, walked past the library and down the hall to their quarters. A guard stood at the opposite end next to the back stairwell. "Excuse me, but I need to speak with Alicia."
"With whom?"
He scratched his beard. "The woman who came with us, who's under watch." The man nodded.
"I wasn't told she was allowed visitors."
Aedra's pulse made her jittery as she strode closer. "She's probably not, to be honest, but I need to speak with her." She held out her hands. "I'm not strong enough to cause any problems, and I don't have any weapons." The man looked her up and down.
"Why is she being held?"
"Theft," Aedra answered without any hesitation. He exhaled, then nodded and moved out from in front of the door. If only he knew that Alicia could break free whenever she wanted. She may have already left at some point for all Aedra knew. "Thank you." Aedra waited for him to unlock it, then pushed inside and closed the door behind her. "Ah, you missed me." Alicia stretched her hands over her head, reclining on the bed. Her room was small and plain, but she had an oil lamp, a bed, and a wooden chair in the corner. More comfortable than Aedra's first room after leaving the enclave. "We have to make a plan," Aedra whispered. "The others arrive tomorrow, and then we're off to Vivier." "You want to take care of this before we leave?" "It would save us all the trouble of traveling through the Satyas." Aedra sat in the chair and crossed her legs. Truthfully, she wanted this over once and for all. If the stones were destroyed, she would have no reason to pretend anymore. Everyone would accept the state of the realm and move on. The look on Taryn's face when they'd pulled up to the house earlier niggled at her. She'd noticed the same expression on Brion of late. A listlessness. She told herself it was only because they hadn't found their stride, their new purpose. That would take time, more than she'd already given them. "You're the one who knows the man. How do we get him to use his power?" Aedra tugged at a torn fingernail. She'd known him once, but now? She thought of Garish appearing at her doorstep. How close Bella had stood to him. Bella would have to be convinced he had to. Alicia laughed darkly. "So how do we convince her?" "It's unfortunate the convergence is still a few days away. We could have told her we needed help with the celebration." Aedra stopped cold, and her head snapped up. The convergence. Had it already been a year? Fina and Brion had been discussing plans within the township. Fina had asked about going back to her grandparents. What if we don't have to convince him? The words slipped out, and ice trickled down her spine. Alicia's eyes narrowed. "Explain." "The Day of Shadows. That was when the goddess spoke through Garish in the study. The day she appeared to me in my dream. It's in 4 days." Aedra swallowed hard. "Before we reach Vivier." "So, we wait." Alicia tapped a long nail on the edge of her bed. "Yes, we wait." Writings of Ryman Legolas, Steward. I often wonder if I made the wisest choice to leave my enclave and family. I felt compelled to do this work. But could there have been a different way? If there was, I didn't see it. Tonight, I wish I had. Chapter 30. Aedra retired to her bed after her meeting with Alicia, and woke before Brion the next morning. Again, her body and soul craved his touch, but she locked down her walls. fulfill this task, and then worry about everything else. Elora and Jude had arrived in time for lunch, and now Mel and Roderick were pulling up to the enclave. Everyone waited on the steps as their coach grew on the horizon, until finally it was passing under the trees that linked branches across the road. "Roderick! Mel!" Elora stepped forward and waved. Her long gray hair framed her high cheekbones. "Elora?" Roderick greeted warmly, embracing her before moving to unload their trunks. They hadn't brought much. Mel chatted with Elora, but scanned the group for Rael and Paladin. When they left the landing and walked toward her, Mel's eyes lit up. Rael pointed out the coaches lining the drive, and Roderick loaded their packs directly onto one of the baggage carts. As much as Aedra had tried to suggest the new arrivals would want a day's rest before departing again, everyone else insisted on leaving as soon as possible for Vivier. There wasn't much chatter as they climbed into their respective coaches, the leather seats creaking beneath them. Aedra waited to board theirs until she had made sure Alicia was in a coach. 3 days. That was all they needed. Aedra, Brion, and Fina paired with Garish and Bella, which suited Aedra just fine. She'd been hoping to ask Garish where he and Bella had gone these past few months. There hadn't been much time for small talk while fighting about the balancer stone in her living room. Her genuine interest in Garish's life felt like a knife twisting in her gut. How far gone was she? Ask about her friend, learn about his life, and then lie to his face? Still, she wanted him to know she cared, that she had never forgotten his kindness toward her. Brion's hand brushed hers as the coach jolted into motion. Her skin tingled even as her stomach dropped. Garish leaned forward and hunched over his knees. "I'm sorry for this." Aedra frowned. "You didn't force us to come?" "I wanted to come." Fina grinned. "She never lets me camp outdoors." Bella laughed. "Didn't you know, Gare? This is only a holiday." Garish chuckled, but something flashed in his eyes. Bella put a hand on his shoulders, and he ran a hand over his face before sitting up and leaning against the back of the seat. Fina proved to be an asset on their drive. She peppered both Bella and Garish with endless personal questions. By the time the coaches slowed for the night, Aedra had discovered their favorite foods, childhood stories, colors, and the fact that they'd just returned from Shorn Isle, where they'd been for months. It almost felt as if they were only here for a break from their everyday lives. Aedra's stiff legs complained as she clambered down the steps and dropped onto the soft grass next to the road. "Look!" Fina pointed at the stars as Brion exited the coach behind them. They moved out of the way and examined the dusty blue sky. Delmara and Elantra danced closer each night. 3 more days. The rest of the group moved out from under the trees and headed toward them as the drivers unhitched the mules. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Mel whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. Brion moved to the luggage cart. Aedra turned and took in the serene clearing surrounded by towering oaks and evergreens. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a perfect spot to make camp for the night. "Set up quickly! We'll need our rest," Mel barked, as they worked together to erect their tents and gather wood for a fire. Aedra smiled with pride as Brion showed Fina how to insert the poles in her tent, then had her replicate the process on theirs. If it was cold, Fina would likely crawl in and curl up next to her, but she'd never admit she wanted anything but her own space. "Fire's ready," Roderick announced, sparks flying as he struck flint against steel. Garish swung a hatchet behind him, splintering the logs to create kindling. They didn't need to cook dinner tonight. Aedra had helped Rael put together a quick meal of dried fruit, biscuits, and cured meat since they hadn't known how late they would set up camp. Rael pulled the baskets from the hold of the coach closest to them and divvied up the contents. As the fire crackled and embers danced into the night sky, the group settled on the grass around the warm glow. Even with the food and laughter, Aedra couldn't fully relax. Time seemed to stretch out in front of her, and unless she could find a distraction, these next few days would be interminable. Aedra set to work cleaning up after their meal, then reorganizing their belongings in the luggage compartments to make for easy packing in the morning. The group around the fire dwindled, and Aedra watched as Brion escorted Fina back to her tent. Her daughter's laughter was a stark contrast to the tense knot that had taken root in her own chest.
"Aedra," Mel called out. "I don't think those packs need rearranging a third time."
Aedra drew a deep breath and straightened, then closed the hatch on the coach. She walked toward Mel and Taryn, still huddled around the fire, and sat cross-legged on the grass. Mel stretched her legs out and dropped her head back to stare at the stars.
"I know what it looks like when someone is avoiding something. So are you going to tell us what's bothering you?"
Aedra tensed.
"What I'm avoiding?"
Mel nodded.
Taryn sat brooding on the other side of the fire. Since they'd arrived at the enclave, he'd seemed both eager and perpetually annoyed.
"I don't like being so exposed, I guess," Aedra answered.
"You grew up inside the walls."
Aedra nodded,
grateful that Mel had latched on to the excuse.
"Though I can see why people enjoy this. It's beautiful."
"It's wrong,"
Taryn murmured.
Mel raised an eyebrow. "Tell me what Rael alluded to in the cart isn't true."
His eyes flicked up, then back to the fire.
"About her finding empty vials in your belongings? Don't make me pull your ear, Taryn."
"I'm not.
It's nothing like that."
Mel sat up and folded her arms over her chest.
"What is it like, then?"
Taryn scanned the area and, when satisfied they were alone, leaned in.
"I'm only going into Aeon." "Because you find pieces of the magic there?"
Taryn nodded. "I like to read, explore." That was how he'd found the stone, so he must be fairly good at it. "What do you find there?" Aedra asked.
"Everything. All our old books, though I've read most of them. Tinctures, but I never take them."
It was difficult to tell in the low light, but his cheeks seemed to gain some color. He looked up at the sky.
"Ryman wrote about the convergence. Said he believed that's when the goddess made the bloodstones."
Aedra stiffened. Growing up, she'd been taught the lore of convergence, but they hadn't treated it seriously. It was a celebration much like solstice. He believed the myths?
"Very much so."
Aedra wanted to ask more, but couldn't risk bringing attention to it with Mel there. Warmth swelled through her. She was right. If Ryman believed that their realm drew closer to the fount during convergence, then what she'd witnessed in the study wasn't an accident. This would work. Mel yawned.
"As much as I want to hear more about you sneaking off into Aeon, I think I better do as the ambassador said and get some sleep."
She winked at Taryn, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "See you both in the morning." Aedra stood and gave them both a small wave, then turned back to her tent. She shivered as she pushed through the flap. She quickly undressed, then slipped into her sleeping clothes and slid under the blanket to lie down next to Brion on their bedroll. He shifted in his sleep, and she held still, both hoping he'd notice her, and wishing his eyes would stay closed. She resisted the urge to reach out and trace his brow, to run her finger down the bone of his cheek and trace his upper lip. She wanted him, wanted to be with him fully. Brion knew the truth about the secrets she kept. Would he know what she still planned to keep Fina safe? 3 days. Then this would all be over. Aedra found herself standing in an eerily familiar township. It hadn't looked like this the last time she'd set foot here. Buildings had been razed to the ground. The scent of smoke and ash hung heavy in the air, and the cries of the dying echoed in the distance.
"Help me!"
a voice pleaded, pulling her gaze to a figure huddled on the ground. Garish. His face contorted with pain as blood seeped through his fingers, where they pressed against a gash in his thigh. Fear clawed at her throat as she tried to reach him, but her limbs sank further into the ground with each step.
"Please, Aedra."
Garish's voice cracked.
"I need you."
"I'm coming!" Aedra shrieked, her heart slamming against her ribcage. She slogged through the sinking earth, but as she finally reached him, his skin cracked and disintegrated. He crumpled to a pile of ash in front of her. Aedra bolted upright, her breaths ragged and sweat beading on her brow. She searched the space around her, only to find plain canvas walls. It was a dream. Just a dream. She shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself. She lay back down and forced her eyes shut. Brion moved next to her, and she almost reached for him. Almost. Outside the tent, Brion moved with purpose as he took down the canvas walls. His hands were steady as he untied knots and collapsed poles, but his thoughts were far from settled. He couldn't shake the image of Aedra's pained expression the night before, nor could he ignore the worry gnawing at the back of his mind. She was pulling away from him. But that wasn't the most terrifying realization. He didn't know who he was without her anymore. Since she'd told them about the magic, his world both knitted together and unraveled. It made sense why he had no specific drive or motivation, why he'd dropped into complacency. But everything he believed about himself was wrong, or at least it was missing pieces. Who had he been before? Who did he want to be now? "Do you need any help?" Taryn joined him as he worked. "Thanks, but I've got this." Brion forced a smile. It was kind of the boy to offer, but it felt good to be useful. Taryn traipsed past, and Brion's thoughts wandered. Aedra had slept next to him last night. He'd heard her wake in the middle of the night, but hadn't known whether she wanted comfort. He never knew what she wanted from him these days. Footsteps sounded in the grass, and he turned to see Aedra approaching. He smiled, then continued with his work. Aedra set to work organizing the poles he'd removed, then rolling them in the canvas to stow. The others bustled around, loading supplies into the waiting coaches, their voices mingling with the sounds of the Carpin mules snorting and stomping as the drivers hitched them to the carts. "Everyone finished?" Roderick called out as he cinched up one of the mules. The group answered with grunts and nods. Brion carried their tent to the baggage compartment, and Aedra called for Fina. Taryn dumped one last bucket of water over the already soupy coals, then kicked dirt over it for good measure. "Have you ever been to Coralie?" Garish turned to Bella as they settled into their seats on the same coach as yesterday. "Once, when I was younger." Her long golden hair caught the sunlight that streamed through the window. "It's a charming little town." Brion had nothing to add. He'd never been west of Aerith and had no idea what to expect from the townships along the foothills. Aedra stared out the window, her body swaying with the coach. Her hair brushed the tops of her shoulders, and her dark lashes stood out against the bright morning backdrop. He thought he could watch her gazing at the passing landscape all day. It was a good thing he found it entertaining because nobody spoke much on the drive. The landscape changed gradually, giving way to rolling hills and dense forests. They stopped once to water the mules, and Brion observed the other members of their group. So far, this trip was night and day different from the last trip he'd been on with them. He wondered how many of those details he remembered correctly. Elora and Jude whispered with each other, their hands intertwined everywhere they went. Rael and Paladin spoke of another journey they'd taken through these hills. They all seemed to have a purpose. Those who remembered the magic worked to restore it. Those who didn't, like Elora and her family, all worked with the minister or served their townships. Brion's insides began to churn. He needed to talk to someone. But the only person he wanted to discuss this with was currently hiding behind walls he was unsuccessfully working to break down. So, he got back in the coach and sat so close to Aedra, he could almost convince himself they were together. Dusk arrived as the coaches finally rolled into the village of Coralie. Lanterns cast a warm glow on cobblestone streets, lined with elegant houses with ivy-covered walls and flower-draped balconies. Brion's legs were stiff, and he wasn't the only one. Taryn groaned as he reached skyward, and Mel had to dodge Roderick's hands as he stretched. She laughed and knocked him with her hips as she passed, nearly sending him into the side of the coach. It didn't take long to find rooms at the inn. Thankfully, they were a few days early for the Convergence celebration, or they may have been out of luck. They slept well, though they may not have had they spoken with the innkeeper before retiring to their beds. In the morning, he laughed out loud when Elora thanked him for his hospitality and announced they'd be moving on through the Satyas. "Ah, well, I guess news doesn't travel as far as I thought these days. Haven't you heard?
The road to Vivier washed out in the rains. You may as well tie up here for the festival.
Chapter 31. Garish stared at the raging river, its swollen waters swallowing the rocky path that once led through the Satyas. With Vivier unreachable by this route, they needed to find another way. "Perhaps we can take the path through Calwain," suggested Rael, her dark hair whipping in the wind.
"It's packed with travelers for the celebration," Paladin interjected, his brooding eyes scanning the treacherous terrain. "The innkeeper said we'd be better off waiting until festival goers pass through."
"That could take over a week," Rael murmured.
They didn't have that long. The dark pressure that sat against the insides of his spine seemed to be swelling and coming alive, burning inside of him. Garish didn't know what it meant or how long he could stand it. "We could try sailing around the coastline," offered Roderick. "We'd have to get back to Aerith and find a ship, but—"
"Too difficult," Mel chimed in, her bird-like features creased with worry.
"The wind this time of year would make it next to impossible." Roderick's eyebrows rose in admiration. "I was going to say we'd have to row, but you cut me off." He leaned in and kissed her temple.
"Then what?" Taryn asked.
Their group was silent as the wind whistled through the trees. Garish focused on filling his lungs with air despite the coals singeing his innards. It was getting worse, but he couldn't think about that now. Bella stepped forward.
"I think I know of another way."
Garish met her eyes, and he knew what she was going to say before she opened her mouth a second time.
"Through Aeon," Bella whispered, her petal-pink lips barely parting.
Elora's eyes narrowed. "Taryn, you spoke of this." Garish took a step closer, forcing nonchalance and lowering his voice. "I don't think that's a good idea." Anxiety slithered through him at the thought of stepping into the dream world. If Sidoni's power was more tangible within him, what would her power be like there?
"It might be our only option."
Bella's eyes flicked to his chest. Garish's mouth drew into a line. "I don't know what will happen if I walk there. But maybe I don't have to. We could send a smaller group."
"We all have to go to Calwain. Even if we find the last stone, we'd have to wait for the others anyway."
Garish nodded as he exhaled. Leeds and Bridget were already there, at least. He flipped through ideas, one after another. They couldn't only send the stones. "I'm not a part of the bloodlines. You could—"
"No." Bella grabbed his waist. "I won't go without you. We don't know what will happen at the pool, and you have access to the only magic in this realm."
"You want to use me?" The corner of his mouth curled, and Bella rolled her eyes.
"You still have it?" she asked.
Garish patted his pocket. Bella nodded, then turned back to the others.
"Aeon is a realm that hovers above our own. I can explain more on the other side, but we'll get there by use of herbs."
Bella motioned for Garish to hold up the vial. He'd already pulled it out of his pocket, expecting as much.
"Is it safe?" Rael asked.
Bella nodded, and Garish nearly laughed out loud. They had no idea if it was safe, or if it would even work for that matter. It had worked for Masani before, but did they truly count as such? Would it still work now that the entire realm had been changed? Mel watched them both like a falcon, but she hadn't spoken up to contradict Bella. If Garish knew her, she'd be calculating the risks. But she knew as well as they did how imperative it was that they reach Calwain. "I'll take it first," she offered. It was a kind offer to test it, considering she likely didn't need to use any of their limited elixir to move into Aeon. Unless something had changed, she could slip there as easily as Taryn.
"No, I will," Bella offered. "I need you to come after me, if it doesn't work for the others."
Mel nodded, and Garish surveyed the group. Most of them looked reluctant, but surprisingly accepting. At least there was that. "Grab your packs," he instructed. "There will be supplies in Vivier, but we won't want to stay for long." Aedra was the first to start back toward town. Fina followed, and the others joined them. though still dazed and conflicted by this news. "Brion, Jude, come with me," Garish called. "We need to take care of the mules. Paladin, go with the others and make sure everyone is prepared." Brion and Jude were silent as they unhitched the mules and led them toward the stables. Garish's stomach clenched. Bella didn't want to go without him, but he wouldn't be safe in Aeon. Bella would have to move fast. Jude and Brion took the reins for the mules while he found the man in charge of the stables. He explained they'd be leaving the animals for a time and paid for boarding. "You don't believe Aeon is safe?" Brion asked as they walked from the yard. Impressive that he remembered the name, considering the entire magical construct was hypothetical for him at this point. "For me specifically," Garish grunted. Brion gave him a sidelong glance, and Garish assumed he was thinking about what he'd witnessed inside his living room. Had Aedra explained? Had Garish ever fully explained the extent of his power to Aedra? He missed her, he realized. He missed the friendship they'd once had but didn't know if it would ever be reproducible. Aedra was different than before. He was most definitely different. "But Fina will be safe." Brion pushed his hands into his pockets. "She'll be safe." Garish hoped his voice sounded firm. Goddess, he hoped they'd be safe. The others wore their packs and stood together in a group as the three of them walked down the main street of Coralie. Before Garish could tell them to start walking, Aedra grabbed his arm and pulled him to the side, away from the others. "Are you sure about this?" she asked, her voice low. "What if the tincture doesn't work as it should? What if we—" "Aedra," Garish interrupted, his tone gentle but firm. "We don't have another option." Her eyes flicked back to the others loading the cart. "Maybe not. But wouldn't it be better to wait? Spend a night at the inn and rest. At least have some strength before taking a tincture we know nothing about and either traveling into Aeon or contracting some kind of illness." Garish exhaled. "I know you're scared. Trust me. I'd rather travel through the Satyas, and that alone should tell you how much I'm not looking forward to Aeon." "You don't think we'll be safe there?" He put a hand over the mark on his chest without thinking, then pretended he was straightening his shirt. "I trust Bella." He couldn't bring himself to meet her eyes as he stalked back to the cart. Alicia stood apart from the group, her hands bound behind her back. "I could be helpful, you know." The two guards at her side pretended they hadn't heard her, and she almost laughed out loud. Pathetic. They stood here with such trust in the knives they carried on their belts, when the truth was, she could crush them in seconds. She feigned disinterest in their preparations, nonchalance, but inside, her heart raced with anticipation. She couldn't have planned it better herself. The Day of Shadows was approaching, and they were making plans to travel through Aeon, where Sidoni's power was strongest. When they'd left Aerith, she'd hoped reciting the passages from the Book of Ariadne would be enough to call the goddess. But now, she'd be able to send Sidoni a message directly. When she stepped foot in the dream realm, the Dark Sister would know it. "Ready?" Garish called out, his voice cutting through Alicia's thoughts. The guards nudged her forward, and she walked without complaint. Townsfolk stared as their large group exited by way of the main street, heading back toward the path they would have taken through the Satyas to Vivier. The timing would have been better that way. They still had 3 days before the Day of Shadows, which meant they'd need to stall when they got to the mountain town and keep the stones from reaching Calwain. Alicia ignored the chatter from the group ahead. They were hesitant about entering Aeon, but not nervous enough. Perhaps the goddess herself would be able to take care of the stones as they traveled there, and they wouldn't even need to use Garish's power. When they arrived at the mouth of the mountain path, Garish stopped the cart. He motioned for each of them to find their belongings and stand in a circle. Alicia was nearly salivating. She dropped her eyes as Garish uncorked the small vial of tincture, the oily black substance glinting in the mid-morning light. With a nod of encouragement from him, each member of the group put out their finger and allowed Garish to pour a drop, then waited to place it on their tongues. When it came to Alicia, she met his eyes and shrugged.
pulling on her bound hands. Unamused, he placed an extra drop on one of the guard's dirty fingers. Alicia wanted to gag. Garish slipped the vial back into his pocket.
We'll take it together. Then I'll hold hands so Bella can pull us to Vivier. Don't let go. No matter what you see in Aeon, grip tightly to the people next to you.
The guard placed the drop from his second finger on his tongue and offered Alicia the first. She smiled, then licked it with flair. His cheeks flushed, and he dropped his hand, wiping it on his slacks. Alicia closed her eyes and drew a deep breath, waiting for the tingling to begin. She'd taken elixirs plenty of times in the past, but not tinctures. Either way, it had been so long. She missed the swoop in her gut and the soft film that layered over the world. She sighed as her vision blurred and her body began to float. Around her, the others grappled with the strange effects of the tincture, their faces contorted with fear and uncertainty. Elora's hand gripped Rael's arm tightly, while Brion muttered what sounded like a prayer under his breath.
Don't let go.
Garish's voice wavered, and for good reason. The goddess would find him too. The realm shifted and the ground dropped out from under Alicia. The guards gripped her arms at the elbows. They were still there in the woods, but the trees were already beginning to shift. Bella was good. Fast. She was pulling toward Vivier within seconds of dropping into Aeon, which meant Alicia would have to work fast as well. If only she could force the guards to let go of her. She yanked, and the guard next to her grunted, but didn't loosen his grip. Then came the cold, seeping into the soles of their feet. Yes. Alicia pulled in the opposite direction of Bella, searching for the source of the darkness. I'm here, she called inside her head. Feel me. Find us. Whispers flashed through the air, dark, insidious murmurs that flitted from every direction at once. She was coming. What are those voices? Fina stammered, her eyes darting back and forth.
Focus on my voice,
Garish urged, but terror was etched on each face, the way their bodies trembled with fear as the whispers grew louder, more persistent. It took all Alicia's willpower not to smile at their plight.
It shouldn't be like this, Taryn hissed. What's happening?
The cold was stretching past Alicia's knees now. Feel me. Tendrils of black smoke clouded their vision and began to dance with more energy as they moved further through the trees.
Almost there,
Bella called, her voice ragged. Alicia's heart raced as she pulled harder and threw pleas into the void, probing the darkness for a connection to the dark goddess. That point against her spine ignited, and familiar tendrils of power snaked through her, stretching out until the cord finally pulled tight. I feel you. Alicia drank in the shadows. Dark sister, we have the stones and a plan to destroy them. If you can take them now, we will gladly give up control. The stones can only be destroyed with light from the fount. In creation they were bonded. Alicia's throat thickened. Then we will do as we have promised. We ask only that you open the stones through your tether, Garish, on the day of shadows. I will answer your call. The words filled her until she felt drunk on power, on her connection with the goddess. She was her tool in the passage realm, the only vessel that held her power, and was willing to do what was needed. Hold fast, Brion shouted, his voice barely audible above the whip of the wind and the cacophony of voices that seemed to tear at their souls. Alicia welcomed it. She was safe here, held in the arms of the goddess. Focus on something! Anything! Mel screamed through gritted teeth. The trees moved faster, and Alicia let go of her power. The guards next to her hunched to avoid being tossed about like leaves in a storm, and her lips stretched into a wicked smile. Chapter 32. When Aedra woke, it was late afternoon. She struggled to push herself up from the ground and felt cobblestones beneath her fingers. Whispers. Were they still in Aeon? She scrambled to her knees and scanned her surroundings. No. This was the passage realm, They'd made it through. Two women stood at the edge of the street staring at her, then scurried away when she locked eyes with the shorter of the two. Aedra looked back to the street and found the others strewn over the stones, with their trunks scattered between them. She searched until she found long, dark hair and climbed over the body next to her. "Fina?" Aedra shook her daughter's shoulders. "Fina!" Fina's head lifted, and Aedra sobbed with relief. She was alive. Somehow they'd made it out of the darkness and landed here. She pulled Fina up from the street and held her close, then scanned for Brion. He was already sitting across from her, brushing the dirt from his face and hands. Everyone in their group came alive, groaning as they sat, looking exactly as dazed and sore as she felt. All except Alicia. Aedra caught her eye, and the woman had the audacity to smirk. Something had happened in Aeon. She'd seen the darkness swirl around Alicia, obscuring the guards next to her completely. What had she done? "We need to move." Bella stood and wobbled on her feet. Garish put out a hand to steady her. She paused and looked up at him, putting a hand to his cheek. "Let's go," Garish commanded. Aedra and Fina grabbed their packs and found their way to Brion. He insisted on taking Fina's, but Aedra kept hers despite his attempts to grab the handle. The cobblestone street wound its way into the town, lined with charming stone houses adorned with wooden shutters and flower boxes brimming with vibrant blooms. "It's like stepping into a painting," Bella murmured. "This was my home." Mel's eyes were glassy, and Roderick put his free hand over her shoulders. Aedra couldn't keep her eyes from wandering upward. It felt wrong to be surrounded by all this beauty after what they'd just witnessed, after what she'd felt. "I think I understand now," Brion whispered. "Understand what?" "Why you kept the truth from us?" A pang of guilt stabbed her heart. "Brion, that wasn't the magic I knew. I've never felt anything like that before." She hoped they'd never have to feel it again, but she knew she would. They were planning to use the Dark Sister's tether to destroy the stone. Would that power feel any different? Worse, even? They turned a corner to find the main street alive with vendors preparing for the celebration in 3 days' time. They hung ribbons of black and gray, swept the walkways, and cleaned shop windows. The air was filled with the scent of freshly baked bread, and Aedra's stomach growled. "We should find rooms. Rest before continuing our search," Aedra suggested. Would Garish notice she'd twice suggested they slow down? Mel shook her head. "No. Roderick and I will search, but please, take Fina to the inn." She pointed up the street to a wooden sign hanging above low steps. "I'll take your things," Paladin offered. Mel handed him her pack. Then he reached for Roderick's. "We'll secure you a room." "I'll come with you," Rael offered, but Mel waved her off. "I need to find a couple of friends. It shouldn't take long." Aedra felt as if she'd eaten rotten meat. Shouldn't take long. There were still 3 days until the Day of Shadows. They needed to stall, or they were going to arrive in Calwain before she and Alicia could take care of the stones. "Aedra?" She looked up to see Brion halted in front of her. Had she stopped walking? "I'm sorry," she murmured. "I'm coming." Later that night, Aedra walked the darkened streets of Vivier with Rael and Fina, unable to sit still in her room. "I think Vivier is one of my new favorite places." Fina grinned from ear to ear as they wandered down the main street. "There isn't much to it." Rael stopped at the corner and turned back. "You've now walked the entire length of the middle of town." Fina laughed. "That's why I like it. No matter where you are, you're at the center of things. Ooh, look at these beautiful tapestries." Fina gestured toward the windows in the corner shop. The vibrant colors and intricate designs weren't even enough to take Aedra's thoughts off of Mel and Roderick searching for Abis, of how long it would likely take them. Not long enough. "This place looks so different," Rael murmured. "How long were you here?" "A few weeks, though my memories are fuzzy. I was here as a midwife." She shook her head. "I thought I was here as a midwife. Now I don't know what to think." Rael was a blessing giver, so not here as a midwife, as a blessing companion. Aedra didn't feel it was her place to tell her more than she wanted to know, so she kept her mouth shut. I hate this feeling, Rael confessed. Fina stepped back from the window, and they started back toward the inn. What feeling? Aedra asked, though she could have guessed the answer. Of not knowing? Of feeling like a piece of yourself was missing? Of being still. Aedra frowned. Wasn't still, calm, peace, a good thing? What she would have given for still over the past 13 years. What do you mean? Rael shrugged. I can't figure out why I'm doing what I'm doing. What does any of it matter? My mother's work with the minister, my work in the township, it feels still, like we aren't moving toward any goal or purpose. I have a purpose, Fina announced, her eyes glittering in the torchlight. I've just decided, Mother. I'm going to travel the realm, see all the little towns like this. She ran ahead to the doors of the inn, and Aedra let her go. I wonder if she'll ever get bored of it, Rael murmured. She won't, Aedra snapped. Rael flinched, and Aedra put a hand on her arm. I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well. Rael nodded. We all need our rest. Aedra's heart pounded in her chest as she pushed open the heavy wooden door to the inn, the warm glow of lamplight beckoning them in from the street. The din of laughter and conversation washed over her from townsfolk gathered around tables, sharing a drink with friends. Normally she would have loved this, desired to join them even. But tonight? Aedra. Brion beckoned to her from a table in the back corner, his voice cutting through the clamor. He was washed and dressed in clean clothes. How long had they been out walking? Rael said goodbye and headed toward the stairs. Aedra walked toward Brion. You bathed. He nodded, and the corner of his mouth curved. That seems unfair, doesn't it? She regretted the words immediately. He'd said them to her the first night she spent with him, and every moment from that night crashed into her. The feel of his fingers searching her bare skin, the scent of him, his breath whispering against her neck. Aedra swallowed hard as Brion pulled out a chair for her, the flickering lamps only accentuating his high cheekbones and strong jaw. This wasn't good. She needed to tell him she was tired. She willed her mouth to open, but instead she found herself dropping into the chair and allowing him to scoot it closer to the table. She noticed a candle there, a plate of olives. Brion had set this up for her, for them. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. His dark eyes crinkled with warmth. After the day we've had, I thought we both deserved a nice meal, he replied, pouring them each a glass of wine from a thin glass bottle. We haven't had time. He trailed off as he filled her glass, then set the bottle back on the table. They'd had plenty of time. She was just filling it with other things so she could avoid the conversations she knew were forthcoming. The feelings she could see written on his face. Aedra dropped her eyes and lifted her glass. Sometimes I don't even recognize the person I was before all this, he confessed, swirling the deep red liquid in his glass. It's like I was constantly searching for something. I guess that makes sense, considering what I know now. Aedra swished the wine on her tongue. What must he feel knowing that his whole life was a lie? If it were her, she wouldn't have been half this calm. She wished she could go back to that night in the study and make sure that Brion's hand was on the amulet with hers, so he wouldn't have lost himself. But then they wouldn't be sitting here, would they? Brion wouldn't have ever considered being with her as a blessing giver. You weren't interested in me, she blurted. Her eyes widened, and she stared at her glass. How strong was this wine? Brion cocked his head to the side. What are you talking about? Aedra's cheeks warmed, and she didn't meet his eyes. You were a blessing giver, and I was a balancer. The laws stated no mixed blood. I know. That's why you left the enclave with Fina. You explained that. Aedra nodded. You told me. Her throat constricted, thinking of that night on Roderick's skiff, her hands on his shirt, his golden skin inches from her lips. You told me you cared about Fina because she was family, but I was a balancer. Brion frowned. Maybe I thought you weren't aware. Aedra looked up through her lashes as if to say not funny. He caught the hint. Then I was an idiot. You believed in the laws. Exactly. An idiot. Brion. He reached out and put his hand over hers. It doesn't matter what I believed then. I love you now. You don't love me, Aedra whispered inside her head. You don't even know me. I don't even know myself anymore. She pulled her hand back and swallowed the last of her wine, then pushed her chair away. I need to get some sleep. Thanks for dinner. The first light of dawn crept through the cracks in the shutters, casting dappled patterns on the wooden floorboards. Aedra stirred in her bed, her dreams still clinging to the edges of her consciousness as she blinked away sleep. A murmur of voices sounded outside her door, punctuated by the clatter of footsteps and morning dishes. She glanced over and found Brion breathing deeply next to her. The previous night's conversation echoed in her mind, and her chest tightened. Aedra pulled herself from under the warmth of the covers and dressed in haste. She slipped out into the hall and checked on Fina in the room next to theirs. When she found her fast asleep, she continued down the stairs and into the common room for breakfast. Gone were the fankers of ale and curls of pipe smoke from the night before. She stopped when she saw Mel and Garish standing next to two strangers in front of the door, a man with blonde hair and a woman with ebony skin and a red stone hanging around her neck. As soon as Mel met her eyes, she knew. They'd found the cat. Chapter 33. Aedra's heart raced as Mel carefully removed the Blessing Giver stone from Abis's collar. They stood in Mel's old apothecary, which was really an old shed, down the street from the inn. All of them crammed in next to each other against shelves with dusty bottles and dried herbs. Abis seemed aware that his collar was gone, but took the change with feline indifference. He pawed at the door, and Aedra couldn't blame him for wanting to escape. Rael finally took pity on the poor thing and opened it a crack for him to slip back out into the yard. Mel's fingers trembled as she pulled out the broken shards with metal tweezers, trying not to cause further damage to the already fragmented stone. Any ideas on putting this back together would be welcome, Mel muttered as she worked. Can it be put back together? Paladin asked. No one answered. I found nothing in Aeon. Terran slumped over the table and jostled the leg. Mel shot him a look that could kill, and he jumped back. I searched through Ryman's things, libraries, every book I could find. I'm not surprised. Bella watched Mel with intensity. It was hard enough for Ryman and me to find anything about the existence of the Bloodstones. I don't know how it's possible this one broke, considering what Garish had tried to do to them. Aedra had heard bits and pieces of their story from before they came to find her in the north of Aerith. If his power hadn't been able to shatter a stone, what could? Shamir must have known it could still work, Terran mused. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to protect it. Rael drank up his words, trying to piece together her history, the true version of it. Then perhaps we should focus on what she knew. She sent you letters. Elora looked up at Jude, and he nodded. Not about this. Elora frowned. She never talked about the stones? He shook his head. Only about the magic. I wanted to know how I could control it. Elora's lips drew into a thin line, and she didn't say anything else. Brion piped up. She was well versed in ancient texts and rituals, wasn't she? A historian? A temple steward, Mel corrected, and Brion deflated a little. Too bad we can't ask her ourselves, Terran muttered, and Elora stiffened. She was, Elora murmured. Aedra saw her opening and pounced. There must be a library here in Vivier. Maybe we can look through their archives? Take some time? Garish looked up, and the words caught in her throat. Calwain will have a better library if we need resources. The woman she'd seen in the doorway of the inn traced her finger over the stone she wore. I think we should gather our things and move now, before the celebration is in full swing. No, Aedra groaned internally. The Day of Shadows was still 2 days away. She had to find a way to stop this. Garrosh nudged Taryn. We'll find a coach. Aedra risked a glance at Alicia as Garrosh led the rickety coach with its tired team of mules up the street to the inn. The woman hadn't said a word since they'd arrived, and after the darkness they'd felt in Aeon, Aedra couldn't allow anyone to see her show interest in the woman. Did Alicia share her concerns? Did she know something Aedra didn't about the timing of this? I know it's not much. Garrosh ran a hand over the back of his neck as the others took in the size of the interior. The worn wooden exterior and frayed curtains hinted at better days long past. It's our only option, since the second coach in town was taken to Aerith and never returned. Mel's cheeks colored as she shot a glance at Leeds, who covered a laugh with a cough. Are you sure we'll all fit? Taryn asked skeptically, eyeing the cramped quarters. No, Jude muttered. Garrosh pursed his lips. I'm more than open to other ideas. With some creativity, I think it will work. Brion put a hand on the door. There are 3 benches. Elora scanned the group. We could leave Alicia and the guards here at the— No! Aedra shook her head as the others turned to her. She'd spoken too quickly. Why couldn't they leave her at the inn? She scrambled for something to justify her quick disagreement, but her mind wouldn't work fast enough. I don't trust it, Garrosh answered. Everyone together. Aedra nodded, wetting her lips and trying not to look too relieved. Brion started loading the packs with Paladin. She grabbed Fina's hand and pulled her into the coach. The others followed, squishing to the ends of the benches. Aedra nudged Fina. You might have to sit on my lap. Fina balked. I'm too old for that. I'm not. Brion entered the coach and kept his head bowed low as he moved up the narrow aisle. Before he could slide into the bench, Fina moved to make room for him next to Aedra. She shot her daughter a questioning look. Fina, what? I thought you'd want to sit together. Aedra's neck warmed as Brion sat down next to her. She wanted him close, but it was easier to bear her guilt when he wasn't. I would, Brion murmured, only loud enough for her to hear. Cedar and pine. Aedra ignored her quickened pulse as Rael and Paladin entered. Leeds and Bridget sat in the driver's seat, and one of the guards stayed with them. Alicia and the other guard followed Bella and Garrosh in through the coach door. I'll sit on the floor, Taryn offered, but Fina shook her head. No, if Mother sits on Brion's lap, there will be room for you here. Aedra's eyes widened, but Fina leaned to catch her eye before she could protest. I'm smaller. I take up less space. If you sit with Brion, Taryn and I can squish next to Bella. Thanks for that, Aedra muttered. The lap-sitting or assessment of our size, Brion murmured, as Aedra lifted from the bench and waited for him to scooch under her. She didn't mention your size. Brion chuckled and put his hands on her hips as she sat on his thighs. Her head brushed the top of the coach. I don't think... He pulled her back against his chest, laying her body against his. Is that more comfortable? He looked up at her, his dark eyes inky pools. Her heart hammered furiously, so loud she was sure Brion could hear it. She'd wanted to be with him last night, but everything inside her felt iced over. Like all the love she craved had been shoved into a sealed box that was shrinking smaller by the minute, locked tight by the fear she felt at losing it. Garrosh closed the door. Brion exhaled and lowered his head to stare ahead. Aedra wanted to run her fingers through his hair, but she didn't. One more day. The trip to Calwain wasn't long, 3 hours by coach, but every minute felt stretched to snapping riding this close to Brion. Sorry, Aedra whispered as she shifted on top of him. Think nothing of it, he murmured, his breath whispering against her neck. She needed a distraction so she could think clearly. She hadn't come up with anything this morning, and now they were en route to Calwain, and her hands were still empty. Mel, Aedra piped up. What do you know about Calwain? Mel turned on the bench.
Jude's probably the one to ask. He used to live there.
Aedra had heard something about him living near Mel, but hadn't put that together. Their backgrounds were too confusing, especially since she now had true and false narratives running simultaneously through her mind. Jude grunted.
I mostly kept to myself, and I doubt it looks like it did before. Nothing looks like it did before.
It'll be an adventure, then, for all of us. Elora traced her nails down the back of Jude's neck, leaving pink lines against his skin. They were tense. All of them. It had been almost an hour, and Aedra needed a break. She drew a breath and was about to open her mouth when the coach lurched beneath them. A deafening crash echoed through the air, followed by the horrifying sound of splintering wood and snapping ropes. The coach bucked and swayed, throwing Aedra off Brion's lap over the seat in front of her. He grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back, then wrapped one arm around her shoulders and threw his other arm out across Fina. As they flew through the air, Aedra clung to Brion and squeezed her eyes shut. Chapter 34. Aedra's world spun violently before being swallowed by a sudden, disorienting stillness. Her head buzzed, and it took a moment to clear her vision. She slowly registered that she was on her side, against the wall of the coach.
Is everyone okay?
Garrish coughed. Aedra couldn't see him. She couldn't seem to lift her head. Someone was on top of her.
Hold still,
Brion whispered, his hand still wrapped around her, crushed under her weight. Aedra listened. She lay there, waiting until the weight on top of her lessened, and she could push herself up from the wood beneath her. Somehow, they scrambled over the benches and went out the door of the coach, now above their heads. Aedra stumbled to Fina and dropped to the ground. She had scratches on her arms and a bruise blooming on her left temple. "Does anything hurt?" Aedra asked. Fina shook her head, her eyes still wide with shock. Terran stood next to her, his hand on her shoulder. "I tried to hold on, but you did nothing wrong. Thank you for looking out for each other." Aedra spun and put a hand to her head. Too fast. She needed to move slower. Brion stood next to the coach, and Aedra ignored her seconds-old admonishment to herself. She rushed to him and ignored the fading edges of her vision as she reached for his arm. "Is it?"
"Not broken. Only bruised."
She nodded as tears pricked the corners of her eyes. What had happened? One moment they'd been riding along, and the next? She took a step closer and lay her cheek against Brion's chest, wrapping her arms around his waist.
"The mules, they spooked and drove us off the edge of the road," Leeds explained. "Mules don't spook," Paladin growled. "That's what they're good for."
Leeds threw up his hands.
"Well, apparently they don't make them the same in Vivier."
Mel slumped against a tree, closing her eyes. Bella and Garrish talked in hushed voices, and there was Alicia, her face impassive as she stood between her guards to the side of the upturned coach. A tendril of ice trickled down Aedra's spine, and she shivered. This was no accident.
"The wheels are shattered," Leeds continued. "Even if we could ride it, it wouldn't be drivable." "Never mind that we can't find the mules," Roderick added.
Aedra lifted her head. "We're safe. That's all that matters." Bella nodded her head in agreement. "We'll find another way."
"Not Aeon,"
Garrish cut in. Bella's eyes flashed. "I wasn't going to suggest it." Elora stepped forward. "Gather your things. Then we'll reassess." Their trunks were scattered, and some had burst open, spilling their contents through the bushes and tall grasses under the trees. After nearly an hour of searching, they'd recovered almost everything of importance. Aedra had lost her mother's hair clips, but they were the least of her concern. They gathered together, the energy notably different than it had been that morning.
"The stones are safe," Garrish announced. "But we must be at least 2 hours outside of Calwain by coach. Probably 8 hours on foot."
"We can't walk and carry our trunks," Rael argued.
"No," Garrish agreed. "We'd have to leave our things. Come back for them after."
After what? If they used the stones, What would the realm look like? Would it go back to what it had been before? Would they all remember their lives before Sidoni stripped them? Maybe there will be other travelers along this road we could ask for help, Fina suggested. Aedra smiled. It's a possibility. They hadn't seen any other travelers in the hours they'd been riding. With the roads washed out in the foothills, she doubted anyone would be motivated to make the trip.
Most people travel to the city for convergence,
Jude murmured.
They'd be going down the road leading out of Calwain to the east, not this one.
And moving in the opposite direction anyway. Fina picked up a stick and drew in a patch of dirt next to her. It was a good idea, Fina, Aedra added, but Fina didn't look up. We can't make it by nightfall, Rael murmured. Bella sighed. No, I think we should make camp here for the night. There's a stream just down the hill. At least we'd have water. Aedra took in their weary faces, covered in scratches and bruises. We could start fresh in the morning. Tomorrow was the day of shadows. The convergence would begin before they reached Calwain. Aedra's heart picked up speed just as her stomach filled with dread. She didn't want to do this. None of it. She didn't want Fina to be sick, and she didn't want to betray her friends. Leeds shook his head. We should walk some tonight, or we won't have enough food in the morning.
I brought extra, just in case.
Garish's eyes flicked to Aedra's, and she couldn't help but feel that he knew more than he was saying. He was tethered to the Dark Sister's magic. Had he felt something in Aeon? Had he felt something just now on the road? Jude tromped back through the trees. Aedra hadn't even noticed he'd left.
The stream follows the road for a ways. We can walk until it diverges. Make some headway at least.
Heads nodded around the circle.
And then we stop? We have no tents,
Roderick noted. Bridget stood and clapped her hands. It will be a clear night. My family always used to sleep under the stars. I'll show you how to stay warm. They hid their belongings behind an outcropping of rock, distributing the food for packing, and started up the road. Aedra's legs complained, but she didn't. No one did, not even Fina. They walked for nearly 2 hours before Jude motioned for them to move off the road. Aedra sighed in relief. She felt as if she could drop into the grass and sleep until morning. Bridget led the group to a copse of dense trees and began braiding their branches together, then urged everyone to gather large fallen leaves to layer on the ground for insulation. The night sky stretched above them like an ebony canvas, dotted with gleaming pinpricks of starlight. It will begin tonight, Mel pointed up at Loros. They wouldn't be able to see Ebonstar until it crossed Delmara. Happy almost day of shadows, Alicia murmured, and Aedra shivered. That comment was meant for her, and her alone. Aedra couldn't sleep, but couldn't move either. Every time she shifted, it sounded as if a deer was prancing through their camp. So she lay on her back and stared at the sky as the convergence began. A sliver of Ebonstar cut across Loros, as if someone had taken a bite out of the sun's edge. Her ribs suddenly cinched around her lungs. She couldn't breathe. She had to move. Aedra pushed up, ignoring the crackle of branches beneath her, and slipped into the trees. You felt that? Alicia whispered, and Aedra jumped. She clutched her midsection. That was you? I thought I was having a panic attack. You were. Of sorts. A cold dread settled in Aedra's stomach. This was it. They were here on the day of shadows. It was the moment she had agreed to, but now that it was here, regret gnawed at her. She didn't want to hurt Garish. They wouldn't hurt him, would they? He hadn't been conscious to what was happening when Sidoni had spoken through him last time. Perhaps it would be the same now. Call him. He's already restless, Alicia commanded. We have to do this now. Aedra's voice trembled as she whispered his name. When the woods remained silent, she tried again. This time, she heard the rustling of leaves. Aedra? Garish peered through the trees. I found something, she lied. I needed to show you. Now? Her cheeks burned. "This can't wait." He nodded, his eyes trusting, and it took everything in her not to break down and confess her intentions. She turned and led him further into the trees, until she saw Alicia ahead. Garish stiffened next to her as he noticed. "What are you doing here? And where are your guards?" Alicia tensed, her mouth curving into a smile as Garish's power held her in place. She was holding the Book of Ariadne and didn't answer Garish, only began to recite. "In dreams the goddess will find thee. In dreams the goddess speaketh." Garish's brow drew together. "What are you—" "When the fount is drawn forth over vale and realm, there shall be—" Alicia sucked in a breath, as her arms released and nearly dropped the book. Aedra's head snapped back to Garish. His body stiffened, his eyes turning darker than any balancer. Without a word, he unbuttoned his shirt and reached into a hidden pocket, then pulled out the balancer stone. This was happening. It felt as if her heart was fragmenting, sending shards through her midsection. Garish didn't know what he was doing. She'd called him here and given the Dark Sister access to him without his knowledge or consent. Aedra dropped to her knees, gagging as nausea roiled through her. She didn't want this. But what was the alternative? Invisible power rippled through the air, raising the hair on her arms. "Yes," Alicia purred. A soft glow began to emanate from the once dark surface of the stone. With a nod from Garish, she stepped forward. "Alicia, I don't think—" "Quiet!" she snapped. Alicia closed her eyes and tilted her head to the sky. "There it is," she gasped. "I've never felt the light." Her voice caught as tendrils of shimmering energy began to weave themselves around the stone, like vines seeking purchase. Aedra could see the magic. She held her breath as the stone's glow grew brighter with each passing second. Garish shuddered, and Aedra dragged herself up from the ground. His hands. Something was happening to his hands. Beneath the stone, Garish's skin grew dark, as if he'd rubbed old logs from the fire. "Alicia," Aedra hissed, her heart jolting in her chest. "Something's wrong." The woman's head dropped, her eyes flashing. "I said, look!" Aedra pointed at Garish's hands beneath the stone. His skin faded and cracked as she stared. "Stop, Alicia! You can see something is wrong. It's harming him." Alicia ignored her and continued to pour light energy into the stone. And Garish's skin continued to smolder. He began to tremble as the ash snaked over his wrists. The stone was burning him. "Stop! Alicia, please!" The air crackled with power, and Aedra's chest heaved as Garish let out a cry of pain. "You're killing him!" She lunged forward and snatched at the stone, gasping as liquid fire coursed through her body, searing her hands. She didn't let go. Aedra gripped Garish's arms and shook with all her strength. "Drop the stone!" she screamed, her voice breaking. "Garish, wake up! You need—" An explosion of power erupted from the stone, sending Aedra hurtling backward. She hit the ground hard, losing all the air from her lungs. Aedra clawed at the ground, trying to make her way back to Garish and the stone, but light danced across her vision. "Garish!" she sobbed, struggling to stand. As the trees came into view, she saw him. His body, crumpled on the ground, burned and broken. Next to his hand lay the stone. Dull, lifeless. It had all happened so fast. Aedra stumbled toward him and dropped to her knees. She reached for him, pressing her hand against his skin, and recoiled in horror. His skin crumbled under her touch, parts of him disintegrating into the earth. She bent in half and clutched at her midsection, barely turning her head in time to retch in the grass. He was gone. Garish was dead. Chapter 35. Aedra hunched over Garish's lifeless body. The chilled night air bit into her skin as she traced a finger along his temple. His face was still his. She'd never talked with him, never been honest with him about her worries and fears. Those had been locked away with everything else. And where had that led? She choked on a sob, wishing she could take his place. He was gone. "You should be celebrating," Alicia snapped, snatching the stone from the ground. Aedra glared at her. "Celebrate? We sought to remove blood from the stone, not kill him. You thought there would be no cost? You knew there would be." Alicia's nostrils flared. She held out the stone. "We only destroyed one stone, and there are others. Now that Garish is gone, now nothing. I'm done. I will not be a part of this any— Mother?" Fear gripped Aedra's heart at the sound of Fina's voice. Her daughter's hair was disheveled, her eyes wide. She rushed to Aedra's side and only then noticed what lay at her feet. Fina gasped and clamped a hand over her mouth. "Fina." "Go back to bed, child," Alicia commanded. Fina began to hyperventilate. She couldn't tear her eyes from Garish's limp form. She dropped to her knees. "Is he—" Her eyes grew glassy as Aedra tried to pull her up from the grass. "Garish? How did this happen?" Fina dropped her hands onto his chest, as if making sure his heart wasn't beating. "What?" Fina felt against the fabric of Garish's shirt, still intact at his center. Tears streamed down Aedra's cheeks. "Fina, stop." But Fina didn't listen. She reached inside his shirt and pulled out something rounded and gold. Alicia's breath hissed between her teeth. "He held a second stone? Garish is dead!" Aedra screamed, her body shaking. "It doesn't matter if he held all the stones." The air crackled between them as Alicia's calculating gaze flickered between Aedra, Fina, and the second stone in Fina's hand. Alicia bent and picked up the Book of Ariadne from the ground. "What are you doing?" Alicia didn't answer. She turned the pages, then began to recite a second time. "In dreams, what are you doing?" Aedra repeated, her heart becoming a war drum. "Are you mad? We don't have someone tethered to the magic." "It is the day of shadows, and your daughter is born of mixed blood," Alicia shrieked, then returned to the passage. "Stop!" Aedra roared over her. "You will not touch my daughter, and neither will the goddess." "Mother, what—" "Drop the stone, Fina." Aedra grasped her shoulder, but her arm wouldn't budge. She looked down at Fina, who stared back with wide, terrified eyes. I can't move." Alicia wouldn't stop. She was nearing the end of the passage, and Aedra wouldn't allow her to call the Dark Sister a second time. She had to stop her. Aedra lunged for Alicia, but a wall of power slammed into her, sending her sprawling. "You are blinded by love. We must do what needs to be done," Alicia spit, then looked down once more at the book. The words seemed to meld with the darkness itself, twisting and writhing in the air toward Fina. Aedra gasped as she pressed against the force crushing her to the ground. She would not let this happen again. Not to anyone, but especially not to her daughter. Warmth swelled within her, followed by icy cold burning in her breast. This was enough. Aedra thrust her hands forward, shattering the bubble pressing against her skin. Power surged through her, splitting the air and knocking Alicia off her feet. Fina crumpled to the ground, fighting for breath as the darkness retreated. Aedra rushed to her side, pulling her into a tight embrace. "Drop it!" Fina sobbed and dropped the stone in the grass. Her face was white, her eyes darting like a trapped tawn rabbit. What had just happened? Something Aedra had done or said. It had ignited something within her. She'd felt power leave her, felt it move outside of her body at her command. It was impossible. Alicia stirred on the ground, and Aedra's throat clenched. "Run, Fina! Get up and—" A guttural snarl echoed through the trees as a weight crashed into her, slamming her to the ground, knocking Fina to the side. "You!" Alicia stormed forward, and Aedra tried to lift her hands, to recreate what she'd done seconds before, but nothing happened. Alicia hunted for the stone, and when she found it, placed it back against Fina's palm. The pressure intensified, squeezing Aedra until her bones cracked. Where was that warmth? That icy cold? "Mother!" Fina's voice was frantic. Alicia leaned down, lowering her head to hiss in Aedra's ear. "You are a fool!" Aedra's vision blurred, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. Her bones felt like nothing more than dry twigs, about to snap under the strain. She was going to die like Garish. But unlike him, she deserved it. She deserved to be crushed into the earth for what she'd done. She deserved to be ground into dust. Aedra's consciousness clawed its way back from the void, her eyelids fluttering open to find Fina's face hovering over her. Her lungs refused to expand, and Aedra rolled to the side, choking and coughing. Was she dead? Had she already been reborn? "Mother!" Fina's hand was on her back, rubbing back and forth, soothing her. She couldn't be reborn. She was herself. Fina still her daughter. Where was she? Aedra looked up and swept the hair away from her face. Bella. She was there in front of her, silhouetted against the trees, holding her dagger. The cold blade glinted wickedly in the dim light. Aedra's eyes dropped to the heap in front of her. Alicia's body lay on the grass, a streak of black across her throat. Bella had killed her. Alicia had been using her power, and Bella had slit her throat. "You saved my life," Aedra rasped. Bella looked up as if barely noticing she existed. She took in Fina next to her, then froze as her gaze dropped to the ground. The blood drained from her face. An anguished cry ripped from Bella's throat as she stumbled toward him, falling to her knees beside his body. Her hands shook as they reached out, gingerly cradling his head in her lap. "What happened here?" Aedra opened her mouth, but had no words. What could she tell her? The woman who loved him. The woman he loved. "I brought him here, used him to destroy the stones you risked your lives to find. I let him die." "Please, Garish," Bella sobbed, her tears carving trails through the dust on her cheeks. "Please." Brion woke to the sound of a scream piercing the still night air. He rolled and reached for Aedra, but only found vacant pine branches. He shot up, scanning the ground. Fina was gone. He shot to his feet, accidentally kicking Roderick's boot. The man grumbled and rolled, rubbing his eyes. "Aedra and Fina are gone," Brion hissed. Roderick froze and blinked. Mel yawned next to him, and Roderick shook her shoulder. Brion didn't wait for him to explain. He pulled on his boots and, without lacing them, ran in the direction of the cry he'd heard through the trees. What could have happened to them? He was generally a light sleeper and he hadn't heard anything. Had someone bound and gagged them? Stolen them from his side? He darted between the trees as another wail split the air. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. Brion burst through the trees, nearly running into Aedra's back before he spotted the three women gathered together. The light from Loros lit up Bella's head like a lamp, shimmering against the dark outlines of the trees. Bella hunched over something. Someone? She was weeping. "Aedra! Fina!" Brion felt for them as he dropped to the ground, pulling them close. Aedra's body sagged as if all the life had been drained from her. "What happened?" "Garish is dead," Fina whispered, staring ahead at Bella. Dead? Garish was dead? How is that possible? Fina pointed to her left, and Brion's jaw tensed. Alicia sprawled on the ground, her face blank and eyes unseeing, a gash across the pale skin of her neck. He thought he might be sick. She killed him? Garish? Mel and Roderick crashed through the trees and burst into the small clearing next to them. They took in the scene in front of them, and Brion couldn't form words to explain. Dead. Garish was dead. Bella lifted her head and picked something up from the grass.
This was the balancer stone, she whispered. The magic is gone from it. The color drained from Mel's face. What are you talking about? She stalked forward and froze as she saw Garish's face. She blinked, trying to make sense of it. It made no sense. None of this made any sense. Alicia murdered Garish and destroyed the stone, Bella choked out, her face twisting in pain. Her head whipped back as she turned toward the woman, reaching for her dagger. She's dead, Bella, Roderick soothed. She won't hurt. She murdered my heart. Stop, Aedra cried, barely able to speak between each frantic breath. This is my fault. It's my... She tipped to the side and shot out her arm to steady herself against a tree. I won't keep lying to my friends. The words rushed out on a breath, and the woods fell silent. Brion stood and put his hands on her shoulders. Aedra. She shrugged away from him and whirled to face them all. I lied to all of you, she choked out, her body racked with sobs. I stole the amulet from the enclave, and I kept the truth from you. Brion. She clapped a hand over her mouth. Bella stood, staring at her intently. Aedra, what are you saying? It's true. Aedra dropped her hand and tensed, her whole body trembling. I had no choice. If the magic was restored, Fina would suffer, and I didn't have a choice. But now Garish is dead, and I... She curled into herself, as if someone had stabbed their blade through her center. I never wanted this. I never wanted any of this. Aedra turned and darted through the trees. Aedra! Brion waited for her to stop, to turn and look back. But she kept running. It was too dark to run full tilt through an unfamiliar forest. Aedra, he growled, then took off after her through the woods. Chapter 36. Aedra, stop! Brion's heart clenched as he replayed Aedra's face breaking, her body twisting as she broke. He wove through the trees, his legs pumping and muscles straining with the effort of keeping up with her. Aedra was fast. Please, Aedra! He called out again, his voice hoarse. He was gaining on her, slowly but surely. He worked to keep his breathing even and pushed harder, jumping over a fallen branch. She was only a few feet in front of him now. In one swift movement, Brion lunged forward, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her to a stop. Aedra struggled against him. She pounded her fists against his chest, but he held tight. Let me go, Aedra sobbed, her voice raw. Let go, Brion! Stop, he whispered, the anguish on her face pressing into his heart like a stone digging into soft clay. I won't let you go. Not now, not ever. Her fists slowed as her sobs took over, her body racked with grief. Her strength gave way, and Brion caught her. She felt like nothing, like a bird that had dropped from the sky. I can't do this anymore, she whispered against his skin, her tears soaking his shirt. I can't. Shh. Brion stroked her hair. Tell me how we got here, Aedra. Please, help me understand. She clutched at the shirt on his back, and Brion waited. He waited for her to pull away, for her eyes to close off as she wiped her tears with the backs of her hands, then retreated from him. I need to go to bed, Brion. I'm tired, Brion. I can't talk about this right now, Brion. Aedra lifted her head, and his ribs seemed to shrink. But she didn't pull back. Instead, she looked up at him, her face splotchy and eyes swollen. You won't love me anymore, she whispered. Brion pressed his lips against her forehead. Not possible. She shook her head. Brion, you don't know me. You think you do, but you don't. Tears welled in her eyes afresh. I know more than you think. Aedra's eyes glistened as she stared up at him, searching his face. I stole the amulet back at the enclave, she began, her voice trembling. I lied to everyone about it being gone, even to you.
He forced his face to remain calm, not giving her any reason to believe her confession changed anything, even if inside he was reeling. She said she'd had no choice. Fina was sick, and she had no choice. Brion's eyes never left her face as she continued, confessing to a year of deception, an agreement with Alicia to destroy the stones, then Taryn discovering the lie. She told him how she lured Garish into the woods, thinking they only needed to use his power. Then how the power surged, and she tried to stop Alicia, but couldn't. As she finished, her eyes bore into his, begging for condemnation. "I destroyed the stone. I killed Garish." "You did." He nodded. She tensed, and her eyes shuddered. "I'm a monster." "No, Aedra." He linked his arms around her back, shaking his head. She scoffed. "You can't love me after this. I killed my best friend." "Did you use the dark power to singe his skin, Aedra?" Brion took her face between his palms. Aedra swallowed hard, her breath still coming in shallow bursts. She shook her head. "But I took him there, Brion. He trusted me. If it weren't for me—" Her face broke, and she tried to drop her eyes, but he wouldn't let her. "Aedra, I need you to hear me. All my life I wished someone would fight for me like you just fought for Fina." He sucked in a breath, surprised by the emotion that rolled through him like a wave. For a moment, he couldn't speak. His father had left, and his mother had needed him as a caregiver more often than she cared for him. What would his life have looked like if his mother had gone to battle for him, been willing to sacrifice everything, even her own power, to keep him healthy and safe? "You said I can't love you?" But nothing could be further from the truth. You've made mistakes, yes, but you fought for someone you loved. I can't help but love you more for it. Aedra whimpered as fresh tears flowed down her cheeks. Brion brushed them away with his thumbs and kissed her again between her brows. "Come on," he murmured. "Let's go back." She shook her head and held fast as he led her the way they came. "I can't, Brion. They'll hate me." "They might. If they do, we'll get through it. Together." The night seemed to close in around them as they walked side by side. He didn't feel the need to say anything else, just held Aedra's hand tightly in his own. Garish was dead. He still couldn't wrap his mind around that. The Dark Sister had been here. The magic was real. It wasn't like he hadn't believed Aedra when she told him, but to see the fruits of it firsthand was mind-boggling. He'd held that magic once, used it. The idea sent chills down his spine. "Brion," Aedra whispered. She pulled him to a stop. "There's one more thing I didn't tell you." He held his breath, not sure he could take anything else now that there had been time for the events of the evening to settle over him. "After Alicia, when Garish—" Aedra began to shiver, and Brion pulled her to his side. She started again. "Fina appeared, looking for me. She found a second stone in Garish's pocket, and Alicia tried to use her the way she'd used Garish. She held me with her power, but then something happened." Brion ran his hands over his arms, his brow furrowed, the wheels spinning in his head. "It was like a wheel was turning, here." Aedra pressed a hand into the space beneath her ribs. "It spun faster until heat flared, and She looked up, gauging his reaction. "I used some kind of power. I don't know what it was, but I knocked her back. I tried to summon it again when she rose and couldn't. I thought she was going to kill me, but Bella interceded." Aedra nodded. "The magic shouldn't exist. Not for me." Brion tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Maybe the goddess listens to those who are desperate." The corner of Aedra's mouth twitched. "I don't think the goddess listens to me." Brion tipped her chin, inspecting the side of her face in the starlight. "We need to put something on those cuts." Aedra nodded. and followed him until they saw a flickering light. How they found a way to start a fire without a flint and steel was beyond her, but Aedra was grateful. She didn't ask questions and avoided looking up as Brion led her to a boulder near the fire pit. Aedra couldn't bear to face them. She turned her back and waited as Brion talked with Mel, their voices hushed. When he returned, he held something in his hand.
Poultice. For your cuts and bruises.
And for this. Brion lifted her hands, and Aedra noticed the blisters on her fingers for the first time. It was where she'd come in contact with Garish. He touched her gently, smoothing the paste over her skin. As he worked, Aedra focused on the steady rhythm of Brion's breathing, the way his chest rose and fell.
Where else does it hurt?
He asked. Aedra motioned to her side where she'd hit the ground, and Brion gently lifted her shirt. His breath caught.
There's a scrape here. I might need to.
He lifted the fabric higher, and Aedra winced.
Here.
Brion dropped the hem and instead worked to unbutton it from the top down. She was facing away from everyone else, and Brion had already seen everything underneath, so Aedra let him open her shirt without complaint. He started next to her hip, working his way up. His touch was feather light as he traced the contours of her side, smoothing the balm onto her skin. Suddenly, his fingers stopped. Aedra looked down and found him staring at her breast. After all this time, was he really so distracted by—
"What is that?"
he whispered. Aedra frowned and looked down at her skin. Her heart jumped when she saw it. Dark lines. 2 circles over her heart. Icy cold. It had seared into her skin there, where the lines now stood. Aedra's blood rushed as Brion studied the mark on her chest, his fingers tracing the circular lines. I don't know. The warmth of his touch offered little comfort against the chill that crept through her veins. What was this? How had ink marked her skin? And what did it mean? Squeezing her eyes shut, Aedra thought back to that moment when Alicia had read from the book. She'd felt the cold, but first— her eyes snapped open. First, she'd felt heat. She pulled the other side of her shirt open and gaped. Another mark sat on the opposite side of her chest, this one etched in shimmering gold. 2 lines forming a perfect, symmetrical cross. Chapter 37. Aedra's heart ached as the bedraggled group of friends trudged into Calwain. The township buzzed with excitement and celebration, marking the day of silver. Brilliantly adorned banners fluttered in the wind, their silver threads shimmering like moonlight on the creek. Laughter and music filled the air around them. It felt like a mockery. How could there be celebration in the realm when Garish was dead, when it had been her fault? For Aedra, the day of shadows hadn't passed. There was still a black spot eclipsing her light. But Fina walked next to her, and being a mother meant scrapping something together even when your darkness threatened to swallow you whole. Look. Aedra nodded toward a stall selling pastries dusted with sugar. Fina was hesitant. She hadn't asked about the power she'd witnessed in Aedra, nor had she commented on how her own mother had run into the woods without her. By her silence, Aedra knew she was thinking about it. An acrobat dressed in silver silks skipped down the street, then gracefully tumbled through the air in front of them. Fina smiled back at him, then nodded when Aedra pointed at one of the pastries. Taryn nudged Fina's shoulder. "Have you done ring toss before?" Fina scoffed. "I didn't grow up under a rock." Taryn raised an eyebrow in challenge, and Fina followed him to the next stall. Aedra's heart squeezed. They were becoming fast friends, and Taryn was old enough to recognize when a distraction was needed. Aedra's fingers trembled as she handed a silver derrick to the booth attendant, then took the buttery pastry wrapped in waxed paper. Bella grabbed her elbow, nearly making her drop it. "Explain yourself." Aedra's breath hitched in her throat when she noticed the raw anger burning in Bella's soft blue eyes. Her throat began to burn. "Bella, Fina was sick, and I thought not about the stone."
About the power you used against Alicia, Bella hissed.
Aedra frowned. She knew she would have to rehash everything she'd told Brion the night before to the others. But this? She thought only Fina had witnessed whatever it was that Aedra summoned to keep Alicia from using her daughter the same way she'd used Garish. You saw that? Bella put a fist to her heart. I felt it, and saw what you did to her. Well, that makes one of us, Aedra muttered, clutching the pastry too tightly. Crumbs dropped on the street next to her boots. She thought of the marks on her chest. I don't know what happened. Had you felt that before? Aedra shook her head. No, never. It was like something burned inside me, like it wanted to be unleashed. She dropped her eyes. None of this made any sense. Bella held still, her breathing slow and even. Garish described something similar before he died. Aedra's heart sped, but she didn't speak. Garish was dead. Bella loved him, and he was dead. Bella gripped her arm and pulled her around the corner behind the stall. Bella, what? Show me. Aedra gaped at her, glancing at the pastry, which now had a hole in the center from her thumb and forefinger. Show you what? Bella stabbed her finger against the left side of her chest. Show me. Aedra opened her mouth, then snapped it closed. Her mark? Bella was talking about the mark on her skin? But how did she know it was there? Had Brion... I swear to the goddess, I will tear that shirt off you if you don't move faster. Aedra handed her the pastry and unbuttoned her shirt. She pulled the collar to the side, and Bella sucked in a breath. What is it? Aedra asked. Somehow Bella knew it was there, which meant she had to have some understanding of why. You're tethered, Bella whispered. What? Tethered. The magic. When Garish died, it must have tied to you. She dropped the pastry on the ground and steepled her hands in front of her lips. For when the ethereal essence did descend, it sought refuge within an object, seeking a cradle for its wondrous might. What are you talking about? Aedra demanded. The absentis, the scriptures. The magic seeks an endpoint, and when it was loosened by Garish's death, it moved to you. Which means... Her eyes raised to meet Aedra's. You hold the Dark Sister's magic like he did. You're connected to her. Bile rose in Aedra's throat. She didn't want anything to do with Sidoni, not after what she'd witnessed, not after what she'd felt. She put a hand to her midsection. I think I'm going to be sick. Bella gripped her shoulders. We have to tell the others. They walked between the stalls and gathered their group, pulling Fina and Taryn away from ring toss. Fina had beaten Taryn both times they played, so he was more than willing to be interrupted. Jude led the way past the market and down a side street, then turned onto a sleepy road marked by a skull set on a pike. Welcoming, Aedra thought. Jude left the road and walked through tall grass until finally climbing the steps to a sagging porch. Hasn't changed much, he grunted. He pulled the door open and they followed him inside. Was this his home? He lived in Calwain, but somehow Aedra hadn't envisioned a farmhouse. Though, now that she saw him in it, the rough floorboards and chipped paint suited him perfectly. They crammed into Jude's quaint living room, some sitting on the few available chairs, most standing, all of them staring at her. Besides Brion, who stood next to her, his hand on her lower back. His hand always there, on her lower back. After an uncomfortable moment, she realized they were waiting for her to speak. Bella, Brion, and I believe that Garish's power jumped to me last night in the woods. As she thought of her next words, Aedra's eyes stung. She went on in a rush. It was my fault he died. I wanted to protect my family by keeping the magic from returning to the realm. I lied to all of you about my intentions, and I understand if you want me to go. Aedra paused to collect herself and caught Fina's eyes swimming with tears. The dam she was barely holding up collapsed, and Aedra's face screwed up as tears leaked onto her cheeks. There was nothing else to say. It was her fault. She'd been selfish, and Garish was gone, and now she held power she didn't want and didn't have a use for. It festered inside her, and she thought of Garish's eyes. This wouldn't ever leave her, and who knew how the Dark Sister would use it? Could she use it? Whenever she wanted? Could she use Aedra the way she'd used Garish in the study on the Day of Shadows? Taryn rubbed his jaw.
I read about that in Ryman's journals. If the magic seeks a place to land, perhaps Ariadne only guided it. Perhaps it will continue to seek an endpoint.
Aedra balled her hands into fists. I never wanted this. I would give anything to bring Garish back, and I'm so sorry. Bella stood at the edge of the group, her eyes rimmed with red, making the blue of her irises piercing. She pulled the dead balancer stone from her pocket and flipped it into her palm.
What is there to do? Mel asked, staring from across the room at the dull surface. We came here to return the stones.
She didn't say what they were all thinking. Now, this one is destroyed. Aedra had told them it was destroyed back at the enclave, and now they all knew that to be a lie. But this wasn't. The stone was gone. And if their interpretation of Scripture was correct, the only way they could fulfill Ariadne's wishes to restore the magic was to use them all. All 6 lines. All 6 stones. Made impossible by her and Alicia. A dull ache pressed against the inside of her skull. Their mission was over. There was no reason to be here in Calwain, and they all knew it.
What is there to do?
Roderick repeated, his brow pulled together as he slipped a hand around Mel's waist. Aedra took in their wan faces, and it was as if a page turned inside her head. This. She'd seen this before. Not seen, but felt. Inside herself every day for the past 13 years. When she left the enclave, she'd walked into a piece of the realm where there was no hope for her. No way to use her magic. No way to serve the way she'd planned. Yes, she'd grown as a mother, and yes, she loved Fina desperately. But her life had stopped the day she left the walls. She'd been stuck, treading water in the same place for years, until Paladin and his friends knocked on her door. They'd opened her eyes to something more, something bigger, and she'd tried to join them in their quest to save the magic. But she'd tried out of fear and because it felt so good to be needed, to believe that there was something more for her than markets and cleaning and cooking, that her gifts were supposed to be used, that she was supposed to be seen. But then Fina was healed, and doing something bigger became too risky. Aedra looked at her daughter, perched on the edge of a chair next to Taryn. She was healed. But all of them, each person in this room, felt right now what had already been ingrained on Aedra's soul. You will never do more. You will never be more. You will live like this every day until you die and are reborn. And then you will do it again. Darkness hissed against her skin, seeping in and settling against her bones. This was what the Dark Sister wanted. Sameness, control, predictability. Aedra understood so deeply, it nearly cracked her in two. She didn't want to worry, didn't want to wonder what new hurt would take her unaware. But this wasn't worth it. She'd been willing to sacrifice, but now saw it all too clearly. She wasn't the only one giving it up. For her to live in her safe little box, Fina would sacrifice her bigger purpose too. Brion already had. The rest would follow. They would be stuck, just like she had been for so many years. This realm and everything in it. And for what? That's when Aedra felt it. Warmth. On the right side of her chest. A small flicker, pulsing against her skin. Perhaps it will continue to seek an endpoint. "We should go," she burst out.
"Go where?"
Leeds asked. "To the Tarine pool." Aedra wet her lips and drew a shaky breath.
That's where you said the stones needed to go, isn't it? Mel blinked. The pool is only helpful if we have all the stones. Aedra shifted on her feet. I know. It doesn't make sense, but I want to see it. I think we should go together. Taryn turned to Rael. Show us where to go, then. Rael and Paladin gave each other a look. I know you believe we went there during our time in Calwain. You did, Mel cut in. You told us about it on the Maiden's Blessing. Rael's face paled. She wrung her hands. Neither of us remember. Jude stood. Then it's a good thing I happen to have been there. The first light of dawn crept across the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. The day of light. Brion pulled Aedra's hand into his as they walked. No one in their group had slept well, but at least they'd had a roof over their heads. Jude had been more than generous with what food he could scrounge from his cupboards. Brion wasn't especially fond of pickled silver trout, but it was better than a handful of dried berries for breakfast. He couldn't explain what had shifted in him when Aedra spoke to everyone the day before, but something had. Today he walked through the realm at a slightly different angle. He still didn't remember the magic, or the life everyone told him he had. At least he wasn't alone in that. But truth had spoken to his heart as they gathered in that room together, as Aedra spoke of going to the pool, after admitting to him and the others what she'd done. This magic was real. It wasn't a story. He'd seen Garish's body and run his fingers over the marks on Aedra's chest. That meant everything else. The conclusions he came to seemed to slip out of his head like wisps of smoke, his mind incapable of holding them. It was too much to comprehend. Their realm, this realm, could be something else entirely. And though Aedra was terrified of what that would mean for her and for Fina, she'd asked to go to the pool. Something stirred beneath her surface. He could sense it. He knew her well enough by now to understand that she would talk when she was ready, or when she was forced to. She was convinced that everything she'd done had ruined all hope of trust or friendship, especially love. He hadn't been lying when he told her for him it was the opposite. He loved her. Body and soul, magic or no magic. She loved her daughter with a fierceness he craved. His soul longed to be needed, to be enough to fight for. He wasn't fool enough to think his past didn't contribute to his feelings, but did it matter? Only if that love he saw in her didn't extend to him. She loved him, didn't she? They traveled down the main street of Calwain, passing brilliant golds and yellows that had replaced the silver decorations of the day before. Loros glimmered in the sky, making every leaf on every tree more vibrant, and the sky a deeper cerulean. Eventually, they stopped at a cairn along the road under the trees. Jude and Alora turned up the path and motioned for them to follow. Aedra, I don't remember the realm as you do, Brion started. I'm sure that's made it feel like... He paused, trying to find the right words. What would it be like to be with someone who knew nothing of your reality? Like this isn't real. Like we aren't real. He remembered the words he'd used on the streets near the consulate. He'd said it was real and Aedra. Now the look on her face made sense. She pulled him to a stop, allowing the others to go ahead. Her cheeks were still pink and her eyes still swollen from crying. It wasn't that I didn't think it was real. It was that I knew if you remembered. Aedra shook her head. You wouldn't have wanted this to be real. Then I was a fool, like Fina said. Aedra laughed, but the smile on her face slipped. You knew who I was, Brion. I know who you are now. I don't need the magic for this order you talk about to tell me that. He pulled her hands into his. Please love me. Please tell me you love me. But I don't know that, Aedra whispered. I'll always not know. Every time we kiss, every time we're together, there will always be a voice in my head reminding me that you had to forget to want this. Brion held her hands against his chest. What could he say to that? Any feeling he professed would never be enough to convince her.
"It's here!" Fina called out through the trees. "Mother! Brion! The pool! I see it!" Chapter 38. Aedra's footsteps slowed as she peered into the chasm. Cradled by rugged cliffs, the water of the pool shimmered like a sheet of pristine glass, capturing every shade of turquoise and azure. Water cascaded over the faces of the rocks, their droplets scattering rainbows in the sunlight. It was breathtaking. She and Brion followed Fina down the stairs after the others, then walked along the pebbled beach under an outcropping of rock. Nobody was here, and with the celebration happening in town, it was no wonder. "I remember this," Rael breathed. "I don't remember the details, but it feels familiar. I've seen it before." Aedra shifted on her feet. The closer she got to the water, the more that point in her chest seemed to shimmer.
"Are you all right?"
Brion asked, catching her look of consternation. She wanted to nod, to tell him everything was fine, but she didn't. "It hurts. Here." She placed his hand into the soft space underneath her ribs. "I don't see anything," Mel murmured, running her hands along the rock. Aedra scanned the pool and the cliffs, hanging vines and ferns, the occasional blossom. Nothing that screamed stones or magic. "You said there were impressions in the rock," Mel continued. "Shapes that matched the stones." Rael looked more confused by the second, mirroring Aedra's inner thoughts. Where would there be a place to put the stones here? There was nothing but foliage. "Touch the water." A whisper? Or was it simply the sweat she'd worked up on their walk calling for relief? The water did look lovely. Fina was already dangling her feet, splashing Taryn and laughing when he recoiled. Aedra pulled Brion closer, then bent over and cupped her hands, pushing them under the surface. The water was cool against her skin. She lifted her hands to splash the water on her face, then gasped and let it fall. Aedra cried out, flinging her hands away from her. They burned. Her fingers, they felt as if they were on fire. "Aedra, what?" She rubbed her hands on her slacks, her breath coming in short bursts. As soon as they were dry, the feeling dissipated. "The water," she choked out. "It burns." Fina cocked her head to the side. "It feels fine to me." Aedra looked between her hands and Fina's feet, still swirling beneath the surface. Mel dipped her hand in. Aedra waited for her to react, but her face remained blank. "Why would it have that effect on you and nobody else?" Brion murmured. Instantly, Aedra knew the answer. Her hand landed over her mark. "It's magic," she whispered. "The pool. It's connected to the magic in some way." She turned in a circle, searching for any other sign, anything that could give them a clue, but still found nothing. The water was the clue. Maybe the stones needed to go under it? Into it? That didn't explain the shapes Mel was talking about, but maybe they were missing something. "I think there must be something here, in the water, but I don't think I can go in." As soon as Aedra spoke, Taryn was already kicking off his boots and stripping his clothes off down to his undergarments. Fina did the same. They jumped in together before Aedra could caution them to avoid the rocks or think about the depth of the water. Fina surfaced first, pushing the hair from her face. "What should we look for?" Mel shrugged. "No idea." "Perfect," Taryn laughed. "Just how I like it." He swam around the edge of the pool in one direction, and Fina took the other. They felt along the bottom when they could touch and scoured the edges of the rock above and under the surface of the water. Rael's eyes narrowed as they moved closer to the back of the pool. "Doesn't it look like those rocks there have fallen?" She pointed to a pile of boulders stacked between the sheer rock faces next to them. Aedra nodded. "A rock slide, maybe?" "I feel something," Taryn called. Fina swam to him, and he motioned to something under the surface. Fina nodded once, then dove under the water. Aedra watched, waiting for her head to pop up, But it didn't. Her heart began to race. "Taryn, is she—" Taryn took a deep breath, bobbed once, then disappeared after her. "What in the goddess's name?" Mel cursed under her breath, stripping off her shirt, then unbuttoning her slacks. Everyone turned away besides Roderick, but once she was in the water, all of them pulled at their own clothes and boots. "Where did they go?" Aedra asked, not able to keep the panic from her voice. She couldn't go in that water. The way it had burned. She shuddered. But Fina was in there. Where had she gone? Brion ran toward the water's edge, and Aedra knew she had no choice. Even if her body lit on fire, she had to follow. She couldn't wait here and hope that someone found her daughter. The waiting and not knowing would be more painful than fire licking her skin. Aedra ran her fingers over the waistband of her slacks as Brion undressed next to her. Drawing a steady breath, Aedra began to derobe. The others were all in the water already, swimming toward the last place they'd seen Taryn and Fina. What had they seen? Why hadn't they said something? Explained what they had found before disappearing. Fina was going to get a tongue lashing. Aedra trembled as she stepped out of her slacks and inched closer to the pool's edge. Brion dropped into the water and swam a ways out. "I'll go. You can—" Aedra jumped. Panic welled inside her as the cool water covered her to her shoulders. The burning began almost instantly. She cried out, thrashing as she moved toward Brion, her vision blurring from the pain. Brion threw himself toward her, but there was nothing he could do. "I don't want to hurt you. She gasped, pushing through the searing pain. Aedra forced herself to move her arms, one after the other, moving toward the back of the pool with shallow breaths as her bones ignited and her muscles spasmed. "I have to find her. Have to find Fina." She imagined Garish's cracked skin, his fingers turned to ash, the way Bella had tried to bury him, but he'd crumbled into dust. Aedra gagged, staring at her hands each time they moved, making sure they weren't charred and crumbling. Brion swam next to her, tears pooling at the corners of his eyes as his jaw clenched. She hadn't noticed that the others had disappeared just as Fina and Taryn had, until the burning under her skin began to fade. Aedra stopped and pulled her arms out of the water. "It's gone," she sputtered. "The burning! It's going away!" Brion choked a laugh and moved closer, then reached out and pulled her into his arms, and moved her toward the edge of the rocks. "What's happening?" he cried out. "A passage! Underwater!" Lees replied just before he dove. "Are they insane?" Aedra gaped. "They're diving under the water and going through a passage? What if it doesn't end?" She imagined running into a pile of dead bodies before suffocating herself. Jude waited for Elora, then dove without hesitation. She and Brion were the last ones left in the pool. They had to go, dead bodies or not. At least she wouldn't burn to death before drowning. Aedra felt the current with her feet. It was narrow, not wide enough for them to go together. "Come after me?" Brion nodded. "Always." Aedra dove. She forced her head into the tunnel and pulled herself forward. Rock seemed to close in on her from all sides. How had Paladin made it through here? Aedra barely had room to move, the cold stone bumping against her chest and back, stealing the breath from her lungs. Panic clawed at her throat. Move forward. Keep moving forward. Moments later, the rocks opened up and she followed the roof until it disappeared and her head burst out of the water. She gulped in the fresh air to the sound of splashing and echoing voices. "Can't see a thing." "The edge? I don't feel it." "That's my arm." Brion burst out of the water next to her. "Aedra? Aedra!" "I'm here." She reached for him and hit the side of his face. "I'm so sorry." "We need a light," Taryn growled. "Fina? Is Fina all right?" "Yes." Fina's voice echoed against the rock. "Come this way. There's a place to sit." Aedra and Brion followed her voice, their toes finally finding the smooth rock at the edge of the pool. She dragged herself up in the pitch blackness, not sure whose skin she brushed against. She shivered, even though the air in the cave was warm. Brion sighed as he slumped onto the rock next to her.
We didn't die.
Aedra coughed a laugh. Always a good result when diving into dark, unknown spaces.
We won't be able to do anything without light.
Taryn muttered the obvious. It was unsettling. The dripping water, the complete dark. Time seemed to slow as their skin dried, nobody offering any solutions. The burning didn't return, but as the water evaporated, the solid point in Aedra's chest did. She hadn't recognized it was gone until it slowly grew, taking up residence against her ribs. That power she'd used the night before? Could she use it now? She couldn't create light, but it hadn't taken long to move through that tunnel. The rocks they'd seen were loose, not a solid cliff like the rest of the landscape. This pool had been covered on purpose. It held something important. She could feel it. Aedra rose to her knees. Last night she'd lashed out in fear and didn't know how she'd use dark power. She felt stupid even trying now. But what else was there to do? Aedra slowed her breathing, listening to the whoosh of her lungs, rhythmic and deep. She closed her eyes and prodded at the dark knot nestled against her spine. She imagined it as a ball of tangled string and tugged, hoping it would unravel and flow through her. Nothing. She didn't know what she was doing. She dropped into the feelings she'd had the night before. Fear for Fina, fear for her own life, anger and grief. The power still felt blocked. She was breathing hard, and Brion noticed. He didn't speak, just slid his hand to the small of her back where it belonged, where she hoped it would always stay, reminding her that he was there beside her. Together. Aedra's brow furrowed in concentration. I need you to move, so you will move. She opened herself, inviting the Dark Sister's power to fill her, and in a breathtaking moment, the tangle slid free. A rush of dark energy surged through her, and she didn't hesitate. As she'd done the night before on instinct, she raised her hands and directed it outward, and felt it release through her fingertips. With a guttural cry, she sent a torrent toward the rockslide across the pool. The impact shook the cavern, spewing stone outward to tear a small opening in the barrier. The sound was deafening, and Aedra clapped her hands to her ears. Sunlight streamed in, so bright, Aedra could barely keep her eyes open. The dust cleared, and as their eyes adjusted, all heads turned to the wall of the cave, illuminated by the light. Aedra stood and walked along the wall, sure that at any moment she'd see something, the impressions Rael had told Mel about. There's nothing here, Fina commented behind her. Blood rushed in Aedra's ears. Both marks flared on her chest. The magic was here. She could feel it. So why were the cave walls blank? Light from Loros blended with the sun, sending golden rays splaying across the rock. There had to be something here. There had to be. It's in Aeon, Taryn stated matter-of-factly. All of their heads swiveled. Aedra blinked, then curled into herself as the darkness within her flared. It was here, and Sidoni didn't want her to find it. Rael leaned in. What did you say? Taryn shrugged. Everything from this realm with connections to the magic is in Aeon. I told you. That's where I've been going. Bella shook her head. We can't go back there. It's too dangerous, and we have to. Aedra cut in. All of them. They had to take the stones, and the blood that ran through their veins. If they were going to do this, they had to do it together. Bella bit her bottom lip. We don't have the last stone. If we go there, and Sidoni's power is strong, she shook her head. You're connected to her, Aedra. She'll know we're there. We have 5 of the 6 stones, and all 6 of the bloodlines. Bridget wrapped her arms around herself. Mel clicked her tongue. If we do nothing, our world is already lost. And what if we die there? Rael snapped, putting a hand on Paladin's bare knee. Aedra turned from the wall. I know that life. Living every day protecting yourself, shutting down the world around you just to stay safe. I thought it was what I wanted. and I gave everything I had to keep it. It didn't keep my friends safe, and it didn't make me happy." She walked back to sit on the rock next to Brion. "I'm sick of spending every day worrying about what I could lose. I think it might be worse than losing it." The cave was silent a moment. Then Taryn whispered, "Not everyone has to go. We only need one from each bloodline with the stones." Paladin shook his head. "If we go together." Heads nodded in their cramped circle. "I have the tincture, but it's back in the pocket of my slacks, on the beach." Fina stood. "I'll go." "No." Aedra shook her head. Taryn put a hand on her shoulder. "I'll go." Fina shot her mother a look, then pursed her lips and nodded. In seconds, he was back in the water. Minutes later, he appeared again in the pool holding Bella's vial triumphantly in his hand. Aedra's heart pounded as Bella moved to the water's edge and took it from him. She looked around at these people, strangers, and now her friends. She wasn't sure if they considered her a friend to them, and wouldn't blame them in the slightest if they didn't, but they were more loyal to her than her own family. She'd always been a bit stuck, closing her heart to protect it. How many other friends had she passed by because she had her head down, buried in the sand all these years? These relationships, they weren't built on commonalities. Half this group didn't even remember the same realm she did. And yet here they were, about to take a tincture they'd only found out existed days ago, and risk their lives to save a magic that was more or less hypothetical to them. Because the magic was important to the people sitting next to them. This was love, Aedra realized. It wasn't given. It was built. Strings wrapping and thickening every time they turned toward each other instead of turning away. Each time she'd closed off and left Brion in the hallway or in the market street, she'd left their tie weaker. But each time he knocked on her door, each time he listened, each time his hand settled on her back. Aedra wiped her cheek. She wanted to build that kind of love, the terrifying kind, the kind that made her want to dive into the water and burn, to take a drop of that inky liquid in the vial Bella held. She looked at Fina, her hair wild and curling as it dried. She allowed her fear to smother her love, even for her daughter. Now she was ready. It was time to blow on the coals. Chapter 39. The bitter taste had barely faded when the cave began to shimmer. Brion's stomach swooped. He didn't think he'd ever get used to this feeling and wondered if he had in his past life, when he worked with the magic. Had he traveled to Aeon often? He couldn't imagine why he would have. "Look," Aedra whispered, pointing back to the cave wall. The rock was alive, with vivid images, but he wasn't sure of what. Brion walked closer, running his fingers over the swirls of paint. "The creation." Jude stepped up next to him, and Brion instantly felt small. "How can you tell?" Brion pulled his hand back, moving a step away to take it in. There were colors, but not anything he recognized. He scanned the faded brush strokes. Jude pointed at a shadow met by a series of lines. Ariadne's hands, connected in prayer. He traced further along the wall. Sidoni, standing above the passage realm. Brion couldn't see a face, but was that a cloak? And the circle of green and blue, that must be their realm. Then he saw them. Shapes. All different. In the shapes of the stones he'd seen his friends carrying. "This is it," Aedra breathed. "Taryn, you're a genius." He grinned. "Not the first time I've heard it, and probably not the last." Brion stepped toward Aedra and paused. Was it just him? Or had the light from the hole in the cave wall faded slightly? He looked up, but couldn't make out any clouds through the glare. "We need to move quickly." Bella unsheathed her dagger. She hadn't brought the vial with her, but she had strapped the dagger to her hip over her underclothes. Brion wriggled his toes against the stone. They were cold, nearly numb at the tips. Odd, since his skin was no longer wet. Not odd, he realized. Cold had enveloped them in Aeon the last time. Aedra, I know. Her lips were already edged in blue. Bella used the edge of her dagger to pry open the clasps on her cuff, then pulled the stone from its setting. She set it on the rock, then sliced her palm open with a swift, practiced motion. Blood welled up from the cut as she passed the blade to Mel, who did the same, barely wincing before clutching the emerald stone. One by one, Bridget, Rael, Mel, and Jude did the same. Aedra's teeth were chattering by the time the blade returned to Bella. We'll place them on the wall, and I'll recite the scripture from the book of Ariadne, Mel instructed. Rael nodded. Hurry. The 5 of them moved toward the wall and found the impressions where their stones fit. Blood dripped down their arms. Mel cleared her throat. When all is lost, ye shall join together in rebirth. Blood shall be spilled as ye cry to the goddess. Restore that which was lost. Gift unto me your light that no one else shall suffer. Brion sucked in a breath as the cold coated his bones, making them ache. Again, Jude grunted. Mel repeated the words a second time, her knuckles white as she held her fingers to the wall. Something's wrong, Aedra murmured. She stared at the empty depression in the rock as her shoulders shivered. She put out a hand and narrowed her eyes, and dark tendrils swirled from her fingertips. Was that the magic she held? Mel gasped, and Rael's face flinched in pain. I'm sending power into the stones, Mel. Try again, Aedra commanded. Mel's voice rasped as she repeated the verse a third time. Do you have it right? Taryn called out from behind them. Yes, I have it right, Mel snapped. The darkness grew, lapping at Brion's skin. I don't think... I know! Aedra's eyes were narrowed to slits. I can't think of what else to do. She's aware of us. I can feel... Aedra dropped her hands and clawed at her midsection. Aedra! Brion gripped her around the waist as Fina struggled from her place on the rock against the swirling shadows. What's wrong? Fina asked. I don't know. Aedra groaned, dropping lower toward the rock. There was no doubt about it now. The light was disappearing, and soon they'd be in the same total darkness as when they'd entered through the tunnel. Jude, it's not working, Elora called. We have to leave. The tincture will wear off soon. Until then, there's nothing we can do. Paladin raised his voice above the sound of rushing water. Was the pool moving? Stop! Bella snapped, her eyes blazing. We've come this far, and we're not giving up now. Mother, look! Fina pointed up through the hole in the rocks. Through the growing shadow, Brion saw what she'd noticed. The final alignment. All 3 celestial bodies in perfect harmony. Loros' light balancing the void. One brilliant whole. Then it was gone. The glowing orb in the dusty sky, and along with it the last of their light. It's the day of light, Aedra hissed. It's the day of light! I don't see how that will help us, considering we don't have any, Roderick called out from somewhere on their left. Mel! I'm here! Voices shouted in quick succession, asking questions that melded together in Brion's ears. Is there another scripture? Could we do something new with the stones? Do we need more blood? Aedra's hand brushed his arm. She straightened, then took a tentative step in the direction of the wall. Do you hear that? Her voice shook. Hear what? Fina asked. He doubted the others had heard her. Something's happening, she murmured, so low Brion could barely make it out. She took another step. Aedra, I can't see where you're going. You don't need to, Brion. I feel it. Brion caught her fingers, but she pulled away. Glimpses of light. He could see her, but only in flashes. I have to do this alone, she called back. Do what alone? What was she talking about, and why was she walking toward the wall in total darkness? I'm turning toward it, Brion. Turning toward what? He tried to take a step, but the air felt thick, viscous.
Aedra, stop. I'll come with you.
She turned, and her face flickered once in a flash of garish light. Some things we can't do together. Aedra convulsed as the dark power coursed through her veins, threatening to crack her ribs and split her open at the seams. 1,000 hooks seemed to embed in her flesh and tear through her, ripping in the opposite direction of the wall. She didn't know if she was breathing, didn't know if she was still standing. She gritted her teeth and fixed her eyes on the wall to keep from screaming out in pain. Shadows billowed around her like smoke, tendrils flicking and scraping at her skin. She wasn't going to make it. The left mark on her chest was so cold it ached, and still the wall wasn't any closer. Movement. Bella turned from the wall and moved her hand. "No!" Aedra screamed. "Do not drop your arms!" She couldn't take their help, their blood, the stones. They couldn't lose their connection now. Bella's face twisted. "Aedra, your hands!" The darkness absorbed her words, twisting them into screeches in her ears. She'd heard enough. Aedra dropped her gaze for only a second and gasped. Her hands. They glowed, illuminated like the stone Garish held in the woods. "You will be the final anchor." She was the balancer stone. Her blood was tethered not only to Sidoni but also to Ariadne. The magic sought an endpoint. Aedra opened her mouth and cried out, pushing again toward the last empty depression in the wall. She would complete the circle. Garish's face flashed through her mind. The way his skin had charred and cracked. She would complete the circle. "You will be alone." The words filled her head, leaving room for nothing else. Fear exploded through her like fireworks, lighting up each fear with a separate spark. Fina will suffer. Brion will leave. You'll leave them alone. You'll never be accepted. You'll never be enough. "Lies!" Aedra choked out, holding firm against the gales. "I believed them once, but they only buried me deeper." She would complete the circle. Aedra took a step, barely making an inch of progress. Move. It was so close. Fight. If she could only... A hand landed on her back. Aedra turned. "Fina?" Her daughter pushed against her with all her might, closing her eyes against the whipping wind and icy cold. "Fina, you have to stay back." Fina didn't move. She pushed. Aedra moved another inch. A hand gripped onto her shoulder. Another on her wrist. "Brion." His face contorted as he circled his hands over her glowing skin. "Always together," he growled, and the mark on the right side of her chest ignited. She wasn't alone. She had never been alone. She'd only believed it. Flashes of charred skin leapt in her vision, cracked and burning. Power coursed through her, and when she touched that wall, she didn't know what would happen. Would it only touch her? Love, the terrifying kind. Together, she hissed through her teeth. Together, they would reach the wall. Together, they would complete the circle. Together, they would restore Ariadne's magic. Aedra's skin burned. Fire and ice, light and darkness. With Brion's hand over hers and Fina's on her back, she finally brushed her palm against stone. Chapter 40. Light blinded her, banishing the shadows as everything went still. Aedra floated in nothing. Her only sense Fina's hand on her back, and Brion's on the back of her hand. There was no sound, not even her own breath. No people, no stones, no pain. She must be dead. The magic must have pulsed through her and consumed every piece of her from the inside out. At least she knew Garish hadn't felt pain in the end. Then there were pale, swirling colors. A low groan, followed by cracks of crumbling rock. The realm came back into focus gradually, as if painted in sections. Her body. It existed. Aedra blinked and looked down at her feet. They were no longer inside a dark cave. The pool sparkled behind them, lit by brilliant sunshine. The colors were too full, too intense to be real.
Aedra!
Brion's voice was ragged as he pulled her arm toward him. She spun, and there he was. There was Fina next to them. She flung her arms around them both, her lungs finally expanding with a full breath. "You're alive," Aedra whispered, burying her face against Brion's shoulder as he curved around her. Heartbeats. She could hear them, as clear as if someone were beating a drum. Breath. It whooshed around her. She pulled back and stared at the two of them. They were the same, but different. Their skin seemed to shimmer in the light. They were brighter. Aedra reached out and pulled a strand of Fina's hair through her fingers, softer than the finest silk. Fina lifted a hand to her cheek. "Where are we?" Not dead. She wasn't dead, unless they all were. Aedra looked over Brion's shoulder and saw the others. All of them. Bella's hair glittered like spun gold, her skin like glass. Bridget's skin shone like oiled bronze. A laugh, high and tinkling, sounded beside them. Aedra spun, and had Brion not been holding on to her, she may have sunk to her knees. A woman bathed in light, draped in gossamer cloth with hair the color of starlight. Ariadne. The name slipped out of her before her own mind made sense of who she saw in front of her. She didn't have to think about it, didn't have to question. This was the goddess of light, standing in front of her. Aedra knew her. Ariadne smiled, and sunlight seemed to flow from her lips. "You found me. It's all I have ever asked, and you found me." Aedra's hands trembled. I'd forgotten what it was like to see this realm for the first time. This realm? Brion's hand slipped over her shoulder blades and settled on her back. Aedra drew a breath. "You came to the passage realm?" Ariadne shook her head. "No, my child. You found me." She scanned their faces and motioned for everyone to move closer. "You used the power I left for you, and gave your realm the only gift I have to offer, the gift of rebirth. In creation we are bonded. In rebirth we are set free," Mel murmured. That phrase had meant something completely different moments ago. Ariadne's smile deepened. "The words you know." "They are true?" Roderick asked. "All my words are true." Paladin shook his head. "I don't understand. What is this realm, and how did we get here?" "I always meant for you to be here, to receive your passage." "Then it's true?" Leeds asked. "Everything we were taught? About the creation, about the Dark Sister, the laws of the Order?" "All my words are true," Ariadne repeated. "But the laws," Mel's brow furrowed. "If we needed to follow them to receive passage, I shouldn't be here." "Shouldn't you?" Ariadne's eyes glittered. Mel shook her head, her eyes glassy. "I felt your love, but I haven't earned a place here." Ariadne stepped forward and brushed a hand over Mel's cheek. "I told you. You found me." "Yes, but that was always the goal. The magic, the order, the laws, even the stones. For some, clinging to the laws was the way forward. For others, casting them off was the answer." Aedra pulled Fina closer. "Why have them in the first place, then, if they didn't need to be followed?" Ariadne padded across the soft grass next to the pool, then lifted her gown and dipped her toes, breaking the crystalline surface. The order protected my word and my magic. It had a purpose. The words of the prophecy circled in Aedra's head. But I shall not leave my people unprepared. My power, sealed to their blood, will awaken. Many have I called to gather those that are lost, and they will rise in new power as the bonds of Sidoni weaken. How long had it been since she'd read that? And yet, she remembered it perfectly? Only when my power is whole will it become a protector. Only when the magic is complete will it fail. Ariadne turned and fixed her eyes on Alora. Without the order, my words would have been lost. The truth about the realm and your purpose there would have been erased over time. Elora pursed her lips. Some truths were lost. You did the best you could with what you were given. You fought for what you believed to be right. It caused conflict. Pain. Elora's lower lip trembled. Jude pressed his lips against her temple. You see pain as dark, and yet how would there be balance without it? Ariadne paused a moment, then continued. Because of those who believed my words, the magic was kept safe. Not all of it, Bella interrupted. My people weren't protected. Ariadne set her foot back on the ground and straightened. Were you not? We were chased out, isolated. You kept your magic while others did not. Ariadne looked at Mel, then Bridget. One by one you found your path. The outcasts, the forgotten, the feared, the powerful. Here you all are. She took a step closer. Did the obstacles in your way keep you from finding your path? No one answered. Ariadne crouched down and picked up a handful of rough sand at the water's edge. My creations are as boundless as the sands of the sea. Not one of them is the same. They watched as the sand sifted through her fingers. You know your own hearts. Would there have been a better way for you to understand yourselves, to find your way here? Aedra swallowed the lump in her throat. She'd been wounded. They all had. But now, she pressed a hand to her breast. Would it have been possible to feel whole without first being broken? Bridget stepped forward. What of the others, those we left behind, those who were reborn or received their passage? Ariadne's expression sobered. You of all people know that some found their way here by guidance of their blessings and curses. All the others were brought here with you. She motioned at the trees and rocks, the pool behind her. The passage realm has been reborn, brought to stand within the fount. All of you are a part of it now. I do not stand above you. Are there more realms like this? Rael asked. Ariadne nodded. The fount is endless. Beyond this exalted realm lie countless others, some that dwell in peace like ours, and some. Her brows knit together. There are reasons my sister does not believe in expanding our realm, but that is a discussion for another time. Aedra's mind reeled. Their realm, the world she'd always known, was gone, transformed, reborn. What now? Aedra whispered. Ariadne rose from the ground, brushing the sand from her palm. Was she looking at her, or beyond? Now we live. Aedra spun at the sound of his voice. Garish. She released Fina and ran to him, throwing her arms around his shoulders. You're alive. Tears filled her eyes. Garish, I'm so sorry. Aedra, I understand. Garish squeezed her tight, then stilled. Aedra pulled back, wiping her eyes as she turned. Bella stood in front of them, her eyes blazing. You left me. Garish's jaw worked. I didn't mean to. Never again. Aedra rushed back to Brion and Fina, holding them close. The exalted realm. Now we live. She felt different. Besides the light and the colors, something was different. Fina lifted a hand and twirled her fingers until wisps of light trailed them. What was she doing? What was this realm? Aedra grabbed her wrist. Fina, I don't think... She's fine. Ariadne laughed, clapping her hands in front of her. This is why I fought with my sister. For this. She pointed at Fina's hands. Do you all feel it? Aedra let go and pondered the goddess's words. Did she feel it? She felt something, but what? Magic. Those swirls of light from Fina's fingertips. They sat inside her, under her skin. As a balancer, she'd felt the fount above her, hovering in wait for her to use it. But this was different. The magic was in her, a part of her. Aedra put a hand on Brion's chest. How is it possible? Ariadne picked up her flowing skirts and strode toward the trees. Come, there is so much for you to learn. Chapter 41. Brion took a step closer to Ryman, studying his face. He was both familiar and foreign, all at the same time. It had only been days since they'd passed through to this realm, and yet it felt like a lifetime. I'm sure you have questions. Ryman crossed his legs and leaned into the back of his chair. This wasn't anyone's home, though it looked like one. They hadn't yet established where they would live or what was theirs. It didn't seem to matter as much here. Brion had questions once. They'd propelled him from the enclave and into the northern mountains to search for his father's cottage there. He remembered it all clearly now. No, I don't think so. What his father had done had made sense. Not that he liked all of it or thought he would have made the same choices, but he could see more clearly. Ryman looked up. I never meant to hurt you. I know. Brion exhaled, looking down at his hands. Nobody ever meant to hurt anyone. But that was the problem with learning. Lessons only came through pain, yours or someone else's. Motion caught his eye and he turned. Warmth flooded through him at the sight of her. Dark hair resting on her shoulders. Sun-kissed skin. Fina stood next to her and he could have sworn she'd grown since yesterday. Father, there's someone I'd like you to meet. 2 weeks later, Bella's laughter rang through the air as she and Garish sparred on the sun-drenched shores of Shorn Isle. The sand warmed her feet. This wasn't your best work. She blocked his strike and twisted under his arm. It had only taken a few days before they'd returned to their home. Her people took pride in their part preparing for the day of Sidonai, and knew that their daughter's blood had made Ariadne's magic whole. It had been the diviner's purpose. It had been her purpose. Now, it was time to find a new one. Garish grunted. And you're a judge of my best work? If I'm not, who is? She struck out against the back of his knee, but he caught her leg and dropped her to the ground. She rolled, panting. You're getting worked up. Bella grinned. Her body here was stronger. Not unhuman, but a better version of what it meant to be flesh and blood. Don't be flattered. No, I'll save that for later. Garish dodged a strike aimed for his throat. He circled with a wicked grin. Bella brushed a loose strand of hair from her eyes. She hadn't thought much about what the realm would be like after they restored the magic. Just like the others, she'd assumed it would go back to normal. She almost laughed. What a small view of the realm they'd had then, as if their piece of eternity had mattered most. Without warning, Garish lunged, aiming for Bella's side. Sidestepping, she reached out to deflect his arm, but Garish pivoted, sweeping his leg low in an attempt to knock her off balance. Bella jumped and sent a swift jab toward his shoulder. It had mattered, though. Everything within the fount mattered. because there was still always the chance the balance would be disrupted. Always the chance they could still lose. Otherwise, what would be the point? Garish dodged and caught her wrist, then used her own momentum to pull her closer. Bella's eyes flashed, but she shifted her weight and sent her elbow toward his eye socket. Garish twisted her arm and she cried out. When her vision cleared, all she could see was sand, and Garish's hand next to her. He bent low and stroked her cheek. I win, he whispered in her ear. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled as heat flushed to her cheeks. Do you? Bella slammed her heel upward, catching Garish's hip, then pulled on her pinned arm, rolling him flat on his back. In one fluid motion, she straddled his waist, pinning his wrists above his head. She kissed him, long enough to leave him breathless. You know this is my favorite position. Rael laughed and leaned into Shamir. They'd met together weekly for the past year, and she never tired of it. Have you discovered how to work with water yet? Shamir asked. Rael sighed. I've tried, but the threads keep slipping through my fingers. More practice, then. Is that your answer for everything? Shamir's eyes twinkled. Did you think this realm would be a rest? Rael rolled her eyes, then looked up at the sound of footsteps. The hollow ache in her midsection slipped away, and she smiled. Still no word on Caius? Paladin asked, stepping out onto the balcony and wrapping his strong arms around her waist. Good morning, Shamir. Shamir nodded, then gave Rael a final squeeze. Both of you have work to do. I expect to see some progress next week. Paladin chuckled. Rael watched Shamir go, then shook her head. She didn't know if she wanted there to be any news of her father. They'd been in the Exalted Realm for nearly a year, and she was beginning to think he was avoiding them. I'll keep looking, Paladin murmured, pressing a kiss against her temple. Rael breathed him in and arched her neck, hoping he wouldn't stop there. How could she have forgotten this for even 1 second? The smell of him, the feel of her fingers through his hair. I missed you. Paladin chuckled. You say that every time I come back. Why? He lifted his head and met her sleepy gaze. His eyes were green here, and sometimes she missed the charcoal and violet. Their blood may not be bound any longer, but the two of them were, sealed within the fount with magic Ariadne didn't even fully understand. I say it because I mean it. She lifted on her tiptoes and kissed him. He pulled her lower lip between his and paused before letting it go. I'm not going anywhere. Rael smiled against his mouth, and his breath whispered across her cheek. He wasn't going anywhere. Not on purpose. But there was a reason they couldn't find her father, or Alicia, and both of them knew it. Peace was just as precarious here as in the Passage Realm. They would continue to fight to protect it. Balance. Always balance. Paladin brushed his nose over hers. I missed you too. The salty sea breeze tugged at Mel's short-cropped hair as she stood on the deck of the Maiden's Blessing. He'd kept the name, despite her arguing that this turn of events in their life circumstances demanded a more exalted title for his ship. The sunset was mesmerizing. Pinks and golds spraying across the horizon as if the other side of the realm were on fire. There they are. Roderick pressed against her back, trapping her against the rail of the ship. A pod of shimmering creatures cresting the waves. Their iridescent scales caught the sunlight, casting brilliant arcs of color as they leaped through the foamy crests. She was in awe of the magic. But even when these strange creatures dove again into the depths, she wouldn't want to move from this spot. She wouldn't want Roderick to move either. Happy anniversary, he murmured. Mel slipped her hands over his. Had it really been a year? A year in this realm. A year of living with magic as a part of their daily lives. Both of their lives. Of course, it was never meant to be confined to only bloodlines. Of course, there had been a purpose. A plan to bring all of them here where they could learn and grow surrounded by this.
Are you glad?
Roderick asked. Mel nodded, though he already knew her answer. If she had known what awaited them, she would have given so much more if necessary. More than her years in the mountains. More than her own blood. Roderick's hand dropped from the rail and settled on her belly, running over the smooth skin that was barely beginning to push out over the waistline of her slacks. The waves were again empty, the light beginning to fade. Just a minute more, Mel whispered. Aedra's fingers fluttered over the petals of the soft lilac bloom. She didn't know the name of this flower, but it was her favorite. It bloomed on vines near the creek, so strong you could barely detach them from the rocks if you put your weight into it. 6 petals, delicate and robust.
I thought I'd find you here.
Brion sat down next to her.
Long day?
Aedra nodded. Shadow movement near the river. Garish is still scouting.
Should I thank him for your early arrival, or was that all your doing?
Brion tucked her hair behind her ear. You should probably always thank me. Brion raised an eyebrow, then swept his hand behind her neck and laid her down on the grass.
Thank you,
he murmured, his lips grazing her earlobe. You're welcome, she whispered.
Where's Fina?
Aedra ran her hands over the backs of his arms. She's off with Terran somewhere. Something about a tree he found. Brion lifted himself up on his elbows.
Where is this tree exactly?
They didn't say.
Doesn't that sound like an excuse? To take our daughter alone into some beautiful grove and...
Aedra laughed and put a hand on his cheek. They'll be fine, Brion. He didn't seem convinced. She ran a finger over his brow to smooth it. I love that you love her.
How could I not?
Aedra pulled him down against her and grazed her nails over his smooth jaw. Sometimes she missed his scruff. His skin was so smooth here, but she still remembered the way his chin felt like rough sand before he shaved. She hoped she never forgot that. Do you think she'll remember her world before this realm? Brion gazed into her eyes, and Aedra thought it might be possible to drown in him, to sink and never look up.
She will.
And what about those who come after her? He kissed her cheek.
We'll tell them. Write down our stories.
Stories can be corrupted. He trailed his lips down the curve of her jaw.
Some stories are better that way.
Aedra grinned, slipping her hands by her sides and winding them around Brion's waist. Their path here wasn't clear. They were beyond the reach of old rules and prophecy, but there were new ones, new ways of knowing the fount. They were a part of it. Every piece of this higher realm was woven into the fabric of that ancient magic, split between light and dark, tied to a force they still didn't fully comprehend. It could still send her into a heart-racing panic if she thought too much about it. So she didn't. There was too much to discover here to worry about what it all meant. Someday they'd get there, and she hoped they'd be ready for it.
What are you thinking?
Brion slipped her shirt off her shoulder. A second ago, I was thinking something, but now I don't remember what.
Better then.
She could hear his smile before she felt it against her skin. Better then. Aedra had to laugh at what she once thought was better. Easier, simpler, safer. How vastly she'd misunderstood. For every dainty flower there was a formidable vine. For every butterfly, a spider. For every ray of light, a shadow. She'd tried to burrow in a hole and close her eyes to all of it, in search of rest. But darkness does not erase, only delays. Aedra closed her eyes and felt. Yes, much better then. This has been a production of The Balancer, Book 4 in the Blessing Giver series, Written and narrated by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright 2023. Button Press.